Chapter 91. A devout follower of Lord Guan, Abraham's actions were outright massacre. Executing Abraham would allow more lucky people to survive. I can dance the hula, although my faith forbids it. I still want to say, Abraham will go to hell. Kangaroo athlete, may God bless Abraham to go to hell. Abraham, that name itself is that of a fallen angel of betrayal. The Yin Kingdom audience gasped after researching. Life is hard, but be happy. Guer is also an angel, the sister of the fallen angel Abraham. Guer governs dreams. Don't want to take exams. Goodness, really goodness. Guer said Abraham is her brother, right? Their parents were really particular about naming their children. Little C brother who likes pipefish. Governs dreams? I have a bad feeling. This Guer gives me a sense of unease. Exploding pressure cooker. Anyone know anything about angels? I just searched it up, and wow, it's terrifying. How many eyes and wings do they have? It's scary. Watching from a new account. Is this Guer really okay? Something seems off about her. An unknown, lazy CO. No matter what Guer's situation is, Abraham must die. While the viewers in the live stream were discussing, Yengua pulled up information provided by the countries where Guer and Abraham lived. The information showed that Guer and Abraham were siblings. Because their parents divorced, they had never met since birth. When she was a teenager, Guer saw a serial murder case in the newspaper and had a dream that night. She dreamed of her brother, Abraham. We will create a new world. Abraham stood beside a haystack made of heads, smiling brightly, and reached out his hand to Guer. After waking up, Guer told her mother about her dream. Her mother then told her that such a brother did indeed exist. They hadn't been in contact for over a decade, and now they couldn't reach him anymore. Detailed information about Guer was available, thanks to her frequent sharing of her dreams on social media. Information about Abraham was scarce. His actions could only be pieced together from clues in a series of murders. Prior to this, the authorities didn't even know the name of this serial killer. Everything about Abraham was only recently deduced. Today, people finally know the name of the serial killer. And this killer, in a short period, had already murdered 18 people at the Happy Amusement Park. At this moment, all the spectators on Blue Star shared the same sentiment. Kill him! Please! Guer cried, clinging to Song Tianjia's arm. Guer's blue eyes were filled with terror. Abraham looked at Guer, blood streaming down his forehead, the crimson color dividing his face. Abraham smiled brightly and reached out his hand towards Guer. Come here! Guer trembled even more, clinging tightly to Song Tianjia's arm, pleading, please, kill him! He kill us all! Song Tianjia, Song Tianjia suspected Guer was acting. To get her to do it, she had to let go first, right? Guer was still trembling, completely absorbed in her emotions. Song Tianjia sighed. She looked at Lu Huixiang, who had raised the stick, ready to strike Abraham again, and sighed again. Song Tianjia returned the scissors to the squid stall owner. Thank you, but I don't need them anymore. A strange figure held scissors, a smile plastered on their blood-stained face. The price for grilled squid is 2 amusement park coins. Song Tianjia removed the collar from her neck with one hand. The black collar, bound with red silk, quickly transformed in her hand, returning to its original form. It was a pistol capable of rapid fire, but in this situation, rapid fire was unnecessary. One of Song Tianjia's arms was held tightly, forcing her to use the heel of her shoe to kick off the safety. With a click, Song Tianjia raised her hand, aligned her 3 points, and aimed. Everyone, get out of the way! The lucky ones from Yen country turned their heads upon hearing Song Tianjia's voice, saw the dark muzzle of the gun, and immediately dodged. As they dodged, they also pulled the screaming tourists around them aside. Abraham was still calling to Guer, come here. Before the words were finished, Abraham's head exploded, sending tourists scattering in terror. The bullet entered through the tip of his nose, spinning as it exited the restraints. A piece of his skull flew up and landed in the arms of Zhao Yuran, who was squatting in a corner eating a pumpkin pancake. Zhao Yuran looked at the incomplete skull and tilted his head. Occipital bone. It's a bit flat from sleeping. Zhao Yubai, standing beside him, exclaimed in surprise at the sight. Dude, is this the time to talk about this? Wake up! I know you're crazy, but can you stop having an episode? This isn't an occipital bone, it's a parietal bone. Zhao Yuran looked at him blankly. Really? I think this is an occipital bone. The curve looks like one. I am the emperor, I decide. Zhao Yubai pulled hard on his hair and took several deep breaths. Fine, whatever you say. Have you ever seen this before? Zhao Yuran shook his head. Assuming your superpower really works. If you haven't seen this future, It proves your superpower is useless in the death game. No, that's not right. You can predict the success rate of my bullet enchantment. So it's not that it's ineffective, it's just that your ability only works under specific circumstances. Zhao Yubai, drenched in cold sweat from fright, calmly tried to analyze the situation. 2 red roots swam over, snatched the head from Zhao Yuan's arms, and slapped each of them across the face. Zhao Yubai covered his face, completely bewildered, and asked Zhao Yuan, "Did I offend this thing?" Zhao Yuan's brain had already shut down. He couldn't answer the question. Congratulations to Lucky Song Tianjiu for killing Lucky Abraham, earning 5 paradise coins. Lucky Abraham dropped 100 paradise coins, for a total of 105. Current dungeon, Lucky 200/255, survival rate 78.4%. Warning. Death game, cheating is prohibited. Pan's warning, however, actually relieved the lucky ones. Countless red roots enveloped the deceased Lucky Hippo and the deceased Lucky Abraham. When the roots disappeared, only a few clumps of clothing remained on the ground. Grilled squid, 2 paradise coins a skewer. The Yuri vendor selling grilled squid was still hawking his blood-stained skewers. Perhaps due to the high temperature of the grill, the tendrils only removed the head from the plate, without absorbing the blood. One lucky person muttered, "I never want to eat grilled squid again." After this little incident, unease returned to the hearts of the lucky ones. Geyer clung to Song Tianjia's arm, the gunshot preventing her from letting go. Song Tianjia laboriously slipped the gun back onto the collar-like strap around his neck with one hand, letting out a deep sigh. "Abraham is dead, let go." Geyer was still trembling. Song Tianjiu wanted to remove her, but noticed Geyer's eyes were fixed in one direction, trembling. Song Tianjiu followed Geyer's gaze, and saw a clown in the chaotic crowd. The clown's classic red and blue outfit, tricorn hat, red nose, pale face, rosy cheeks, star-shaped eyes, and painted smiling lips. And the 2 shoes, one red and one blue. All of this clearly indicates that it's a serious clown. The clown's starry eyes met Song Tianjia's gaze, and it immediately made a comical gesture, pulling out a balloon and putting it to its mouth. Almost instantly, the long red balloon was inflated. The balloon, over a meter long, was twisted into a heart shape by the clown. The red heart was held aloft by the clown, swaying in midair. Rule 5. The clown does not have red balloons within the park. If you see the clown with a red balloon, please pretend you didn't see it. Chapter 92. While Song Tianjiu was looking at the clown was also looking at her. Just then, the other lucky winners also noticed the clown. In the chaos just now, no one saw when the clown appeared. A red balloon. The lucky winners surrounding her froze, and for a moment, only the screams of the tourists remained. The lucky winners turned their heads away, pretending not to see the clown. The clown walked towards Song Tianjiu, the red balloon in his hand exceptionally bright. At this moment, whether it was the lucky winners, who were observing out of the corner of their eyes, or the spectators outside the arena, everyone was worried. Admittedly, Song Tianjia's performance had been commendable all along, successfully surviving until now. But now she was facing an NPC within the rules. What would happen if she saw the clown? Everyone had this question in their minds. Zhao Yuan covered his face, squatting on the ground, half a pumpkin cake in his mouth, staring intently at the balloon clown. Zhao Yubai squatted down, staring intently at the balloon clown, puzzled. Why are they suddenly so nervous? Isn't that a blue balloon? Did I suddenly develop red-green color blindness? No, right. Song Tianjia's scarf is still red. That guide was wearing an orange-red scarf around his neck. I've been wanting to ask this for a while. The weather isn't that cold. Why couldn't Song Tianjiu put that thing in his pocket? It's so bright red, it looks kinda scary. Rule 5. There are no red balloons for the clown in the park. If you see a clown with a red balloon, pretend you didn't see it. Zhao Yubai became increasingly confused, starting to doubt his own eyes. He hooked his arm around Zhao Yuan's shoulder and asked, "Brother, what did you see?" Zhao Yuan stared intently at the balloon and said, the clown handed the balloon to Song Tianjiu, saying, "My lord, I offer you my heart. My lord, I offer you my heart." The red balloon clown, holding the heart-shaped balloon, walked to Song Tianjiu and held it in both hands. The blood-red mouth painted in red oil paint appeared somewhat distorted with its smile. Sleepless Island. What's going on? I'm scared. What's going to happen? I'm breaking the rules like this. I'm already scared. I dare not look. I really dare not look. Vision Lotus. Guer is also looking at the red balloon clown. Why isn't the clown looking for Guer? Mo Xiusui. This amusement park has felt off from the beginning. It seems to be aiming to wipe out the lucky ones. Summer is lazy. Will Song Tianjiu die if he gets the red balloon? They already come this far. They could have kept going. The hearts of the Yin Kingdom audience were in their throats. Nandata stopped kneading the dough, staring blankly at the terrified faces of the lucky ones. What are you looking at? We're running out of pumpkin juice. Ribbit. They look so scared. Ribbit. Someone's about to cry, ribbit. Two frogs hopped around in the crowd, their webbed feet slapping the legs of the lucky guy, who was on the verge of tears. Ribbit, what are you afraid of? Ribbit? Nandata said to Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran, who were squatting by the stall. You two, don't slack off, come and work. According to the rules, we need. Nandata paused, counted on his fingers, then gave up and shouted to the frogs, how many paradise coins do we need? Ribbit, old lady Lu said, we need to ensure a balanced diet, we can't just eat pumpkin. One person's daily food allowance is 10 paradise coins. Currently, we have 158 people alive, requiring 1580 paradise coins. Ribbit, 1 hour of work equals 1 paradise coin. Conservatively, each person needs 5 coins, so we need 790 paradise coins a day. The two frogs said in unison, we need 2370 paradise coins a day. Pumpkin pancakes cost 3 for 1 paradise coin, or 10 for 3 paradise coins. We need to make 7,900 pumpkin pancakes. Quack! Nandata felt his head was about to explode. He immediately rushed into the group of lucky workers and shouted, stop slacking off. If you slack off again, you get your wages docked. Nandata was furious. Logistic support was difficult enough, and these lucky workers weren't even working diligently. Being the logistics supervisor was really tough. Some words seemed to have offended Lu Huixiang. The old lady's body stiffened, and she turned to look at Nandatu. What did you say about docking wages? Lu Huixiang rushed up to Nandatu, pointing at the clown. See that? The red balloon clown. And now you're saying you dock wages? Nandatu was completely bewildered. Not daring to provoke the old lady, he took a step back, clutching his pumpkin head and looking pitiful. That's a blue balloon. Lu Huixiang was startled and turned to look at the clown. Sure enough, she saw that the clown was holding a blue balloon. I clearly saw a red balloon just now. How did it turn blue? Lu Huixiang's eyes widened, first doubting her own eyesight, then bursting into curses. When faced with a problem, don't question yourself, question others first. That's the way to avoid internal conflict. Which by **** is blind. What kind of crap dares to play this kind of trick? Do you even understand what a ghost wall is? Lu Huixiang wasn't a good-tempered old woman. She was stubborn and loved to argue. When pushed to the limit, she could stand on the roadside and yell for hours. Lu Huixiang was getting angrier and angrier. This is called giving false information. He should be shot. The old woman rushed back into the crowd, observing the condition of the other lucky ones. At her age, she knew exactly what was going on. She immediately pulled out her long empty pipe, leaped up, and smashed it over the head. Take this to wake me up. Chu Guang was the first to be hit on the head, receiving a solid blow. Did it sound good? If it sounded good, it was a good head. Chu Guang crouched on the ground, clutching her head in pain. She looked at the clown again. It wasn't a red balloon at all, but clearly a blue one. Time seemed to freeze around the clown. It presented the balloon to Song Tianjiao, but Song Tianjiao didn't move. Guer was still clinging to Song Tianjiao's arm. From Chu Guang's perspective, this scene seemed like a normal outing between best friends, where they were chosen by an NPC in the amusement park for interaction. No, I clearly saw a red balloon just now. With my eyesight, I couldn't have been mistaken. Is there some hallucinogenic ingredient affecting me? The staunch materialist Chu Guang was on high alert, and immediately joined Lu Huixiang's beating squad. One flick on the head each, one more if one wasn't enough, plenty more. Wake up! Don't look so mournful, crying will kill you. Chu Guang shouted in Lucky's ear, working tirelessly. Nandata nodded in satisfaction. There are still capable people, still many good people. The hard-working pumpkin head cook once again threw himself into his busy work. Back at his post, passing Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran, he simply picked them up, one in each hand. Now, immediately, peel the pumpkin and juice it. Zhao Yuran's brain had gone blank again. A pumpkin was shoved into his hand, and he started gnawing on it. Nandata yelled in exasperation. Zhao Yubai, holding a peeler, diligently peeled the pumpkin while muttering, they mistook blue for red? What's the reason? What's going on? Is the tree of wisdom influencing them? As soon as Zhao Yubai finished speaking, red roots appeared behind him, quite human-like, making a gesture as if to pinch his ear. Chapter 93. No, It's not the Tree of Wisdom. It must be something else, maybe related to the Misty Forest, or maybe some other existence. Hearing Zhao Yubai's words, the red roots paused, slowly retracted, and continued to climb Nandata's body onto the cart, stealing pumpkin cakes. Zhao Yubai was completely unaware that he had escaped a beating. He was still trying to analyze the situation. Of the more than 100 lucky people present, not everyone could regain their senses with a single blow like Chu Guang. Lu Huaixiang and Chu Guang were busy in the crowd. Zhao Yubai peeled the pumpkin, while analyzing the situation. As the peeler removed the pumpkin skin, it occasionally scraped away the calluses on the edge of his thumb. Layer by layer of calluses were removed, and gradually, blood began to seep from the edge of Zhao Yubai's thumb. The Laughter Amusement Park has 7 rules. Rule 1. Please keep smiling in the amusement park. If you can't smile, at least don't cry. Rule 2. All purchases in the amusement park must be made with park coins. Each person starts with 3 park coins. Rule 3. Park coins are transferable. Have fun killing your teammates, and you'll be rewarded with 5 park coins. Rule 4. Please stay hydrated and full. Rule 5. The clown does not have red balloons in the park. If you see the clown with a red balloon, please pretend you didn't see it. Rule 6. The park is divided into 5 areas: Mischievous Paradise, Dragon Valley, Ocean World, Grassland Tribe, and the Tree of Wisdom. There is no Misty Forest in the park. If you accidentally enter the Misty Forest, please leave as soon as possible. Rule 7. Please strictly abide by the rules of the rides. Park security will remove unruly visitors. Rules 1 and 4 directly lead to death. Some lucky players have already died from crying and from food shortages. These 2 rules are undeniably direct deaths. Zhao Yubai believes these are rules with no room for maneuver, ironclad laws. Rules 2 and 3 are designed to incite infighting among the lucky players. Rule 2 directly eliminates the possibility of bartering, using currency to restrict the lucky player's spending. The amusement park coins, as the sole designated currency of the amusement park, maximize the effect of Rule 3. Rule 3 states that amusement park coins can be transferred, and killing a teammate rewards 5 amusement park coins. It's practically telling all the lucky players want to live? Kill your teammates and you live. Let the killing begin. If it were only that, this rule would be incredibly destructive. However, there's also the restriction that if the death rate exceeds 50%, the entire party is wiped out. This forcibly binds all the lucky players to one group. Rules 2 and 3, combined with the initial 50% death rate restriction, are a powerful combination. This series of combined attacks was enough to plunge all the lucky survivors into a chain of suspicion. Zhao Yubai was a suspicious person. If he had entered the game alone, and there wasn't a 50% mortality rate for the entire group, he could have simply chosen to end his own life. However, the lucky survivors in the Laughter Amusement Park were in a state of contradictory unity. The lucky survivors shared a common goal. To survive, the mortality rate had to be below 50%. The rules also stipulated requirements for being well-fed and hydrated. This meant that to survive, they either had to complete potentially fatal amusement park rides or commit murder. Mischievous Paradise might be the amusement park with the lowest mortality rate. This is evident from the death reports. Zhao Yubai stared at the crowd not far away, his eyes filled with fear. Others are hell. If I don't kill you, will you come to kill me? Paradise coins meant food, water, and lodging. Paradise coins were necessities for survival. The lucky ones could initially maintain basic ethics and morality, earning paradise coins by participating in rites. Afterward, chaos was inevitable. Then, what if someone steals my paradise coins? Should I strike first? I can't just wait to be killed, can I? The peeler, while slicing the pumpkin skin, also wiped away the blood seeping from Zhao Yubai's wound. The sharp pain jolted Zhao Yubai awake. He realized that his thinking had gone to extremes. That wasn't his usual way of thinking. Zhao Yubai was a multifaceted thinker. He often considered things from multiple angles. First, what's the reason for making these rules? Is it to make us kill each other and reap fear? Then these rules certainly have reaped a lot of fear. Second, what would an ordinary lucky person do in this situation? Third, what would I, Zhao Yubai, do in this situation? If I were alone here, what would I do? Now I'm in a team, and our team has 61 people. Pan's tricks, when facing team battles, especially against Pumpkin Teacher, render all the rules meaningless. Fourth, events generally unfold in 3 steps. This can also be simply described as cause and effect. The rule makers are the cause, and the lucky participants in the death game are the result. So, how do we sever the connection between cause and effect? Fifth, According to the usual pattern, the red balloon of Rule 5 will first appear as a blue balloon. When the witnesses believe it and lower their guard, the blue balloon will turn into a red balloon. Using a rhetorical device of building suspense before absurdity is the only way to create fear. Sustainable fear is true fear. The behavior of the red balloon turning into a blue balloon doesn't seem like Pan's doing. Zhao Yubai continued, his expression manic. Sixth. Thud. The pipe smashed onto Zhao Yubai's head. What 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going up the mountain to fight a tiger. Lu Huixiang sat down cursing, her lips twitching as she saw Zhao Yubai's bleeding thumb. Useless at everything, but number one at cooking. Zhang De. Here. Zhang De, now fully conscious, immediately rushed out from the crowd. Treat this kid's wounds, and check his brain while you're at it. His way of speaking, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is giving me a headache. The enemy's gun's already pointed at his face, and he's still counting bullets. Is he crazy? Zhang De, suppressing a laugh, approached and his lips twitched when he saw the wound on Zhao Yubai's finger. Zhang De immediately took out medical iodine wipes from the first aid kit, not even bothering to take out the iodine bottle. If Lu Huixiang hadn't called for help, Zhang De wouldn't have even given Zhao Yubai's wound a second glance. This wound has a lot of layers, clearly showing the structure of the skin. Young man, are you studying human epidermis? Zhang De joked while disinfecting the wound. After saying that, a band-aid was already on the wound. The band-aid's medicine irritated the wound, causing Zhao Yubai to wince in pain. Zhao Yubai stared at his finger and suddenly said, "Is it possible that we have more than one enemy?" Zhang De nodded. Besides the 61 of us, everyone else is, strictly speaking, an enemy. They're only temporarily cooperating with us. This kind of cooperation is easier to break than a handful of loose sand. Zhang De didn't think much of it. Anyone who come from the battlefield and could still communicate normally was incredibly calm. He asked, "What are you so afraid of?" Song Tianjiao leaned closer and poked Zhao Yubai's shoulder with a balloon. "Yeah, what are you afraid of?" Zhao Yubai stared at the balloon in Song Tianjia's hand, almost choking on his own breath. Pointing at the balloon, he exclaimed, You, what color is this balloon?" Chapter 94. Color? Song Tianjiao, holding up the balloon, clearly saw the fear in Zhao Yubai's eyes. The balloon's reflection lingered in Zhao Yubai's eyes, its color shifting between red and blue. Rule 5. The clown does not possess red balloons within the park. If you see the clown with a red balloon, pretend you didn't see it. Currently, no one knows the consequences of a red balloon. Blue at least represents safety. The clown was still nearby, now wielding a crescent-shaped scythe, his smile exceptionally bright. Zhao Yubai could almost see the scythe fall, and the head flying off. Zhao Yubai shoved Zhao Yuan forcefully. "What did you see? Tell me, what did you see?" Zhao Yuan dropped the half-eaten pumpkin in his hand, was pushed to the ground, and, holding up both hands, looked blankly at Zhao Yubai, innocently saying, "A blue balloon." Zhao Yubai took a deep breath and pointed at the clown behind Song Tianjiao, saying, "And this one? What color is it?" Zhao Yuan scratched his head. "There's a Ferris wheel over there, yellow one." Zhao Yubai grabbed Zhao Yuan's shoulders and shook him violently. "I didn't tell you to look at a Ferris wheel. Where did this Ferris wheel come from?" Song Tianjiao thought Zhao Yubai was having an episode. She touched Zhao Yubai's stomach, using the same technique as touching a chick's crop. Confirming that he was full, Song Tianjiao directly picked up a bottle of pumpkin juice from a stall and poured it into Zhao Yubai's mouth. Glug glug, glug glug. Zhao Yubai had no chance to resist at all. His limbs were fixed in place by red roots, and he was forced to swallow the pumpkin juice. After pouring a bottle of pumpkin juice down his throat, Song Tianjiao removed the collar from her neck and gave Zhao Yubai a slap. Duang. Zhao Yubai fainted instantly. Alright, that way he won't go crazy. He be full and won't starve or thirst to death while sleeping. Song Tianjiao was very satisfied with his actions. I'm a genius. Zhang De, holding the syringe, swallowed hard. He already drawn out the sedative. It would be a waste not to use it. Who would he give it to? Zhang De glanced at Zhao Yuan, wondering whether to give the kid an injection. But Zhao Yuan was behaving very well now, picking up a pumpkin and earnestly munching on it. His teeth were excellent, like a rabbit's. Just as Zhang De hesitated about wasting the injection, Zhang Sanwen brought Zhang Mian over. Quickly, give him an injection. Zhang De glanced at Zhang Mian's pupils and immediately gave her an injection. What's wrong? Emotional problem. Zhang Sanwen was clearly used to handling these kinds of situations. He simply placed Zhang Mian on a chair nearby and took a blanket from his bag to wrap her up. After finishing, Zhang Sanwen looked at Zhao Yubai, who was lying on the ground in a baby-like sleep, and asked, somewhat puzzled, what happened to him. Song Tianju said, he received some treatment. Physical therapy, forever a god. Zhang Sanwen didn't think much of it, and pointed to Guer, who had disappeared into the crowd, saying, that's not right. Wasn't she clinging to your arm, and wouldn't let go? What's the difference between that, and clinging to a teammate's leg during a fight? This idiot, is he faking it, or is he just not thinking straight? After saying this, Zhang Sanwen immediately raised his hand, and slapped himself. Zhang Sanwen, watch your mouth. Now, Song Tianju began to doubt Zhang Sanwen's mental state. She silently picked up the collar hanging around her neck, considering whether to give it to Zhang Sanwen. Physical therapy was effective immediately. Xia Qingshan and Tian Tian bought double-skin milk pudding, only to find there were no seats. Tian Tian put down her backpack and sat on it. Xia Qingshan sat directly on Zhao Yubai's back. The two little kids, whose combined age was no more than 20, seemed completely unaffected by what had just happened. Tian Tian pointed to the tall Ferris wheel in the distance, her eyes sparkling, and asked, can we ride the Ferris wheel? Xia Qingshan also looked at Song Tianju with longing. The Yin Kingdom audience erupted in an uproar upon seeing this scene. I want to see the group portrait. This amusement park is strange. Why are Tian Tian and Xia Qingshan riding the Ferris wheel here? It looks like a trap. Zishan, could Tian Tian and Xia Qingshan have been bewitched? Tian Tian is a child. She might be interested in the Ferris wheel. Why would Xia Qingshan be interested in the Ferris wheel? He looks like a child, but he's a mature man at heart. A sniper with amazing handicraft skills. Chosen worker, it looks like a trap. I'm actually a little curious about that Ferris wheel. Was it there before? It's so tall, it must be a landmark, right? I never noticed it before. Junjun, yellow has the highest brightness, it's the most eye-catching color. When Song Tianjia skydived, it was a panoramic overhead view, and I didn't even notice the Ferris wheel. I'm an art student, with my ability to summarize, I couldn't possibly overlook the Ferris wheel. Tian Yuding. So, the Ferris wheel didn't exist before? The Yin country audience was convinced there was something wrong with the Ferris wheel. Some people watched the replay and found that the Ferris wheel had always been there. Now everyone was stunned and started discussing whether or not they should go on the Ferris wheel. This Ferris wheel, just like the red and blue balloons, makes people uneasy. This was something that hadn't existed before, yet it appeared in the recording. In the live stream, Song Tianjiao grabbed a strange NPC selling candied hawthorns as he passed by and asked, what are the rules for the Ferris wheel? The strange NPC, held by Song Tianjia's sleeve, didn't dare meet his gaze, and said in a trembling voice, 1 amusement park coin per person, a private cabin costs 20 amusement park coins, and can hold 30 people. Upon hearing this, the viewers immediately called him a swindler. Other attractions don't require amusement park coins. Other attractions only cost lives. Song Tianju released his grip, letting the strange NPC leave, and squinted at the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel looked close, but it was actually located in a corner of the amusement park. Adjacent to the ocean world and grassland tribe attractions, it was entirely yellow and very conspicuous. I didn't see this thing before, let's go. Song Tianju put his hands in his pockets and walked straight towards the Ferris wheel. Tian Tian and Xia Qingshan immediately stood up and followed closely behind. Wang Jiuzhe also followed. Huh? Just going straight there? Without discussing it? Zhang Sanwen looked at the group's backs, feeling a little uncomfortable. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Yuan followed. Nobody's been on the Ferris wheel, nobody's, Zhao Yuan muttered, trailing behind Song Tianjiu and the others. Zhang Sanwen, supporting Zhang Miyan, wanted to go but couldn't, and shouted, Zhang Wenwei, come on! Zhang Wenwei was studying the blood-stained grilled squid when she heard Zhang Sanwen's call. Turning around, she saw Song Tianjiu striding past with an air of nonchalance. By the time Song Tianjiu left the food area, more than 20 people were following behind him. Song Tianjiu stood on tiptoe to count the number, saying, 8 more needed. It'd be worth it to have 30. Bring some dry rations and water. The Yin Kingdom team's only dry rations and water were pumpkin bread, pumpkin pancakes, and pumpkin juice. A group of 30 people, carrying only dry rations, walked briskly towards the Ferris wheel. There was no further communication during the journey. The international viewers were dumbfounded. You guys really dared to go? Chapter 95. Sea of Aurora, I'm completely baffled. All I know is that the mysterious girl from Yin Kingdom possesses mysterious powers. She's a magical girl. She has extraordinary powers. Kangaroo athlete, what color is that balloon? I'm utterly confused. Camel doesn't like cactus. I don't know why, but they made decisions without communicating. And we know nothing. What are they planning? The Strategic Deception Bureau is fooling me again. 30 people, would going there be suicide? I think hiding in the food court is the safest place right now. Loyal follower of Lord Guan, why did those two kids insist on going to the Ferris wheel? Song Tianjiu walked forward, hands in his pockets, whistling. Zhang Wenwei, who was going with him, silently took out a recording pen and held it to Song Tianjiu's mouth. I heard this melody before, my grandma hummed it, but she's tone-deaf. She can't even sing the national anthem properly. Let's try again. Song Tianjiu looked completely innocent. Is it possible that I sing off-key too? Zhang Wenwei, that really is a problem. With both of them off-key, the melody would become something quite strange. Who knows? To get to the Ferris wheel, you have to pass the Tree of Wisdom. Visibly, the leaves of the Tree of Wisdom have turned even redder. At first they were green, then a little red, and now about a third of each leaf is tinged with an ominous blood-red hue. This is the blood of those lucky enough to die, stained red with fresh blood. Song Tianjiu passed by the Tree of Wisdom and deliberately ran over to kick the trunk. This kick shouldn't have shaken a tree as thick as a dozen people could hug, but the leaves and branches of the Tree of Wisdom began to sway violently without any wind. A cloyingly sweet aura emanated from the Tree of Wisdom, amplifying the desires within everyone. Song Tianjiu grew increasingly impatient, raising her arm and saying, "Let's go, let's finish this quickly." Song Tianjiu was nearing her breaking point. This tree was testing her limits of patience. The rules here were challenging her bottom line. Zhang Wenwei clearly sensed that Song Tianjiu's demeanor was different after leaving the Tree of Wisdom and returning to the group. Previously, Song Tianjiu appeared harmless, whether squatting on the ground eating sunflower seeds or covering her rear end after being pecked by a goose while lying. Song Tianjiu's gaze was always calm. Now, Song Tianjiu was highly aggressive. Not the kind of aggression she displayed when attacking Anderson and Abraham. It was a different kind, understated yet frightening aggression. As the Art of War says, a skilled warrior achieves no great feats. Similarly, a skilled killer doesn't reveal much killing intent. Zhang Wenwei noticed that Song Tianjiu's behavior was unusual, much like her grandmother's when she was about to beat up her father. Song Tianjiu, what are you thinking about? A family cannot have two masters. A mountain cannot have two tigers. Zhang Wenwei boldly guessed, you mean, there are two strange forces here? Song Tianjiu stopped talking and quickly walked towards the Ferris wheel. The other 29 people followed behind her. Out of vigilance, everyone except Tian and Xie Qishan had serious expressions. The lucky riders who were about to enter the amusement park immediately hid when they saw them. Same clothes, same serious expressions, walking straight ahead without looking to the side. Who wouldn't be suspicious if they encountered such a group? The lucky riders who were not from the Yin Kingdom camp were a little panicked. Bao Zhu and Xie Yulai were among the 30 people heading to the Ferris wheel. Xie Yulai walked at the back of the group, constantly adjusting his equipment, reporting back via channel 2 every 200 meters. Previously, the group had been wandering around the playful amusement park and the food court. Xie Yulai's panoramic map was only the bird's-eye view he obtained while riding the sky train ride. Therefore, on the way to the Ferris wheel, he diligently collected data. They needed to survive for 3 days, and he had thought that with the pumpkin head, they could survive for 3 days. Now that they were out, they naturally wanted to understand the entire park's terrain. Xie Yulai pushed Bao Zhu aside. Bao Zhu, go to the far right, don't go into the group. You have a locator on you, it will emit a signal, and I receive it here. Bao Zhu looked bewildered. When did I get a locator? How come I didn't know? The Yin Kingdom audience nearly burst into laughter. Jiang Xian, the traitorous Bao Zhu is still in the dark. Bichon Fry's famous mad woman. Actually, this Bao Zhu, apart from his slightly crooked butt, seems to be fine. Yun Ai, how do you know Bao Zhu is biased? How come I didn't know? Zhu sure. The information on Yangua's lucky winners is all public, didn't you see it? Currently, all the information is available except for Song Tianjiu and Xie Qishan. Dongyuan's Nan Shizi, aren't you afraid of trouble? Wasn't there a case of a lucky winner's family being mysteriously murdered before? Pen Gugadai, the past is the past, the present is the present. The families of Yangua's lucky winners have already made secret arrangements. This time, everything is public. They're not shady characters, whoever causes trouble, they taste the iron fist of the stability maintenance team. Jie Shangji Lian, except for Bao Zhu, everyone else in this group is respectable, they were all carefully selected. Don't let Xie Yulai's appearance fool you. He's actually quite shrewd in the shady business. Eggplant loves me once. Gugu, don't look, it's a bad comment. Gugu is Cielula's online name. Yes, we're the ones who exposed him. 360 degrees flying world. Upstairs, you seem quite proud. But Cielula seems really useful. He works on his own initiative without needing any instructions. The atmosphere in the Yin Kingdom's livestream room is somewhat different from the international server. The Yin Kingdom viewers are trying to calm things down. They're unsure what will happen on the Ferris wheel, but they hope everyone can be alright. Currently, staying in the food court is undoubtedly the best option. The passing tourists will buy some of the affordable pumpkin pancakes and pumpkin juice. Making enough pumpkin pancakes will earn enough amusement park coins. The survival of the fittest strategy is always the best approach. But no one questions why Tian and Xie Shan want to go to the Ferris wheel. They've simply been tempted by the sight of that yellow Ferris wheel. Just like when she saw the apples in Duofu town, a longing was stirred within her. As the group moved forward, they passed the ocean world and the grassland tribe, and the lucky ones from Yin Kingdom attracted the attention of many others. Those lucky ones didn't dare to approach and greet them, only observing from afar. Those lucky ones willing to surrender had already joined the Yin Kingdom's group, while the remaining lucky ones were wary of them. Changing their mindset wouldn't be easy. Zhang Wenwei looked at the lucky ones hiding in the corners, and silently shook her head. A 50% survival rate was the death line. If possible, of course, the more people who survived, the better. The more people who survived, the more confident the people of Blue Star would feel. Hope was more important than anything else. As Zhang Wenwei pondered this, she noticed the group had stopped and looked up to see the towering Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel was entirely yellow, a very standard yellow, not orange yellow, nor a greenish yellow. This yellow was extremely bright. Zhang Wenwei even thought it had a fluorescent quality. Song Tianjiu had already gone over to look at the Ferris wheel rules. This ride costs extra and doesn't offer any park coins as a reward. Chapter 96. The viewers in the live stream saw the rules for the Ferris wheel. The Laughter Ferris wheel. This is the tallest ride in Laughter Amusement Park, taking 60 minutes for one rotation. The Ferris wheel is 233 meters tall and has 48 cabins, each accommodating a maximum of 30 people. Free drinks and snacks are provided, and food service is available for a fee. A single ticket for the Laughter Ferris wheel costs 1 park coin, and a cabin ticket costs 20 park coins. The Ferris wheel is different. It requires a separate fee, and compared to the entrance fee for Laughter Amusement Park, it's quite expensive. Food and water are expensive because they are essential for survival. Is the Ferris wheel so expensive because they're afraid of lucky people riding it? Would anyone really waste a precious park coin to ride the Ferris wheel? These questions lingered in the minds of every viewer. Wow, it's so high! Song Tianjiu exclaimed, looking up at the Ferris wheel. She pulled out 20 amusement park coins to buy a ticket, muttering, I hate looking up at things. The viewers in the live stream looked at Song Tianjiu's pockets, recalling her savings. First kill of Anderson earned her 11 amusement park coins. Defeating Abraham earned her 105 amusement park coins. Even after deducting the coins returned to the lucky winner, and the coins spent on snacks, Song Tianjiu still had 110 amusement park coins left. 110 amusement park coins didn't seem like much, but compared to amusement park tickets? Tickets only cost 2 amusement park coins. A 3-day, 2-night amusement park trip only required 10 amusement park coins for accommodation. As for food, no matter how high the prices were in the amusement park, 100 amusement park coins were enough to live on for 3 days. Daily joy. If Song Tianjiu were a lone wolf, she could live very, very well. I won't be sleepy if I fall asleep. I can't imagine the psychological pressure Song Tianjiu would put on others if he were a shadowy figure, hiding in the dark and spying on humanity. Bright moon shines in the sky. Is it that top-ranked player who never shows their face? It's Momo, not Momo. Upstairs, please, change your name, I'm scared. A bright moon hangs on a branch. What are you afraid of? The moon barks. What are you afraid of? It's Momo, not Momo, Never mind, I pretend I didn't see it. The viewers in the Yin Kingdom's live stream chatted back and forth, trying to ease the atmosphere. 20 paradise coins are still too expensive. I'm a thrifty person at heart, a little reluctant to part with them. Eating and drinking is a good deal, but if I don't have fun and am unhappy, and then lose 20 paradise coins, that would be unpleasant. Mianming, although I also want to ride the Ferris wheel, 20 amusement park coins. Pan is definitely a capitalist, bibidiabu. If there aren't any important clues here, I really get angry. Munang summing, isn't Pan just trying to scare us? Wrong, it only makes me angry. Song Tianju put one hand in her pocket, cracked sunflower seeds with the other, and threw the shells into the trash can next to the strange creature working 3 meters away. She looked extremely bored. The other lucky ones from Yin country were also tired from walking over. They slumped over while queuing, some even sitting on the ground and asking Song Tianju for sunflower seeds to crack. Someone pulled out a deck of cards from somewhere, and several people gathered around to play cards. The viewers in the live stream were all dumbfounded. I love that sea. Looks a bit arrogant. I wouldn't dare do that. It's easy for the gangsters to see it as provocation. An Indian. My God, they actually have the mood to play cards. God, is this really okay? I can do the hula dance. I glanced at the Yin Chinese guy walking his dog downstairs. He goes to the school next door. He was walking his husky, and was angrily berating the dog that stole someone's ice cream, looking pretty arrogant. Mo Yunan, what's so arrogant about it? He's just trying to distract himself. Otherwise, queuing is exhausting. The Yin Chinese audience and the international audience seem separated by a chasm, neither understanding the other's central idea. Yin Chinese audience. Queuing is tiring enough, and the atmosphere is so tense and exciting. Of course we need to relax, eat some sunflower seeds, play cards. What's wrong with that? International audience. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. If I were Pan, I'd be furious. By the end of this exchange, the Yin Chinese audience was starting to question their existence. How is that arrogant? What kind of arrogance is this? Isn't real arrogance about slapping Pan in the face? Only when Pan shouts no cheating. Will the Yin Kingdom audience genuinely laugh out loud? They're tense, okay? They won't laugh out loud until it's truly funny. Besides, if we don't relax, are we supposed to cry? Nobody cares about hot cho bei bei. Don't panic when you encounter a problem. Think about how to get rid of the culprit first. Playing dirty jokes, cough and reflecting light. Pan is messing with our mentality. We can't fall for it. Jin Yin Sibna. Our slogan is, Yin Kingdom doesn't support evil gods. Yin Kingdom doesn't support idol gods either. Pan, go away. Pan, go away. Who called me? After waiting for 30 minutes, the Ferris wheel finally stopped, and a small number of tourists came out of the cabins, while the waiting tourists went in. The Ferris wheel turned, waiting for visitors to enter. Soon, it was the turn of 30 lucky people to go up. Baozhu exclaimed excitedly, wow, so high. There aren't any Ferris wheels this tall on Blue Star right now. There's only one that claims to be tall, but it's not actually a proper Ferris wheel. Xiaoyulai glanced at him and sighed. Having had his experience at the playful amusement park, Xiaoyulai didn't trust any amusement park rides, especially one that required payment. The more he thought about it, the more ripped off he felt. Before entering the cabin, Xiaoyulai stuck something to a pillar, adjusting the angle as he asked the strange worker, didn't we buy a pass? Why do we have to pay extra? The strange worker who opened the door smiled brightly. Dear visitors, the Ferris wheel is a special attraction and is not included in the pass. Song Tianjiao leaned closer, cheek to cheek with the strange worker. Your prices here are weird. A 3-day amusement park ticket is only 2 amusement park coins. The Ferris wheel costs 1 amusement park coin per person. Is your Ferris wheel inlaid with gold? Wei Yi stammered, unable to speak, but still smiling. Zhao Yuran suddenly reached out and poked Song Tianju on the back of the head, only to be kicked in return. Zhao Yuran clutched his head, completely bewildered as to why he'd been kicked, but still managed to say, there wasn't a Ferris wheel before. Song Tianju realized he'd been too wary and had hit the wrong person, patted Zhao Yuran on the shoulder, and said earnestly, don't ambush me. This time it's just a kick. Next time it might be your life. At this moment, Song Tianju was incredibly aggressive. Zhao Yuran nodded vigorously, clutching his head as he rushed into the private room. The private room was about 15 square meters, complete with a restroom, bar, and karaoke equipment. 3 sides had floor-to-ceiling windows, offering panoramic views. 30 people in a 15 square meter space felt slightly cramped. Everyone examined the cabin, scrutinizing every nook and cranny. Zhang Wenhua said, it looks fine, not much different from a regular Ferris wheel. However, there aren't any proper Ferris wheels this tall on Blue Star right now. As the ride started, the cabin moved slowly, and the scenery changed for everyone. They heard children's laughter and exclamations, and through the cabin, they could see tourists running and laughing in the amusement park, queuing for rides. Baozhu leaned against the window, looking down, and sighed, I used to be such a happy child, but I can't find that happiness anymore. As he spoke, Baozhu's voice choked with emotion. Xiaoyulai, who was processing data, slapped Baozhu upon hearing this. Don't cry. Chapter 97. Bao Zhu's eyes cleared instantly. He touched his eyes. They were indeed a little wet. Bao Zhu's body trembled, and he hugged Xie Yulai tightly. Brother Lai. You're my god? Get lost. Xie Yulai kicked him away, and continued processing the data. He had attached many surveillance cameras along the way, and the cameras were transmitting footage. Several cameras had been removed by other lucky individuals, but the rest were dutifully fulfilling their mission. Xie Yulai looked at the surveillance footage, his expression growing increasingly grim. His gaze swept around the room, finally settling on Song Tianjiu and Zhang Wenwei. Song Tianjiao, Zhang Wenwei, and Wang Jiuzhu were rolling dice. Each of them had a free bottle of cola in front of them. Whoever lost had to take a sip. It was unclear what they were betting on, but they just drank whatever they wanted. Xie Yulai carried the equipment over, grabbed the still spinning dice, placed them on the ground, and put the screen on the table. Look at this. The three of them crowded around and saw the tourists on the security camera, looking like zombies. Those tourists wearing little red hats, little blue hats, little yellow hats, and vests of various colors, had no smiles on their faces. They all had long faces and looked extremely upset. Xie Yulai zoomed in on the last fixed camera, which was mounted on a pillar and pointed directly at the queuing area and the pirate ship ride not far away. In the footage, all the tourists had long faces and moved sluggishly, completely unlike the playful and carefree people they had seen earlier. Is what we saw really what we saw? Xie Yulai pointed to the floor-to-ceiling window. Even through the glass, they could hear laughter. He connected the equipment to speakers and turned the volume up to maximum. The sounds of tourists crying and wailing came from inside. Several lucky people who had been checking the nooks and crannies of their booths and looking out at the scene outside stopped what they were doing and looked at the screen. Xie Yulai repeated, "Is what we're seeing really what we're seeing?" Just then, Qin Yinshu exclaimed, "The first crying lucky person." Everyone's gaze left the screen and rushed to the glass window, following Qin Yinshu's finger. There stood the blonde, blue-eyed lucky person among the tourists, holding a balloon and wiping away tears. Isn't he already dead? What color is that balloon? The crowd looked at each other, trying to get answers from one another. Rule 1. Please keep smiling in the amusement park. If you can't smile, at least don't cry. Crying will kill you. But now, the first lucky person to die from crying was right before their eyes. Rule 5. There are no red balloons for the clown in the park. If you see the clown with a red balloon, pretend you didn't see it. The crying lucky one is holding a balloon. But to them, the balloon is gray, like only the balloon is selected in a photo editing app, presenting a vague gray. What color is the balloon? Everyone was horrified and looked at Xie Yulai's screen. Xie Yulai located the crying lucky one's position. There weren't many suitable places to place security cameras along the way, and several cameras had been pried off, so only one camera was currently showing the crying lucky one. Unfortunately, due to the angle, only the crying lucky one's body and hands were visible. The balloon was completely out of the frame. Wang Jiuzhou glanced at the crying scene on the screen, then at the joyous celebration outside. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pulled out a gleaming yellow brocade pouch and took out 2 eyeballs. Using the eyeballs as glasses, Wang Jiuzhou leaned close to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring intently at the crying lucky person. It's purple. Hearing this, everyone lined up, their hands trembling, to borrow the 2 eyeballs to look at the balloon. These days, many people wouldn't even dare eat duck or rabbit heads, let alone 2 human eyeballs. Their curiosity and fear ultimately overcame their psychological barriers, and everyone looked through the eyeballs at the crying lucky person. Purple. Everyone's answer was unanimous. Red plus blue equals purple. The 3 primary colors of pigment are red, yellow, and blue. Blue plus red equals purple. Red plus yellow equals orange. Yellow plus blue equals green. Theoretically, layering 3 colors should result in black, but due to pigment limitations, layering the 3 primary colors in all brands of paint on the market will produce a very muddy gray. If the overall tone is cool, it will appear as a purplish gray. If the overall tone is warm, it will appear as an orangey gray. Different brands of paint will produce different shades of gray when layered. Blue balloons, red balloons, a standard yellow Ferris wheel, and gray balloons visible to the naked eye. It's really hard not to think about the connection. Aren't the purple balloons dangerous? Bao took a sip of cola, his hand holding the bottle trembling. I feel like this amusement park is getting scarier and scarier. Congratulations to the lucky winner from Yin Country for triggering the hidden amusement park ride the Ferris wheel between reality and illusion. Is everything you see really real? The laughter Ferris wheel reveals a corner of the truth. The other side of death is rebirth. The other side of crying is laughter. Welcome to the Laughter and Cry Amusement Park. Here, feel free to cry and laugh. The sound of pan echoes throughout the entire amusement park. The Laughter and Cry Amusement Park is a place where you can indulge yourself. Welcome to join the Laughter and Cry family. Please spend 3 days in the amusement park, which is divided into the Laughter Amusement Park and the Crying Amusement Park. Those who cry will enter the Crying Amusement Park. Those who laugh will enter the Laughter Amusement Park. Rule 1. Please maintain a smiling or crying expression in the amusement park to avoid misjudgment due to a blank expression. Rule 2. All purchases in the amusement park require park coins. Each person starts with 3 park coins. For your safety, please ensure you have at least 1 park coin. Rule 3. Park coins are transferable. Killing your teammate rewards you with 5 park coins. Rule 4. Please stay hydrated and full in the Laughter Amusement Park. Please stay hungry in the Crying Amusement Park. Rule 5. The clown in the Laughter Amusement Park doesn't have red balloons, and conversely, the clown in the Crying Amusement Park doesn't have blue balloons. If you see a clown with the wrong color balloon, pretend you didn't see it. Rule 6. The park is divided into 5 areas: Mischievous Paradise, Dragon Valley, Ocean World, Grassland Tribe, and the Tree of Wisdom. There is no Misty Forest in the park. If you accidentally enter the Misty Forest, go to the Ferris wheel and select the amusement park you want to return to. Rule 7. Please strictly abide by the rules of the rides. Park security will remove unruly visitors. The rules have been updated. At this moment, all the lucky survivors widen their eyes. When faced with a food shortage, you can choose to cry and enter the Crying Amusement Park. You will live forever in the Crying Amusement Park. Chapter 98. Song Tianjiu suddenly stood up, removed the collar from her neck, and a pistol materialized in her hand. The first shot pierced through the double-pane glass. The second shot shattered the balloon held by the crying lucky child. In Song Tianjiu's eyes, the balloon was red. The Ferris wheel was still rising. This enormous Ferris wheel took 1 hour to complete 1 rotation. Only a dozen minutes had passed. On Walkie-Talkie Channel 1, greetings came from the other members of the Yin Kingdom team. What's the situation now? What have you found? The Crying Amusement Park. Does that mean the lucky children who died from crying can survive there? Is the so-called eternal life in the Crying Amusement Park like at Xianlu Middle School, where they stay there forever? The lucky children from Yin Kingdom discussed among themselves, devising countermeasures. The live stream chat was also flooded with comments. The Strategic Deception Bureau is fooling me again. Staying in the Crying Amusement Park, will I survive? If so, staying here seems like a good option. A loyal follower of Guan Yu. Compared to starving to death or being killed, entering the Crying Amusement Park seems like a better choice. I want to go to the moon. The 50% survival rate seems less important under the rules of the Crying Amusement Park. You can survive entering the Crying Amusement Park? I'm not a lizard man. Immortality? Is it the immortality I understand? Camels don't like cactus. No, I think there's a conspiracy. Is Pan really that kind? 0 yuan purchase every day. That's a god. It's possible for them to bless humanity. Gods aren't always angry. Gods also have happy times. Sima, your whole family. How many times have you been poisoned, sir? Recite with me. Gods who don't work are false gods. False gods are paper tigers. Freedom every day. The new rules seem pretty good. Will the slaughter for amusement park coins decrease significantly? Strategic Deception Bureau, Sea and Land Branch. That misty forest is really suspicious. If there's a chance, perhaps we should go in and take a look. The walkie-talkie Channel 2 light went red. Channel 2 was occupied, and Lu Huaishang's voice came through. All the lucky ones from Yin Country must stay in the Laughter Amusement Park. The Crying Amusement Park is not a way out. We have no way out. Our goal is a survival rate of over 50%, not just the survival of one person. We must leave the amusement park, leave this place, and go to a farther place. We don't need anyone else to fill our positions. Lu Huaishang's voice repeated on the walkie-talkie. Being eliminated in the death game means that the real world will reselect lucky ones. The number of lucky ones is fixed. If one lucky one is missing, another will be added. At this moment, surviving is more important than anything else. Song Tianjia pressed against the glass, staring at the wailing and crying tourists below. Her little finger was through a bullet hole. The double-layered laminated glass, because her first shot was fired at too close range, created a hole. The second bullet passed through this hole. Laminated glass isn't bulletproof, but it does block sound. The dense spiderweb-like patterns on the glass divided her vision, causing a subtle shift in her perception. Like exaggerated close-ups from different angles in a comic book, It presented the chaotic scene of the crying amusement park before her eyes. The glass was soundproof, but they had definitely heard crying before. The crying was crystal clear. Song Tianju turned her head, saw the speaker in the corner, and immediately unplugged it. She turned and walked to Xie Yulai's side, picking up the walkie-talkie on channel 2. I have a plan. Song Tianju stared at the monitor, which showed the crying amusement park and the laughing amusement park's lucky survivors walking among it. Some lucky survivors had already started crying, and were subsequently killed by NPCs, becoming part of the crying lucky survivors. My plan is to kidnap everyone outside the Yin Kingdom faction, to stop them from crying. Since nonviolent non-cooperation is the norm, let's use some coercive measures. Want to stay in the crying amusement park forever? I disagree. After a moment of silence, Lu Huaishan's response came from the other end. Okay. While maintaining a 50% survival rate, we need to ensure more people live. Love peace, love freedom. What is Yin Kingdom planning? 2 Indians. They seem to have some grand plan, but they haven't been communicating much. What coercive measures? Are they going to shoot them outright? My god, that magical girl from the east, is that gun in her hand about to attack? I love that. See. What exactly are they trying to do? International viewers watched the busy Yin Kingdom lucky survivors in the live stream, somewhat bewildered. In Yin Guo's independent live stream room, the viewer sighed. Duotang, a trap, another trap. Xianlu Middle School is like this. Xianlu Middle School has 2 bosses. Now there are 2 amusement parks. As expected, it's that scoundrel Pan's doing. A bright moon hangs on a branch. This time Pan seems much smarter, adding layer upon layer, escalating the horror. I thought the rules of the Laughter Amusement Park were already a test of humanity. But there's also the Crying Amusement Park. This really knows how to play. The temptation of immortality is really attractive. If heaven hadn't given birth to a little Zhuge Liang, I even doubt if Pan is really that smart. From food prices to encouraging infighting, it seems like Pan's doing. The red and blue balloons, and the yellow Ferris wheel don't seem like things Pan would pull off. I want to be the principal too. Our lucky one is now trying to control the whole place. Controlling so many people is easy, but ensuring they get enough to eat is difficult. As for crying, is there some way to stop them from crying? The previously relaxed atmosphere vanished. Some people began to doubt Pan's intelligence and abilities. After all, considering Duofu Town and Xianlu Middle School, this series of schemes involving the crying and laughing amusement park doesn't seem like something Pan could pull off. Could there really be a hidden boss? If there is a hidden boss, it certainly won't be the S-level mom from Xianlu Middle School. It must be a mastermind like Pan. Thinking of this possibility, the Yin Kingdom audience felt their hair stand on end. One Pan was already causing chaos. Could there be another? They looked at the heavenly eye above them, fear rising in their hearts. The unknown is the root of all terror. In the heavenly eye conference room of Yin Kingdom, Zhao Hui squatted on the table, gnawing on roast chicken, occasionally gulping down a can of cola. Seeing his greasy hands and face, Zhao Jiancheng couldn't bear it any longer and handed him a pack of tissues. No one's taking it from you, so why are you eating like a child? Do you know what's going on? Zhao Hui said, they're fighting for power. Zhao Jiancheng remained extremely calm, disdainfully saying, fighting for what power? The right to toy with the people of Earth? The alternation of new and old gods, I call this dog-eat-dog. The figures of Guir and Abraham in the live stream were gods from another mythology. These beings, posing as deities, sought offerings. They're all parasites. Hearing this, Zhao Jiancheng broke out in a cold sweat. Strategically, he despised the enemy. Tactically, he took them seriously. But he couldn't despise such an enemy so easily. Despite being mentally prepared, Zhao Jiancheng was still shocked by this news. So there's more than one enemy? Didn't I tell you? Huh? No. Oh, I forgot. Zhao Hui looked bewildered. I thought I did. I'm a little confused. He had said it so many times that he couldn't tell how many times he had said it at the same time and place. Blue Star is a piece of meat, of course. There's more than one enemy. Zhao Hui said excitedly. In the future, we will see a war of the gods. Their bargaining chips are you, all of you, everyone on Blue Star. Seeing Zhao Hui about to descend into another frenzy, and knowing he wouldn't get any useful information from him, Zhao Jiancheng quickly asked, and you? Aren't you a bargaining chip? Zhao Hui suddenly became serious. Placing the roast chicken he was holding squarely on the tissue box, adopting a gesture of worship. My lord above, I offer you this sacrifice. Zhao Jiancheng looked at the gnawed, drool-covered roast chicken, his lips twitching. If he were Zhao Hui's my lord, he would surely despise such an offering. After the charade of offering, Zhao Hui continued gnawing on the roast chicken. Life as a dog is tough. I hope one day someone can take away what's above me. Ah, you mean I should do it myself? No way. I'm a faithful follower of my lord. I'm already a part of it. My lord, and I will never be separated. If you want to destroy my lord, I give you a back door, and I also take a 6. He's gone mad. Zhao Hui is truly insane. Zhao Jiancheng took a deep breath and began processing official business. The stability maintenance team was under immense pressure. Strange events had been occurring frequently across the country recently, an explosive surge compared to previous occurrences. Zhao Hui's fingers left greasy marks on the documents. Look, the gods are awakening one by one. They will descend upon the world under the names of mythological deities, vying for believers. Zhao Jiancheng's brow twitched, then he listened as Zhao Hui continued. The gods are awakening, either kill them or kill them. Zhao Jiancheng asked, what about the gods of Yin Kingdom? Zhao Hui looked at Zhao Jiancheng as if he were a fool. Gods have no kingdoms, only believers. Gods feed on faith. Blue Star is merely one of their hunting grounds. They merely erode faith under the guise of godhood. You think you can encounter a true god? In a world teeming with false gods and rife with evil spirits, where can you find a true god? Zhao Hui's dark eyes reflected Zhao Jiancheng's extremely unpleasant expression. Zhao Hui said, I have never seen a true god. If gods truly exist, then, which one would you wish to see appear? Xie Yulai pulled up the still unfinished map, stretched out his arm, and cleared the desktop with a single click. Soon, a 3D map appeared on the screen. Currently, the Evil Dragon Valley, the Ocean World, and the Grassland Tribe are mostly flat maps. On the Ferris wheel, I can complete part of the terrain. The specific terrain will have to wait. Wait! The viewers in the live stream were somewhat confused. Then, they saw Zhang Sanwen in the food area, opening his backpack and starting to take things out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhang Miyan was still under the effects of the sedative, leaning on Zhang Sanwen's shoulder, her pupils unfocused. Her arm hung down in front of Zhang Sanwen's chest, and he occasionally used her hand as a hook. 12 mini-drones, flight time 30 minutes, maximum speed 50 km per hour. The activity range is a radius of 25 kilometers centered on the takeoff point. The drones aren't big, about the size of a quail egg. These drones are specially designed, with recording and transmission capabilities. Each one weighs only 45 g. Their lightweight makes them very wind-resistant, so each drone has a 3G parachute attached to its rear for emergency use. Theoretically, these drones can be recovered in non-severe environments. In severe environments, they are disposable. Zhang Sanwen wailed, each one costs 5,000, 12 of them would be 60,000. My heart is bleeding, I don't have much funding. Lu Huixiang leaned over and slapped her grandson on the head. You're still complaining? Didn't you use up your funding on all those weird and wonderful things? What does that have to do with drones? 5,000 yuan for an informant, where's the expense? Zhang Sanwen looked aggrieved. Before, they cut my funding because my little drones were too small and had poor battery life. These 12 are funds I scraped together from every possible source. These days, everyone wants everything big or small. The larger ones are military grade, the smaller ones are medical robots. Zhang Sanwen's drones can't match the long battery life and stable performance of proper military drones, nor are they as compact and practical as medical robots. His drones are also ugly, with a spider-like appearance, long-legged, bloated, and easily blown away by the wind, and a flight time of only 30 minutes. The operating conditions are demanding. They're essentially ugly junk. A box contains 12 mini-drones, plus a control console. The total weight is less than 1 kilogram, about the size of a regular mobile phone box. They're truly portable, but also truly useless. To carry this thing, Zhang Sanwen paid the price of carrying 3 fewer packs of compressed biscuits. I told you not to underestimate my idea. My short battery life is only because of the battery. But I'm lightweight. I'm not very wind resistant, but I'm small, so I won't be easily blown away and damaged. Lightweight has its advantages. This is called suicide reconnaissance. Lu Huixiang felt a headache coming on just looking at this grandson. She was just too tired to resist kicking him out. What's suicide reconnaissance? We haven't even started fighting yet, and you're already talking about death? Do you believe I beat you up? Zhang Sanwen didn't dare speak. He shoved his sister into Lu Huixiang's arms, grabbed the drone box, and ran off. He couldn't bear to fly it here, wasting precious energy. He could only go to the very center of the amusement park, behind the Tree of Wisdom, to launch it. Passing a pumpkin pancake stall, Zhang Sanwen grabbed a bag of pumpkin pancakes and 2 bottles of pumpkin juice. As he ran, he put on the walkie-talkie's headset, trying several times before finally plugging it into the earpiece. Zhang Sanwen's hands were trembling. He ran frantically to the back of the Tree of Wisdom, its leaves a vibrant red. Zhang Sanwen sat down on the ground, looking at the map Xie Yulai had sent him. Sector 49 calling command, in position, ready to begin reconnaissance activities at any time. Lu Huaixiang rolled her eyes, took the tablet from Chu Guang, which displayed a terrain map set by Xie Yulai. The map had 24 flashing dots, 12 orange and 12 green. These represented 20 for walkie-talkies. There were 12 dots densely packed around the Ferris wheel, 11 in the food court area, and 1 orange dot at the Tree of Wisdom. This single orange dot was Zhang Sanwen. Zhang Sanwen, your task is to complete the terrain map and find the lucky one. Lu Huaixiang seemed like a different person. She handed Zhang Muyan to Chu Guang, then sat down casually on a bench in the park, holding a tablet in one hand and tapping it lightly on her knee with the other. Song Tianjiao, how long until the Ferris wheel closes over there? The Ferris wheel had reached its highest point. Song Tianjiu stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at the entire amusement park. The amusement park in Song Tianjiu's eyes was different from others. She was in a park of laughter, yet she saw sorrow, and she also saw the vibrant colors of the lucky survivors. At this height, she could overlook the entire amusement park. Song Tianjiu grew increasingly impatient. The fragrance of the Tree of Wisdom continued to affect her. She wanted to end this game as quickly as possible. Chapter 99. Behind Song Tianjiao, Wang Jiuzhao frantically pressed the buttons on the walkie-talkie, saying, 29 minutes and 15 seconds left. This precise timing made Zhao Yuran, who was squatting on the ground eating sunflower seeds, suddenly look up. How did you know? Huh? Yeah, how did I know? Wang Jiuzhao looked bewildered. The two confused people looked at each other, both dumbfounded. Those staying in the catering area will first clear out the lucky ones in Dragon Valley. 30 minutes later, the Ferris wheel crew will clear out the Grassland Tribe and Ocean World. I will arrange 10 people at the Tree of Wisdom to provide support. Lu Huaixiang's plan was to leave only 20 people to guard the Nanyan Kingdom lucky ones, while clearing the Grassland Tribe and Ocean World. Next, the Yen Kingdom lucky ones will face the challenge of preventing the other lucky ones from crying and entering the crying amusement park. Pan began broadcasting. Congratulations to lucky winner Huda for successfully entering the crying amusement park and gaining immortality. Current survival rate, 77.6%, 198/255 players. Congratulations to lucky winner Nicola for successfully entering the crying amusement park and gaining immortality. Current survival rate, 77.3%, 197/255 players. Congratulations to lucky winner Ishtar for successfully entering the crying amusement park and gaining immortality. Current survival rate, 76.9%, 196/255 players. Death is eternal descent into dreams. Welcome to the crying amusement park. Laughter is the other side of joy, and death is the other side of survival. We are interdependent and inseparable. In various corners of the amusement park, lucky winners have already chosen to enter the crying amusement park through crying. Entering the crying amusement park will grant them immortality. The leaves of the Tree of Wisdom grew even redder. Behind the Tree of Wisdom, Zhang Sanwen had already launched 3 drones, each heading towards one of the various attractions in Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley mainly consisted of 5 attractions: the Fire Dragon Roller Coaster, the Pterodactyl Soaring, the Triceratops Loop, the Lizard Crawl, and the Swift Pursuit. At this moment, all the attractions were packed with people, and Zhang Sanwen diligently searched for the lucky ones. Fortunately, most of the visitors were wearing hats and vests, appearing completely immersed in the park's games, a stark contrast to the demeanor of the lucky ones. Finding the lucky ones wasn't too difficult. Fire Dragon Roller Coaster, 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, carriages 24 and 29, the ride is halfway through. Pterodactyl Soaring, it's just a fake drop tower, the ones screaming the loudest right now are the lucky ones. Big Loop, 5 lucky ones are in line. Is this ride really that easy? Why is it so popular? Lizard Crawl, the lucky ones are the ones lying at the entrance, who've been stepped on a few times. Rapid Pursuit, the ones jumping around in the crocodile pool, there should be 2 lucky ones. With Zhang San's report, the lucky ones left and the food court started moving. Leaving 3 groups to look after the Nanyan Kingdom lucky ones, Lu Huaixiang led the group directly towards Dragon Valley. The food court was located between Playful Paradise and Dragon Valley, And in no time, the 15 people had already caught 12 lucky ones. The lucky winners, their wrists bound with rope, cried out indignantly, "What are you doing?" One of them jumped up and shouted, "Are you going to slaughter us to get paradise coins?" "I kill myself." The next second, with a pumpkin pancake in his mouth, he mumbled between chews, "You know, how can this be so delicious?" The lucky one, who had initially been wary of the Yen Kingdom's lucky winners, immediately squatted in a corner, staring longingly at the pumpkin stall after eating the pancake. Nandata was sweating profusely. "They can eat so much. At this rate, we won't have enough for accommodation." Every lucky winner in the group met another accommodation fee. Each person gets 5 paradise coins per night. 12 people for one night would be 60 paradise coins. How many pumpkin pancakes would it have to make to earn that many paradise coins? Zhao Yubai awoke from his unconsciousness, sat up, looked at the 12 unfamiliar lucky winners, and shook his head. "Did someone just hit me?" "It was treatment, ribbit." A frog hopped onto his shoulder, hopping around as it said, "Listen to the question. With the number of lucky winners increasing, the pumpkin stall can no longer afford so many workers, nor can it cover the amusement park coins needed for food and lodging. Do you have any ideas?" "Ribbit." Zhao Yubai's eyes lit up at the question. "You think I'm useful?" Since entering the death game, Zhao Yubai had suffered repeated defeats, yet he had never given up. His confidence was shattered into 8 pieces, beyond repair. Suddenly being questioned by the frog, Zhao Yubai became fully alert, completely forgetting about whether he had been hit. Zhao Yubai picked up the frog and asked about what had happened during his unconsciousness. Another frog hopped over, and the 2 frogs, one after the other, explained the situation clearly. The crying and laughing amusement park, the 2 sides of things? Immortality, indeed very attractive. Let's think about it another way. Immortality is just death, right? First, we need to find a way to make the lucky ones forget their fear. A good capitalist will leave people with no energy left to think about the essence of things. Zhao Yubai smiled brightly and walked towards the 12 lucky ones. "Hand over your paradise coins." Feeling he wasn't intimidating enough, Zhao Yubai put 2 frogs on the ground and commanded, "Grow bigger." In the next instant, the 2 palm-sized frogs grew to be over a person's height, their bluish-white bellies bulging, and their bulging eyes bigger than a person's head. "Hand over your paradise coins." "Croak! Croak! Hand over your paradise coins." The 12 lucky ones trembled with fear and immediately offered up the paradise coins they had painstakingly collected. Lu Huaixiang saw this and rushed over, giving the frogs and the person 3 sharp taps on the head. Neither of them was ignored. "What are you doing?" "Making them pay for their food." Zhao Yubai smiled broadly, glanced at his watch, and chuckled, "The Ferris wheel will stop in 10 minutes. Before that, I'm going to do some marketing." What's most important in marketing? Getting people to know your brand. Increasing brand awareness. What are some ways to increase brand awareness? Zhao Yubai put his hands in his pockets and gestured with his chin towards the 12 lucky winners. Off-the-ground promotion, of course. "I can borrow these people." Lu Huaixiang, This kid's sudden excitement made Lu Huaixiang wonder if he'd been influenced by the Tree of Wisdom. "Did you get your brain damaged? Looks like you can't use physical therapy anymore." Zhao Yubai didn't care about physical therapy now. He went straight to find Nandatu. He picked up the pumpkin jar full of paradise coins, weighed it in his hand, then looked at the lucky ones busy kneading dough and juicing pumpkins, and sighed. "Pumpkin teacher, are you tired?" Nandata had been making pumpkin pancakes so much that his brain had practically turned into a pumpkin pancake shape. Hearing this, he looked up at Zhao Yubai with a wronged expression. "They can eat so much, so much, so much. We can't finish, we really can't finish." Zhao Yubai decisively said, "Raise the price. 1 paradise coin for 1 pumpkin pancake. Will anyone buy it?" People buy the 2 paradise coin tornado potatoes. Why won't anyone buy the 1 paradise coin pumpkin pancake? The pumpkin pancake is bigger, thinner. 1 paradise coin each, pumpkin juice 2 paradise coins a cup. 1 pumpkin pancake and 1 pumpkin juice is a set, 5 paradise coins for 2 sets. Don't sell the 1 paradise coin a cup pumpkin juice anymore. Cheaper sells more, but we don't earn much. Zhao Yubai snapped to attention. Our only goal is to make money. Pumpkinhead teacher, can you grow little pumpkins? 1 little pumpkin is worth 5 amusement park coins. We can say it's a limited edition, sold exclusively to children. Pumpkin flowers can be made into pumpkin bouquets, selling for 10 amusement park coins, specifically for young couples. Nandata listened, stunned, a bunch of pumpkin flowers sprouting from his head. He held his head, his big eyes filled with utter confusion. Can this be sold too? Yes, yes. Everything. Zhao Yubai's head throbbed at the thought of Song Tianjiao and Lu Huaixiang's plan. Those two were completely indifferent to the consequences. How would they support so many people? Including Wang Jiuzhao, Yin Gui had a total of 61 people. 100 people joined the Yin Kingdom faction, 3 died. Currently, the Yin Kingdom faction has 158 members, plus 12 prisoners, making a total of 170. That means just one night's lodging will cost 850 paradise coins. Making money with 3 pumpkin cakes for 1 paradise coin? That kill you. It really will kill you. Currently, 196 people survive, meaning that barring any unforeseen circumstances, 27 more lucky ones will become prisoners. Congratulations to Lucky John for successfully entering the Crying Amusement Park and gaining immortality. Current number of lucky members in the instance, 195/255, survival rate, 76.5%. Okay, now there are 26. Congratulations to Lucky Wilson for successfully entering the Crying Amusement Park and gaining immortality. Current number of lucky members in the instance, 194/255, survival rate, 76.1%. 25. Zhao Yubai had given up on calculating. To hell with it. He grabbed a stack of pumpkin cakes, sliced them twice with a cross-shaped knife, dividing each cake into 4 pieces. 10 cakes made 40 servings. He put the cakes on a plate, and then pulled out some bamboo skewers that Nandata had somehow gotten his hands on. Meanwhile, a strange-looking kebab vendor, unable to make a sale because he didn't have skewers, was crying in the toilet. We're going to start promoting now. Our goal is to give away these samples within 10 minutes. Our target audience is children, couples, and the elderly. Zhao Yubai walked up to the 12 captives. He was thin and frail, and now, looking old and decrepit, he didn't seem very intimidating. The 12 lucky ones were dismissive of Zhao Yubai's words, and even wanted their paradise coins back. What nonsense was this old man, walking with a shaky gait, spouting? 2 frogs stood behind Zhao Yubai, one with its cheeks puffed out, the other with its long scarlet tongue lolling out. Zhao Yubai said, "Follow my orders, or get eaten by the frogs." Nobody wanted to be eaten by frogs. It was practically a horror story. Zhao Yubai successfully negotiated and got a lot of masks from Zhang De. He used gentian violet to draw large, turned smiles on the masks, and put them on the lucky prisoners. Zhang De looked at the prisoner's strange grin after putting on the mask, and his lips twitched. "What are you doing?" Zhao Yubai said seriously, "I'm a little face-blind. I'm afraid I won't notice if they run away." Zhang De suspected this kid needed a sedative. He'd been exuding a kind of hyperactivity since waking up. "Can I take off the mask?" "What nonsense is this kid talking about?" Zhao Yubai also put on the mask, and then glanced at the time. 8 minutes left, let's go. What to say to a child? "Little friend, would you like some pumpkin pancakes?" This is a park activity. Pure, natural, additive-free, green food pumpkin pancakes. Feel free to try them. Parents, try them too. They're completely different from other snacks. Clean, hygienic, and nutritionally complete. What to say to a couple? Special park activity, couple set meal. Sweet and romantic couple set meal. And pumpkin bouquets. You can't buy pumpkin bouquets outside the park. What to say to an elderly person? Easy to digest, good for health, replenishes various dietary fiber and vitamins. Welcome to try. Shout with me. Booth Z138, pumpkin pancakes. Booth Z138, pumpkin juice. Booth Z138, delicious and healthy pumpkin pancakes and pumpkin juice. The 12 lucky captives initially didn't want to shout slogans, but Zhao Yubai said they wouldn't get food if they didn't. 2 eerie frogs were also watching them menacingly. They wished they could burst into tears and die on the spot. You really think entering the Crying Amusement Park will make things alright? This is the Eerie. The Eerie is my backer. Zhao Yubai patted the frog, which immediately said, "Lonely, lonely. My boss is invincible in both realms. My boss is super powerful. Lonely, lonely." Zhao Yubai felt there was something wrong with the shouting, but there was no time to investigate further. Zhao Yubai led the 12 lucky captives to promote their products. Z138 pumpkin pancakes, the best, the most delicious. Hungry? Hungry? Healthy and delicious pumpkin pancakes. Thirsty? Thirsty? Healthy and delicious pumpkin juice. Lu Huaixiang looked at the 13-person team, whose names all started and ended with frog, and her lips twitched. She had heard everything Zhao Yubai said. This kid's got some talent. He can spout nonsense so easily. Does this kid need to be attacked first before he can act? Others think thrice before acting, but Zhao Yubai thinks 30 times and still doesn't act. He's utterly cowardly, and everything seems aimed at him. Right now, Xiao Yubai is practically delirious with excitement. 5 minutes later, Xiao Yubai arrives with several tourists. Pumpkin teacher, a bouquet of pumpkin blossoms, plus a couple's drink. Nandatu is completely bewildered. What couple's drink? He doesn't know anything about that. How many pumpkin blossoms are needed for a bouquet? Lu Huixiang, who was already leading the group and preparing to leave, rushed over, grabbed some wrapping paper, plucked the pumpkin blossoms from Nandata's head, and started wrapping. Not enough blossoms? Make more. Nandata cooperated perfectly, and more pumpkin blossoms immediately bloomed on his head. The tourist Xiao Yubai brought exclaimed in surprise. Is this magic? I never seen magic like this before. Such fresh pumpkin blossoms. Looks like they were just picked. Honey, is it possible they just grew and were just picked? The tourists buying the pumpkin bouquets were staring wide-eyed at the enormous bunches. Nandata finally realized what was happening, and somehow pulled out a huge cup, filled it with pumpkin juice, stuck on a pair of matching straws, and handed it to the couple who bought the flowers. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. I love stargazing pie. It looks really good. If I saw it at an amusement park, I would definitely buy it. And pumpkin bread, it looks delicious. But our local stores don't have it. Or rather, I haven't been able to buy bread in a long time. The supermarket shelves only have flour and rotten potatoes. And rotten potatoes. Chapter 100. 0 yuan purchase every day. The most important thing about ground promotion is shamelessness. This guy is shameless. Camels don't like cactus. Is this guy a marketing major? The Yen Kingdom audience remained silent, silently responding in their hearts. No, Xiao Bai is a philosophy major, studying religious studies. Someone has already found Xiao Yubai's graduation thesis, titled The Positive and Negative Effects of Religion on the Evolution of Human Civilization on Blue Star. It contains 150,000 words. Silence reigned over the Yen Kingdom audience. What strange and unusual thing, was Xiao Yubai secretly researching behind their backs? What is Blue Star human civilization? Has Xiao Yubai ever seen non-Blue Star human civilization, or even humanoid civilization? Moreover, those under the heavenly eye, immersed in Pan-sphere, vaguely felt that this thesis had a hidden meaning. Someone has already downloaded the article, and started reading. 150,000 words is roughly the length of a typical popular science book. For easily readable novels or social science books, it might take 2 to 3 hours to read. For more literary or specialized books, it might take even longer to read through. Xiao Yubai's paper alone used over 10 pages of A4 paper for the final citations. Most outrageous is that he cited many of his own articles. It almost felt like adding hyperlinks to them. Hiyo, to be fair, Xiao Bai does have analytical skills, but unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. In the death game, before he could even finish his analysis, Song Tianju and Thunder Granny had already taken down the monster. Dong Yue, no wonder Xiao Bai often talks nonsense. He probably has too many perspectives on problems, right? Sugar-coated seed buckthorn. Xiao Bai is a timid dog who overthinks things, often clashing with his teammates due to a lack of initiative. Adorable little grass god, I understand now. Someone like Xiao Bai needs a goal. Don't give him too many possibilities. Just tell him what he needs to achieve, and he immediately take action. Using Xiao Bai feels like using artificial intelligence. Give him a clear instruction. Pear Blossom knew, a born capitalist, even more capitalist than a capitalist, a talent for extracting surplus value. That line, as long as people don't have time to think too much, is truly chilling upon reflection. The pumpkin stall is undergoing a complete upgrade, and Xiao Yubai, with full and excited spirit, throws himself into the marketing campaign. He seems to have truly had an epiphany after being hit on the head, full of initiative. The tree of wisdom grows ever more vibrant, its sweet aroma enveloping the entire amusement park, stirring up everyone's most primal desires. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. In daily life, the rational brain can usually suppress the emotional brain. Indulging in emotions is often a deliberate release of the rational mind. At this moment, everything has changed. All the lucky ones are in a state of heightened excitement. Their desires are amplified infinitely. Lu Huixiang has already led 10 people to the Tree of Wisdom. Paradise coins are important, but collecting the lucky ones quickly is also important. Lu Huixiang's eyes burn with fire. Back for a feast. Grilled skewers. Meat. Big chunks of meat. Desire, humanity's most fundamental desire, is appetite. It's humanity's craving for high sugar, high protein, and fat, something etched into the bones of ancient humans through countless days of eating raw meat and drinking blood. The essence of survival is obtaining energy from nature. Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory places physiological needs at the base of the pyramid. Food, water, sleep. These are physiological needs, the minimum requirements for survival. The Tree of Wisdom attempts to awaken the deepest desires of the lucky ones. The amusement park's rules gradually compress their living space, trying to force them to cross moral boundaries. But these rules are riddled with loopholes. Enticed by the sweet aroma of the Tree of Wisdom, Lu Huixiang thought of many things, as if she had returned to the past. After the bombing, the smell of gunpowder mingled with the pungent odor of burnt protein. She lay prone in the dust, gnawing on a sour, hard biscuit, staring at the enemy beyond her firing range. Back then, she thought of soft, stewed sweet potatoes and corn that had burst open in the boiling water, and the cured meat that hung from the rafters, something she usually couldn't bear to eat. Every second she waited for orders, she chewed the hard biscuit bit by bit, and the occasional bite of meat mixed in would lift her spirits. She thought that after this battle, she could go back to her hometown. A palm-sized piece of cured meat still hung from the rafters of her house. In the cellar under her bed, there was half a basket of sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes, if left out too long, don't taste good, but they can still keep you full. Congratulations to Lucky York for successfully entering the Weeping Amusement Park and gaining immortality. Current instance, Lucky 192/255, survival rate 75.3%. Pan is still relentlessly broadcasting. The Tree of Wisdom grows ever more vibrant red, attempting to reveal the most primal nature of the lucky ones. Humans are beasts, ferocious beasts. Living in civilized society for too long, many have forgotten that their ancestors once ran, hunted, gathered, killed prey, and made traps in the jungles and grasslands. It wasn't just fear that was awakened. The Ferris wheel finally finished its week of operation, and the cabin doors opened. A strange staff member stood in the doorway, a professional smile on his face. Dear guests, please select the amusement park you wish to enter. The Crying Amusement Park welcomes every disheartened traveler. You can gain eternal life there. The Laughing Amusement Park welcomes every traveler who laughs their way to death. You can smell the scent of death there. Behind the eerie figure, there was no queue, no laughing or crying tourists, only dense trees. The trees were leafless, their branches intertwined, the tips of which resembled humanoid, grotesque hands. A grayish-black mist hung in the air, stretching as far as the eye could see into the dark, eerie distance. Is this the misty forest? Song Tianjiao gripped the small knife in his pocket, squinting as he examined the scene behind the eerie figure. Rule 6. The park is divided into 5 areas: Mischievous Paradise, Dragon Valley, Ocean World, Grassland Tribe, and the Tree of Wisdom. There is no misty forest in the park. If you accidentally enter the misty forest, please go to the Ferris wheel and choose the amusement park you wish to return to. If you accidentally enter the misty forest, you can return to the amusement park from the Ferris wheel. Does that mean you can go to the misty forest from the Ferris wheel? Song Tianju wanted to explore the depths of the misty forest, but not now. To be or not to be? This choice was placed before the lucky ones. The lucky ones from Yen Country chorused, "Let's go to the Laughter Amusement Park." The gray-black forest disappeared, and the scene became cheerful and bright, with a queuing area and smiling tourists in front of everyone. The Laughter Ferris wheel ride has ended. Please take your belongings and watch your step. The Laughter Ferris wheel looks forward to your next visit. The eerie staff member smiled broadly. Song Tianju saw a clown standing behind it, holding a blue balloon. The clown noticed her gaze and immediately clenched his fist, placing it against his heart. Here's my heart. What a bad habit. What does she need a heart for? What kind of weird stuff has corrupted her? Song Tianjiao shook her head and strode forward. Song Tianjiao, did you see that? The gray forest. Zhao Yering quickly followed behind Song Tianjiao, but tripped over his own feet and tumbled to the ground. I saw it. Song Tianjiao nudged Zhao Yering's knee with her toe, wondering if there was something wrong with his knee. Zhao Yering's physical abilities were just as weak as Zhao Yubai's. Song Tianju even wondered if her earlier attack might have killed Zhao Yubai. She forgot to check his breathing. Could he really be dead? She hadn't heard any announcements either. Was he barely clinging to life? Song Tianju was starting to doubt herself. She wasn't sure how to deal with fragile humans. She really hadn't used much strength. Song Tianju picked up the walkie-talkie, about to ask if Zhao Yubai was dead, when a voice came through. Ocean World and Grassland Tribe, a total of 9 rides, have found 19 lucky winners so far. We're now broadcasting their locations. Without thinking, Song Tianjiao immediately divided the 30 people into 6 teams, each heading to one of the rides. Song Tianjiu's team included Wang Jiuzhu, Zhang Wenwei, Bao Zhu, and Zhao Yiren. Xie Yulai, Tian Tian, and Xie Qingshan were assigned to other teams. Zhao Yiren is fragile, just carry him. Wang Jiuzhao nodded and hoisted Zhao Yiren onto his back like a pig carrying its stalks. Zhao Yiren was stunned. I can walk by myself. I can walk. With his exclamation, Wang Jiuzhao rushed out, found one of the lucky ones indicated, and kicked him to the ground. Zhao Yiren felt a sudden lightness, as if he had defied gravity, before crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Jiuzhao's shoulder pressed against his abdomen, and he felt nauseous but couldn't vomit. Looking at the lucky one trampled under Wang Jiuzhao's foot, Zhao Yiren immediately covered his mouth to stifle a scream. Wang Jiuzhao turned to look at Song Tianjiu. It seems like you used a little too much force. Song Tianjiu walked over, checked the lucky man's breath, and comforted him. He's not dead. If he hadn't run, you wouldn't have chased after him. So the problem isn't with you. Wang Jiuzhao nodded repeatedly, immediately relieved. Song Tianjiu felt he was a genius at comforting people. Bao Zhu, standing to the side, hugged himself tightly, his gaze towards Song Tianjiu filled with awe. Bao Zhu realized that Song Tianjiu was even less human than Zhang Sanwen. Suddenly, Bao Zhu jolted, rushed in front of Song Tianjiu, and punched his own heart. I'm offering you my heart. Song Tianjiu looked completely bewildered, staring intently into Bao Zhu's eyes. Bao Zhu felt a chill run down his spine. What's wrong? I suspect you're a robot. Why do you talk like an artificial idiot? That's what they said when we were playing the Joker card. Serving you wholeheartedly, I offer you my heart. Bao Zhu covered his eyes, avoiding Song Tianjiu's gaze. Bao Zhu felt that Song Tianjiu looked at him no differently than he would look at a stray dog on the street. This made Bao Zhu feel very embarrassed. That's just something an artificial idiot would say. Anyone who believes an artificial idiot is a stupid dog. Song Tianjiu poked Bao Zhu's forehead and said seriously, Are you sure you're not mentally unstable? Bao Zhu, Shouldn't he be the one asking that question? Zhang Wenwei had already tied up the unconscious lucky guy and handed him to Bao Zhu. Take this. Bao Zhu dared not speak out of anger. The psychological pressure was much less since Zhang San wasn't questioning him. But being looked at like that by Song Tianjiu immediately brought back memories of Song Tianjiu slitting people's throats and blowing their heads off. That's terrifying. I'm such a good person. I'm really a good person. I'm on your team. We share honor and disgrace. We advance hand in hand. We share joys and sorrows. Bao Zhu, carrying the heavy lucky guy on his back, muttered to Song Tianjiu as he walked alongside the group. Song Tianjiu scratched her head at this. She turned to Zhang Wenwei and asked, Did this kid do something wrong? A decent person wouldn't repeat themselves like this, would they? Zhang Wenwei didn't mince words, saying directly treason. He's here to atone for his crimes. Bao Zhu's eyes widened, his fat face trembling slightly, as he stared at Song Tianjiu with suspicion. He was terrified that a single word could lead to his death. He had witnessed Song Tianjiu's attacks before. There was absolutely no warning. Zero-frame attack, no hesitation, no wavering. Taking down an enemy is smoother than killing a chicken. Bao Zhu felt he needed to struggle. The past is the past, the present is the present. I want to be a decent person now. Song Tianjiu patted his shoulder and said seriously, Since you're here, you follow me from now on. I trust you this once. Bao Zhu almost cried, nodding frantically. Sister Song, you're my everything from now on. Why did he eat dog food, a metaphor for being a sycophantic person? Why was he a Western-worshipping dog? Wasn't it just because he admired strength and was dissatisfied with the status quo? Bao Zhu was satisfied now. Bao Zhu felt that of all the lucky ones, Song Tianjiu was the strongest. Your name is perfect. A chosen one, you are the chosen one. You are destined to lead me, a nobody, to victory. Zhao Yiren turned to look at Bao Zhu, his shock almost popping out of his eyes. Switching allegiances so quickly. He's practically a textbook example of a traitor. This kid, he didn't say that before. Zhao Yiren, questioning his existence, immediately changed his tone. A traitor to 3 masters, nothing more. I despise this kind of person more than anything in my life. Wang Jiuzhu, carrying Zhao Yiren, strode towards the target's location, knocking him out with a single kick. No one could withstand Wang Jiuzhu's second kick. Give Wang Jiuzhu a target, and he can achieve it. I feel like I was a bit too aggressive. Zhao Yiren immediately flattered. Aggressive is good, aggressive is brilliant. We need talents like you. I'm very pleased. Wang Jiuzhu put Zhao Yiren down. This guy seemed a bit odd. She'd better stay away to avoid being infected. Without Zhao Yiren to hinder her, Wang Jiuzhao's work efficiency increased even more. Zhang Wenwei, gripping the steel cable she pulled from her belt, watched Wang Jiuzhao's retreating figure and sighed deeply. She felt utterly useless. Run so fast, and move so accurately. I feel so superfluous. Song Tianjia's eyes lit up. So many fish? What kind of fish? How do you eat them? Zhang Wenwei, 20 minutes later, all the lucky ones gathered at the Tree of Wisdom. During those 20 minutes, quite a few lucky ones chose to cry and enter the Crying Amusement Park. In the 9 amusement facilities across Ocean World and Grassland Tribe, a total of 18 lucky ones were controlled, adding to the previous 12. A total of 30. Song Tianji popped a mint into Wang Jiuzhao's mouth and asked, "What's the survival rate now?" Chapter 101. Wang Jiuzhao said matter-of-factly, "The current survival rate is 73.3%, with 187 lucky survivors. Of these, 60 are from Yin country, and 127 are from outside Yin country. Among the non-Yin country survivors, 97 joined the Yin country camp, and 30 were prisoners." After saying this, Wang Jiuzhao crushed a mint. "No sugar in it, bad review. Sugar-free mints, a strange thing, don't provide much energy." Song Tianji pulled out a dozen or so mints from his pocket. He grabbed them in the cafeteria. These thin candies made him grab a lot without realizing it, and he still hadn't finished them. Song Tianji handed all the sugar-free mints to Bao Zhu. "Here you go." Bao Zhu was stunned, taking the mints with both hands, his eyes filled with shock. "All for me." Bao Zhu was very touched. He's seen Song Tianji give candy to others one piece at a time. Giving him over a dozen at once? Was it because he valued him as a follower? Song Tianji was completely unaware that his act of giving away sugar-free mints because he didn't want them would lead to some strange misunderstandings. The treatment of those who voluntarily joined the lucky ones, and those who were captured by them, was different. The prisoners all wore masks with large, upward smiling smiles drawn on them with gentian violet. This made them easy to identify. It was already 5 p.m. After an earlier dinner, the non-Yin Kingdom lucky ones were assigned to peel pumpkins. The Yin Kingdom team sat together exchanging information. With the experience of hunting down the lucky ones, the Happy Amusement Park map had been completed. The current survival rate was 73.3%, which was considered safe at the moment. The team's main problem now is food and shelter, in other words. Making money? Lu Huixiang, clutching her pumpkin money jar, counted the paradise coins one by one. That afternoon, Zhao Yubai urgently adjusted their strategy, raising prices and aggressively attracting customers, earning the same number of paradise coins in 1 hour as in the previous few hours. Although everyone felt this was a bit of a rip-off, they had to admit that capital has its strengths. Stand by the previous plan, the hourly wage is 1 paradise coin. To get the 5 paradise coins for accommodation, you need to work at the pumpkin stall. The food needs to be reduced. Besides pumpkin cakes and pumpkin juice, each person will have an extra 3 paradise coins per day. Lu Huixiang glanced around, incredibly grateful that this instance only lasted 3 days. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine what it would be like if it lasted longer. Under such high pressure, the invisible enemy, Pan, is the most terrifying. A tangible enemy is like a monster with a health bar. No matter how much health it has, there's hope of defeating it. An invisible enemy is unobservable and impossible to target precisely. It left him bewildered, sword in hand, looking around in disbelief. Lu Huixiang gritted her teeth in hatred. Laughter and tears. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yiren huddled in a corner, muttering to themselves while munching on roasted corn. Survival and death. 2 sides of the same coin. Our only enemy is ourselves. The essence of paradise coins is currency, and the essence of currency is the value of labor. We need to get tourists to accept the value of labor we assign to our products, to persuade, to tell a good story, to make them feel they need our products. Customize exclusive marketing plans for different age groups and genders. Our goal is to make money, to exploit the surplus value of laborers. The 2 men were on the same wavelength, their words sounding almost like they were spoken by the same person. Wang Jiuzhao squatted to the side, listening with wide eyes. She could understand each word individually, but the combination left her bewildered. Explain in detail? I feel so dizzy. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yiren simultaneously reached out and placed their hands on Wang Jiuzhao's shoulders, one on each side. Little girl, let's discuss the essence of capital, which inevitably involves private ownership. We must start with sugarcane and watermelon. Wang Jiuzhao munched on the watermelon Song Tianjiao offered, her red eyes wide. I understand. My father couldn't afford medical treatment before, so the Lu family lent us money. They borrowed 9 taels of silver, but the IOU said 10 taels, with a repayment of 13 taels. They couldn't pay it off in the first year, so they had to pay 20 taels the following year. My father had no choice but to give the land to the Liu family. Later, when my father couldn't afford alcohol, he had to work for the Liu family. Are you saying that the Liu family's actions are capitalist behavior, and therefore criminal? Yes, the kind that can be used as a street lamp ornament. Zhao Yubai pointed to the flower bud-shaped street lamp overhead. Just hang it up there, and it swayed left and right in the wind. Wang Jiuzhao looked up at the street lamp, nodding as if he understood. One street lamp can't hold many people, but the Liu family has several members, so hanging their heads is more convenient. String them together. Good. Zhao Yuan stood up, straightened his non-existent clothes, and pointed at Wang Jiuzhao, saying, "You have a bright future, you're insightful. You understand things immediately. I see you have extraordinary talent and immense strength, so I bestow upon you a precious sword. From now on, you and this prime minister will work together, one in literature and the other in martial arts, to solve my problems." Zhao Yuan pulled a barbecue skewer from his pocket. How he even managed to slip it in was unclear, with a piece of green pepper still attached. This is the imperial sword, used to behead tyrannical emperors and treacherous ministers. Wang Jiuzhou stood up, grabbed a watermelon, and turned to leave, muttering as he went, "So he really is a madman. You dare to challenge me, you brat. I am the first emperor of all time. Qin Shi Huang." Zhao Yubai remained squatting on the ground. He patted Zhao Yuan's knee and said earnestly, "Brother, Qin Shi Huang didn't know he was the first emperor of all time. People called him the first emperor. Your role-playing is a grave mistake, taking a god's eye view. Fiction is not nonsense." Zhao Yuan lowered his head, meeting Zhao Yubai's gaze, then suddenly sprang up, smashing the barbecue skewer in his hand onto Zhao Yubai's forehead. "You dare defy me? I misjudged you, letting such an ambitious wolf like you become prime minister." Zhao Yubai was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud, then scrambled to his feet with a speed beyond his years, and took off running. The two chased each other through the crowd like two mad wildcats. But both were fragile. The one in front couldn't run fast enough, and the one behind couldn't catch up. They were always just a couple of steps apart. Wang Jiuzhao squatted on a rock, munching on a watermelon, shaking his head and sighing, "Fragile, two fragile ones." Song Tianju watched this scene, and couldn't help but shake his head. Both are lunatics. No wonder they can chat so well. Bao Zhu, peeling melon seeds beside him, nodded repeatedly, "Yes, those two can chat so well, they're birds of a feather, exactly the same." Since acknowledging his master, Bao Zhu felt good about himself, even finding motivation in eating, practically serving him hand and foot. Zhang Miyan, who was munching on a candied hawthorn, sighed upon seeing this, that slave mentality. Always wanting a master, otherwise they feel uncomfortable. Song Tianju nodded, always wanting to be someone's little dog, that's not good. Bao Zhu stammered, unable to speak, his eyes full of hurt. Zhang Sanwen, who had come over to steal his sister's candied hawthorn, laughed loudly upon hearing this, and hooked his arm around Bao Zhu's neck. "Did you hear that? Don't rush to be someone's dog, nobody wants you." Bao Zhu lowered his head, and remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. The post-meal meeting had entered its second half. To summarize, it boils down to 4 words. Food is the most important thing. With food in your belly, you can live. Lu Huaixiang said, meeting adjourned. Next, follow Zhao Yubai's arrangements to conduct on-the-ground promotion. Each team in Yin country will bring 10 people. Team 51 will stay behind to handle miscellaneous tasks. Yin country had 12 teams, including Wang Jiuzhao, totaling 61 people. Of the non-Yin kingdom survivors, 127 remain. 97 of them joined the Yin kingdom's forces, and 30 are prisoners. Of these, 110 went to do on-the-ground promotion, and 17 stayed to work at the pumpkin stall. When Zhang Sanwen dragged Bao Zhu away by the neck, his arms were stretched out unusually long. Boss, I truly admire you. You will be my guiding light from now on, the lighthouse that will never go out in my eyes." Song Tianju turned to Zhao Yubai, who had been chased by Zhao Yuan for over 10 minutes, and was now panting heavily, and asked, "That traitor, is he mentally unstable?" Zhao Yubai, supporting Xie Qingshan's head, barely managed to stand, still struggling to breathe. Hearing this, he pointed in the direction Bao Zhu had left, panting for a long time before finally saying, "Used to being a dog, not used to being a human." The Yin Kingdom's think tank closely monitored the international audience's public opinion, fearing any problems might arise. After all, Zhao Yubai's plan was completely out of step with their usual style. While not exactly the same as the private ownership system operating across the ocean, it was certainly from the same lineage. Frankly, they felt it was somewhat excessive. The Hualuan Bureau even prepared spare keyboards, yet the public opinion took an unexpected turn. I can do the hula dance. There's food to eat, enough to eat. As long as you follow the instructions, you're safe. 5 hours of work will solve your food and sleep problems. Any extra time is overtime. 1 hour gets you 1 amusement park coin, and pumpkin pancakes are unlimited. Sounds pretty good. 1.5 hours is 3.5 hours. I need to work 3 jobs to make ends meet. But they only need to work 5 hours. And in this dangerous amusement park, there are people specifically protecting them. Looking at the bill in my hand, I realized the death game didn't seem so scary after all. Creamy bread is so delicious. I used to think that the unfortunate ones were the lucky ones. The lucky ones are so delicious. Until I saw the lucky person from Yin Kingdom parachute to save a complete stranger. My God, this is almost unbelievable. I can't even understand how she did it. The frog parachute is so cute. The price of the shirt is unlimited food, plus a bonus in paradise coins. They actually consider the nutritional value of the food. I never think about that when I eat. Being able to eat my fill is already lucky. The members of the Hualuan Bureau, their hands hovering over the keyboard, couldn't press a single key. The work at the Hualuan Bureau is tough. They're all starting to feel sorry for these international friends. The viewers in the Yin Kingdom's live stream are completely bewildered. Yewei, I thought they'd protest. I think Xiaobai's plan is a bit excessive. I instinctively resist. They actually think it's fine? Chiniko Zayadubo. They even praised us. No, they praised us? Just because they considered vitamin intake in the food? Yayo, I'm questioning my existence. Is it my thinking that's wrong, or theirs? After watching the international version, I even think Xiaobai isn't capitalist enough. I have this illusion that they could work 12 hours a day. Ian, what happened to being the most hardworking? Watching the international version, they seem a bit miserable. They're not in a death game, so they should have no problem eating, right? Why are they envious of the lucky ones? Shiraya, if I put myself in their shoes, I think they should at least get another pumpkin bread a day. Otherwise, I cause trouble. Where can I buy pumpkin bread? Under Zhao Yubai's management, the pumpkin stall has been completely transformed. Fancy signs, exaggerated lettering. Even the 2 large frogs are adorned with colorful ribbons. The overall theme is festive and lively. Nobody knows where these things come from. Zhao Yubai makes a request, and Nandatu immediately produces them, almost to the point of being able to grant his wish. Some viewers have even begun to suspect that Zhao Yubai possesses some kind of superpower. Song Tianju is squatting on the ground peeling a pumpkin when a red root swims over, holding a Swiss candy. Song Tianju immediately drops the pumpkin and peeler, picks up the Swiss candy, opens it, and pops it into her mouth. The wrapper of the Swiss candy transformed into a paper crane at her fingertips, which was then carried away by red tendrils. Then, the red tendrils carried more Swiss candies. Song Tianjia distributed the candies to the lucky workers around her, and soon more than 20 people had a candy in their mouths. While chewing on the candy, Song Tianju suddenly realized something was wrong. Why are we working so hard to sell pumpkin cakes? We could just steal them. This remark was a wake-up call. Lu Huixiang slapped her thigh and threw the pumpkin in her hand into the basket. That's right. What rules do we need when dealing with enemies? The entire amusement park is the enemy. Those weirdos are the enemy. Besides, Lu Huixiang rubbed her hands together, a wide smile spreading across her face. I have a plan. In an instant, everyone in Team 51, except for Wang Jiuzhao, grinned. Rule 3. Park coins are transferable. Kill your teammate, reward 5 park coins. Rule 7. Please strictly abide by the requirements of the amusement facilities. Park security will remove unruly visitors. Amusement park coins can be used as currency and are transferable. Since the lucky ones can trade amusement park coins with the weird NPCs, can the weird NPCs' amusement park coins be transferred to them? Rule 7 only states the requirements for amusement park rides. The food area has no rides and no such requirements. In other words, there's no rule saying you can't rob weird NPCs. They're completely blinded by greed, only realizing this now. Song Tianju said, even if we take a step back although, we have weirds. 2 frogs immediately came over, croaking with candy in their mouths. The rules don't say you can't rob weirds. Since Nandatu and Feng Dahua can rob food, why can't they rob amusement park coins? What's not prohibited by law is permitted. There's no rule saying weirds can't rob weirds. Besides, Nandatu has been robbing all along. Besides the pumpkin, all the tools and ingredients at the pumpkin stall were stolen. It's not good for the lucky ones to take such a risk. But something was off about them. A dozen or so lucky Nanyan Kingdom members were completely bewildered. What were they doing? Why were they suddenly so excited? Was the candy too delicious? Wang Jiuzhou asked curiously, "What are we going to do?" Zhao Yubai chuckled, almost choking on his laughter, and cleared his throat, saying, "The redistribution and rational utilization of resources." Wang Jiuzhou felt she could understand each word individually, but the whole thing sounded strange. Tian said, "Dad said that plunder is for better distribution. Wealth flows to higher places, water flows to lower places. Making wealth flow like water is a good deed." Song Tianju stuffed another piece of candy into Tian's mouth. "Your dad is such a clever fellow." Chapter 102. Tian, chin held high, said, "Daddy said the whole world should praise Daddy. Daddy's super awesome." No one present knew who Tian's father was, but judging from the little girl's proud expression, they guessed he must be a very good father. Song Tianju was curious. "Let's have a fight sometime." "Okay." Tian accepted the challenge for her father. Xie Qishan looked up, his face expressionless as he stared at Song Tianju. That sentence sounded familiar. It seemed like he heard something similar not long ago. Is this how people greet each other these days? Is it really polite? The Yin Kingdom audience recalled the tentacles they seen in the Xianlu Middle School instance. Some observant people had already connected those tentacles with the father Tian spoke of, although such a connection sounded shocking. But the circumstances at the time made it impossible not to think about it. Zheng Shang, I understand the logic, but what exactly has Tian's father taught his child? Is this really okay? Shen Guan, who exactly is Tian's father? He sounds like a powerful figure. Yao can pu shui gua qian chuan, making wealth flow backwards. Teaching a child this way at such a young age. Tian's father has high hopes for her. Su Bai, we're saying, can't this death game offer some kind of reward, like helping Tian overcome her illness? Tian is so young, she deserves a better life. On the top floor of the tallest commercial building in S City, a man in a suit leaned back on a sofa, watching the projected image, his eyes fixed on Tian's location. Tian was eating watermelon, and he frowned. She have a stomachache and diarrhea. Human infants have very weak digestive systems. Tian ate 3 candies in one go, and he frowned. Teeth will rot. Human cubs' teeth aren't strong enough, they're easily damaged. Tian quoted her father's words, and his expression relaxed. I've forgotten what you said casually, but this child still remembers. Tian, you're a good child, you survive. The comments in the Yin Kingdom livestream chat scrolled across the projection, and the man's expression subtly changed with each comment. Praised? Good eye. The game rules are indeed bad, the rewards are disproportionate to the effort. Low-level emotional exploitation can't produce better results. Humans will get used to fear. Black mist surged from behind the man, countless tentacles stretching out within it. Suddenly, all the tentacles stopped moving. On the livestream screen, Song Tianju spent a huge sum, using 5 paradise coins to buy a giant grilled octopus skewer. After the giant octopus was grilled, its tentacles were as thick as a child's wrist. Song Tianjiao, Wang Jiuzhou, and Tian each took a tentacle. Lu Huaixiang refused to grill the octopus, pushing Xie Qishan forward. This kind of thing is for you kids. Xie Qishan's face turned pale, completely bloodless. It was clear he was terrified. Zhao Yubai stared at the octopus sprinkled with cumin powder, gritted his teeth, and took a bamboo skewer about the thickness of a chopstick from Song Tianjiao. A normal octopus has 8 tentacles. He tore off 3, leaving 5 dangling under its large head. Zhao Yubai took a vicious bite of the octopus's head, as if he weren't biting an octopus, but some other heinous creature. Outside the live stream, the tentacles behind Tian's father twisted and turned, a half-smile playing on his lips. Mr. Tian, urgent document. The assistant rushed in, his steps halting when he saw the projection of Tian eating octopus tentacles. Ah, this. The assistant cautiously glanced at his boss, silently swallowing. Prepare plenty of seafood, clean seafood. No dirty, oddly shaped seafood from the sea. Huh? Yes. The assistant almost thought he misheard and turned to leave. Stop, document. Yes. The assistant walked unsteadily, carefully presenting the document to his boss, stealing glances at his expression. Suddenly, a tentacle as thick as an adult's thigh landed at his feet, accompanied by a trickle of blood. The assistant looked up at the severed tentacle above him, wiping the blood from his face, his expression almost breaking. Boss, you this. Take it and cook it. Tell me the result after you taste it. Huh? Today, a junior assistant suffered a soul-crushing shock. The boss gave him tentacles to eat? What kind of bizarre employee perk is this? Would he dare to eat them? Could he even eat them? He dared. He could. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to eat. 20 minutes later, the assistant pushed the food cart into the room again. Hello, boss. I'm about to do a live mukbang. Thank you so much for the ingredients. I begin now. The assistant carefully observed the boss's expression, afraid of saying anything that might offend him. He meticulously laid out a warming mat on the table and placed the dishes on it one by one. These dishes were all made with octopus tentacles. The assistant picked up a slice of raw octopus, dipped it in wasabi and soy sauce, and put the bite in his mouth. His eyes lit up immediately. Chewy and with a hint of sweetness, it becomes even more springy and refreshing with wasabi. After finishing the plate of raw octopus slices in one go, the assistant picked up a piece of grilled octopus and put it in her mouth. The original flavor of the octopus, carefully grilled, blends with the sauce, and paired with cumin and chili powder, results in a chewy exterior and a soft interior, offering a rich and layered texture. Delicious. After finishing a large plate of grilled octopus, the assistant picked up a piece of stir-fried octopus slices. Flavorful, springy, the combination of celery and octopus slices is simply a match made in heaven. Perfect with rice. There's also fried octopus coated in flour and breadcrumbs, lightly stewed octopus, braised octopus with a thick sauce, octopus fried rice, octopus fried noodles, octopus dumplings, octopus wontons, steamed octopus dumplings, pan-fried octopus dumplings, and even a plus-sized version of takoyaki, each one the size of an egg, packed with octopus meat, no skimping on ingredients. Like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, the assistant devoured the entire octopus feast on the table, kneeling on the ground, his eyes practically sparkling with admiration for his boss. Burp delicious. The boss stomped on the assistant's head, his voice devoid of emotion. Gluttony, haven't I told you what the consequences of overeating are? The assistant's satiated expression froze, replaced by terror. Black mist swirled around the assistant, his eyes filled with fear. Boss, I don't need to, do I? I'm just good for eating. Go ahead, I hope you can come up with something interesting. Don't disappoint me. The assistant, known as Gluttony, was kicked into the black mist, screaming as he vanished. The boss looked at the plate on the table, licked clean even of the broth by Gluttony, and shook his head. Gluttonous things never end well. He snapped his fingers, and soon someone knocked on the door, coweringly peeking out. Boss. A tentacle landed at the intruder's feet. Make takoyaki. The intruder's pupils dilated, barely managing to stand by leaning against the wall. Yes, boss. Kids all like takoyaki, right? They don't know, boss. Tion's father looked at his stunned subordinate, and suddenly regretted assigning Gluttony the task. Gluttony could at least speak, was more interesting, and could offer some advice. Get out. Yes, boss. The intruder backed away, quietly closing the door. This was quite different from Gluttony's seemingly cowering, but actually barging in. At that moment, on the projection, Team 51 had arrived at the hotel. Wang Jiuzhou and Zhao Yubai were settling accounts, while Lu Huaixiang was haggling. The accommodation price is 5 amusement park coins per person for a 6-person room. Lu Huaixiang was very dissatisfied. Even the POW camp has fewer people here. Make it cheaper. If you don't, we tear you down. The receptionist's strange gaze was blank. Just as she was about to retort, 2 frogs jumped out of Lu Huaixiang's hood and onto the counter. The frogs' bulging yellow eyes, black vertical pupils, and small red flowers on their heads made the receptionist tremble uncontrollably. Dear guest, the price is fixed, and I don't have the authority to change it. However, we can upgrade from a 6-person room to a standard room. Each room will accommodate 2 guests. Lu Huaixiang snorted coldly, put her hands on her hips, and said, That's more like it. You're all profiteers. Amusement park tickets cost 2 amusement park coins, and a night's accommodation costs 5 amusement park coins. You really should ask your superiors how this price was set. Is it reasonable? The Price Bureau really can't control you anymore. Lu Huaixiang was incredibly fierce. The receptionist's bizarre expression was about to change, but she was completely controlled by the 2 frogs, forced to maintain a forced smile. Could someone tell it why the lucky person was with the bizarre creature, and these 2 bizarre creatures? No, these 3 bizarre creatures seemed to be of a higher level than it. The receptionist watched Wang Jiuzhou scribbling on a piece of paper with a pencil. She realized with a start, it wasn't 3 bizarre creatures, it was 4. 4, and 4 bizarre creatures of a higher level than it. The receptionist's bizarre creature became even more cautious. A total of 187, 188 people, 94 standard rooms, a total of 470 paradise coins. Lu Huixiang reached into her pocket, suddenly remembered something, and slapped the frog on the head. Spit out gold coins. Croak. You. Croak. You. Under the eerie and terrified gaze of the receptionist, golden amusement park coins spilled all over the table. The golden toad spat out coins. Many amusement park coins fell to the ground, and Wang Jiuzhao quickly squatted down to pick them up. These were the coins they had robbed on their way here. Xiao Yubai said, "This is called the rational allocation and reuse of resources." Lu Huixiang said, "This is called redistributing land from the rich." Tian said, "This is called making money flow backwards." At that time, Xie Qishan didn't say anything, just looked pale and dared not look at the octopus skewers. Wang Jiuzhou said, "I think you're right." Song Tianjia sat on the sofa in the waiting area, munching on a candied hawthorn. She thought this team was strange. Couldn't they be a little more honest about robbing? Wouldn't it be better to just say they were robbing? A paradise coin rolled to Song Tianjia's feet, freezing on the side facing the clown's crying face. Song Tianji picked up the coin and tossed it back onto the counter 5 meters away. This coin landed squarely atop the small mountain of paradise coins. Xie Qinshan, who was also munching on a candied hawthorn, widened his eyes, estimated the distance, took out a coin, and threw it at the counter. Thud. The coin didn't land on the mountain of coins. Instead, it rolled a circle and hit the strange finger of the receptionist. Xie Qinshan shook his head. He hadn't controlled his strength well enough. Just as Xie Qinshan was about to ask Song Tianjiao how she controlled her strength, a coin hit him on the forehead. The receptionist pointed at Xie Qinshan and yelled, "Kid, come here." It couldn't afford to mess with the strange, but it could at least mess with the lucky guy? This kid was too arrogant. 10 minutes later, the strange, bruised and battered, obediently swiped his room card. The entire Team 51 waited, leaning against the counter. The receptionist, feeling eerily watched, trembled with fear. "Someone save it! Someone, please save it!" It was 9:30 p.m. The lucky ones, who had gone out for the promotion, gathered at the pumpkin stall at the agreed time, and then headed to the hotel. Lu Huixiang divided the men and women into 2 groups, assigning room cards according to hair color. The rooms were also prearranged. Lu Huixiang and Tian shared a room, Zhao Yubai and Zhang Sanwen shared a room, Xie Qinshan and Bao Zhu shared a room, and Wang Jiuzhou and Zhang Miaoyan shared a room. Tian was chosen because she was young and needed adult supervision. Zhao Yubai was chosen because of his unstable mental state and his previous capitalist behavior, which made the lucky ones from Yin country think he was problematic. Lu Huixiang chose to have her grandson, Zhang Sanwen, share a room to avoid Zhao Yubai angering his roommate with just a few words. Bao Zhu's behavior was strange. While Xie Qinshan, at 9 years old, was a tiny toddler, the kind of child who didn't need a ticket to enter an amusement park. At least on the surface, he was easy to lower one's guard against. Who would have thought that this little kid was carrying a smuggled handgun on his waist? Zhang Miaoyan needed someone to protect her, and Wang Jiuzhou was undoubtedly the best choice. Song Tianjia squatted on the ground, cracking sunflower seeds. Her roommate, Ishan Guliner, walked up to her with a room key and asked, "Why me? Why don't you live with your teammates from Squad 51? Song Tianjia looked up at Ishan, her eyes full of confusion, and instead of answering, asked, "Has anyone ever told you that your appearance is very ordinary?" This was the first time Ishan had heard such a comment. Ishan's parents were from the border regions, with some Caucasian ancestry. Her ethnic group was very small in Yin country. After living in the mainland, the first people Ishan met always asked if she was from Yin country, thinking she looked different. High nose, deep-set eyes, light-colored pupils, and overly thick eyelashes. Only her black hair proved that Ishan was of mixed race. Me? Average-looking? Ishan pointed to herself, almost thinking she had misheard. This was the first time in her life she had heard such a comment. Song Tianju clutched her head, racking her brains. Yes, the kind of look that's very familiar. I might have seen someone who looks a lot like you before. Very familiar, extremely familiar, incredibly familiar. Song Tianju emphasized repeatedly, her gaze fixed on Ishan. I'm certain I haven't seen you before. But you remind me of someone very important, but I can't remember her. Ishan stood, Song Tianju squatted, and Ishan could clearly see the confusion in Song Tianju's eyes. Ishan said, Is it possible that not remembering means the other person isn't important? If she's important, how could you forget her? No. She's important, extremely important. She's my mother. She's extremely important. Song Tianju suddenly became agitated. She looked up at Ishan, but this time she showed no aggression. Very important. Mother is very important. Song Tianju remembered. Chapter 103. Ishan thought for a moment and said to Song Tianjiao, perhaps you met my relatives. It's normal for relatives to look alike. Before Song Tianju could speak, Lu Huaixiang's voice called out from nearby. Dinner's ready. Midnight snack. The midnight snack was a large pot of stew, a pot of ingredients cooked in a big iron pot. The ingredients were all scavenged by Nan Datu after the pumpkin stall closed. Collected. Nan Datu had changed professions. Now he only asked the NPCs in the food area for ingredients. Many of the strange creatures chose to directly offer their ingredients, while others chose to confront Nan Datu head-on, directly calling over the manager. The manager, seeing Nan Datu, immediately presented him with a bag of frozen sausages. No need to say anything, I know. This was arranged by the leader of the Tree of Wisdom. The manager had an expression that said, I understand, this is part of the plan, no explanation needed. Nan Datu, completely unaware of what this strange creature understood, pointed to a large bag of fish tofu and corn in the freezer and said, I want those too. And leafy greens too, for a balanced diet. Nan Datu thought Lu Huaixiang was right. Children should have a balanced diet. It would try its best to raise its child. They're all processed meat, unhealthy. Is that a bag of lamb chops? Give me one. Is that a chicken leg? Give me one. Is that beef? Give me one. Following behind Nan Datu, a large group of over 100 lucky individuals were sweating profusely, yet they still managed to maintain smiles. Forced smiles. Won't this arrogance get him beaten to death? The lucky individuals couldn't understand. While eating late-night snacks, they chattered about Nan Datu's glorious achievements and expressed their own bewilderment. Lu Huaixiang took charge of the ladle, serving each lucky person a large pot of mixed stew. The old lady's self-introduction wasn't an exaggeration. Her cooking was indeed delicious. The lucky in-country members, who had already received their food, ate with gusto, while the lucky foreigners, who had never tasted Yin Country's regional stew, hesitated for a moment, then cautiously took a bite, their eyes immediately lighting up. Ha ha. Lu Huaixiang rolled her eyes. Speak clearly. And you, Nan Datu. Don't make so many meatballs next time. They're not healthy. Tofu, vegetables, fresh meat, more of those. If there's fish, bring some too. Freshwater fish is best. Sea fish. This death game shouldn't be contaminated, right? Sea fish too, and seaweed and kelp too. Mushrooms too, fresh ones, not fried mushrooms. The oil used for frying outside isn't healthy. Lu Huaixiang didn't care where the supplies came from. She only cared about making requests. Nan Datu pulled out a small notebook and carefully recorded his requests. The Non-Yin Kingdom lucky ones were completely bewildered. Especially the 30 lucky prisoners, who had originally planned to sneak into the crying amusement park unnoticed while sleeping that night. After having a late-night snack, they felt things could slow down. After dinner, Lu Huaixiang assigned the prisoners to wash the dishes and pots. You ate the most, do the least. Go work. The Yin Kingdom audience pulled out instant noodles and snacks, resisting the temptation of the large pot of stew. Those who couldn't resist went to the kitchen to cook. Some who couldn't cook went directly to the still-open restaurants to eat. The overseas audience was in a difficult position. Kangaroo athletes blow. This dish looks so delicious despite its messy appearance. I want to eat it. Where can I buy it? I want to go to the moon. My neighbor, a student from Yin, says this dish is incredibly profound, the highest level of hospitality in Yin. It has a name. A hodgepodge. In the Yin language, it means a gathering of heroes. 3 meals of kimchi a day. Wrong. This is a specialty of our great universe country. Army stew. Friendship forever. No, I'm a veteran from a great ugly country. Back then, our rations didn't have such abundant ingredients. I done some things against orders, so I have several good Yin friends. When one of them passed away, I ate something similar. It was delicious, very rare. They say only by becoming a friend of a Yin person can you possibly eat this dish. An hour and a half is 3.5 hours. Are all the lucky ones in Yin friends? Why wasn't I one of the lucky ones? I only ate 1 meal today, dry bread slices. The Yin audience was dumbfounded. A hodgepodge, described as something miraculous. That international student was quite the smooth talker. This kind of hodgepodge exists in many parts of Yin country, with varying development paths, and different names in different regions. The only thing they have in common is throwing whatever they have into the pot. As for that clown from the great universe country, who was humiliated on the spot, nobody cared. After having a late-night snack, Song Tianju returned to his room, covered his ears, and crawled into bed. There are so many things to say about big pot meals? I don't understand. I don't get it. I can't figure it out. Sleep is the priority. Yishan had thought Song Tianju would have some more to say, but when she came out of the bathroom after showering, she found Song Tianju already sprawled out asleep, even kicking off the covers. Yishan picked up the blanket and covered Song Tianju with it, watching her fast asleep, and began to question her existence. How did she fall asleep like that? Didn't she feel any pressure at all? Was she just too tired? Yishan lay on her own bed, unable to sleep, her mind replaying the day's events. After some time, Yishan suddenly heard a noise. Opening her eyes, she saw a dark figure walk past her bed. Who's there? The light came on, and Yishan saw Song Tianju tiptoeing out. Surprised, she asked, "Are you going to the bathroom? Why didn't you turn on the light?" "No, I'm going to the misty forest." "Yishan, count me in." Rule 6. The park is divided into 5 areas: Mischievous Paradise, Dragon Valley, Ocean World, Grassland Tribe, and the Tree of Wisdom. There is no misty forest in the park. If you accidentally enter the misty forest, please go to the Ferris wheel and select the amusement park you wish to return to. The revised rules look incredibly strange. It piqued Song Tianju's curiosity, making her unable to resist investigating the truth. In the amusement park late at night, the streetlights changed from warm yellow to a pale blue, giving the impression of a sudden drop in temperature. Song Tianju pulled up her hood, looping the elastic drawstring together to block the cold air. Her hands were in her pockets, and she walked through the park with an air of nonchalance. Yishan gripped a kitchen knife she borrowed from the hotel kitchen, cautiously observing her surroundings. Song Tianjiao slowed down. Something's not right here. It's very different from during the day. Hold out your hands, it'd be easier if we fight. Yishan's voice trailed off. Yishan saw long tentacles emerging from beneath Song Tianjia's feet and shouted, "Run!" The next second, the streetlight above Song Tianjia's head turned warm yellow. The tentacles beneath her feet leaped up, their heads swelled, and popped. A small red flower bloomed, swaying left and right in midair. A few loud thuds came from the vending machine not far away, dropping several cans of drinks. At the same time, music started playing. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How wonderful the sky is. Song Tianju plucked the little red flower and put it in her pocket, then walked to the vending machine and retrieved the dropped drinks. She turned to her roommate. "Cola, coconut milk, milk tea, coffee, sparkling water, which do you want?" Yishan felt she needed to calm down. "Coffee, I need to perk myself up, thank you." Song Tianjiao handed her the coffee. Red roots climbed up her shoulder to the top of her head. Even through the hood, they took root, sprouted, and blossomed into small flowers. A vine appeared before Yishan, blooming into a small blue flower. Yishan held the cold coffee and swallowed. Song Tianju pinned the small red flower to the zipper of his coat, and said to Yishan, "Take this flower with you. De Hua said it's dangerous down there, and we need a talisman. Blue represents safety." A gray-black mist was surging towards them. Welcome to the Misty Forest. Chapter 104. A gray mist quickly enveloped Song Tianju and Yishan. The unique orange-toned streetlights overhead were dimmed by the mist, casting blurry shadows. Song Tianju stuffed the remaining beverage into his pocket, opened a can of cola, and chugged it down. Burp! Yishan, holding a small blue flower, stared at Song Tianju in shock. Was drinking beverages part of the rules? Influenced by Song Tianju's behavior, Yishan finished her coffee, and was about to look for a trash can when she turned around and found herself in a dense forest. The dense trees all around were menacing, and eerie blue flames floated in the air, illuminating the grotesque branches. The branches resembled monstrous hands, reaching out fingers towards the flesh and blood. Yishan took a step to the side, and noticed the branches had moved slightly towards her. The viewers watching the live stream held their breath. They were beginning to feel fear. The last time Yan Kingdom viewers were scared was in the Duofu town instance. Arua, this eerie atmosphere. I feel like weird things might appear any second now. I'm super tasteful. God knows, I was just grinning, clapping along, and singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. And we're all gone in one go. My cousin said this place looks like the forest outside Wolfsburg. If only it were Wolfsburg. A family-friendly children's play for the new year is better than a horror movie. Taiyaki, Isn't this the scene where the eerie NPC makes lucky people make choices after the Ferris wheel ride stops during the day? It seems the misty forest and the Ferris wheel are closely related. Chiyu, I'm already getting scared. Can't we have some high-energy warnings? This instance is really weird. Ishan gripped the kitchen knife tightly, warily surveying her surroundings. Are these fires phosphorescent? Ishan not only asked, but also leaned closer to look, even tiptoeing to sniff the air around the flames. Is there an animal or human corpse here? The viewers in the live stream were stunned. At this point, it wasn't time to delve into such questions, was it? Just run. Song Tianjia was squatting on the ground, digging through tree roots. She pulled out a skull, looked into the empty eye sockets, and nodded, "You're right. There's a corpse. It looks like it's been dead for a long time. The bones are very clean." "Really? Let me see." Ishan leaned closer, taking out a lighter for illumination. A tiny flame illuminated the skull. Indeed, it was clean. The skull was intact, without damage, appearing full and clean in the firelight. The head wasn't injured. Judging by the wear on the teeth, the deceased wasn't very old. Ishan carefully examined the skull and asked, "Where did it come from?" Song Tianjia pointed to the pit at his feet, where a section of white bone lay grinning. It was a cross-section of the spine, looking very much like a laughing alien. Song Tianjia suddenly said, "It seems a little happy." This lame joke wasn't funny at all. Instead, it sent chills down the spines of the viewers in the live stream. The chat was already screaming. "Yang Shitzi, are you going to get over here or not? What's under the tree? Tell me quickly, what's under the tree? No, don't say it. I'm scared." Randomly making dirty jokes, cough and reflecting light, all the lucky ones are sleeping, only Song Tianjia and... Wait, that's Xiao Bai. Oh no, Lao Bai. That's Lao Bai. Shusi Rousey Hong Tengnian. There are also Wang Jiuzhe and Zhang Nian over there. My eyesight is 5.0. I'm absolutely not mistaken. Song Tianjia looked around and saw Wang Jiuzhe carrying a pumpkin lantern and Zhang Sanwen carrying an axe. Zhang Nian stood beside Wang Jiuzhe. Beside Zhang Sanwen was Zhao Yubai, wrapped in a blanket and sneezing. Song Tianjia stood up, looking at them blankly. "Why did you come out?" Zhao Yubai looked up at the sky and said seriously, "Theoretically, Zhang Sanwen and I came out first." And Zhao Yubai shook out the blanket, and everyone saw that he was holding a shovel. The shovel was stained with fresh blood, and no one knew where it came from. Zhang Sanwen was very unhappy with Zhang Nian's appearance. Zhang Nian adjusted her glasses and pointed to the tree above Zhang Sanwen's head, saying, "Is it possible that you were the one who came later?" Zhang Sanwen looked up, his pupils dilating in shock. "Hi." Zhang San, hello. Zhang Wenhua sat in the tree, wrapped in a black cloak that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. If Zhang Nian hadn't pointed it out, Zhang San wouldn't have even noticed there was a living person up there. Zhang Wenhua. Zhang San was very unhappy. "Get down. Come down if you dare. I promise I won't kill you." The next moment, a clod of dirt hit Zhang San on the back of the head. "Shut up." Lu Huixiang emerged from behind a tree, a watermelon knife at her waist, and a large pot on her back. This outfit left Zhang San speechless. "Grandma, what kind of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cosplay are you doing?" "Shut up, that's armor. I stew you if you say another word." Lu Huixiang got angry just seeing Zhang San, and looking at the people around her, she felt a surge of anger. What's going on with that big tree? It's infuriating. What's so funny about this? Lu Huixiang cursed and swore, fully aware that her anger was inexplicable. But she was just angry, completely unable to control her emotions. "Let's go, dig up the tree of wisdom." But this was the misty forest. Where was there a tree of wisdom? Song Tianjia rushed to Zhao Yubai and grabbed the shovel from his hand. "You can't hold this, let me use it." Zhao Yubai didn't want to let go, but he wasn't as strong as Song Tianjia, so he had to give her the shovel. Song Tianjia, disgusted by the bloodstains on the shovel, picked up a corner of the blanket dragging on the ground and wiped the blood clean. Looking at Song Tianjia's calm expression, Zhao Yubai couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to ask where this blood came from?" Song Tianjia cooperated. "Where did the blood come from?" "I don't know. Tree roots in the forest tripped me, so I used the shovel as a walking stick. I don't know when I got blood." Hearing this, Song Tianjia stared intently at Zhao Yubai's head. "Why don't you see the team doctor about your brain tomorrow? The feel of tree roots and the ground is different from flesh and blood. Didn't you feel it? Your brain might be damaged." Zhao Yubai, He felt mocked. "It's alright, it's not your fault you're getting old. Slower reactions are normal." Song Tianjia's sharp retort almost made Zhao Yubai lose his balance. With the shovel, digging became much faster. Song Tianji quickly dug out the other bones from the pit where the skull was found, and pieced them together into a human shape. 206 bones, not one more, not one less. It's a whole person. After placing the bones, Song Tianji laid down on the ground to compare the height. Shorter than me. Lu Huaixiang rushed over and pulled Song Tianji up, brushing the dust off her clothes. Why are you comparing your height to a dead person? Hurry up, let's go out and take down the Tree of Wisdom. It turned out Lu Huaixiang had come out because she woke up in the middle of the night, increasingly angry, and decided to go out and deal with the Tree of Wisdom. But as soon as she stepped out, she entered the misty forest and wandered around for a long time without finding her way out. So you guys didn't plan this? Song Tianjiao thought she was being treated differently. She was the only one who didn't know about the team teaming up to fight the boss. She asked, "Where's Tian Tian?" Lu Huaixiang pointed upwards. Song Tianjiao looked up and saw Tian Tian sitting on a branch, eating a candied hawthorn. Sister Tianjiao, want some candied hawthorn? Yes. Team 51, only Xie Qishan is missing. Song Tianjiao, a candied hawthorn ball dangling from his mouth, began digging at the roots of another tree. Stealing a moment, he nudged the candied hawthorn ball with his tongue and mumbled a question to the others about what they were doing out there. Wang Jiuzhou, holding a pumpkin lantern for light, said with a lollipop in his mouth, Miaoyan said there's definitely something wrong with the misty forest, so we're taking a stroll tonight while no one's around. Lu Huaixiang was skeptical. She said she wanted to come out, and you agreed? Wang Jiuzhou proudly declared. Miaoyan said that according to the updated rules, as long as you bring enough amusement park coins to ride the Ferris wheel, you don't need to worry about danger. Besides, I'm a weirdo. I'm very powerful. Lu Huaixiang was speechless. Zhang Miaoyan could fool anyone. The old lady sighed. You need an anti-fraud app. What anti-fraud app? Wang Jiuzhou was completely bewildered. Song Tianjiu shoveled the shovel to Wang Jiuzhou, then squatted down beside him, holding the pumpkin lantern for light. Zhang Miaoyan is lying to you. Putting you and Zhang Miaoyan in the same room is just to deal with emergencies. If there's danger, you can protect the fragile Zhang Miaoyan. Wang Jiuzhou looked bewildered. Miaoyan said this room arrangement is for combat balance. It's a hidden rule. She's too easy to fool. Far too easy to fool. Although Song Tianjiu didn't know what an anti-fraud app was, she felt that a fraud warning program should indeed be made for Wang Jiuzhou. Song Tianjiu turned to look at Zhang Miaoyan. Zhang Miaoyan touched her nose and muttered, I didn't expect her to be so easy to fool. I also called Wenwei. The three of us combined are definitely strong enough. The combat strength of these three combined is calculated as 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 1.5. Zhang Miaoyan is the one who's holding everyone back. In terms of brains, Zhang Miaoyan alone could probably outwit Wang Jiuzhou and Zhang Wenwei. Song Tianjiu turned to look at Zhang Sanwen. Zhang Sanwen coughed lightly. Actually, I heard my sister come out, so... Smack. Lu Huaixiang smacked Zhang Sanwen on the head with a spatula. You're even lying to your own people? Your room is at the very back. How did you hear your sister come out? You're like a dog that climbs onto the roof without being disciplined for 3 days. Zhang San, do you want another beating? Didn't you just say you were the first to come out? Zhang Sanwen, clutching his head, squatted on the ground and truthfully replied, Zhao Yubai said that Zhao Yuan said there shouldn't be a Ferris wheel, and its appearance is strange. The amusement park is different at night than during the day, so we went to investigate at night. There might be clues. So, as soon as we entered the room, we climbed out the window. These 4 groups, though different in their approaches, all arrived at the same conclusion. Although they emerged at different times, and with different purposes, their ultimate destination was the misty forest. Yishan was numb. Are all the people in your 2 teams like this? Compared to Team 51 and Team 49, Yishan felt that his Team 48 was practically normal. Wang Jiuzhou had already unearthed a skeleton, which, once pieced together, was a complete skeleton. Apart from the cervical vertebrae being severed by a knife, there were no other signs of injury. Soon, the group unearthed more skeletons under other trees. There were even fresh corpses that hadn't yet decomposed. Under each tree, there was a corpse. 1 tree, 1 corpse. The corpses varied in their state of decomposition, but the only thing they had in common was a severed head. The misty forest had countless trees, so how many people had died here? Zhao Yubai finally understood where the blood on the shovel came from. It was bloodstains from passing through newly grown trees. He looked at the shovel Wang Jiuzhou was wielding, and his body trembled. The surrounding gray-black fog grew thicker, weakening even sound and affecting lighting. The group huddled together to examine the skeletons. They look so familiar. They really do resemble the way the crying lucky one died. Zhang Sanwen nodded. Every corpse has smooth cuts. It must have been done by the ghost. Humans couldn't create such smooth cuts without specialized equipment. The next moment, Zhang Sanwen jumped up, looking around. Who's talking? The fog grew even denser. Zhang Sanwen couldn't see even a meter away. He pulled out a bunch of keys, slipped the decorative brass knuckles onto his fingers, and warily surveyed his surroundings. The others gripped their weapons tightly. The voice rang out again, heads down. Zhang San lowered his head, meeting Xie Qingshan's gaze. Squad 51 was complete. Me too. Bao Zhu squeezed into the crowd. Speaking weakly, it seems like this place blocks some things. I shouted very loudly, you didn't hear me? Xie Yulai also poked his head in. There's no signal here. I came out to draw maps, do you believe me? Really, I just want to collect data on the Misty Forest. Squad 49 was also complete. Yishan felt out of place among these people. How did they gather together without any discussion? Was she the normal one, or were these people? If she was normal, didn't that mean she was the only normal person present? If she wasn't normal, then what was normal? Were there any normal people among them who had entered this death game? Yishan was confused. Because of the fog, the 12 people could only barely communicate by getting closer to each other. Even though they were speaking at a normal volume, they both felt the other's voice was very, very faint. Song Tianjiu bit her finger, not feeling any sharp pain even after tasting blood. She held her finger in her mouth, watching the increasingly thick fog, and then placed the pumpkin lantern on her head. Red roots secured the pumpkin lantern, and then a large bunch of small blue flowers bloomed. Song Tianjiu gave the blue flowers to the others. Blue represents safety. The fog grew thicker, and Song Tianjiu could no longer see her own hands. The flame of the kerosene lighter in Yishan's hand was completely swallowed by the black fog. Before losing consciousness, a hand grabbed Song Tianjiu's hand. When she opened her eyes again, Song Tianjiu found herself in an amusement park. Giant cartoon figures were decorated with various colorful lights, which changed colors with the music, creating a lively atmosphere. A sharp pain shot through the cut on his finger. Song Tianjiu looked down and found that Lu Huaixiang was holding one of his hands, while Yishan was gripping his other tightly. 12 lucky people, hand in hand, all present, were in the amusement park. Not far away stood a clown, holding balloons, his face painted with oil paint. Half laughing, half crying. Besides him, there was no one else. Xiao Yubai exclaimed, "Look, what color are the balloons?" Chapter 105. Xiao Yubai didn't get an answer immediately and asked again, "What color?" Lu Huaixiang looked speechless, touched Xiao Yubai's forehead, and asked, "Are you running a fever?" "It's blue." Lu Huaixiang had a small blue flower pinned to her clothes, and she looked at Xiao Yubai as if he were a silly dog on the street. "I really should get your head checked. Have you gone crazy from fright?" Lu Huaixiang was experienced. She had seen many people go crazy from fright. She immediately realized that Xiao Yubai's abnormality was probably due to his timidity. Xiao Yubai clutched the small blue flower in his hand, staring intently at the balloon in the clown's hand. "What color did you see?" Tian said, "Blue." The others nodded, indicating that they saw blue. Only Bao Zhu looked shocked. "I saw purple." Bao Zhu looked at Song Tianjiu, who held up the pumpkin lantern on her head. The small red flower on her head was swaying happily from side to side. Song Tianjiu said, "Red?" Xiao Yubai stammered, "Purple, I see purple." Rule 5. The clown at the laughter amusement park doesn't have red balloons, and conversely, the clown at the crying amusement park doesn't have blue balloons. If you see a clown holding a balloon of the wrong color, pretend you didn't see it. Of the 12 people, they saw 3 colors, red, blue, and purple. This purple wasn't the first time it had appeared. It had happened before at the laughter amusement park and the Ferris wheel. Red plus blue equals purple. Instantly, everyone watched the clown warily, gripping their weapons. The clown, holding the balloons, bowed to the crowd, speaking earnestly, "Welcome to the Misty Forest. Nourished by flesh and blood, the Misty Forest has grown, and its area is expanding rapidly, soon to devour the amusement park. Can you help me?" The crowd exchanged glances. Lu Huaixiang said, "Why should we help you? Who knows if you're human or ghost, what kind of thing you are?" A tear of blood streamed down the half of the clown's smiling face. "They're fighting for power, and I just want the amusement park to return to its former state." This was a plea for help from the clown. Should they accept? This time, the prompt was different from before. It wasn't Pan's voice, nor was it a mechanical one. It was a voice that was both hollow and magnetic, not loud, yet it struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Tian Tian exclaimed. It's Dad. Dad said that no matter where Tian Tian is in the world, he will appear when the time is right. Tian Tian's words shocked most of those present, and sent a chill down the spines of the viewers in the live stream. In the eyes of the Yin Kingdom viewers, Tian Tian's father was almost a figure of urban legend. No one knew what Tian Tian's father actually looked like, they could only learn about him from Tian Tian herself. Piecing together the image of that father, perhaps a very patient, thoughtful, and loving social elite, was Tian Tian's statement a father's well-intentioned comfort to his child, or a promise? Everyone felt a sudden unease. Free Cuba, who exactly is Tian Tian's father? We heard Tian Tian mention him many times. Judging from Tian Tian's description, her father is probably an anarchist? His views on money and his way of dealing with people are completely different from the mainstream. Carbon tetrachloride solution. I have a thought, which you might find absurd. I think Tian Tian's father might be a non-human being. Remember the tentacles at Xianlu Middle School? Momo, not Momo. Tentacles? Extraterrestrial? I always wanted to ask, where's Tian Tian's mother? If she doesn't have a mother, can I offer myself as her bedmate? Sima, your whole family, upstairs. What are you saying that can't pass censorship? Munangsuming. Song Tianjiu saw a red balloon. Does this mean anything? Song Tianjiu said blue represents safety, so she gave everyone little blue flowers. Only she received a little red flower, and the balloon she saw was red. Old World Plus. Blue corresponds to the Laughter Amusement Park, meaning survival. Red corresponds to the Crying Amusement Park, meaning death. Red and blue combined means neither life nor death? This doesn't seem right. Could red and blue mean something else? Faction? Eat 3 bowls in 1 meal. My head is so itchy, my brain is going to grow out. In the Tianmu group's main conference room, Zhao Hui was eating barbecue. His mouth was stuffed full of pork belly wrapped in lettuce, and his eyes were excitedly watching the projection on the wall. Zhao Hui eats 3 meals a day, each meal lasts 3 hours, he sleeps for 8 hours, goes crazy for 3 hours, and stares blankly for 4 hours. 24 hours a day, meticulously planned. Sometimes Zhao Jiancheng even wondered if it was possible that the whole world was going crazy, not just Zhao Hui. In a way, Zhao Hui's life was very structured. Zhao Hui turned to stare at Zhao Jiancheng, the folded lettuce in his mouth opening and closing like a duck's beak as he spoke. Do you know why Bao Zhu and Zhao Yubai saw purple? Zhao Jiancheng had learned how to properly interact with Zhao Hui, and replied seriously, I don't know. Zhao Hui asked, what color is the balloon in your eyes? Zhao Jiancheng told the truth. Blue. Zhao Hui turned to look at the others. What color did you see? The others in the conference room were working. Hearing this, they looked up at the screen and said blue. They all saw blue. Zhao Hui suddenly became excited, scrambling onto the table, grinning broadly. I saw purple. After saying this, Zhao Hui looked expectantly at Zhao Jiancheng. Zhao Jiancheng played along. So? I, Bao Zhu, and Zhao Yubai are the same. We are believers. We are believers of what we might call God's plaything. Zhao Hui enunciated each word clearly. We are, claws, teeth. I am the lackey of a hidden god. If you want to kill my master, please tell me beforehand, and I will open the door for you. Zhao Hui had already said he was a lackey. The others weren't surprised. But, Bao Vu. Zhao Jiancheng was startled. He immediately pulled out Bao Zhu's file. Zhao Yubai is one thing, but when did Bao Zhu become a lackey? Zhao Jiancheng personally reviewed the information, investigated all of Bao Zhu's social connections, and after a long period of analysis, finally confirmed that Bao Zhu was a member of Team 49. Is Bao Zhu actually a lackey of those gods? Zhao Jiancheng realized that he might have planted a time bomb in a death game. He had dropped a time bomb on the team. For Zhao Jiancheng, this was unforgivable. Zhao Jiancheng clutched the documents, remaining silent for a long time. The surrounding staff also realized the problem, their expressions changing slightly. Are you afraid? Are you blaming yourself? Are you terrified? No, don't have these negative emotions. These are all nourishment for the gods. Bao Zhu is a newcomer, and his future holds a possibility Zhao Yuan has never seen before. Bao Zhu's master will be a rising new god, Zhao Hui said, his eyes gleaming. This is a new god, never before seen in the past, future, or present. He is different from everyone else. Zhao Yuan cannot see his demise. He is new, and he is also returning. Zhao Hui's eyes blazed with fervor. He knelt down, wiped the grease from his face with a tissue, and worshipped with utmost devotion. Newborn nameless God, I offer you hymns. New God born from chaos and order, your growth is my desire. I am willing to sacrifice my Lord, to become your nourishment. This pious demeanor left everyone speechless. Zhao Hui hadn't been like this before. He always encouraged them to kill their gods. Now, he was so devout, even offering sacrifices. They didn't know who this Lord Zhao Hui spoke of was, but the other party seemed unlucky to have encountered a believer like Zhao Hui. Zhao Jiancheng watched the image on the projection, a vague guess forming in his mind. In the live stream, the clown was still waiting for a response. The clown's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Song Tianju with expectant eyes. They are fighting for power, while I only want the amusement park to return to its former state. I hereby seek your help. The clown lowered his head, hunched his back, his posture humble. This was a plea for help from the clown. Should he accept? The voice rang out again, and black mist swirled around the clown, vaguely outlining tentacles. Both inside and outside the live stream, everyone was watching Song Tianjiao. The little red flower on Song Tianjia's head swayed violently, suddenly extending long red roots that struck the black mist beside the clown. Sizzle. The roots began to smoke upon contact with the black mist, as if burning, the red roots turning black inch by inch. Song Tianjiao grabbed the roots, pulled them back, and extinguished the black flames with her fingers. Then, the little red flower on her head swayed even more wildly. An eye opened in the flower's stamen, its black pupil darting around, its swaying becoming increasingly arrogant. This was a plea for help from the clown. Should she accept? Looking at the charred tip of her finger, Song Tianju said to the clown, I accept. The balloon in Song Tianju's eyes was red. She knew that the amusement park's rules were teetering on the brink of collapse. The clown, with his pigeon-toed gait like a duck, rushed to Song Tianjiao and held up a balloon. Here's a heart for you. Song Tianjiao grasped the balloon. The balloon, twisted into a heart shape, truly transformed into a beating heart in her hand. This is the core of the amusement park. They're fighting for the rules. Their power isn't enough to take away all the rules. You can make new rules. Black mist spread around the clown, his face beginning to crumble, becoming increasingly blurred until it disappeared. The lucky ones crowded around, curiously examining the heart in Song Tianjia's hand. Zhao Yubai asserted, it's not a pig's heart. Lu Huaixiang asserted, it's not a human heart. Wang Jiuzhou felt he should join the group and added, it's not a chicken heart. Baozu rubbed his eyes and muttered, what color is this heart now? It still looks purple to me. Song Tianju saw red. Zhao Yubai still saw purple. Lu Huaixiang and the others saw blue. How could there be a blue heart in this world? Could it be a horseshoe crab? Blue-blooded creatures are mostly prehistoric species now. Could this be a heart from hundreds of millions of years ago? Zhao Yubai tried to analyze. The surrounding fog grew thicker, and the group returned to the misty forest, their feet still dappled with freshly dug bones and flesh. This time, the misty forest was free of the gray-black fog. Clearing the fog for you, encountering the truth. Song Tianjiao put the heart in her pocket, climbed a tree, and tiptoed to observe her surroundings. She pointed in one direction and said, that tree. The tree's branches were too dense. Even without the fog, it was difficult to see clearly. Those who could climb trees did, while those who couldn't stood still, eagerly awaiting their turn. Zhao Yubai was one of only 3 who couldn't climb trees, watching his teammates with longing eyes. What do you see? Zhang Wenhua said, a huge tree, as big as the tree of wisdom. Lu Huaixiang cursed, that thing is the tree of wisdom. I really want to burn it down, that menacing thing. Little Zhao said, I have high blood pressure, and can't get angry. This thing exists just to make me have high blood pressure. Lu Huaixiang had experienced too many ups and downs, and was very clear about her emotions and needs. It was precisely because of this, that she keenly sensed that her emotions had been off ever since she entered the amusement park. She had been suppressing them before, but now she didn't want to hold back anymore. The old lady roared, people who are easily angered have short lifespans. If you're angry, you should vent it, otherwise you die young. The rules don't say you can't attack the tree of wisdom. Rule 7. Please strictly abide by all requirements of the amusement facilities. Park security will remove disruptive visitors. There are no amusement facilities in the Tree of Wisdom area. Song Tianjiao gave a thumbs up, squinted at the tree, and estimated the distance. My intuition tells me we should finish the battle before dawn. 9 moves. What time is it? Wang Jiuzhou reflexively replied, amusement park time, 1:25. After saying that, Wang Jiuzhou added, based on the sunset time, the estimated dawn time is 5:36. That's 4 hours, about 2 kilometers away. The fog is gone, and the visibility is pretty good. It's a pity Zhang Wenyua's rocket launcher isn't allowed in. The Tree of Wisdom, shrouded in a red light, looked particularly conspicuous in Song Tianju's eyes. She jumped down from the tree, took out a great bomb, and said, "Let's go blow that thing up. Let's make the rules first, and then deal with that thing." Upon hearing this, everyone rubbed their hands together in anticipation. They had grape-shaped bombs tucked in their pockets, eager to try them out. As the saying goes, if you hold a hammer, everyone looks like a nail. Holding a bomb in your hand, not throwing it out to hear a bang would be a waste of your life. How many of these lucky kids from Yin country hadn't played with fireworks? Not just fireworks, most of the new batch had even played with grenade launchers. Yishan pulled out a grape-shaped bomb, looking at its small size, wondering if he needed to go back and collect more. There were 12 of them, one each, only 12. Wouldn't that be enough? Lu Huaixiang took out her pipe and tapped Zhang Sanwen on the head. "Keep your back to me. I need to finish my homework." Lu Huaixiang treated her grandson like a servant. When Zhang Sanwen saw Lu Huaixiang pull out a self-filled ink brush and a stack of yellow talisman paper, he immediately jumped down from the tree and squatted down. Lu Huaixiang climbed onto Zhang Sanwen's back and licked the brush tip. "Grandma, that's cinnabar. Don't lick it." Zhang Sanwen didn't turn around. He knew what his grandma was up to. Lu Huaixiang froze, stopped licking the brush tip, and flicked it, spraying cinnabar ink that landed in specks on everyone's faces and bodies. The pumpkin lantern on Song Tianjiao's head was also stained with cinnabar ink. The light flickered for a moment, then continued to burn fiercely. If you looked closely, you could see that the pumpkin lantern didn't contain a candle, it contained semi-solidified animal fat. Chapter 106. Lu Huaixiang was a little embarrassed, touched her nose, lowered her head to draw talismans, and didn't forget to flick Zhang Sanwen on the forehead. "Giddy up. Horses, hurry up." Zhang Sanwen, Zhang Sanwen walked forward silently, Zhang Wenhua holding Zhang Mian's hand with one hand, and taking out a flashlight to illuminate the way with the other. Wang Jiuzhou took the pumpkin lantern off Song Tianjia's head, and used it as a light source. The group of 12 walked forward in a grand procession. Song Tianjia squeezed a colacan into a metal ball, took out the small dagger, and pressed the metal ball onto the handle to increase friction. Xie Qishan now had short legs, so for every step Song Tianju took, he had to run 2 steps. He barely kept up with Song Tianju, and handed him the pistol. "Can you get a bigger one?" "Old Lady Lu's pot is heavy, the raw materials are enough." Song Tianju didn't take the pistol, shaking her head. "The materials aren't good enough, the precision isn't sufficient. Not all materials can be molded, there's only downward compatibility, no upward compatibility. A gun can be molded into a hammer to crack walnuts, but there's absolutely no possibility of molding a solid hammer into a gun." Song Tianju said, "It can be downward, but not upward." Xie Qishan nodded, seemingly understanding, and tried to keep up with the group. Tian walked slowly, and when Yishan passed by, she simply scooped her up. "Sister, am I very heavy?" The little girl leaned on the shoulder of an unfamiliar person, a little embarrassed. Yishan weighed her and said truthfully, "You're not even as heavy as a heavy machine gun." Tian didn't speak. She looked down at her arms, and decided to eat more tomorrow, even if she couldn't finish. If she ate just one more bite a day, she could definitely be heavier than a heavy machine gun. But how heavy is a heavy machine gun? The little girl was curious, but she knew this wasn't the time to ask. Xiao Yubai barely kept up with the group, his breathing rapid, looking like he was about to collapse. Bao Zhu simply hoisted him onto his shoulder. "How come you're just like that, Xiao Yuran? One a little good for nothing, the other an old good for nothing. Good for nothings who can't even keep up for a mere 2 kilometers on foot." Bao Zhu wasn't the fastest, nor the most steady, but he was someone who could keep up with the group's pace. Now, without anyone holding them back, the group moved quickly. Xiao Yubai's stomach was pressed against Bao Zhu's shoulder, almost making him vomit up his dinner from the night before. "Dude, want to change positions?" "What? You want a Princess Carrie?" "Shut up." Bao Zhu quickened his pace, soon arriving beside Song Tianju. "Look at me, boss. I brought the worst guy down." Bao Zhu's face lit up with anticipation, like a puppy with a frisbee, its eyes waiting for its master's praise. Song Tianju felt a chill. For some reason, she always felt Bao Zhu was like a dog. How should you praise a dog? Pat its head? Looking at Bao Zhu's hair, Song Tianju hesitated, saying only, "Good job, great job." 10 minutes later, The group arrived under the tree. Zhao Yubai, grinning, held the great bomb, observing the detonation point. Zhang Miyan, panting, pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Instruction manual. Zhao Yubai opened it, overjoyed. We have 12 bombs. Based on the yield calculations, theoretically. Xie Yulai also joined in, the two of them whispering amongst themselves. Zhang Miyan leaned against a tree trunk, trying to calm her breathing. Her physical condition wasn't good. This 2-kilometer forced march had really taken a toll. Lu Huixiang was still drawing talismans. Zhang Miyan went over and sorted the talisman papers, holding them in her slightly trembling hands. Zhang Sanwen and Zhang Wenwei had already climbed the tree, studying the trunk's orientation and digging holes to secure the bombs. The viewers in the live stream were both tense and excited. Now, everyone understood that this instance was crucial. The outcome of this instance would determine the subsequent events. Many people repeatedly recorded and watched the clown's words, and some people's gazes towards Song Tianju were no longer appropriate. Momo is not Momo. Can it work? Is it possible? Is there any hope? Sima, you're a family. If the rules for the amusement park instance are rewritten, what rules will be implemented? Apple Branch. According to the previous statement, there is a skeleton under every tree. The misty forest was fed on blood and flesh, wasn't it? This thing should be destroyed if possible. It's truly a harmful thing. A bright moon hung on a branch. Them. The clown said them. Is there a second mastermind behind this? Besides Pan, who else could it be? While the audience speculated, the lucky ones had already calculated the placement and yield of the bombs. Lu Huixiang and Zhang Miyan were attaching talismans to the tree. Soon, with explosions and thunder, lightning illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. In the blinding light, the enormous tree of wisdom collapsed with a crash. The trees surrounding the tree of wisdom also collapsed, the sound of them falling freely echoing in the distance, as if the world was slowly crumbling. Countless black mists shrouded the misty forest, countless enormous roots struggling within them, emitting crackling sounds of burning. Black flames enveloped vast swathes of the misty forest. The smoke was so thick it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. No, it's stinging my eyes. I'm about to tear up, Xie Yulai shouted. Yishan also covered her eyes, trying hard not to cry. Song Tianju tried to open his eyes bloodshot from the smoke. Wang Jiuzhe was already lying on the ground, covering his eyes. The smoke rises. As long as I lie low enough, I won't get stung. Tian and Xie Qingshan also lay on the ground, covering their eyes. The edge of the misty forest was shrinking. As the black flames raged, countless white bones were exposed on the edge, only to be swallowed by the flames. The area of the Tree of Wisdom, like a floating island, housed the trees and the lucky ones. The outer perimeter was surrounded by black flames. They had nowhere to escape. The pumpkin lanterns on the ground still flickered with flames, illuminating a small area and allowing one to see the movement of the black mist. Song Tianju felt the ground tremble beneath her feet, and sensed the power of the surrounding black mist that seemed to devour everything. The clowns were vying for power. The clown's words finally took on a concrete meaning at this moment. Song Tianju clutched her excitedly pounding heart in her pocket. She felt with absolute clarity that this was the rule itself. A repeatedly scribbled rule contract appeared before her eyes. Welcome to Clown Amusement Park, sizzle, sizzle. Clown Amusement Park is a place for endless fun. Welcome to join the clown family. You have purchased a 3-day pass for the amusement park, excluding the Ferris wheel ride. The Ferris wheel is still under construction and will never be completed. The amusement park is divided into 5 areas: Mischievous Land, Dragon Valley, Ocean World, Grassland Tribe, Clown's House, and the Insect Forest Tribe Science Education Area. Crying? If your child is crying, they can get candy and balloons from the clown. Also, happy families can get an ice cream or cotton candy at the clown restaurant. For help, please ask the nearest staff member. The park has a professional medical team and security system. The following are incorrect rules. Please do not believe them. Rule 1. Please maintain a smiling or crying expression in the amusement park. Do not have a blank expression, as this may lead to misjudgment. Rule 2. All purchases in the amusement park require park coins. Each person starts with 3 park coins. For your safety, please ensure you have at least 1 park coin. Rule 3. Park coins are transferable. Killing your teammate rewards you with 5 park coins. Rule 4. Please stay hydrated and full in the happy amusement park. Please stay hungry in the crying amusement park. Rule 5. The clown in the laughter amusement park does not have red balloons, and conversely, the clown in the crying amusement park does not have blue balloons. If you see a clown with the wrong color balloon, please pretend you didn't see it. Rule 6. The park is divided into 5 areas: Mischievous Land, Dragon Valley, Ocean World, Grassland Tribe, and Tree of Wisdom. There is no Misty Forest in the park. If you accidentally enter the Misty Forest, please go to the Ferris wheel and select the amusement park you want to return to. Rule 7. Please strictly abide by the rules of the rides. Park security will remove unruly visitors. Then comes bold red text. Warning! Clown Amusement Park is a place to spread love and laughter. Come happily and leave happily. That's the motto of Clown Amusement Park. Clown's words. Bold: the clown balloon is a random interactive attraction within the park, representing the greetings of all the park staff to you. It has no other ambiguity. Have a great time. Clown's words. Bold: there is no Tree of Wisdom. There is no Misty Forest. The Ferris wheel is under construction and not open. It's fake. It's all fake. Only love and happiness are real. Note: due to demolition plans, annual, semi-annual, and quarterly passes for Clown Amusement Park are no longer available. Visitors who have purchased long-term passes or long-term family passes can go to Clown House for a refund. Clown Amusement Park closure countdown. Starting today, half-price admission is available, and visitors under 12 and over 60 are free. Song Tianjia's pupils dilated in shock. So when they came in, they were overcharged. Viewers in the global live stream were also surprised to see this rules and regulations agreement. Creamy bread is so delicious. Was this amusement park actually great at first? Did Pan change it? My God, it ruined the children's happiness. Aurora C. What a wonderful amusement park, changed into this state by these strange things. No wonder the clown is so sad. Kangaroo athlete critical hit. Who is that nightmare? It looks ominous. 0 yuan purchase every day. Wait. Do you remember that lucky guy? Abraham and Geyer. The masters of mythological dreams. An hour and a half is 3.5 hours. My God, fallen angels and angels? Constructing a dream world? What is real? What is illusion? The price of the shirt. I'm not a very devout believer, okay, I admit. I bought it for the church food. Their food was delicious. But I know one thing, my Lord doesn't want Abraham to meet his sister, Guer. A devout follower of Lord Guan. Perhaps from the beginning, Abraham was just a decoy. Following the formula of horror movies, the one hiding cleanly behind everyone is often the mastermind. The Strategic Deception Bureau is fooling me again. Guer. Could she be a nightmare? My God, has Guer been vying for power with Pan from the very beginning? International and Chinese viewers alike felt their scalps tingle. A yen shu. No wonder I always felt the rules were strange, different from Pan's way of doing things. So there were 2 manipulators? Red, they're fighting. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Go Song Tianjiu, Pan go die, although I haven't figured things out yet, go. Pan go must die. Shi Mao Lai E1. Neither Pan nor Nightmare are good. If these things can be called gods, then the heavens have fallen. Song Tianjiu shook her head, pulled 2 wads of cotton from her pocket, and stuffed them into her ears. So noisy, really noisy. This was unprecedented noise. She had never heard such a cacophony, like countless birds chirping in her ears. Every time she heard her name, her heart pounded violently. Who calls my name? What do they want? Song Tianjiu clutched her heart, trying to find the logic of the rules. Soon, she discovered that the generation of these rules required no logic at all. So, this is a battleground of who's strong and who's right? Such a primitive power struggle. Your rules are. There are no rules. It's not that I look down on you. I just want to say, you're all trash. Song Tianjiu realized she couldn't control herself at all. Her words were her most primal thoughts, unvarnished. At the same time, the collapse of the misty forest stopped, as if everything had frozen. Only the lucky ones remained vigilant and observant. Bao Zhu had somehow crawled to Song Tianjiu's feet, looking up at her. Song Tianjiu blurted out, "You're acting like a dog." After saying this, she covered her mouth. She had actually spoken her true feelings aloud. As everyone knows, communication between people requires some art of language. Clearly, Song Tianjiu lacked the ability to use subtle language at this moment. Every word she uttered struck a nerve. Bao Zhu looked hurt, his eyes were stinging from the smoke, and he had held back his tears for a long time, but now they finally fell. The next moment, dense white roots burst forth from the ground, surging towards Bao Zhu. Rule 1. Please maintain a smiling or crying expression in the amusement park. Do not remain expressionless, as this may lead to misjudgment. Bao Zhu's crying triggered the rule. According to the rule, he will face death, and then gain eternal life in the crying amusement park. Song Tianju raised her hand, and countless red roots enveloped and strangled the white roots. She looked up at the still enormous tree of wisdom, even after its dramatic collapse, and said sarcastically, "Did I give you permission to move? Even if you're a dog, you're still a dog in my camp. I won't allow you to move." Song Tianju patted Bao Zhu's head and said bluntly, "Even if you look like a dog, I treat you like a human." After saying that, Song Tianju felt it was impolite. But in her current state, she couldn't take it back, so she took out the last mint, wrapper and all, and stuffed it into Bao Zhu's mouth to comfort him. Bao Zhu was completely stunned. He wiped the tears from his face, smearing the dust all over it, making his face almost unrecognizable. "Boss, you? Hey, I'm not dead." Bao Zhu's eyes were filled with astonishment, his eyes red from the smoke, staring straight at Song Tianju. Song Tianju stopped looking at him, and turned to walk towards the fallen tree of wisdom. Trees have a characteristic: even if their bodies fall, their roots can sprout again the following spring. Even after being blown up and struck by lightning, the fallen tree of wisdom was still enormous. Song Tianju hated this feeling of looking up at him. The rule is that whoever is stronger is right. You eaten enough people, you deserve to die. The little red flower on Song Tianju's head shook its petals, suddenly growing into a gigantic flower, countless eyes opening on its petals. Feng Dahua finally revealed its true form in this instance. It was a flower that grew from bones, taking root and sprouting from flesh and blood. It was no cute little thing. Song Tianju said, "Eaten it all, ate it all. Warning! Death game. Cheating is prohibited." Pen shouted urgently. Chapter 107. Countless crimson roots surged from the ground, like a rewinding red ribbon, threatening to blot out the sky. Some roots, like sharp spikes, burst forth from within the tree of wisdom, strangling and constricting the trunk. The crimson roots peeled away layer by layer from the charred trunk, the tree crumbling from the inside out. The debris was the trace of tree rings, thick and thin fragments scattered on the ground. Bao Zhu knelt on the ground, staring in shock at this scene. Wang Jiuzhou picked up the nearest piece of wood and stuffed it into his mouth. "Tui! Disgusting." Tian looked at the crimson roots emerging from the soil beside her, noticing the black mist attempting to entangle them, and immediately slapped it away. The little girl took out a hairpin and clipped it to a root. The hairpin was wrapped in ribbon, decorated with a pair of tiny yellow pom-poms the size of fingernails. It was the kind of hair clip commonly seen on children, not too tight. With its flat shape and soft decorations, the metal trim wrapped around the scalp conformed to the curve of the hair, making it extremely low risk for any active child. The red root wiggled, noticing the hair clip was prone to falling off, and immediately extended even finer roots to secure it. Each root quickly branched out, transforming into a flower bud. A small yellow flower bloomed. The little flower swayed left and right, lightly bumping into Tian's finger. Tian asked, "For me?" Xie Qingshan reached out to poke the little yellow flower, only to be slapped across the face by a red root. Xie Qingshan was speechless, lying on the ground pretending he didn't exist. This was no longer his battlefield, he chose to play dead. Xie Yulai scrambled to his feet, sat down, wiped the soot and dirt from his face, and stared blankly at the tree of wisdom being slowly tortured. These? Xie Yulai's eyes reflected the red roots, densely packed, like piranhas tearing their prey apart, or like leafcutter ants slicing through leaves. Xie Yulai couldn't find a suitable adjective, only managing to say, "The power of nature." Xiao Yubai rolled his eyes, and rolled over on the ground. He no longer wanted to think or analyze, he just wanted to lie down for a while. Lu Huixiang was the least affected by the explosion. She hid behind a small mound, or rather, in a hastily dug trench. This trench was very close to the tree of wisdom. An iron pot emerged from behind the mound, and then a pair of eyes peeked out from behind the pot. Finding no real danger, Lu Huixiang slung the iron pot back onto her back, clicking her tongue. Not enough lightning. Look, the trees aren't even charred. Not enough firepower. Zhang Miuyan rubbed her aching ears, peeked out, and quickly scanned the battlefield. Pressing down her frizzy hair, Zhang Miuyan opened her mouth, puffing out a cloud of black smoke. "Grandma, any more, and we be struck down." Yishan shook her head, looked up, and stared at the crumbling tree of wisdom, trying to think, but failing. Yishan said, "This tree is really big. It definitely lasts a long time as barbecue fuel." At this moment, she lost all vigilance and just wanted to rest. It was as if a force was pulling her thoughts, soothing her unease. Zhang Sanwen wiped his face, feeling like he missed something exciting. He was right there, but something just felt off. What do you think?" Zhang Wenyu was still holding a small detonator, her head buzzing. The shockwave from the explosion, the lightning strike, Zhang Wenyu felt like her brain was being churned up. After being thoroughly churned, brain matter should be pink. What weird thing is possessing you? Pink brain matter? You want some strawberry milk? Zhang Sanwen actually pulled a carton of strawberry milk from his pocket. Zhang Wenyu thought her brother had gone mad, but that didn't stop her from taking the milk, inserting the straw, and taking a big slurp. Slurp. She downed it in one go. Zhang Wenyu stuffed the empty milk carton into Zhang Sanwen's hat and patted his head hard. Ouch, that hurts. Since it hurts, it's not a dream, right? A satisfied Zhang Wenyu said with a straight face, Brother, I think you look a bit disheveled. It affects your image, so I'm brushing the dust off for you. No need to thank me too much. As she spoke, Zhang Wenyu kept her eyes fixed on the trunk of the Tree of Wisdom. The traces of lightning were still on the trunk of the Tree of Wisdom, but this did not affect the movement of the red roots at all. On the contrary, these roots greedily absorbed that power. Zhang Wenyu took out the small compass hanging around her neck and stared at it carefully. Sanwen, I feel like I'm not on the right track. Can you recite the incantation for me? I know that thing. I only know how to fly airplanes. Didn't you say that? Didn't you say your useless brother only knows how to mess with machines? Zhang Sanwen took out a box, carefully took out one of his few remaining miniature drones, and launched it with great care. Seeing her grandson launch the drone, Lu Huixiong braced herself with her hands on the ground, leaped out of the makeshift trench, charged forward, and sprawled to Zhang Sanwen's side almost instantly. What are you looking at? Let me see. Yishan nudged Zhang Miyan's shoulder and asked, Has Commander Lu always been like this? Zhang Miyan recalled a few moments, finding clues in her childhood experiences, and nodded. On my grandma's 80th birthday, she climbed a tree to pick persimmons and got stuck. My dad was scolded by a bunch of people who came to eat all afternoon. Yishan didn't know what to say, but silently gave a thumbs up. This is truly impressive for an old man. Even she, a young person, couldn't do this so smoothly. The viewers in the live stream were almost laughing hysterically at their antics. I am Chuhi, a perfect blend of alertness and relaxation. My mom told me to go downstairs to throw out the trash, and I laughed at the door. My mom thought I was mocking her and punished me by not allowing me to eat snacks today. Jueshi, what a relaxed feeling. Looking at it this way, Baoju's kneeling is a perfect example. Everyone looks very busy, each with their own tasks. Is Xiaobai busy just lazing around? Omnivorous G-Rabbit. Theoretically, I should be scared, but I'm not scared at all right now. Great job, De Hua. Let's get it, Ling Ji. Song Tianjia's move was pretty impressive. By the way, Song Tianjia's information hasn't been released yet. Do you know why? A bright moon hanging on a branch. If you use the Tree of Wisdom for grilling meat, will it be poisonous? This tree doesn't look like a proper thing at all. Leisurely mood, if there's a stove, it can be used to boil water. The smoke needs to be filtered and discharged. Such a big tree can boil a lot of water. Thanks to the efforts of the Chinese Media Bureau, the discussion among the Chinese audience has veered off topic to the point of boiling water. The Chinese Media Bureau is working intensively internally, officially working overtime. Song Tianjia's information? It didn't exist before, but it's now top secret. Since the Tianmu Group's major purge, their actions have become much less frequent, focusing on guiding public opinion and maintaining stability by handling the serious incidents caused by Tianmu's existence. Aside from that, there haven't been many major actions. Recently, the Chinese audience has hardly sensed any trace of the Tianmu Group's presence. In the Tianmu conference room, Zhao Jiancheng looked at the documents in his hand thoughtfully. Zhao Hui sat obediently at the conference table, his gaze fixed on the projector. A triangle is a stable shape. The balance of three forces is the most solid. Zhao Jiancheng was used to Zhao Hui's startling pronouncements. He signed the document, handed it to his secretary, and looked up, asking Zhao Hui, What are these three forces you mentioned? Zhao Hui gave him a look that said, You're so stupid. Of course, it's the newly born deity, Nightmare, and that shadowy creature that likes to hide in the dark, my lord. And Pan? That thing TSK? Zhao Hui's gaze was contemptuous as he raised his chin. If so-called gods have ranks, Pan is the lowest of ants. Its rules are utterly fragile. Other gods merely passing by can make it tremble. Other gods extending their tentacles can annihilate it. If my lord weren't such a cowardly, timid creature who habitually hides, Pan would never have descended. My lord's behavior is like that of a rat in a gutter. This was the first time Zhao Hui had given a clear definition of Pan. Zhao Jiancheng gripped his pen tightly, inwardly mocking himself. A mere Pan of the lowest rank had already thrown Earth into chaos. What if it were some other so-called deity? Zhao Jiancheng asked, can gods be created? Zhao Hui tilted his head and blinked. Thinking Zhao Hui hadn't understood, Zhao Jiancheng added, Pan is a god in Greek mythology. So can we use gods from our own mythological system? Lord, I don't care. Zhao Hui suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard he almost fell over, rolling around on the table. Several people who were processing documents immediately picked them up and retreated. They were already used to Zhao Hui's intermittent bouts of madness, and had gradually figured out his personality. Zhao Hui was a neurotic, but he wouldn't attack people unprovoked. Even if he did attack, given Zhao Hui's physical abilities, he couldn't defeat anyone present. Zhao Hui's greatest strength was his mental attack. He would approach each person's face, a maniacal smile on his face, and tell them the date of their death. The death of the same person, as described by Zhao Hui, took many forms. The only thing they had in common was that they were all dead. Without exception. Zhao Jiancheng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to interrupt Zhao Hui's ramblings with his old trick. Zhao Hui, what do you want to eat next? Noodles. Because boiled? I don't care. What a weird lame joke. Zhao Jiancheng hadn't been online for many years, and didn't understand this kind of talk. His secretary leaned over, and whispered a few words in Zhao Jiancheng's ear. The flying ramen cult? Zhao Jiancheng was speechless. It's not in the list of religions we collected. The secretary looked embarrassed. This is a meme that young people used to use online. According to our investigation, it's not exactly a legitimate religion. So it's not recorded. There are many variations of the flying ramen cult, like braised noodles, fried noodles, braised noodles, and rice bowls. Zhao Jiancheng seized on the loophole. Wait, isn't it noodles? The secretary adjusted her glasses and said, because the Lord doesn't care. What kind of lame joke is this? Why is everyone saying it? Zhao Jiancheng felt out of touch with the world. The secretary tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said seriously, Sir, I think Zhao Hui means that God is man-made. As long as enough people choose to believe, then God exists. Zhao Jiancheng suspected that Zhao Hui's madness was contagious. But this secretary of his was the daughter of an old comrade in arms, and had always been steady and reliable. The secretary pulled out another folder and handed it to Zhao Jiancheng. Sir, this is my plan. Zhao Hui craned his neck, grabbed the file, glanced at the A4 paper, and then snatched the pen from Zhao Jiancheng's hand, starting to sketch. This won't work, it's backfired in practice. This standard is a bit off. It's not based on incense offerings, it's based on faith. Incense offerings don't necessarily represent faith. Zhao Hui suddenly looked up, staring into the secretary's eyes, and abruptly charged at her. Just as Zhao Hui snatched the secretary's glasses, he was kicked to the ground by her. The secretary took a step back and straightened her clothes. Sorry, it was a reflex. Zhao Hui wiped the blood from his nose, holding up the glasses and shouting, I took your glasses, you're not nearsighted now. That's my rule. I can change a few things. Only a little bit. Everyone looked at the secretary. The secretary gave an awkward but polite smile. Is it possible that these are non-prescription glasses? I wasn't nearsighted to begin with. Zhao Hui put on his glasses and immediately bristled. If you don't need glasses, why are you wearing them? The secretary's reply was quite reasonable. To make me look professional. Zhao Hui, liar. You don't need glasses? You lied to me so many times? The secretary's rebuttal was logical and well-founded. You're talking about other times. It has nothing to do with me. I never said I'm nearsighted. Zhao Jiancheng sighed, realizing his secretary wasn't exactly composed either. He looked at Zhao Hui's revised plan and sighed deeply. Aren't we being too relaxed? Don't you think something's wrong? The live stream was supposed to be a huge, unpredictable situation. How could we be so relaxed? In the live stream, the international server and the Chinese viewers also appeared relaxed. Something was amiss. Really? Zhao Hui scrambled onto the conference table, squatted down in front of Zhao Jiancheng, and wiped the blood from his nose. I'm not particularly relaxed. I always been like this. I haven't been affected. You're affected, but only because... Zhao Hui suddenly moved closer to Zhao Jiancheng, his non-prescription glasses pressed against Zhao Jiancheng's reading glasses. Zhao Hui placed his hands on Zhao Jiancheng's shoulders, coaxingly saying, Your glasses are useless. Your vision is 5.0 in both eyes, your axial length is normal, and your lens thickness is normal. Zhao Jiancheng felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, Zhao Hui ripped off his reading glasses. Zhao Jiancheng had never felt the world so clear. He could almost see every pore on Zhao Hui's face. This is my rule, Or rather, my ability. My rule is minuscule. My master is stronger, but it's a dark force. And the rising new god, as I see it, makes you all very relaxed. Perhaps you should discuss what kind of rule power this new god wields. Zhao Hui pressed down on the document, his smile reaching an eerie brightness. Don't rush to create a god. Creating gods now is just squandering hope. The Calabash brothers saving their grandfather wasn't a good thing. The development of new things only needs time. You are lucky, and I am lucky too. This time is different. Zhao Hui's eyes gleamed with excitement. Countless blood-red roots, instantly enveloping the entire misty forest, bloomed into vibrant flowers. The blood-red flowers moved without wind, swaying left and right. Death game forbidden. Pan's voice abruptly stopped. Song Tianju sensed its demise. Pan's part of the rules had vanished. The struggle for the god seemed to have come to an end. The victor of the duel was yet to be known, the loser had already vanished. On Blue Star, people, whether in day or night, saw the heavenly eye close its eyes. When it opened again, replacing the goat's horizontal pupils was a vertical, spindle-shaped pupil. Believers, welcome to my world. I will weave a beautiful dream for you. I allow you to call me Nightmare. Hush. Sweet dreams. Chapter 108. Clowns always wear masks to hide their crying. New rules? With Pan's demise, Song Tianju realized that this instance, without rules, would be devoured. Pan was gone, and the nightmare within the amusement park's rules clearly couldn't support the instance Pan had built. The nightmare was merely an intruder, it had no power to sustain this instance. Soon, this instance would vanish without a trace, just like Pan's disappearance. The lucky ones and NPCs within the instance would also disappear. The node had reverted to its hard shape, beating violently. Like a dying patient struggling, its body was making a futile effort. The crying and laughing amusement park desperately needed rules. Or rather, the clown amusement park desperately needed rules. Song Tianju stood amidst the ruins of the Tree of Wisdom, fallen trees beneath his feet, corpses exposed to the earth, clean bones, decaying flesh, and fresh flesh belonging to this group of lucky ones. Crimson roots roamed among the flesh and bones. Hello, want to hang out with me? No. Goodbye. I'm out. Hello, want to join me? No. Goodbye. I'm out. The crimson roots tossed bones into the air, then lashed them out, sending them crashing to the ground and piling up into a small hill. The roots tapped each skull. Hello, let me tap your skull, want to play? Those willing to join were engulfed and devoured by the crimson roots. Those unwilling were thrown onto the hill of bones and flesh. The lucky ones, sitting or standing, stared up at the bones and flesh flying overhead, completely bewildered. Zhang Sanwen's miniature drone was struck squarely by a femur, instantly destroying it. Zhang Sanwen, his face expressionless, put down the remote control and turned to look at Song Tianju. Song Tianju stood not far away, head down, seemingly deep in thought. Zhang Sanwen sensed something was changing. He nudged Zhang Wenwei beside him with his elbow. Sis, something seems off. Zhang Wenwei, who was looking at a compass, immediately shoved Zhang Sanwen to the ground upon hearing this. Shut up, don't bother me. Zhang Wenwei muttered to herself, constantly adjusting the angle of the compass in her hand. Lu Huixiang rolled her eyes, and pulled a compass directly from her pocket. The compass wobbled and trembled, reluctantly pointing in the right direction. A small compass and a regular compass were placed together. Both gave the same answer. Does the compass mean it's pointing at my boss? Bao Zhu had somehow joined in, following the compass's direction to see Song Tianju standing not far away. The others also gathered around. At this moment, the lucky winners were positioned in a triangular formation. One corner held the 10 lucky winners from Yin Country, and the other corner held Song Tianju. Wang Jiuzhou sat in the middle, stubbornly studying the white tree fibers, trying to find any trace of edibility. White and watery, it actually looks kind of delicious. Tui bitter. Zhao Yubai rushed over, and snatched the tree fiber from Wang Jiuzhou's hand. This kind of tree isn't tasty. I give you monkey bread sometime. Hearing about food, Wang Jiuzhou's eyes lit up. He then lowered his head, grabbed a wisp of fleeing black mist, kneaded it into a ball, and brought it to Zhao Yubai's lips. Are you going to eat this? Zhao Yubai broke out in a cold sweat. This stuff, trying it would be fatal. He dared not eat it. He had witnessed how the black mist had eroded the Tree of Wisdom and Feng Dahua. Seeing Zhao Yubai wouldn't eat it, Wang Jiuzhou stuffed it directly into his own mouth. Wait. Zhao Yubai couldn't stop him in time. Wang Jiuzhou had already swallowed it. It tastes awful, but it's still useful. Just like humans need energy. After saying that, Wang Jiuzhou paused, scratching his head, and asked, What is energy? Zhao Yubai said, it's energy, essential for the survival of carbon-based life. Plants obtain energy through photosynthesis, and animals obtain energy by ingesting calories. Wang Jiuzhao nodded. Then I need lots and lots of energy. Zhao Yubai was dumbfounded, watching helplessly as Wang Jiuzhao gathered the remaining black mist, frowned, and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing with great difficulty. How about we give that to him? Zhao Yubai handed over a bottle of soy milk, which he had picked up at the front desk on his way out. Thank you. Wang Jiuzhao swallowed the soy milk like a pill. Bao Zhu, witnessing this, had an inspiration and reached out to grab the black mist, but grasped only air. Tian's eyes widened. She picked up the black mist Bao Zhu had missed, and tried to put it in her mouth. The black mist, as if alive, coiled around her fingers, twisting and turning. No matter how hard Tian tried, she couldn't get the wisp of black mist into her mouth. You won't let me eat it? Tian was disappointed and took out a piece of candy to put in her mouth. Fine, if she can't eat it, she candy. The next moment, the black mist rushed into her mouth, pried the candy out, and tossed it aside. Tian tried to eat another piece of candy, but the gathering black mist covered her mouth. The little girl tried to outsweep the black mist, sweating profusely with anxiety. Xie Qingshan was stunned. He pulled out his dagger and brandished it in the air, trying to kill the black mist. Unfortunately, the tangible dagger was completely ineffective against the black mist. The black mist covered Tian's mouth, preventing her from eating the candy. Tian gave up, and directly stuffed the dust-covered candy into Xie Qingshan's mouth. Uncle Qingshan. Little brother Qingshan, you can eat it. My dad won't let me eat it. Xie Qingshan, Well, thank you very much. The viewers in the live stream were still immersed in relaxation, like being surrounded by lukewarm water, completely unaware of anything amiss. The comments were all things like, what's wrong with giving Tian a piece of candy? In the Tianmu conference room, Zhao Hui grabbed Zhao Jiancheng by the collar, shouting, rules. The most important thing is rules. Rules that can bring order to everything. Zhao Jiancheng was nearly strangled, but Zhao Hui was fragile, and he was afraid of killing him if he fought back. This was a material cultural heritage more precious than a national treasure. If he died, it would be a huge loss. Zhao Jiancheng held Zhao Hui's hand, slowly prying open his fingers, not daring to use too much force. Rules are important, I know. Let go first. Doctor? Give him an injection. Calm him down. You don't understand, you completely don't understand. Zhao Hui, still gripping Zhao Jiancheng's collar, his feet on the other's shoulders, practically suspended in midair, his eyes filled with fanaticism. My lord finally has a chance to die. You have no idea how joyful this is. Zhao Jiancheng didn't know if he was happy or not. All he knew was that he was about to be strangled. In an instant, chaos erupted in the conference room. On the top floor of the tallest office building in S City, the boss frowned deeply. Several assistants knelt on the floor, barely daring to breathe. Human cubs can't eat too much sugar, the boss said, his face full of worry. Their teeth will rot. And they can't eat dirty things either, or they get indigestion. The assistants could clearly sense the impending storm. Their boss seemed very upset. They exchanged glances, wondering if they should bring back another human cub to appease their boss. Achoo! The boss sneezed. The assistants were startled and looked up in shock. A follower is cursing me. That's an extremely rude follower. Boss, I'm going to eliminate them. An assistant's face was full of anger. Kill them! Throw them to gluttony to eat. The boss, his face grim, looked at Tian, who was still trying to secretly stuff candy into her mouth. He kicked the assistant aside. Get out. Don't block my view. Another assistant said, Boss, isn't your vision supposed to be 360 degrees without blind spots? Theoretically, you can't block it. Immediately, this assistant was also kicked aside by the boss. In a sofa made of the hide of an unknown beast, a man in a suit forcefully ripped open his shirt, a button snapping against the face of the assistant beside him. The assistant covered his face, not daring to be angry or speak. The man's gaze was fixed on the little girl trying to secretly eat candy on the live stream screen. How many times have I told you, you can't eat too much candy? The boss was truly angry. Song Tianju attempted to patch up the rules of the clown amusement park. The original rules had been completely messed up by Pan and Nightmare, so she could only adjust them based on the revised rules. Song Tianjia's heart pounded slower and slower. Song Tianjia tried 3 times, but failed each time. She turned to look at the other 11 people. They were either staring blankly, trying to outwit themselves, or attempting to launch drones. Bao Zhu was already cooking a self-heating hot pot. Song Tianju said, "Give me a bite." No, how exactly do I change these rules? It wasn't that she lacked the power to modify them, she was simply terrible at wordplay. In her past life, in this life, and in countless lives, what she hated most was reading. Problems that could be solved with action didn't need to be solved with words. She preferred practice to reading. She needed an external brain. 11 people immediately crowded around. Song Tianju forcefully patted the heart, and it returned to its normal shape. Bao Zhu slurped up a mouthful of white rice noodles, his eyes sparkling. "Boss, you're awesome." Lu Huaixiang shoved him away. "Go away, you don't seem to have a brain." This was a rule contract that had been repeatedly rewritten. Welcome to the Clown Amusement Park, Sizzle. Sizzle. And their task was to adjust the existing rules to a usable state. After reading the contents, Lu Huaixiang immediately started cursing. "So, we were overcharged when we came in? Half price. Half price. Half price at the amusement park." The old lady was furious. Except for Song Tianjiao, everyone looked at Lu Huaixiang. "Is this the time to talk about this?" Zhao Yubai asked. "To what extent can the rules be changed? Is there a time limit?" Song Tianju pointed to the red line on the paper. "This line is getting shorter. If the line disappears, the instance will collapse, and everyone will die." Zhao Yubai glanced at the time, then at the red line, trying to calculate the time. Zhang Miuyan spoke up. "We have 55 minutes left. Within 55 minutes, we need to refine these rules. Do we really need 7? What's the maximum extent we can change?" Zhang Sen asked, "Can the areas be changed? The Ferris wheel can't reappear. The crying amusement park needs to be eliminated. This thing is harmful." Yishan raised her hand. "If the crying amusement park is eliminated, will those lucky ones who died be gone?" At this, everyone fell silent. Many people have already died. So far, 68 people have died. This instance, from the very beginning, was maliciously designed. It was determined to kill everyone. The group composed themselves and began their debate. Song Tianju took a new self-heating hot pot from Bao Zhu and sat down to eat. Bao Zhu squatted beside him, slurping up white rice noodles. "Boss, this is overstepping their bounds. It's called an external brain." Song Tianju stuffed a meatball into his mouth and said earnestly, "Bao Zhu, having an external brain is very good. I haven't had one of these in a long time." Bao Zhu was confused, but that didn't stop him from expressing his loyalty. "Boss, you mean a strategist? I can be a strategist too." "A dog-headed strategist?" Song Tianjiao looked at the disheveled Bao Zhu. Although it was a bit impolite, Bao Zhu really did look like a scruffy little dog. When everyone is working together as one, 10 brains pooling their wisdom and effort is more effective than one. The lucky one shared a common goal. With the final 5-minute countdown, Zhang Wenwei shouted, "It's done." Song Tianjiao, lollipop in mouth, buried her head in the crowd. She reached for a piece of draft paper on the ground and pressed it directly onto the rules. The next moment, the empty surroundings were instantly filled with the chirping of cicadas and birds. The collapsed tree of wisdom behind her vanished completely, replaced by a large house shaped like a clown. Clown Amusement Park rules. Clown Amusement Park is a place for unbridled fun. Welcome to the clown family. You have purchased a 3-day pass for the amusement park. You will be leaving the amusement park after 3 days. Rule 1. Please laugh and cry freely in the amusement park, showing your true emotions. If you are injured, please inform the staff. The park has a professional team. Rule 2. All purchases in the amusement park require park coins. Each person starts with 3 park coins. Please spend responsibly, and ensure you have at least 1 park coin. Rule 3. Park coins are transferable, and can be given as gifts to friends and family. The Clown Amusement Park encourages visitors to take park coins as souvenirs. Rule 4. Please stay well hydrated and full in the Clown Amusement Park. If you are hungry, please go to the Crying Restaurant, where we will provide free food and water. Rule 5. Clown balloons are a random interactive activity within the park. A red balloon will be given to a crying visitor. A blue balloon will be given to a laughing visitor. If you are neither crying nor laughing, you will not receive a balloon. If your child is crying, they can find the clown to receive candy and a balloon. Families who laugh can get an ice cream or cotton candy at the Crying Restaurant. Rule 6. The park is divided into 5 areas: Mischievous Paradise, Dragon Valley, Ocean World, Grassland Tribe, and Insect Forest Tribe Science Education Area. For help, please go to the Clown's House in the Park Service Center. There is no Tree of Wisdom in the park. If you see one, Please go to the Insect Forest Tribe Science Education Area to file a complaint. Complaints are rewarded. Rule 7. Please strictly abide by all the requirements of the amusement facilities to ensure your safety. Park security will remove disruptive visitors. The lucky ones wake up to find everything different. They question their existence. Hurry up. We're going to work at the Crying Restaurant today. Everyone must work at least 5 hours. Lu Huixiang stood in the crowd, holding a megaphone, and began assigning tasks for the day. Medical team, come out. Head to the clown's house. Be ready at any time. Those few who can't do anything, Xiao Yubai, take them to blow up balloons. Lots, red and blue. No white. Wait, Xiao Yubai, come back here. You, Zhang Miyan, and Wang Jiuzhao, go to the Insect Forest Tribe Science Education Area to coax the kids. Tian, during the parade, you carry a basket and hand out candy. Song Tianjiao, stop eating your starch sausage. Is the pumpkin carriage ready? Why is there a skeleton formation? It scare the kids, it really will scare them. Nandata's pumpkin flower magic trick is okay. Hey, you with the mask, I know you're sneaking a bite, your temples are throbbing. I told you not to eat starch sausage. Go play the savage. Anyone else from a minority group? Come out, all of you. Sing and dance, the parade needs people. Xie Qingshan, can you walk on stilts? You're on the float. A new day begins, and the clown amusement park starts operating. The clown stood at the entrance of the clown house, arms outstretched, facing the throng of visitors. He removed his hat and bowed. Welcome to Clown Park. You can laugh and cry as much as you want here. Chapter 109. The clown wears a mask. Because behind the smile lies sorrow. The clown is a clown, that might seem strange. But a clown is a clown, and his name is simply Clown. The clown was an orphan. When the director of the clown amusement park found him, he had multiple burns all over his body, and was immediately given a critical condition notice upon arrival at the hospital. The clown was an orphan. While warming himself by a fire under a bridge, he accidentally fell asleep. The flames ignited the snakeskin bag he was using as a mattress, which was filled with plastic bottles. These plastic bottles were what he planned to sell after the snow stopped. So many plastic bottles, he could exchange them for a lot of steamed buns. The burning plastic bottles flowed like lava, clinging tightly to the clown's body. When the clown awoke from his warm dream, he was covered in wounds. The clown rushed out of the bridge and rolled around in a snowdrift. The snow could extinguish the flames, but it couldn't immediately cool the intense heat that had penetrated deep into his skin. The clown convulsed in the freezing snow, his scalded skin throbbing. The sub-zero temperatures numbed his senses, leaving him almost numb to pain. Did you know? People who freeze to death die in a state of mental deception, in warmth. Perhaps he should struggle now? Would struggling even help? Before losing consciousness, the clown saw someone running towards him. Is that a person? The person seemed shocked. I thought it was a dog so skinny. The clown reached out and grabbed a dark brown snow boot. Help me. He tried to struggle one last time. One last time. The park manager spent the entire year's net profit of the clown's amusement park to pull the clown back from the brink of death. The Joker endured the post-operative infection and the pain of dressing changes. Only by losing skin does one realize how vital the human epidermis is. Each time the dressing was changed, the Joker gritted his teeth. The pain was unbearable. It was the pain of flesh being torn apart. The Joker refused skin grafts because they were too expensive. You can live like this? Can't you? The doctor remained silent for a long time before telling the Joker about what he might face in the future. The skin is the largest organ in the human body, and also the largest detoxification organ. Sweating, something natural for normal people, is an ordeal for burn patients. The Joker's burns covered 32% of his body. They were severe burns, with multiple deep burns throughout his body. Without skin grafts, his future life would be extremely painful. Moreover, the Joker's wounds were not healing well. Without healing, there was a constant risk of infection. The doctor tried to comfort the Joker, mentioning that the hospital had organized a donation drive, and that kind-hearted people would raise funds. But looking at the clown's half-face wrapped in bandages, the doctor abruptly said, "Your current condition is a gamble. But you can't win. You die without a skin graft." The clown said, "I don't really want to live." A lie. If he didn't want to live, why would he be hiding under the bridge making a fire for warmth? If he didn't want to live, why would he be asking for help? The doctor didn't speak, but looked at the middle-aged woman already standing at the door. The woman held the payment slip in her hand. The doctor knew that no matter what the clown said, the surgery would proceed. The surgery wouldn't hurt, With anesthesia, it would be over in the blink of an eye. The clown used his own skin for the graft, so he had several more wounds that needed dressing changes. Changing the dressing hurt. But the clown wasn't afraid of pain anymore. The zookeeper adopted the clown. The clown had a home now. "Uncle Clown, what's your name?" A little girl, holding a lollipop, looked up at the clown whose face was covered in paint. The clown wore a mask that fit his face perfectly. Unless you looked closely, you couldn't tell anything was wrong. The clown had scars on his face, so his face couldn't be in contact with paint for long. "My name is Clown," the clown said cheerfully, quickly inflating a long red balloon with a pump. The red balloon changed shape in his hand, finally turning into a red 5-petaled flower. "Thank you, Uncle Clown." The little girl hugged the balloon and ran away, but tripped and fell after only a few steps, immediately bursting into tears. The clown stepped forward, took out a piece of candy, and handed it to her. "Don't cry at the clown amusement park." The little girl looked at the candy, wanting it but too shy, completely forgetting her tears. She looked at her mother standing not far away. Her mother nodded, and she took the candy. "Thank you, Uncle Clown." The little girl got up and ran towards her mother. The clown, with his pigeon-toed gait, blew up balloons as he walked. He was going to deliver balloons to the playful paradise. The clown stood on the stage, picked up the whistle around his neck, and blew it loudly. "Let me see, who doesn't want to go to sleep at night? It's Dowdoo. It's Mango. It's Red Bean Bun." The audience was filled with the sounds of children teasing each other. "Oh dear, is there any child who will go to sleep on their own at night?" "Me. Me. Me." Several children raised their hands, only to be contradicted by their parents and playmates. The atmosphere was lively. After his performance, the clown dragged his tired body back to the dressing room, took off his clown costume, wrung out a towel, and wiped the sweat from his skin. He needed to go to the hospital for a checkup, but he didn't want to. Because? The clown removed his mask, changed into loose clothes, and put on a loose hat, covering a large patch of bald skin at the back of his head. He leaned against the window, his gaze fixed on the Ferris wheel under construction in the distance. This was an investment from the largest amusement park factory in the industry, investing in the clown amusement park. The clown amusement park only needed to pay 30% of the cost. The factory would cover the rest. In exchange, the factory would receive 51% of the shares in the clown amusement park. The park manager was initially reluctant, as the clown amusement park barely made any profit throughout the year. Even contributing 30% of the total construction cost of the Ferris wheel would be extremely difficult. Then, an investment company approached them. They were willing to invest in the clown amusement park, on the condition that they receive 48% of the shares. Then, the existing employees of the clown amusement park would continue to be used. No one would be laid off. The park manager agreed. Because the park manager was ill, she didn't have long to live, and she feared that after her death, the amusement park wouldn't be able to survive. She was afraid the staff would lose their jobs. The staff here were all disabled, and not welcomed by other amusement parks. "Hang in there, just a little longer, and we see the Ferris wheel." The clown visited the park manager in the hospital, showing her pictures of the Ferris wheel. Although at this point, the Ferris wheel was only a foundation, with only the crane tower standing there. With the Ferris wheel, clown amusement park will be even better. The manager's eyes shone with hope. Looking at the scars on the clown's face, she smiled and said, "Next year we can give you plastic surgery. The clown will be beautiful too." The clown shook his head. He didn't want plastic surgery. He didn't want to be beautiful. He wanted the park director to live. The clown returned to the amusement park and found the entrance blocked, with many people carrying things. The clown pointed the way. "Are you building a Ferris wheel? This road is a bit far. You can go over there, it's closer." The workers looked at the clown as if he were a monster. "What Ferris wheel? Didn't you know the clown's amusement park is going to be demolished?" The clown was puzzled. "We're still operating normally. Just yesterday, they were selling annual, quarterly, and monthly passes. The factory's chubby manager said this would allow them to get money in advance for the director's medical treatment. However, that money was taken by the investment company, who said it was for advertising and operations. The investment company said, 'Clown, go to the hospital to see the director. Leave this to us. After all, this is also our hard work. Don't worry.'" The clown realized that the director's mother had been deceived. He had been deceived too. The workers told him to move aside and not obstruct the construction. A resort was to be built here. If it weren't for the clown amusement park blocking the way, it would have been finished long ago. A completed resort would attract more tourists. The clown amusement park was too shabby, and couldn't attract tourists from out of town at all. The clown was driven off the construction site. He called the fat manager, but no one answered. He called the investment company, who said that the park manager himself signed the contract, and that clause was in it. As for the employees, the amusement park was gone, so naturally there were no jobs. Liars! You liars! The person on the other end seemed remarkably composed. It's all in black and white. How can you call it a lie? Go ahead and sue me if you dare. You're as easily fooled as children. They're sitting on a piece of land worth a fortune, and instead, they're building an amusement park. It's a joke. Do you know how much that land for Clown Amusement Park is worth? It was auctioned off for 4.7 billion yuan in the suburbs. They're sitting on a mountain of gold and don't know what to do with it. You still have a 1% stake in Clown Amusement Park. If you're willing to transfer it to me, I have someone send the park director abroad for medical treatment. No need to thank me too much. The clown trembled with anger, wanting to say something more, but the call had already been disconnected. Treat the principal's illness? Could she be cured abroad? The clown's mind was buzzing. He wasn't a bright person. After being adopted by the principal, he always ranked at the bottom of his class. Even when it came to popping balloons, performing simple magic tricks, or memorizing program routines, the clown learned slower than others. In the clown's heart, the amusement park wasn't important. What mattered was his principal mother. The clown called the doctor. Could the principal mother's illness be cured abroad? The doctor on the other end remained silent. Doctor, can you hear me? Is the signal bad? The clown doubted his tattered phone. Was it broken? No, it shouldn't be. It was a brand new phone he bought 8 years ago. Clown, listen to me. The patient suddenly fell ill and is being resuscitated. This surgery is very difficult. Be prepared. I was just about to call you. The prepayment isn't enough. You need to pay another 5,000. 5,000? The clown, disregarding everything else, immediately ran to the nearest ATM. He tried several cards before finally finding one with money on it. 49.99. This was the money he received as New Year's gifts over the years, plus the money he earned selling bottles he collected in the park after get off work. This was what the clown had saved up, intending to save enough to secretly have surgery and surprise the principal upon his return. Life was more important than face. Just a little bit more so close. It was only $1, but the clown couldn't afford it anymore. The clown withdrew 4,900 and ran frantically to the hospital. Passing a bank, he tearfully withdrew the remaining 99. Just a little bit more so close. The clown went to pay the bill with practiced ease, his hand trembling as he handed the money to the window. He was terrified the person inside would say he didn't have enough, that he was short $1, but thankfully, they didn't say anything. The clown practically scrambled to the operating room door. He stared at the red-lit operating room door, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. The investor's words from the phone call earlier echoed in his ears. A better treatment? Could he be cured abroad? The clown slid down the wall and collapsed to the ground, wanting to cry but unable to, only gasping for breath. A lump formed in his throat, making his breathing rapid and causing oxygen deprivation in his brain. He had forgotten how to breathe through his nose, his mouth agape in vain, staring at the operating room door. After what seemed like an eternity, the operating room door opened. The clown saw him emerge and immediately rushed towards him. How is he? How is he? The surgeon, unfamiliar with the clown and unaware of the situation, followed his usual script. We've done our best, but it seems a second surgery may be necessary. The surgery itself went smoothly, but we still need. Before he could finish, the clown grasped his hand. Doctor, wouldn't it be better to treat this abroad? Can it be cured? Currently, there are more treatment options for this disease abroad than we do, but in terms of experience. Before the doctor could finish speaking, the clown turned and ran. The clown rushed to the stairwell and dialed the number. I want Headmistress Mom to go abroad for treatment. The other party responded quickly. You have that 1% share, right? The contract is ready. I come over immediately to sign it. The doctor stood there, unable to finish his sentence twice, scratching his head. Oh dear, won't this cause a medical dispute? He had been complained about many times, and had learned to use a strategy of first lowering the patient's and family's expectations before revealing the actual situation. He had spoken too many times about cold probabilities and numbers, earning numerous complaints. The doctor checked the patient's bed number, and went to work on the next surgery. By the time he had free time, it was already evening. Before leaving get off work, he went to find the clown. The clown was peeling an orange by the bedside, and immediately stood up when he saw the doctor. Come out, I have something to tell you. The clown quickly walked out. The patient's surgery today went more smoothly than expected, but she has a family history of genetic disease, so she will need further observation. Based on my experience, there's about a 50% chance of relapse, so we focus on her treatment for now. We then consider whether a second surgery is necessary, depending on the situation. The clown nodded repeatedly. He had already made up his mind to send the kindergarten director abroad for treatment. He didn't dare gamble, he wanted the director to live. The director was still unconscious, but the clown was determined to cure her. He wasn't smart, he was clumsy, but he had a family, and he had the director. The director was more important than the clown's amusement park. 2 weeks later, the director died during transport after being discharged from the hospital. The investor struggled to suppress a smile. It's an emergency, the oxygen tanks in the vehicle aren't enough. This is something we didn't want to see either. The director made a will before she died. You will inherit everything she left behind. The factory's portly manager approached, placing a stack of bills in front of the clown, and smiled, of course, including debts. Liars! The clown finally realized he'd been scammed. These people conspired to cheat the director, and they cheated him. The Ferris wheel was a lie. Going abroad for treatment was a lie. You're all liars. Mr. Clown, don't get agitated. You should think about what to do with the tickets that were sold in advance. As far as I know, there's no money left in the account. The clown panicked. Before the director died, her biggest concern was the clown's amusement park and the clown. The director is dead, the clown only has the amusement park left. Aye. The clown has a solution. The clown has insurance. The insurance was bought by the director. She was afraid the clown would get sick, so she bought a large sum of money for it. Later, it was discovered that the clown completely violated one of the insurance's numerous clauses. The clown couldn't receive insurance payouts due to illness. However, to increase the price, the insurance company had increased the coverage for accidental death and life insurance, which were usable. Ticket refund, is $3 million enough? The clown stumbled away. The clown had a way, he would never be separated from the clown amusement park again. The clown died. He died in the foundation of the Ferris wheel. It snowed the day he died, just like when he was reborn after being burned in flames. This time, the snow covered his body. Clown amusement park is being added. Clown amusement park rules are being generated. Rules are being modified. The crying and laughing amusement park welcomes you. Your identity has been randomly selected. The clown. Clown rule. The clown, wandering between laughter and tears, delivers balloons to dying visitors, causing them panic. The clown wakes up to find himself a clown. The clown, dressed in his uniform, stood in a dark corner of the laughing and crying amusement park, watching the crowds of visitors pour in. Welcome to the amusement park. You can't laugh and cry freely here. I offer you my heart, I offer you everything I have. Even if the hope is slim, please let the amusement park be the same as before. The park's director mother is gone. But the clown still has the clown amusement park. The clown has already lost his mother. He can't lose the amusement park too. Welcome to the clown amusement park. You can laugh and cry freely here. Chapter 110. The clown's amusement park instance has ended. 187, 186 lucky survivors. Survival rate 72.9%. Completion conditions met. Receive the clown's blessing. Life is bitter. Let's have some sweetness. The intermission is loading. I made a rough table to calculate the survival rate while writing this. Wang Jiosha wasn't a lucky survivor, so he's not included in the survival rate calculation. There should have been 187 lucky survivors, but Guer disappeared when the sun rose on the second day of the instance. Her name was erased. As the notification sounded, all survivors appeared on a chessboard. The black and white chessboard was quite large, seemingly over 100 square meters. The lucky survivors from Yin country had reverted to their previous armed attire. At this moment, all the lucky survivors held an amusement park coin in their hands. The lucky survivors from Yin country immediately stuffed their amusement park coins into their pockets. The lucky survivors from other countries looked at the amusement park coins printed with the clowns crying and laughing, their feelings complicated. They didn't know what had happened. On the second day of entering the instance, everything changed. The Tree of Wisdom had become the clown's house, and the rules had changed. No killing, no threat of death. Only endless chores and countless tourists. They were busy, incredibly busy. Busy making fish balls, busy grilling meat, busy juicing, busy blowing up balloons, busy comforting crying children, busy performing for tourists, busy sneaking food. Yes, they stolen food from every single snack and set meal in the amusement park. They were employees, What's wrong with eating when they're hungry? They knew that all the changes were happening to the lucky ones from Yin country. Could this be the mysterious power of Yin country? The live stream audience was exceptionally active. The Strategic Deception Bureau is fooling me again. Guer is indeed a bad thing. Nightmare, she is nightmare. I love mashed potatoes. The clown is clumsy, but he loves his headmistress so much. Did you do a 0 yuan purchase today? I looked at my insurance policy. Ugh. I can't understand it at all. I love fried fish. I also looked at my insurance policy. It's so long, it could circle my house. I love stargazing pie. It's time to study insurance properly, and those scammers. The clown could have been a happy clown. The Sorting Hat on the run. Oh, my Aunt Merlin. Aren't you shocked by the mysterious power of Yin Kingdom? The lucky ones in Yin Kingdom changed the rules. They let the rest survive. 2 Indians. My God, I also want to eat pumpkin bread. I think maybe I need to change my faith, change to something practical. What is the faith of Yin Kingdom? It seems very useful. The online forum was trying hard to derail the discussion, but the international viewers were simply too curious about the mysterious power of Yin Kingdom. The insurance issue couldn't completely divert their attention. In the Tianmu conference room, Xiao Jiancheng was reviewing documents. A dozen people were on the phone nearby. Yes, this is part of our plan. You resume production and daily life, and the students just need to go to school. The sky won't fall. If it does, we hold it up. You mean a strange monkey appeared in your house? It keeps asking you for peaches? Did it run over from Mount May? Aw, you live in City A? That's a zoo. The monkey can talk? Wait a minute, someone's coming right away. Did you see a big white snake near Leifeng Pagoda? Did you see it in a movie? And a monk chasing a snake? Please go to the safe zone immediately. Our people will be there right away. This is part of the plan, don't worry. We already obtained some intelligence. Excuse me, you're not a citizen of Yin, are you? We don't have the authority to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. You mean the 2 countries are establishing diplomatic relations? You should contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We don't have the authority. Zhao Hui's mouth was stuffed with a large steamed bun, and every time he finished eating, someone would stuff another one into his mouth. Zhao Hui munched on the bun, peeking around, looking at this and that, laughing so hard he rolled around the table. The Tianmu team's external phone lines hadn't stopped for the past 2 days. After the dungeon ended, the calls kept increasing. Even those not on duty needed to answer the phone. Even those on duty might receive calls transferred from headquarters while on the road. The Tianmu team was practically a telecommunications company's customer service center. The documents Xiao Jiancheng had to process were half a person's height. As the head of the Tianmu team, Xiao Jiancheng had written countless situation reports in the past 2 days. A bunch of people wanted an explanation from him. Could he explain it clearly? He tried to explain. Xiao Jiancheng was completely numb. Could he say that someone in Yin Kingdom had died and come back to life, seemingly destined to become a rising new god? How could such words appear in a report? Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Xiao Jiancheng called out, and immediately someone pushed a food cart in. Eating was the priority. If things have left you confused, then eat first. Zhao Jiancheng didn't quite understand why Song Tianjiu was so special. But Zhao Jiancheng understood that Song Tianjiu had to be that special one. Just as Zhao Hui said, Song Tianjiu is different. Song Tianjiu has no future. Song Tianjiu has a past. A past whose history is too painful to read. Loading complete. Welcome to the world of dreams. You can call me Nightmare. Currently, there are not enough lucky winners. A draw will be held in 1 hour. The lucky winner from Yin Kingdom discovered that they were no longer on the chessboard and had returned to the restaurant. The restaurant was empty. Lu Huaixiang rushed to the table immediately, lifted the tablecloth, and saw a person lying underneath and a not-so-exquisite coffin. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma. This. Zhang Sanwen was numb. How come there's a corpse here? How did you know there was a corpse here? No, did you put this corpse here? Lu Huaixiang jumped up and flicked Zhang Sanwen on the forehead. What corpse? It's not a corpse. Xiaobai said this is Schrodinger's lucky winner. Until the very last moment, no one knows whether they are alive or dead. Huh? Zhang Sanwen was stunned. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. The thought of those people lying below him, while he ate, sent chills down Zhang San's spine. What's wrong? Didn't you eat on the battlefield? Even if it was enemy brains mixed with rice, you swallow it. Lu Huaixiang's words made Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yiren vomit. The two ran to the wall and vomited violently. The meatballs they had stolen while selling snacks at the amusement park all came back up. Song Tianjiao's backpack zipper slowly opened, revealing a pumpkin head wearing a clown hat. Upon seeing this, it immediately rolled down, pulled out a broom and mop from somewhere, and began cleaning. The clown hat was crooked and cracked, revealing a scarlet smile, with 2 bottles of water in its gaping mouth. The clown's voice came from inside the hat. "Hello, visitor. Please rinse your mouth." Zhao Yuren's pupils dilated in shock. A red root sprouted from under the clown's hat, carrying a bottle of mineral water, and was presented to Zhao Yuren. The bottle cap had the clown amusement park logo, and the bottle itself was printed with the clown's image. Zhao Yuren, He felt like he'd seen something incredible. How could this clown have appeared? It wasn't like this before. Zhao Yubai patted Zhao Yuren on the shoulder. "Dude, get used to it, and you become numb. Keep going." Zhao Yubai didn't want to think anymore. Thinking too much would be tiring, would lead to a breakdown. He felt he'd eventually have a mental breakdown. "You cheapskate. Only 1 hour to rest." Lu Huixiang cursed, plopped down on a stool, and started ordering, "I want braised goose in an iron pot." Song Tianjiao immediately became a broken record. "I want braised goose in an iron pot." Eating goose wasn't enough to vent his anger. The rubber goose from the Water Fortress defense battle bit too hard. Chapter 111. The empty dining table held no food. The lucky winners from Yen country were all stunned. Was the food being withheld? They really wanted braised goose in an iron pot, a goose feast. Not eating wasn't enough to vent their anger. Song Tianjiu tapped the table, looked at the ceiling, then at the floor, and asked in confusion, "Nightmare doesn't provide food?" The lucky winners looked at each other, suddenly feeling a sense of crisis. Not providing food? What kind of scheme was this? Cheating? Were they trying to starve them? The viewers in the Yen country live stream were also shocked. Guiyue and Xing, not providing food? Nightmare, be a decent person. If you can't do it, don't do it. Chishi wouldn't fish. Kidnapping people here, and they don't even feed them. Damn it! Trash Nightmare, can't even provide food. 360 degrees flying world. Are we going to have to use points to exchange for food from now on? That's not right. Quickly think of a way to kill it. Apple Branch. Gueri isn't human. She was so good to her before, never short of a meal. Now she's turned into an evil god, and she doesn't even feed her. Song Tianjiao nodded repeatedly, muttering, "Is Nightmare some kind of useless snack? Not even as good as Pan?" Thumbs down. If you can't do it, don't do it. Bao Zhu, hearing this, slammed his hand on the table. Everyone looked at Bao Zhu, wondering why he suddenly stood up. Bao Zhu yelled, "Did you hear that? You useless piece of trash. Nightmare, bring on the food. I want stewed goose in an iron pot." My boss said it. Stewed goose in an iron pot. If you don't have the skills, don't take on the job. Are you even capable? At least Pango gives you food. What, you can't? If you can't, then get out. You're obviously incompetent, even worse than Pango. Are you even capable? If not, let us go home. I always dislike you. Always crying and hiding behind my boss. All you do is drag us down. Useless piece of trash. Bao Zhu's sarcasm was palpable. The next moment, the dining table in front of everyone changed. A huge iron pot was bubbling away. Where are the cold dishes? There are over 60 people, so we need at least 18 cold dishes, both meat and vegetables. Make them clean, and the portions have to be large. We need rice, steamed buns, and noodles for the main courses, and 24 stir-fries for the hot dishes, no repetition. Don't bring them all at once, space them out. You're so stupid. And soup, sweet and savory, fish soup, chicken soup, pork rib soup, rice soup, glutinous rice balls, and white fungus soup. We also need fried snacks, fennel mini fried dough sticks, fried crispy pork, ribbon fish pieces. And desserts, like pudding, mousse, mini cakes, milk tea, double skim milk, and mango pomelo sago. Where are the tableware? Plates, spoons, chopsticks, bowls, and drink cups. And a strainer, serving chopsticks. Bao Zhu rattled off his statement, with an air of self-righteous confidence, showing no sign of weakness, as if he were genuinely ordering food at a restaurant. The lucky ones from Yen Kingdom stared at him in shock, struggling to recall Bao Zhu's background. Former naval operative, suspected of treason. Bao Zhu was brought in to balance personnel capabilities. Actually, given the current high alert level in Yen Kingdom, Bao Zhu should have been sidelined. Because of the personnel selection, Bao Zhu wouldn't be sidelined for now. Bao Zhu was just there to fill a quota. No one expected him to do anything. Bao Zhu was like a filler item in a shopping festival. using up $1 worth of credit. Without him, you have to pay $599. With him, you get an $80 discount. Baoju's only purpose was to occupy a spot. His actual abilities were completely irrelevant. After all, Baoju was at the bottom of the class in terms of intelligence, combat ability, mental fortitude, explosive power, and so on. He was just an add-on item. Nobody expected him to be of much use. But unexpectedly, Baoju turned out to be incredibly useful. Look at this table full of dishes, perfectly arranged. Fruit and dessert after the meal. Do you even have a brain? Are you even capable? And can you please pay attention to the plating? There should be a balance of meat and vegetables. What's the point of putting 8 plates of vegetables in front of an old lady? Also, who uses a long table for a proper meal? Change it. Change it to a round table. No 10-person tables too cramped. We need 8-person tables, 8 tables. Pay attention to the balance of meat and vegetables. Baoju stood behind Song Tianjiao, hands on his hips, bossing him around. I said, don't serve dessert yet. Serve more goose dishes. Fried, stir-fried, boiled, and boiled, you name it. Wait, all you know how to do is stew in an iron pot. Can't you learn from Pan? At least Pan knows how to cook the 8 major cuisines, and he even knows how to serve Jinbing Wuzi and Doji. What can you do? If you can't, get out. You see is not fish floss. To be honest, where did Baoju get his courage? This is the first time I realize he's such a brave person. Rolling east, Baoju always stayed in the crowd in the dungeon, almost never showing his face. He was practically a total coward. Suddenly he stood up, and I almost didn't recognize him. Yu Qian, I'm dying of laughter. Look, Baoju is jumping around, and if he gets more than 2 meters away from Song Tianjiao, he quickly moves back. Baoju really has a good sense of self. The viewers in the live stream were laughing hysterically. The restaurant was large enough that 8 tables were quickly set up. Everyone sat down with strange expressions. Boss, sit here. This is the head seat, the main seat. I sit next to you and serve you. Baoju smiled obsequiously. Lu Huaixiang was utterly speechless. The old lady had always been upright and honest, and she couldn't stand people like this. Years ago, someone like Baoju would have been considered an opportunist. Ignoring the old lady's expression, Baoju started ordering Nightmare to prepare a coffin and create a special mourning hall. You want us, Yin Kingdom, to participate in your game, so you have to give us the respect we deserve, understand? Hurry up and get it arranged. This coffin style is no good, it's improper. It needs to be proper. This is one of those 6-cornered coffins vampires use. It's bad luck. Baoju cursed, unleashing his full verbal barrage, attacking from all sides, using his best skills and livelihood to the extreme. He was a naval commander, controlling thousands of accounts, his main strength being precise and decisive action. A true troll, he could say even an egg has a hole, that it's man-made, and that it's meant to harm the people. Blatantly lying is Baoju's forte. Using a pretext for something is second nature to him. Standing behind Song Tianjiao, Baoju's hand on the back of his chair, like a stray dog back in its owner's grasp, barking incessantly, his sarcasm overflowing. The lucky ones looked at Baoju with awe. Who would have thought he could be used like this? The food was served, and everyone quickly started eating. An hour was far too rushed. They ate the goose with gusto. Of the 60 lucky ones from Yin Country plus Wang Jiuzhao, only Tian Tian and Xie Qishan were excluded from the water fortress defense battle due to their height. Everyone else had been thoroughly ravished by the goose. Eating was essential to vent their anger. Tian Tian diligently gnawed on a goose leg, and Xie Qishan was also diligently gnawing on a goose leg. Suddenly Xie Qishan paused, spitting out a tooth. Tian Tian was shocked. Wow! Goose legs have teeth? Xie Qishan grinned, revealing a hollow front tooth. His baby tooth had fallen out. Wait, is this kind of reverse aging process really this meticulous? Xie Qishan was dumbfounded. Becoming a 9-year-old child, fine, he quite liked his complete self. But why did he have to lose his baby teeth? Everyone at the table burst into laughter, and the people at the next table, noticing this, also laughed uproariously. The meal was a lively affair, and the viewers in Yin Country, who were watching the live stream, got hungry. Those who could order takeout did so, those who couldn't cook for themselves called their mothers. Then, some of them received a loving slap from their mothers. Why aren't you sleeping at night? What are you going to eat? Go to sleep. Eat goose? You look more like a goose than a goose. Some quick-thinking individuals had already gone to the market to buy geese. Poultry stalls were scrambling to get them overnight. Within an hour, the price of goose meat in Yin Country surged by over 80%. An invisible hand was driving up the price of this poultry, a commodity rarely eaten in many places. Unlike Yin countries' efforts to raise the Angle coefficient, other countries were in a state of panic. The lucky few who died would make up the difference, meaning 69 people would enter the death game. Some places tried to copy Yin countries' approach. However, they were either not large enough, consisting of only one district, or their populations were too dense to allow for rapid migration, or their decrees could not be implemented immediately. Several large districts were thrown into chaos. After Tianmu's pupil changed from horizontal to vertical, the religion surrounding Pan instantly collapsed, and those people began to believe in nightmares. They firmly believed that the dream angel Guer had become a fallen angel, walking among mortals in the name of a demon. Therefore, they began to worship demons. Some also began to worship an unnamed god. This nameless deity of the Yin kingdom seemed to be able to ensure people had food and survival. Blue Star was in turmoil, with troubles everywhere. The Yin kingdom was troubled by geese. Other regions were troubled by chaos. I must say, this goose is quite delicious. Zhao Hui gnawed on a goose wing, looking completely blissful. Zhao Jiancheng couldn't smile at all, because the goose Zhao Hui was eating was one he had rushed to buy. It cost him 1,800 yuan, practically taken from the restaurant owner's own table. Just because Zhao Hui said he wanted to eat goose. Zhao Hui, if you're free, help me write a few reports. Zhao Jiancheng was truly exhausted. Zhao Jiancheng would rather go to the battlefield than write reports every day. And the ones asking him to write reports were of higher rank than him. Their reasons were all high-sounding. They said the public needed to know the inside story. They said maintaining stability required not only social order, but also mental well-being. Even the Religious Affairs Bureau indirectly suggested a vote, asking him to analyze the use of the mysterious Yin Kingdom's power in the death game. And the higher-ups actually approved it unanimously. Analyze? Analyze what? Analyze whether his mother, retired and with nothing to do, was either collecting bottles or practicing shamanism at home. Is that appropriate? I'm not the kind of person who's good with words. Zhao Jiancheng wanted to bang his head against the wall. At his age, with failing eyesight, he was being forced to write reports every day. Zhao Jiancheng wanted to use his eyesight as an excuse, but now, he was sharp-eyed, his vision comparable to a fighter pilot. Since learning that Zhao Jiancheng's eyesight had improved, several bigwigs had tried to strike up a conversation with him. But Zhao Jiancheng couldn't reveal Zhao Hui's matter. Zhao Hui's level of secrecy was the same as Song Tianju's. Except for those few important figures, he couldn't say anything to anyone else who asked. Zhao Jiancheng, how did you let people discover your eyesight improved? Zhao Jiancheng wanted to slap himself. Zhao Hui, with a bone in his mouth, leaned over, glanced at the voting results, and laughed so hard he almost fell over. I can tell you how you wrote it before. But I want to eat proper goose. This isn't proper enough. An hour passed quickly. Lucky winners selected. A total of 255 lucky winners from Blue Star have arrived. Welcome to the death game. I am Nightmare. Here you will experience more than just death. Shoo! Don't say what you're afraid of. I know everything. Lu Huixiang wiped her mouth and immediately cursed. Enough nonsense. Why would I be afraid of a monster like you? Song Tianju was still trying to eat her lamb chop. What was she afraid of? How could Nightmare know? Chapter 112. Lu Huixiang's attitude remained consistent. She cursed everyone, regardless of who they were. Ever since entering the death game, the old lady had been harboring a burning anger, unable to vent it. Now it was time for the card-drawing phase, with cards drawn by country. Some merged smaller countries would randomly select lucky winners to draw cards. Lu Huixiang, the lucky winner from Yin country, please draw a card. 5 cards appeared before Lu Huixiang, each shaped like an eye. This time, the eyes had vertical pupils, and the card background was dreamlike, white with a laser effect, clearly carefully decorated. Lu Huixiang immediately drew the middle card, and everyone crowded around to look at the card. The card depicted a flame, with a patch of scorched earth beneath a flickering flame. Lu Huixiang's expression froze. What does this mean? A single spark can start a prairie fire? She asked. Looking at the card in her hand, Lu Huixiang's anger had vanished, replaced by a sense of bewilderment. Yin Kingdom draws a card. A ball of fire, Nightmare, card description. This is a ball of fire, capable of burning everything, destined to leave no survivors. A fire in the heart, never extinguished. 1 minute later, the mid-game dungeon A Ball of Fire will begin. The goal is to clear the dungeon if everyone dies. 1 minute? No one had time to ponder the meaning of Nightmare's words. They immediately grabbed the ammo pouches they had unloaded during dinner. They also packed leftover food into their bags. In the final 20 seconds, everyone had already grabbed their weapons and slung their backpacks over their shoulders. Song Tianju also stuffed a pumpkin, a frog, a clown hat, and a red ribbon into his bag, and even had a small red flower on his head. Only then did everyone have the energy to recall those words. What did Nightmare just say? Several lucky winners exchanged bewildered glances. They only remembered the 1-minute countdown. 1 minute. That's too stingy. Pan's time starts in hours, Zhang Mian said. It says this is a fire that can burn everything. No one is destined to survive. The completion condition is achieved when everyone dies. Ishan added, a fire in the heart, never extinguished. For the lucky ones from Yin country, the first thing that comes to mind when they think of this fire is the era of war. Additional explanation, this is the nightmare of one of you. Tremble, lucky ones. I will reap all your fears. There is something more terrifying than death in this world. Fear, howl, cry. This will be your eternal nightmare. The lucky one from Yin country, face blank, curses inwardly. What are they afraid of? What are they afraid of? The viewers in the live stream were also speculating. I am Chua. I can't think of anything right now. What would our people be afraid of? Maybe they're afraid they won't have braised pork for their next meal. Ishwan. No, with our current setup, what could possibly frighten us? Shouldn't our greatest fear be the inability to effectively eliminate the enemy's manpower? Slander machine out for research. Just got rid of one pan. And now this dream comes along. How come there are so many demons and monsters? It's Momo, not Momo. Upstairs, how can you send voice messages? Slander machine out for research. I didn't send any voice messages. This is from Monkey. The Yin Kingdom viewers, looking at this string of gibberish, thought the netizens were just joking. How can Monkey type? The countdown ended, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the live stream. Welcome to the mid-game dungeon, a ball of fire. The completion condition is achieved when all members die. What comes into view is desolation. It was probably winter, the temperature was low, the sky was leaden black, and the ground was a yellowish brown. The ground was uneven and pitted, and the air still smelled of gunpowder. Song Tianjiao immediately opened her backpack and found that Nandatu and the others hadn't entered the instance. She took off her hat and touched her head. Little Red Flower was gone too. Everyone stared at her. Bao Zu's voice trembled. So, the big bosses didn't come? That damn nightmare, it cost me several of my generals. Warning. Cheating is prohibited in the death game. This instance does not support entry by supernatural beings. Wang Jiuzhou pointed at himself, looking bewildered. Then what am I? Zhao Yubai and Zhao Iran said in unison. You're a non-carbon-based life form. A silicon-based life form. Wang Jiuzhou felt that these two were indirectly insulting him, so he slapped them both, losing control of his strength, and they were knocked to the ground. Song Tianju went over, checked their breathing, and finding that her two teammates were still alive, she left them alone. Baozhu quickly helped them up. Tell me, why did you mess with that big shot? Sister Jiu Zhao could easily kill 50 of you by herself. Zhao Yubai covered his face, looking aggrieved. I'm telling the truth. Zhao Yuan retorted, I'm telling the truth too. Shut up. Lu Huaixiang flicked each of them on the forehead, her expression extremely serious, her eyes blazing with anger. Do you know where you are? The old lady's voice was strong, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings. Xie Yulai was fiddling with the radio equipment, saying, received a telegram, but decoding will take time. Immediately, Xie Yulai exclaimed, such an old encryption method, not a universal codebook. Is this an old-fashioned telegram? Zhang Sanwen's drone had been launched the moment they entered the instance, and it was already over 500 meters away. The air quality here wasn't good, visibility was low, and they were located in a low-lying area. The drone, 500 meters away, perfectly filled their field of vision. Zhang Sanwen exclaimed, what the hell? Is this a movie shoot? I see a riotous pillbox. There's a white flag on it. Lu Huaixiang rushed over, her eyes red with rage as she stared at the screen. Where's your grenade launcher? Bomb that thing. The viewers in the live stream no longer cared about whether Monkey could type. They stared silently at the screen. In the Tianmu conference room, Zhao Jiancheng put down his pen, falling silent. A nightmare? Fear? A nightmare more terrifying than death? Zhao Jiancheng laughed in exasperation. What kind of nightmare was this? Oh, so this is the fear the nightmare speaks of? Nightmares are so weak. Zhao Hui, chewing on a goose foot, scoffed. An unprecedented dungeon. According to my analysis, this dungeon can be cleared as long as all the lucky ones die. Just commit suicide, save time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiancheng slammed the documents in his hand onto Zhao Hui. Shut up. Zhao Hui clutched his head, staring at Zhao Jiancheng in shock. Zhao Jiancheng had been incredibly accommodating to him lately, treating him better than a father. This was the first time Zhao Hui had seen Zhao Jiancheng so angry. Inside the live stream, Zhang Wenwei was reloading ammunition, and several people crowded around to study the firing angle. Zhao Yubai stated his deduction. Theoretically, this dungeon can be cleared as long as we die. Welcome to the mid-game dungeon, a ball of fire. The goal is to clear the dungeon if everyone dies. Literally, that's true. But nobody knows if the lucky survivor who dies can be resurrected. From a dungeon clearing perspective, self-destruction is the most efficient method. After saying this, Zhao Yubai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up and found everyone staring at him, their gazes as if he were trash. Theory. Zhao Yubai was terrified. He realized his teammates were looking at him like he was a dead man. Bao Zhu, who had been craning his neck to see, turned and slapped Zhao Yubai. What kind of theory are you talking about? I could say just kill all the enemies, and you clear the dungeon. Zhang Miyan adjusted her glasses and agreed. Indeed, there's only one requirement for clearing the dungeon. The scope of everyone isn't defined. What if everyone also includes enemies? Zhao Yuan covered his mouth and silently moved away from Bao Zhu. That was close. He almost said something similar to Zhao Yubai's. Zhao Yubai covered his face and chuckled softly. Where do you think this is? You think just 61 of us can kill all the enemies? Let me tell you, I know where we are. Ahead, there are 5,861 well-equipped Riyadh soldiers. That's almost a 1-to-1 ratio. Even if they just stand there and wait for you to attack, they could dull your blades. We have 10,000 rounds of ammunition and shells. Conservatively speaking, 2 shots can take down 1 enemy. For the remaining 800-odd, can't we use the enemy's guns and cannons? Zhang Miyan leaned closer and patted Zhao Yubai's face. Well-equipped? You see what well-equipped really means. Zhao Yubai didn't speak, only gripping the sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. In the dim light, a few lucky survivors peered out, studying the terrain. The drone flew out, and Wang Jiuzhou lay prone on the ground, recording the terrain with pen and paper. Lu Huaixiang looked at the almost perfectly replicated terrain map, ecstatic. Genius. You're a genius. The drone flew to its maximum range, overlooking the entire area. As it moved, Wang Jiuzhou had essentially completed the terrain map. Wang Jiuzhou said, not precise enough. Enough. This is enough. Lu Huaixiang was exceptionally excited. From the moment she realized where she was, she had been in a state of euphoria. She lay prone on a nearby high slope, holding binoculars, observing the enemy's movements. Let's change positions. It's too close here, we get bombarded. Let's fly kites. The one who shoots most accurately and runs the fastest stays. The rest of you come with me. Those who stay, after firing, run crouching down this path. Once you get here, run up this slope to rejoin the main force. Lu Huaixiang looked around. There were fast runners and accurate shooters in the group. But as for the fastest and most accurate, Song Tianju pointed at Wang Jiuzhou and said, superb stereoscopic vision, with built-in trajectory calculation function, the error can be controlled within 1 centimeter. Zhang Wenwei said, the cannon I brought has a precise strike radius of 8 meters. It contains thermite, so its sustained attack range is even greater. I actually brought an even more powerful one, tethered by a rope, but unfortunately, it didn't make it in. Within this firing range, a 1 centimeter error is negligible. 16 meters in diameter, that's enough. Wang Jiuzhou is fast. And resilient. Song Tianju said, pressing Wang Jiuzhou's head as if adjusting something. She patted Wang Jiuzhou's shoulder and said seriously, Jiuzhou, the organization has given you a mission. Destroy that thing. Wang Jiuzhou looked bewildered. But Wang Jiuzhou's bewilderment didn't affect her calculations. Estimated distance 1,309.35 meters, wind speed 0.3 meters per second. The lucky ones from Yang country widened their eyes. They finally understood the meaning of no cheating. They really did have a cheat code. Retreat. Lu Huaixiang was the first to crouch and run out. 5 minutes later, everyone lay prone on the hillside, observing with binoculars. Those without binoculars used the scopes on their sniper rifles. A loud explosion rang out, and the target pillbox was razed to the ground, flames erupting. Fireworks quickly painted the sky crimson. The first burst of fire exploded. Wang Jiuzhou, lollipop in his mouth, ran back and lay down beside Song Tianjiao, saying with a troubled expression, It was off by 3 centimeters. A gust of wind just came up, and I'm inexperienced. I didn't factor it in. Song Tianjiao, also with a lollipop in his mouth, patted Wang Jiuzhu on the shoulder. Remember to factor it in next time. A precise strike on the enemy is a sign of respect. Every enemy deserves our respect. We must make sure they die knowing why, cleanly and decisively. A show of force from the start. Chapter 113. By the time the enemy reacted, a vast sea of fire had already engulfed the area, turning the sky crimson. They were outnumbered. Over 5,000 against 61. This ratio, at any time in the past, would have been unsettling. At this moment, the viewers in the Yin Kingdom's live stream didn't hesitate for a second. Red, theoretically, we should, probably at least. Why can't we get our fighter jets over there? We could have used the ones from the recent incident, and just fire a few more shells. Bright moon shines in the sky. Pan is such a scoundrel. Why didn't he recruit more people? I wanted to go too. Sky listening to the wind and rain. To be fair, couldn't they have more weapons? There should be plenty of war supplies, right? There should be a lot of tanks in the warehouse, right? Pan has ruined me. Yu Li Xiong. Why hasn't anyone awakened spatial abilities? Just give me a 1,000 cubic meter space. I can fill it up in 5 minutes. I'm standing on a box of 1999 bombs right now. We don't even need new equipment to deal with those things. Jioshin wants to lame out. I understand the logic. Why can't they send tanks and bombers in? Eat 3 bowls in 1 meal. I understand the logic. Why can't they send tanks and bombers in? Eggplant loves me once. I understand the logic. Why can't they send tanks and bombers in? The viewers in the live stream started spamming the chat. After several rounds of cleanup, the paid commenters couldn't get a word in edgewise. Any comments they made would quickly be pushed up. Jiangzi. Look closely, they only have 61 people. The chances of winning aren't high. Please speak rationally. If they were indeed well-equipped Riyadh soldiers, their training at that time would have been quite thorough. The outcome is still uncertain. How can we know who the dark horse will be? Just as Walunju was about to exert its strength, it discovered these accounts were starting to be attacked. And no more overtime. The stability maintenance team is very busy. IP Chain, you think I can't find you now? Grey Rat, Cielulai's former competitor, grinned maliciously, chopsticks dangling from his mouth. After sending the detailed address to the stability maintenance team, Grey Rat lowered his head and slurped a mouthful of noodle soup. This is great, at least I can have hot noodles late at night. No need for instant noodles. Before, Grey Rat only had instant noodles to eat when working late at night. After being taken away by the stability maintenance team, he thought he'd have to work like a sewing machine, but he's back to his old job. More than 200 people take turns on duty, the canteen is open 24 hours a day, and you can get whatever you want by pressing a bell. This is simply heavenly life. Grey Rat let out a villainous, cackling laugh. The canteen lady responsible for delivering food pushed her food cart past, rolling her eyes. The older woman thought these internet addicts were crazy, with many strange quirks. Hey, big bad wolf, and some meatball soup, want some? Yes. Auntie, I'm really not called Big Bad Wolf, my nickname is Grey Rat. The kind that hides and digs holes. That's a compliment from my colleagues. The cafeteria lady clicked her tongue and pushed the meatball soup away. Hey, I'm Big Bad Wolf, I'm Big Bad Wolf. Grey Rat lowered his arrogant head for a bowl of meatball soup. While busy online, in an inconspicuous house, several elderly people with missing limbs were drawing a topographical map. They were old, their hands holding red and blue pencils trembled slightly, and they could never draw the contour lines they needed. On the table were a sand table and small flags for simulations. 2 young soldiers pushed open the door. One pinned a newly printed large map to the wall, while the other filled a teacup with hot water from a kettle. An elderly man with completely white hair put down his red and blue pencils, crumpled his map into a ball, threw it on the floor, and pointed to the map on the wall, saying, "Not enough, not enough. Too few cannons, not enough for ground sweeping." The one-armed old man sighed. Few of these men have actually seen combat. Lu Xiang is good at ambushes and guerrilla warfare, and prefers to work alone. She's not good at leading. Back then, when she led a team, she already circled behind enemy lines while the rest were still waiting for orders at command post. She said she forgot? Another man, missing 3 fingers, jumped up and gave the one-armed old man the middle finger. Bullshit. It's clearly you who wanted her to lead those greenhorns to gain military merit. Don't think I don't know, those guys are your relatives. Following Lu Xiang, they're just a hindrance. Ahem. Let's agree to disagree. I just want to ask one thing. Why is there not a single commander among these 60 people capable of leading a large-scale battle? Where's Zhao Jiancheng? Have him call me. If we don't win this battle, won't everyone in Yin Kingdom be pointing fingers at us and cursing us? Zhao Jiancheng was stunned when he received the call. Who could have imagined that the death game would turn out like this? Yin Kingdom has 12 squads, 5 people per squad. Except for Squad 51, the other squads were all pre-planned, each with a leader. Those 55 people, able to split and combine, were all arranged. The Tianmu team brought out their best personnel, confident they could handle most situations. Then the nightmare unfolded like this. Zhao Jiancheng was confident that each group could assign one person to lead 60 people. That was absolutely no problem. A dream of returning to the battlefield, huh? What kind of nightmare was this? But the current situation was that it wasn't just about winning, but winning beautifully. A Pyrrhic victory was unacceptable. Otherwise, he'd wake up in the middle of the night and slap himself. Old commander, our people are fine. Now it's just a matter of how to win. Zhao Jiancheng said this with little confidence. A resounding victory was a victory. A Pyrrhic victory was still a victory. A Pyrrhic victory was hard to explain. Now, none of the rules mattered. The all-out casualties, and you pass rule. It didn't matter. As long as the foreigners. Ugh, as long as the Ryadians died. Nightmare? Fear? Horror? Wrong, this wasn't a nightmare. This was the regret of dreaming of missing a crucial strike. A regret that would haunt him for 3 days straight upon waking. Little Zhao, why don't we have any spatial storage? I saw online that spatial storage is amazing. It can hold tons of weapons and ammunition. And there are even humanoid mechs that can be stored inside. Why don't we have any? Which country has these things? Does the US have them? The deep concern on the other end of the phone made Zhao Jiancheng both laugh and cry. Old chief, those are all fantasy works. We don't have portable spatial storage, the US doesn't have it, and neither does the entire planet Earth. The US doesn't have it? Then we're relieved. However, little Zhao, centuries ago, airplanes, trains, and submarines were also fantasy works, and aerospace engineering was also a fantasy work. Zhao Jiancheng didn't know how to answer this question for a moment. Fantasy works even have magic. In reality, Zhao Jiancheng thought, this is really hard to criticize. Perhaps there was something to look forward to. Zhao Hui was already asleep on the conference table, tears still glistening in his eyes. Zhao Jiancheng hung up the phone, looking at Zhao Hui with surprise. Why is this kid crying? Zhao Jiancheng couldn't understand. The secretary leaned over and said, maybe he's feeling wronged? Wronged my foot. He's retreating before the battle even begins. Executing him would be a waste of bullets. Zhao Jiancheng really couldn't understand Zhao Hui's thinking, but according to Zhao Hui, it wasn't like this before. Nightmares never had the chance to appear like this before. This time, there was a change. A ball of fire. Is this his mother's nightmare? No, this isn't a nightmare, it's just regret. What cannot be found in the human world, one turns to the gods. Is there an underworld beneath the Yellow Springs? Where are the souls of the departed now? This isn't his mother's nightmare, it's his mother's obsession. This obsession was like a burning fire, keeping the mother awake at night, driving her to exhaustion, driving her to desperate searches. A nightmare. Zhao Jiancheng sneered, slumping into his chair. This wasn't a nightmare. It was a regret. It was a what-if. In the live stream, Lu Huaixiang was strategizing. In short, one thing, win. Now we just have to wait. Wait for tonight's night raid. Our night vision goggles are better than theirs. Only at night will we have a chance to infiltrate. They'd definitely be guarding that breach tonight. We blow up a new one on the other side. After assigning tasks to all the squads, Lu Huaixiang gritted her teeth and said, win. The rules require us to die, but before we die, we must win. Bao Zhu, brimming with a sense of cunning, raised his hand. Can I be in the same team as the boss? No, you're in charge of carrying the bullets. Song Tianju and Wang Jiuzhu sat beside him eating lollipops. Wang Jiuzhu chewing the green apple-flavored candy with a loud crackling sound. Tianjiao, there are too many of them on the other side. Our mobility isn't great. After saying this, Wang Jiuzhu paused. What do you mean by mobility? Song Tianjiao, biting on her empty lollipop stick, felt a tickle in her teeth. The plastic stick was already deformed from her chewing, and she squeezed out a sentence through her teeth. Mobility. It's about running fast and escaping far. Song Tianju stuffed the plastic stick into the side pocket of Wang Jiuzhu's backpack, slowly saying, if you run slowly, you get shot. Song Tianju picked up her binoculars, crawled forward a short distance and stared into the distance. The other side had begun to assemble, moving towards their previous location, the position where Wang Jiuzhao had fired the shells. Judging from their expressions, they probably thought a large force had arrived. 5 vehicles and several hundred people were deployed. Song Tianju stared at the vehicles, wanting to shoot their tires a few times. Weapons and ammunition had been distributed. Song Tianju grabbed a rifle, carrying 2 heavy boxes of 100-round bullets. The rifle bullets were heavy, and combined with the other items in her bag, her backpack was taut. Song Tianju stopped eating candy, humming a tune as she disassembled the rifle, cleaning and maintaining each part before reassembling it. She loaded the bullets into the magazine one by one, then removed them one by one. After repeating this twice, she lay down on the hillside and pulled a talisman from her back pocket. Lay lie. No response. Song Tianjia looked at the leaden sky and shook her head. Clearly, the rules of Nightmare are different from those of Pan. At least, some things are unusable in Nightmare levels. So all that enchanting the bullets was for nothing? Lu Huixiang finally calmed down a bit and realized the problem, immediately cursing. Several hours of hard work, her hands almost worn out from drawing, only to find it all useless. How infuriating! The lucky ones looked at the map, repeatedly rehearsing the night's mission. Zhang Sen grabbed Bao Zhu's neck, grinning. Zhu, when we go to the ancient battlefield, you're the one who challenges us. Give us a good blast before the battle, make the enemy scream and lose their minds. Bao Zhu's usefulness truly exceeded everyone's expectations. No one expected him to be so useful. It's a pity this isn't a battle between 2 armies, otherwise Bao Zhu should really be given a megaphone, so he can unleash his fury. Hey Bao Zhu, do you speak Riyadh? Why don't you pretend to be Riyadh tonight? I think you could easily blend in, you exude Riyadh's aura. Bao Zhu didn't want to talk. He clutched his backpack, which contained bullets, rations, spare parts, and a pistol. Inside the backpack were a self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice. He secretly ordered them separately for dinner. Bao Lu was calculating dinner time. It was cold, almost freezing. But at least he have a hot meal. Bao Zhu looked at a ditch not far away and decided to heat up the hot pot and rice there later. Without a fire, the enemy wouldn't spot them. I've been wanting to say this for a while, Bao Zhu. Why don't you put the bullets in your bag? Why are you tucking them in your vest? Your bag looks bulging? Bao Zhu didn't want to answer Zhang San's question. Bao Zhu glanced at his watch and quietly waited for lunchtime. Xie Yulai was still listening, but unfortunately, without the codebook, he couldn't decipher it. Not enough time to decipher it. But I'm certain the radio station is the enemy's. It's been transmitting 3 times since we arrived. Very frequently, they might be encountering some problems. However, I can interfere with their signal. Whether it works or not, just do it. Making the enemy uncomfortable is something that makes me comfortable. Xie Yulai worked while communicating with Zhang Yeyan. Actually, Xie Yulai knew the enemy's radio waves couldn't get through. After all, the Nightmare instance couldn't cover the entire Yin Kingdom. According to historical records, the thousands of enemies here were awaiting orders. Indeed well equipped, so what? They have better now. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuan squatted beside Xie Yulai, their eyes fixed on the miniature radio. These two were classified as non-combatants. After all, both were incredibly fragile, requiring someone to carry them during evacuations to keep up with the main force. The previous attempt to get them to analyze the battle situation yielded 2 contrasting results. One cowardly listed dozens of possibilities, while the other's brain simply went blank. This problem was simply too much for them. Xie Yulai finished his work and found 2 remarkably similar eyes staring at him, which gave him a chill. These 2 didn't even look alike, but their expressions were like mirror images, quite unsettling. Xie Yulai rubbed his arms and said, "Why are you looking at me?" Zhao Yuan said, "The codebook, I know it." Huh? Xie Yulai was stunned. Zhang Millian, who was working on the evening's operation, looked up sharply upon hearing this. Xie Yulai said, "This is the enemy's codebook from decades ago. It's supposed to be changed regularly." You know it? I saw it. Zhao Yuan's gaze was intense. I saw it, right in front of me. Zhang Yiyan seemed to realize something and drew a circle in the corner of the notebook. Recalling Zhao Yuan's earlier words, she immediately picked up the printed encrypted telegram and handed it over, along with her pen. Translate? Zhang Yiyan vaguely realized the correct way to use Zhao Yuan. The questions asked had to be precise enough. Song Tianjiao leaned closer, looking at the long, thin strip of paper, densely packed with symbols, which made her shudder. Song Tianjiu patted Zhao Yuan's shoulder. Good luck. Chapter 114. Song Tianjiao encouraged Zhao Yuan, while staring intently at the cannon barrel in the distance. She was considering how to modify the barrel after using the remaining cannonballs. This wasn't just some scrap metal, it was very useful. Thoughtful, Song Tianju patted Zhao Yuren's shoulder too hard, causing him to shudder and drop his pen. Zhao Yuren turned to look at Song Tianjiao, his gaze filled with an inexplicable awe. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Song Tianju noticed his gaze, somewhat confused. "Time," Zhao Yuren said. "The time is wrong. The nightmare's time is wrong." "Wrong time?" Zhang Miaoyan narrowed her eyes. Based on her current understanding of Zhao Yuren, if he truly could see the past and future, his questions would have to be precise, otherwise, his mind wouldn't be able to process them. His questions could even be as precise as which foot he stepped onto the throne first during the first Grand Court Assembly after the second Empress's ascension. The timing of the nightmare is wrong? According to the timeline. Zhang Miaoyan's eyes darted around, glancing at Lu Huixiang, who was still muttering curses in the distance. Regardless of Lu Huixiang's current age, she's 88 in real life. Grandma rarely talks about the past, always saying that what's past is past. But Zhang Miaoyan knows the old lady has never truly let go. She just turned 18 this year. The old lady is 70 years older. Many people don't even live to 70. These 88 years, going back in time, don't add up. Is this really Grandma's nightmare? At Grandma's age, could she have experienced this battle? Unless Grandma joined the army at 3, Zhang Miaoyan looked at Zhao Yubai, handing him the notebook on her lap, saying, "You do the deduction, treat it as a data simulation. Just treat it like a game of chess, like a game. This isn't the time to think about anything else. Whoever's nightmare this is, we must win. Only a victory met with thunderous applause will do justice to everyone." Zhao Yubai looked at the notebook and said, "This isn't a game." Zhang Miaoyan coldly replied, "It is a game we must win. This is an exhibition match, we must win beautifully." Zhang Sanwen held up his fist and waved it in front of Zhao Yubai. "Whatever my sister says goes, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I make you do what you plan right now." What is Zhao Yubai's plan? Zhao Yubai's plan is to commit suicide, to quickly pass the level. Zhang Sanwen, upon thinking about this plan, wanted to beat Zhao Yubai to a pulp. Even Bao Zhu couldn't come up with such a suggestion. At this time, the enemy's weaponry wasn't advanced enough, and the lucky one still had 2 drones available. The enemy had no aircraft, so air superiority was on the lucky one's side. Zhang Sanwen was reluctant to use the drones now. His drones had night vision capabilities, which would maximize their advantage at night. Therefore, Lu Huixiang arranged for people to camouflage themselves and observe from a high vantage point. Lin Manji, responsible for guarding, scrambled back and rushed into the group, saying, "The enemy has begun a dispersed sweep." Lu Huixiang waved her fist, and the lucky ones immediately began to disperse and break into smaller groups according to their predetermined positions and personnel arrangements. Before leaving, Bao Zhu looked at Song Tianjiao, then at Wang Jiuzhe, feeling particularly aggrieved. There was still half an hour until lunchtime. Bao Zhu pulled out a self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice and stuffed them into Wang Jiuzhe's hands. "Eat. There's a share for you too. You can help the boss carry it. You're strong, and you eat the most anyway." After walking a few steps, Bao Zhu kept turning back, almost wiping away tears. Lin Manji was dumbfounded. "Why are you crying? You wouldn't understand. The sense of security I feel with the boss is something you never understand." In Bao Zhu's eyes, Song Tianju had an aura of immense power, capable of lifting the sky even if it collapsed. Wiping away his tears, Bao Zhu pushed Lin Manji with a look of disgust. "It's because you're weak, a piece of trash, that I need to be on your team. A useless piece of trash, who can't even carry 1,000 bullets." Lin Manji pointed at himself, staring at Bao Zhu in shock. "Do you want to hear what you're saying? Do you want to see how big these bullets are?" Lin Manji felt like he was being attacked indiscriminately. "Is it possible that I'm a sniper? I need to carry a gun? Guns are heavy. And bulletproof vests are heavy too." Lin Manji felt like he was truly being attacked. Jia Fengming looked at the people in his team and sighed. The 45th squad consisted of her, Lin Manji, Qin Yinshu, Luo Yanqing, and Zhao Yuren. Zhao Yuren and Luo Yanqing were taken away, replaced by Zhang Wenwei and Bao Zhu. After the swap, the team's mobility improved significantly. Zhao Yuren was no longer a hindrance. But Bao Zhu was a difficult person to evaluate. "Alright, enough talk. Let's go! First, we need to evade this sweep. According to the plan, don't fire unless absolutely necessary before nightfall. If we do fire, fire with all our might." Xie Fengming handed one of the walkie-talkies to Bao Zhu. "Now that you're with our team, cooperate well. Our goals are the same. You're in charge of daily communications. Jia Fengming was trying to reassure everyone. The regular channel wouldn't be a problem anyway, and she could switch channels on her walkie-talkie if necessary. As Jia Fengming passed Bao Zhu, she patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, wait until dark. Zhang Wenwei, who had been watching the commotion for a while, quickened her pace and patted Bao Zhu on the shoulder as she passed. Qin Yinshu scratched his brow and patted Bao Zhu on the shoulder as he passed. Lin Manji looked bewildered, but to maintain team cohesion, he also patted Bao Zhu on the shoulder. Brother, I trust you with the bullets. Why wouldn't he trust him? Their group of 4 were all accurate shooters, and Bao Zhu was essential for rapid relocation and ensuring sufficient ammunition. Don't underestimate Bao Zhu, he could carry a person and keep up with the main force. At this moment, Bao Zhu was wearing a tactical vest, his pockets stuffed full, carrying a heavy bag, and with a gun on each shoulder. If there weren't enough cannons to go around, Bao Zhu would have needed to carry 2 more shells. Song Tianjia noticed the strange ceremony and suddenly appeared, patting Bao Zhu on the shoulder. Go for it. Bao Zhu was completely excited. Boss, I guarantee I complete the mission. As long as I'm here, the gun is here. Even if I die, the gun is still here. Song Tianju felt this was a bit odd, like he was making a promise. She gave him a thumbs up. Although you're bad at shooting and fighting, you're fast. Seeing the walkie-talkie on Bao Zhu's waist, Song Tianju shook the one hanging on her wrist and said, Call me if you need anything. Okay, boss. No problem, boss. Bao Zhu was like a man possessed, taking off running, complaining that Lin Manji was too slow, grabbing Lin Manji's backpack as he ran. He caught up with Qin Yinshu, grabbing him with his other hand. One person was pulling 2 others along, still complaining, Hurry up, you two, stop dawdling. Jia Fengming was dumbfounded. Is he on performance-enhancing drugs? Chapter 115. Zhang Wenwei said, I only brought adrenaline. There's enough for 3 people in Bao Zhu's bag. We can use it if necessary. Jia Fengming, Squad 49 really has a lot of talent. Jia Fengming suddenly felt that his team was really quite ordinary. No, their team wasn't ordinary either. Jia Fengming turned around and looked at Luo Yanqing, who was charging her battery. Okay, let's not judge each other. Yin country is vast and rich in resources. Which region doesn't have a few extraordinary people? As the team dispersed, only the entire 51st Squad and the remaining members of Squad 49 remained, along with Luo Yanqing and Zhao Yuren, who had been swapped between Squad 49 and Squad 45. Lu Huaixiang was very excited, wishing she could shoot the patrolling enemy. If it were before, I would have sneaked in no matter what and taken the high ground first. Song Tianju put a metal collar around his neck and looked up at Lu Huaixiang upon hearing this. Alright, this is a solo operation too. Song Tianju shrugged, recalling Lu Huaixiang's battle plan, but found nothing wrong with it. This was a quick and decisive matter, just get to work. Song Tianju didn't think there was anything wrong with the plan. She disassembled the pistol, wiping the parts as she said to Wang Jiuzhou, Jiuzhou, you protect the squishy one. Wang Jiuzhou, who was studying a self-heating hot pot, was somewhat displeased upon hearing this. I can fight too. I heard they say these enemies are awful. Song Tianju hugged Wang Jiuzhou's head and turned her to the side, showing her Tian, who was studying self-heating rice. Look, Tian isn't even as tall as the bayonet on the Riyadh's rifle. Song Tianjiao then pointed at Xie Qishan. His arms and legs are so thin, he can't even lift a grenade launcher. As for the other 2 surnamed Zhao, if we really can't protect them, we just use knives. Using our own people to do it is called suicide. Using the enemy is called disgrace. Wang Jiuzhou didn't quite grasp the logic for a moment, but that didn't stop her from nodding. I understand. We can't use guns or knives. Bullets are scarce, and knives will dull. Resources are scarce, so we must conserve. Wang Jiuzhou walked directly behind Xiao Yubai, grabbed Xiao Yubai's neck with both hands, and twisted it with a snap. Like this, I twisted half a turn more. Quickly, painless death. Zhao Yubai felt his life flicker. Just then, Zhao Yuren put down his pen and said, Translation complete. Everyone crowded around and discovered that the 3 telegrams were actually about the same thing. The first one was about a leak in several gas tanks during a secret transport, inquiring about how to handle it. The second and third telegrams were increasingly urgent. According to the telegrams, the gas leak was being suppressed for the time being, known only to a few high-ranking officials. These officials were currently inquiring about reassignments. Lu Huaixiang cursed, and was about to rush out with her gun, when Song Tianjiao grabbed her weapon belt. Haste makes waste, Song Tianju said emotionlessly, pushing Lu Huaixiang towards Zhang Sanwen, who had already stood up. Song Tianju asked them, any leads on the gas tank issue? Zhang Miuyan looked up at Song Tianju in surprise, her voice trembling. It should be a poison gas bomb. The currently released records don't include this information for our current location. Song Tianju nodded. Oh, so that's it. Should we change our strategy? The Lucky One's plan was a night raid. Their plan was to suppress the enemy with firepower, seize their armory, and finish the job quickly. A suicide attack. At this moment, while they lay in wait, they had to approach the target undetected and observe the enemy's situation. This tactic was exactly like Lu Huaixiang's personality. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle should be over before dawn. Night was approaching, and everyone was eager to get started. However, the deciphered telegram introduced a variable. Song Tianju scratched his head. The poison gas you mentioned, will it kill people quickly? If it's a slow-acting poison, we should be able to hold on. Zhang Miuyan shook her head. Based on our geographical location, we can deduce that these are most likely poison gas shells destined for the front lines. If the enemy uses poison gas, it will damage not only the respiratory system, but also the skin and mucous membranes. We only have oxygen cylinders and masks. No protective clothing to counter this weapon. Song Tianju asked, is there a way to destroy them? A non-toxic one. Zhang Miuyan shook her head again. Recorded methods of destruction generally include high-temperature incineration, freezing followed by incineration, chemical neutralization, burial, release into the sea, and detonation. Given the current situation, the most direct and fastest method is detonation. Use them. Zhang Miuyan kicked 2 shells lying nearby. They contained thermite, and the shells themselves were still lethal. These 2 shells were originally intended to create the illusion of a large-scale surprise attack on the enemy. Song Tianju shrugged. So, we lost the possibility of bombarding the enemy's central nervous system in the first instance, and the leverage to disrupt their vision? Wang Jiuzhou was still studying the self-heating hot pot, staring blankly at Zhang Miuyan. She didn't quite understand each word Zhang Miuyan spoke, but she could grasp the meaning when they were put together. The self-heating rice in Tian's hand began to steam, and the little girl immediately put Xie Qingshan's hat on it. All right, it'd be ready to eat in a little while, Tian said proudly. She picked up the dagger stuck in Xie Qingshan's bag, looked around, and handed it to Zhao Yubai, who was closest to her. Brother Xiaobai, you do it. I'm useless. Now that I'm dead, it won't waste food or be a burden. I'm useless alive, but I'm most useful dead. Zhao Yubai was still rubbing his neck. Hearing this, he stared blankly at the dagger in Tian's hand, then took it with trembling hands. He met Tian's clear, bright eyes, and was speechless. Tian laughed. I'm afraid of pain, so I need to be quick. Like with a needle, Dad says if you're quick enough, you won't feel the pain. A lot of human suffering is just a figment of our imagination. Zhao Yubai pulled out a dagger, revealing a smile more like a grimace. Your dad isn't entirely right. A needle prick isn't painful. There are things that hurt much more. Zhao Yubai raised his hand, shoving the dagger at Zhao Yuran. You do it. Zhao Yuran threw the dagger to the ground. You can't do it, but I can? Have some humanity. Who isn't a coward? Zhao Yuran had a clear understanding of his own limitations. Luo Yanqing, who had been watching the spectacle, laughed in exasperation at the sight. So, after all this, these two didn't actually have the courage to kill themselves? Tian picked up the dagger and turned her gaze to Luo Yanqing. Luo Yanqing quickly said, Don't look at me. He's like a walking power bank. Don't bother him with this kind of thing. He's fine with opening enemy skulls, but opening a teammate's skull is something he can't bring himself to do. Tian sighed. How could you guys do this? If I get killed by those Ryadians, how painful will that be? Tian's actions made the viewers in the live stream feel heartbroken. Zhang Sanwen leaned over, trying to volunteer, but was kicked away by Lu Huaixiang. Get out of the way. Song Tianju was packing her bag, stuffing the extra things into Wang Jiuzhou's bag. She only put some dry food and 2 bottles of water in the small pouch of her backpack. She took the dagger from Tian's hand and tapped the blade. It's pretty good. Song Tianju tossed the dagger to Xie Qingshan, then picked up Tian and stuffed her into her empty backpack. She put on her headset and a rifle with a full magazine. He switched the walkie-talkie to the emergency channel and waved it at Lu Huaixiang. Contact me via walkie-talkie if anything happens. Lu Huaixiang tried to grab Song Tianju, but he dodged her. What are you going to do? Do what you want to do. Locate the enemy's stronghold, take out their brains. locate the gas bombs, determine the enemy's organization, and if necessary, blow up the armory first. And Song Tianju shrugged. What you've been wanting to mention, but haven't. Are there any civilian NPCs in this instance? We need to confirm. After saying this, Song Tianju pointed at Xiaoyuan and said, we can't rely on him for these questions. He doesn't have the reaction speed. By the time he figures it out, it'd be too late. He can't even understand the weapon parameters. Xiaoyuan was an encyclopedia, yet Song Tianju was like an illiterate child, only able to slowly flip through the book to barely find the answers. There wasn't enough time. Zhang San asked, there's no one in the drone's footage. Song Tianju countered, in the cell? In the basement? Zhang San fell silent. With the equipment they brought, they couldn't possibly confirm this remotely. Lu Huixiong asked, why did you bring Tian? You can't bring yourselves to it. Rather than slowly cutting flesh with a dull knife, I do it. I'm super fast. Song Tianjiao slung her bag over her shoulder, grabbed her gun, and left. Sister Tianjiao, will it hurt when I die? Tian poked her head out of the backpack, wrapped her arms around Song Tianjia's neck, and whispered in her ear. I'm very fast. Tian nodded, looked at the surrounding scenery, and then retreated back into the backpack. The backpack had a 40-liter capacity. It could easily fit a curled-up Tian. The little girl zipped up the backpack, leaving only a small gap, and looked up at the sky. A snowflake fell, slipping through the zipper gap and landing on Tian's nose. It was snowing. Song Tianju hid in a pile of dry grass, gazing at the road rutted by passing vehicles in the distance, muttering to himself, seemingly singing. Tian listened intently, noticing that the melody was subtly different each time. Song Tianju placed his backpack in a hollow in the grass, removed the collar from his neck, and molded several metal pieces of different shapes, even adding rust for camouflage. Don't make a sound, wait. Song Tianju patted Tian through the backpack, then ran out and threw the metal pieces onto the road. The road was narrow enough for a single truck to pass, so Song Tianju placed one piece every 5 meters, alternating them. The sky grew darker, and the enemy patrol vehicles had their headlights on. Song Tianju weaved erratically, finding a shallow ditch to lie down in. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, their hearts pounding with tension, as they roughly guessed what Song Tianju was about to do. Soon, 3 cars drove by, the drivers exceptionally reckless, some driving off-road, half their wheels in the middle of the road, half off the road. Nothing happened. Song Tianju watched the truck speed away, cursing under his breath. He peered out and observed for a while, before running to the road and retrieving the metal block. Damn it, they were so lucky. The viewers in the live stream were both amused and exasperated. Song Tianju returned to the initial patch of grass, picked up his backpack, and continued walking. No ride, only walking. I thought I could strip off some clothes, change into them, fix their cars, and sneak in. Song Tianju was heartbroken. Humans shouldn't be this unlucky. Chapter 116. While Song Tianju was on her way, the lucky ones were also approaching this small county town occupied by the enemy. The snow was falling heavier and heavier. Song Tianju stopped, squinting at the circle of light left by a searchlight not far from her. The searchlight was only 8 meters away. The searchlight, constantly adjusting its position, perfectly avoided her. Standing here, she could even faintly hear the enemy's conversation. Song Tianju listened intently, only to find that she couldn't understand the gibberish. She immediately looked disgusted. Song Tianju used a serpentine weaving technique, bypassing the searchlight, and successfully approached the city wall. This city wall was old, unlike the newly built watchtowers. It was made using an old-fashioned mud and rice mortar technique. If you scratched it hard, it would crumble. Song Tianju removed the collar from her neck, flicked her wrist, and a shovel appeared in her hand. She put down her backpack and began digging into the wall. Even the early fired adobe bricks couldn't be too fragile. But Song Tianju started digging into the wall like he was digging into a cake. The old city walls were built wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, thicker at ground level. Song Tianju just kept digging head down. The viewers in the live stream, looking at the other cautious lucky winners, and then at the hard-working Song Tianjiao, almost felt like they wandered into the wrong theater. Tian also poked her head out, trying to help. But even with all her might, Tian only managed to break off a small triangular piece of brick. Nightmare dog die. Tian, stop. Song Tianjiao has cheat codes, you don't? Shepherd meow. I kept switching between the lucky winners' perspectives, and only Song Tianjia's situation was so different from the others. Why do I feel so relaxed here, even though it's such a serious matter? I even have the urge to take a nap first, and deal with it later. Momo, not Momo, me too, sleepy but at ease. It's like being under a spell. Yanzagezu. I can't imagine, if there were 60 Song Tangios in the team, could they just dig up this whole county? Cat hard candy. A monkey stole a peach from my fruit plate. Is there a monkey infestation where you are lately? There have been so many monkeys these past few days. I am Chuha. A monkey just took the banana from my hand. At this moment, on the roof of a 7-story building, a monkey is eating a banana. Beside it is a bag of bananas, and on its feet is some unlucky person's phone, the screen showing Song Tianju digging up a wall. A third eye above its head is looking down at the human world. The monkey tilts its head back and spits a banana peel into the air. Heh. The next second, the banana peel lands on its face. The monkey shakes off the banana peel and continues watching the live stream, scratching its ears and cheeks, almost like it has ADHD. Not long after, a bag of bananas next to its rear end was knocked away. The bananas fell freely, and were caught by a monkey clinging to a drainpipe below. The monkey, having gotten the bananas, squealed and jumped around on the awning and protruding security bars, quickly disappearing from sight. Enraged, the monkey on the rooftop threw down its phone and charged. The phone, lying on the rooftop, was still playing a live stream. The shovel collided with the city wall, making an unusual rustling sound. A hand with sharp nails picked up the phone, looked at the live stream comments, and said, changing the molecular structure of objects? A spell similar to turning lead into gold? Inside the live stream, Song Tianju finally dug the hole he wanted and squeezed in. As soon as he entered, he came face to face with a soldier urinating in the corner. With a swift shovel strike, the soldier was instantly rendered mindless. Tian touched the blood splattered on her face. It was hot, burning her frostbitten fingers. Song Tianju steadied the naked soldier's body and gently set him down. She walked to his head and stomped on the still rolling head. She swung the shovel, sending it flying like flowing water. It traced an arc in the air before freezing, forming a curved blade. With a flick of her finger, it was sharpened. It was very dark around them, with little light. The viewers in the live stream barely saw what Song Tianju did. Someone had to record it and analyze it frame by frame. Taiyu Sword, who loves sour soup forks. Song Tianju's face was expressionless. I suspect she's a robot. Otherwise, why are they all people? Why am I babbling and she's wailing? When the stars shine? This ability is so cool, I want it. It's so touching. Without the barking of dogs, Song Tianju doesn't have to sneak around anymore. You are my forever young lady. My grandfather said that even gods need mortals to believe in them. There used to be shrines built for living people, to offer incense in advance. If gods and ghosts really exist, why not build a shrine for the lucky ones? If heaven hadn't gave birth to little Zhuge Liang, this blind student, you found the key point. Feels like there's potential. At Believe in Science, what do you think about believing in science? Believe in science. First, we must believe in science. Second, we must believe in science. And finally, there's a religious exchange meeting tomorrow. Song Tianju hummed an off-key tune as she walked through the city's alleyways. She would stop every now and then, walk into a dark alley, open a door, and slip into a tunnel. Tian followed Song Tianju quietly. The little girl asked curiously, Sister Tianjiao, have you been here before? I don't remember very well, just a little bit. Song Tianjiao found the oil lamp in the tunnel and lit it. Its single light shone eerily in the darkness. The tunnel was much warmer than outside, but the air was thick with the smell of earth, which wasn't very pleasant. Song Tianju took out some dry rations and water and placed them on the wooden table. She rummaged through the nooks and crannies and found a few sweet potatoes. She grabbed a dagger, peeled and chopped them. The sweet potato peels were laid out on the table, clean side up. She cut them into finger-length pieces and arranged them on top. I'm going out to take a look. You rest here. If you're bored, you can eat some sweet potatoes. Song Tianju handed a grape to Tian. This is the only one I have. If someone I don't know finds this place, I detonate the bomb. This is quick, and I guarantee you they won't come back alive. Tian carefully put the grape bomb away. Sister Tianjiao, will you come back? If you don't come back by dawn, should I use a bomb? Boom. Blow myself up. Tian was, after all, just a 9-year-old child, and the rules required everyone to die to complete the level. She could ask someone to kill her, but she didn't have the courage to commit suicide. Song Tianju took out a piece of candy and handed it to her. You come back. Song Tianju reiterated, I will come back. Count from 1 to 10,000, and I will come back. Song Tianjiu didn't bring a backpack, but instead carried a gun and a knife, exiting through another exit. Humming a song, she wandered through the streets and alleys, avoiding the patrols. The viewers in the live stream finally heard clearly what she was humming. I climbed the mountain barefoot, gazing at my hometown in the distance, singing songs from the old years. Each melody was subtly different, but the lyrics were indeed the same, somewhat strange, as if pieced together from various sources, not forming a coherent tune. What song is this? Viewers in the live stream searched the entire song library, but couldn't find it. There weren't even similar tunes. At this point, the viewers finally realized what Lu Huaixiang had made Song Tianjiu hum in the beginning. Replaying the scene, a few notes could be vaguely heard that matched. What song is this that Lu Huaixiang is so obsessed with? Viewers in the live stream were filled with questions, so much so that even seeing Song Tianjiu occasionally drag the last patrolling soldier into an empty house, slit his throat, change into the soldier's clothes, and rejoin the group didn't seem so thrilling anymore. Song Tianjiu strolled leisurely, following several patrol teams, circling the city. If I remember correctly, this should be it? Song Tianjiu stopped outside a church, trying to analyze. This is the most likely location. It has the largest basement nearby. If they want to hide something, and don't want to keep it in the military camp, this is the most suitable place. Before the viewers in the live stream could react and understand how Song Tianjiu knew this, he turned and walked away. Song Tianjiu pressed the intercom, speaking as he walked. There's a church in the southwest corner when you come in. Look up. The cross is missing a corner. The poison gas bomb is most likely in the church's basement. To the east, about 200 meters from another enemy pillbox, there's a hole in the city wall, big enough for one person to pass through. After you come in, under the second window of the third alley, there's a tattered winnowing basket. There's a secret passage underneath. Go through the passage, and you reach the church. Song Tianjiu had already arrived at the military camp, easily scaling the wall, and heading straight to the ammunition depot. The viewers in the live stream had never been so certain. Song Tianjiu had a cheat code. Eggplant loves me once. Does Song Tianjiu have a panoramic map? Tell me. Does Song Tianjiu have a panoramic map? Sui Sui isn't broken. After scaling the wall, she didn't hesitate for a second. I even suspect that it wasn't Zhao Yuran who could see the past, but Song Tianjiu. Pango Go Dai, how is she so skilled? If I had been this good at stealing persimmons when I was a kid, I wouldn't have gotten bitten on the butt by a dog. Eat 3 bowls in one meal. Is she using some kind of invincible cheat code? Song Tianjiu had already dug through the armory wall and crawled inside. The viewers in the live stream were full of questions. This wall was theoretically stronger than the ancient city wall, right? Was it really that easy? Was this mid-game dungeon practically useless? Someone on guard at the armory heard the commotion and immediately headed towards Song Tianjiu's location. Song Tianjiu climbed onto the scaffold and whispered, "Squads, what position are you at? If you don't reply in 3 seconds, I fire the first shot." The lucky ones, who were trying to infiltrate undetected, were also full of questions. Song Tianjiu had only been in there less than half an hour earlier than them, right? Had he figured it out already? They were indeed close, and preparing to start. The 3 seconds passed in an instant. Song Tianjiu, still on the scaffold, adjusted his angle and fired. 3 heads exploded. The gunshots alerted the patrolling soldiers, and hurried footsteps could be heard outside. Dr. Chen, on duty in Area 51, witnessed this and immediately said to the person next to him, "See that? That's how she hit my nose before." I pointed at my nose, signaling for her to hit me, and she actually did. Song Tianjiu continued exchanging intelligence. The weapons in the armory are very old, the firearms are no good, and the bombs are no good either. I confirmed it with my eyes. There are no poison gas rounds in the ammunition depot. Judging by appearances, there's nothing useful, just a bunch of junk. It's too much of a waste to give it to the enemy. It's blown up. Wait, what did she say? It's blown up? Chapter 117. The lucky one suddenly heard an explosion. Lu Huaixiang had already run to the hole in the city wall. Seeing half the sky reddened by the explosion, she immediately cursed. What a waste! Then, watching the explosion crackle like fireworks, Lu Huaixiang slapped her thigh. Well done! They actually hid so much explosives here? Killing the people of Xylia is one thing, but if the Xylia people use it to bomb us, that wouldn't be right. Even the worst bomb can't withstand such a high yield. Song Tianjiu's actions shocked the Yin Kingdom viewers, as well as the international viewers, who had entered the Yin Kingdom live stream through other means. In just a short while, several calls had been made to Zhao Jiancheng, the head of the Yin Kingdom's Tianmu team. "Sir, it's..." Before the secretary could finish speaking, Zhao Jiancheng had already pulled the phone line. Zhao Jiancheng, holding a duck foot in his hand, slowly said, "Just say the phone line was chewed through by rats and we're fixing it. Those scoundrels outside are getting restless, aren't they? The nicer we are to them, the more arrogant they become. Let them be. TSK, how old are they? They panic when something happens. A bunch of sycophants." Zhao Jiancheng had predicted the reactions of certain countries. Soon, another dedicated line rang. "It's probably another report for me. They practically want me to report every 10 minutes. Are we even going to get our work done? Let them manage their own time. It's already dawn. Or maybe they should think about what to eat for breakfast. The enemy moves, I don't move. Anyone who moves is a coward." Zhao Jiancheng looked at the faint morning light, chewing the duck foot in his mouth. That brat Zhao Hui, he only knows how to pick the good stuff. He left a bunch of junk behind. On the table lay documents hastily pulled from the library and delivered. The documents were open, and the name Song Qiao was highlighted in yellow highlighter. "Don't panic when things happen. After searching for so many days, we finally found it. Now that we found it, don't panic," Zhao Jiancheng said, but his eyes were glued to the projected image on the wall. On the computer beside him, live comments flashed by. There were real viewers, commentators from the Chinese forum stirring things up, and even overseas commentators ostensibly praising but subtly criticizing. A diverse array of reactions, a lively spectacle. Tell the Chinese forum to step up their efforts, keep arresting, keep fighting. The war isn't just on the surface. After saying this, Zhao Jiancheng's phone rang. "Boss," the monkey grabbed a bunch of bananas, rode off on a green train, and said he was going to Flower Fruit Mountain. Zhao Jiancheng raised an eyebrow. "Ally country in Dongsheng Shenzhou? No, it's that scenic spot. They claim to be Flower Fruit Mountain, and the monkey went to cause trouble. Their short video promotion says they're the birthplace of the great sage, and the monkey saw it while playing on his phone." Zhao Jiancheng was speechless. These days, all scenic spots know is how to write advertorials. Historical connections are one thing, but they're also far-fetched. They even use mythological novels as a starting point. "What about the snake? Have you found it?" "The snake is in our car. It's already drunk 3 buckets of white peach mango boba crispy pearls, double portions of grass jelly, and double portions of double-skin milk pudding." White peach mango boba crispy pearls. What is that? Zhao Jiancheng was dumbfounded. "It tastes pretty good, slurp. We finally managed to slurp it down before we called the manager to open the door and pay extra for expedited service." "Boss, reimbursement?" Yes. Let's keep things peaceful and not cause panic among the masses. Remember to compensate the people for the things the monkey took. Report any developments immediately. If we encounter anything unreasonable on the road, we can reason with them." "Understood. You can rest assured about our work. Those who obey me prosper, he. By the way, boss, Bye still wants roasted bullfrogs and fried grasshoppers. What do you think?" "Reimbursement. I have someone transfer 100,000 to you. Spend it as you please, no need for receipts. Feed those who appeared out of nowhere, and bring them back. If there are things we can't discuss, then let's have a proper discussion." After hanging up, Zhao Jiancheng's head was buzzing. What peach, what boba, what crisp, what is that? The secretary tried hard not to laugh out loud, and said seriously, "Milk tea." Zhao Jiancheng looked disgusted. "Fine, go and get someone to transfer the money. These brats, I seriously suspect they just wanted it themselves. What does a snake know about milk tea?" "Me too." Zhao Hui woke up sometime earlier, squatting on the table, his eyes fixed on Zhao Jiancheng. "Guards, go buy some milk tea. Each and every one of you is a king. I want bananas too. All you ever do is eat." Zhao Jiancheng tossed the document to Zhao Hui. "The record is vague. You explain it. No slacking off. If you can't explain it clearly, don't even think about drinking that peach or mango thing." Zhao Hui was shocked. He hadn't received this treatment before. Everyone had always pampered him. "I'm going to throw a tantrum. Then you won't get breakfast, lunch, or dinner." Zhao Jiancheng was determined. He finally understood. This little BS Zhao Hui was also a non-violent, non-cooperative type. Give him a little credit, and he'd take it all, getting too big for his britches. Zhao Hui suddenly said, "You weren't this fierce before. Don't give me that crap. With the nonsense you spouted last night, if you weren't Zhao Hui, you'd be in the crematorium by now." Zhao Jiancheng wasn't the same Zhao Jiancheng anymore, he realized it. Zhao Hui was a complete pessimist, a surrenderist. Zhao Jiancheng didn't want to give him a single kind word. Xiao Hui shrank back, raised his hand to his mouth, mimicking a zipper-zipping motion, hugging his weak and pitiful self. He slowly moved to the middle of the table, rested his chin on his knees, and watched the live stream. Zhao Jiancheng was amused and annoyed. Inside the live stream, Song Tianjiao, reeking of gunpowder, had returned to the church. She climbed onto the roof, lay on the cross, tossed a string of grenades behind her, and awkwardly set up her gun. She carried several guns, barely chosen from the armory. The rifle was aimed at a window. The military camp was in chaos, explosions incessant, the area as bright as day. The three-storied building next door was unusually quiet, with only a dim light on. Song Tianjiu gestured a few times, then pulled the trigger. After the whoosh, a fallen figure appeared in the scope. Song Tianjiu squinted. Pretending. Quite good at pretending. It's obviously an act. Song Tianjiu's shot missed. It wasn't a headshot. She slid down the rooftop ramp, halfway down, jumped to another rooftop, and continued sliding. Her movements were practiced, as if she had done it many times before. After landing and rolling a few times to absorb the impact, Song Tianjiu ran towards the three-story building. At the corner, he bumped into Bao Zhu. Who? Boss? I finally found you. They said the plan's been slightly adjusted, my marksmanship isn't good enough, so they told me to move the stuff over first, saying. Bao Zhu, carrying the cannon barrel, was extremely excited. Before he could finish speaking, Song Tianjiu had already bypassed him and continued running forward. The second house on the right. Turn left after entering, there's a hidden door. There's a basement, go check if it has poison gas. Mission accomplished. Bao Zhu was initially puzzled as to why his boss didn't just go in and check, but when he carried the cannon barrel into the basement, he understood why. Good heavens, whose tunnels are like a maze? This is so winding. As Bao Zhu huffed and puffed his way forward, Song Tianjiu had already reached the three-storied building. He climbed up the wall, peeked at the officer still inside, threw 2 bombs through the window, then let go, plummeting vertically and rolling on the ground. The roof was blown off, debris strewn everywhere. A shard of glass grazed Song Tianjiu's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. The firelight from the nearby military camp illuminated Song Tianjiu's face. The wound was deep, a diagonal line across half her left cheek, blood flowing in a ribbon-like pattern, like half a mask. Song Tianjiu pressed the intercom and opened her mouth to speak, but her voice was drowned out by the nearby explosion. The deafening blast wave whipped her hair around. Some viewers in the live stream, who could read lips, understood what she was saying. Killed an arrogant leader. Footsteps sounded in the distance, and dozens of enemy soldiers rushed over, opening fire on Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu took cover behind falling bricks and rubble, firing only 3 shots before the enemies fell. A flash of white light appeared on a distant rooftop. Zhang Wenwei, while reloading her ammunition, kicked Lin Manji and whispered in his ear, "How many did you kill?" Lin Manji, who had just switched off his flashlight, also whispered in her ear, 18. "I got 17, 1 less than you." Zhang Wenwei looked regretful, not caring whether Lin Manji heard her amidst the explosions. She scrambled to her feet and ran, leaping onto another rooftop and disappearing in a flash. Her grandmother had taught her that when sniping, you have to move after each shot. The best scenario is that even your teammates can't find you. Snipers should provide long-range support. Charging forward is foolish. Even in the most urgent situations, you can't charge forward. A good sniper can turn the tide of battle. The cost of training a sniper is far greater than training an ordinary soldier. Survival is also one of a sniper's tasks. The sleeping enemy soldiers were assembling and beginning their counterattack. They were horrified to discover that their leaders were always the first to fall. Every time someone stepped forward to give orders, death was imminent. They couldn't even immediately determine the enemy's location or number. A small group was forcibly dragged out to run through the streets and alleys, while the majority began gathering sandbags and building fortifications. The camp already had fortifications, and they tried to strengthen them. However, the uncontrollable fire and explosions at the ammunition depot unsettled them. We see, theoretically, it would be better to preserve these munitions for destroying ground-based poison gas bombs. But the ammunition depot is too close to those Ryadians, and we are outnumbered. We can't capture it immediately. Myanmar Moon. Song Tianjiu is very familiar with the terrain here. I checked the information and found some problems. So the question is this really Thunder Granny's nightmare? Tianjiu's fan. Am I the only one drooling over this? What do you call superhuman reaction speed? Song Tianjiu, I want to be your dog. Sexy and romantic paramecium. Who cares about nightmares, just do it. My grandpa got up in the middle of the night and found this live stream, he didn't even want to sleep anymore. He's watching so intently. He's urging me to make breakfast. Ah, why is there a time difference? I can't even keep my eyes open, but I'm not giving up. I want to watch the live stream. Shutong, it's a pity that Thunder Granny's talismans can't be used in this dungeon. If there had been someone like Song Tianju before, would fewer people have died? Nightmare Dog, ah, can anyone count the enemy casualties? I lost count. I really can't count anymore. The explosions continued. The intense heat melted the snowflakes, stopping the snowfall. Instead, the thick smoke and intense heat caused rain to begin. The rain carried the smell of gunpowder. Song Tianju wiped her face, shook off her rain and blood-stained hands, and silently headed to her next location. She took an unconventional route, winding her way through the crowd, leaving the viewers in the live stream bewildered. In this rainy and snowy night, with poor lighting and Song Tianju covered in dust, it was difficult for the viewers to see her clearly. A horse galloped across the road. Song Tianju ducked behind a wall and slowly raised her gun. Then she heard a curse. Zhao Yuran, let go. You're strangling me. Could you be any more of a coward? It was Ishan, and she sounded very angry. I've ridden horses before. Zhao Yuran's voice was trembling with tears. Let me think. There must be more war supplies, there must be. Where? Ah, I'm going to fall. I'd be trampled to death by the horses. Ishan wanted nothing more than to knock him unconscious with the butt of her rifle. She was initially quite happy to have found a horse. But when Lu Huaixiang threw Zhao Yuran, who claimed there must be other explosives, at her, she immediately became unhappy. Ishan, take him with you, it speed things up. These little brats, not many of them can ride a horse. Why can't I ride in a vehicle? What? Ishan's riding crop lashed Zhao Yuran's leg. Didn't you say you get carsick? Think. You don't get carsick riding horses. Song Tianju lay on the ground, silently watching the horses disappear into the distance. Then, a sidecar motorcycle and a truck approached from the end of the road. Chin Tan Song, the enemy's vehicle, bring it to me. The enemy's helmet, bring it to me. Give me the explosives in the enemy car. Ha ha ha. If heaven hadn't given birth to me, little Zhuge Liang, I've seen it in your eyes, there really aren't any civilians in the city. Let's go all out. The comments were excited. Song Tianju pulled back the hexagonal nail she was about to throw. The rain was getting heavier. She wiped her face again, waited for the cars to pass, and stubbornly walked in one direction amidst the gunfire. She hummed a song, stopping occasionally to take out a few fleeing enemies. This time, no one could understand what she was singing. However, after a few times, the tune was almost the same. Lu Huaixiang lay on the church roof, observing the surroundings, occasionally firing a shot at what appeared to be the leader of the enemy group. Grandma, didn't you say we fire a shot and move on? Zhang Mian, her hat on, was observing her surroundings through binoculars, her voice slightly weak. Lu Huaixiang sneered, those who want to live have their own way of fighting. Those who want to win have their own way of fighting. Those who don't care about their lives have their own way of fighting. Lu Huaixiang touched Zhang Mian's forehead with the back of her hand. No wonder you started talking nonsense, you have a fever. There are thousands of people. Once they react, they might retaliate. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I take them down one by one. Zhang Mian shook her head and remained silent. At the same time, Song Tianju finally stopped, straightened his clothes, and pushed open a door. Chapter 118. The door opened, revealing a pitch-black interior. Song Tianju took a step forward, then suddenly stopped, drawing his pistol. One of us. I'm Zhang De. Seeing Song Tianju holster his gun, Zhang De breathed a sigh of relief and emerged from the alley. He knew he had almost been shot. He had been on the battlefield, and knew all too well the feeling of his hair standing on end. It was an instinct honed only by teetering on the brink of death. Seeing the bloodstains on half of Song Tianju's face, Zhang De was startled. You're injured? Let me treat your wound. No need, I won't die anytime soon. Since you're here, let's move some things. Confused, Zhang De followed Song Tianju inside, and watched as Song Tianju violently broke open a door. His eyes widened when he saw neatly stacked explosive packs, and a box of medicine inside. Penicillin? Zhang De, holding a tactical flashlight, opened a box of medicine to examine it. It's penicillin. How did you know there was medicine here? Song Tianju kicked a nearby explosive pack. I came looking for this. The medicine is useless to us now. Good heavens, how did they manage to hide this right under the noses of the little Liao people? There's a considerable amount. Was it stored before the occupation? Could they have run out of time to move it? Zhang De muttered to himself. Song Tianjia had already climbed onto the roof and hidden herself. As the rain intensified, the noise from the explosions gradually subsided. Song Tianjia pressed the intercom and reported her current location. Explosives, a lot. She had barely finished speaking when she heard the sound of horses' hooves. I'm sure it's here. I see it. Slow down, my head hurts. Zhao Yuren's groaning voice came through. Soon, a horse came into Song Tianjia's view. Song Tianjia pulled the trigger, eliminating an enemy soldier who had run over after hearing the commotion. The bullet grazed Zhao Yuren's face, and Zhao Yuren cried out in surprise. Can you stop yelling? If you yell, the enemy will spot you. Yishan was annoyed. If Zhao Yuren hadn't been able to see past and help find something, she would have kicked him off the horse. Yishan looked up and saw Song Tianjia peeking out from the roof. Zhao Yuren, the explosives you mentioned are here, are you sure? I'm sure. I see them. Yishan grabbed Zhao Yuren's clothes and threw him off the horse, angrily saying, Get out of here. Look up, who's up there? The walkie-talkie said this was the place. Zhao Yuren looked up. Song Tianjia reached out and waved. Hi. Your Majesty, hello, goodbye Your Majesty. Zhao Yuren immediately lost his temper and sat down heavily on the ground. You're all traitors. Utter traitors. I want you to be torn apart by 5 horses. You're all playing me. I finally saw through you. Shut up. Yishan pulled Zhao Yuren inside. Let's move some things. We blow up the camp's fortifications. They only taken 2 steps when a gunshot rang out. Yishan stopped, touched his chest, and sniffed it. Zhao Yuren looked up, surprised. Why did you stop? The only response was Yishan collapsing forward. Zhao Yuren quickly reached out to catch him, but before he could adjust his posture, he was knocked backward onto the ground. Zhao Yuren's eyes widened, his expression blank. Watching the figures moving rapidly across the rooftops in the distance, Song Tianjia pressed the walkie-talkie button with his knee, raised his gun, and said, The enemy has a sniper with a range of 900 meters. Judging from the looks of it, their visibility is very poor. They hit our teammate with 1 shot, but we can't rule out the possibility of other trained snipers. Lu Huixiang tried to respond but noticed Song Tianjia was constantly using the channel. Soon after, she heard a short gunshot. Taken! Yishan is dead. The explosive's location might be exposed. Call for backup, quick! Song Tianjia raised his knee, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and jumped down, kicking Zhao Yuren in the shin. Get up. Are you preparing to mourn? The men will be here soon. Take them away. Stop yelling and be quiet. We're all in the shadows now. Zhang De, hearing the commotion, came out and quickly dragged the 2 lying people inside. Once inside, Zhang De adjusted the flashlight beam and shone it on Zhao Yuren's pupils. Not dead. Then Zhang De checked Yishan's condition. The bullet went through her heart, she's dead. Zhao Yuren, using the flashlight beam, clearly saw the blood on his chest. She's dead? Dead. She was just talking, and now she's dead. Humans are so fragile, human fate so fleeting. Zhao Yuren's voice trembled with tears. People die easily. Life is short, and nothing really matters. Song Tianjia's teeth itched with envy. She truly admired Yishan. If it were her, she would have beaten Zhao Yuren up long ago. Stop wailing. Save your mourning for last. There might be snipers around. Watch out, they might just blow your head off. Zhao Yuren covered his mouth and fell silent. Both sides were in the shadows. The situation was far from favorable. Song Tianjia patted Zhao Yuren's face and sighed. Do you know how useful your ability is? Predicting the future, seeing the past. Even seeing just 1 second into the future is enough to dodge a bullet. No, even less than a second, even half a second, is enough for you to avoid a fatal attack. Zhao Yuren, do you know how capable you are? Yet you still watched your teammates die before your eyes. You should have seen it. Zhao Yuren's eyes widened, about to speak, when Song Tianjia straightened up and looked at Zhang De. He's yours for now. The others will be here soon. I go draw attention. Intuition told Song Tianjia that there were definitely enemies nearby. And they might have already been watching the strange combination of Yishan and Zhao Yuren. Zhao Yuren was very capable, but unfortunately, he was too fragile, and his endurance was weak. Song Tianjia took bullets from Yishan's bag, went out, and led the horse. Under Zhang De's questioning gaze, she directly mounted the saddle and turned the horse around. The already frightened horse reared up, trying to throw her off, but was held tightly. Song Tianjia's body was almost parallel to the ground. She turned to Zhao Yuren and said, I'm furious. If you drag me down again, I kill you first. Zhao Yuran wiped the blood from his chest and said, I see, everyone's dead. Song Tianjiu suddenly realized a brilliant use for Zhao Yuran and immediately encouraged him, you have to survive. You absolutely must survive. With Zhao Yuran there, they could know if the enemy had been wiped out. Otherwise, with over 5,000 enemies, they couldn't possibly finish them off one by one. Trust me, you're very useful. Song Tianjia slammed her whip against the door and galloped off in one direction. Zhang De moved the explosives closer to the door, muttering, Song Tianjia's riding skills aren't bad. Zhao Yuran got up from the ground and tried to push the explosives Zhang De had piled up to the side, but couldn't budge them. He could only say in a hoarse voice, this position is vulnerable to attack and explode. Zhang De immediately moved the explosives. Just as he finished moving, a bullet pierced the door and struck the spot where he had just been standing. Zhao Yuran wiped the blood from his chest again. At the same time, gunshots rang out outside. Zhao Yuran picked up the bullet that had bounced off the flagstones and rolled to his feet, saying, the enemy who fired this bullet is dead. Chapter 119. The explosives were quickly transported away by the lucky survivors in an enemy truck. During the process, more people fell. Zhao Yuran wiped the blood from his face, turned his head to stare in one direction, and reached out to try and snatch the gun from Zhang De's hand. Zhang De almost attacked him, but realizing Zhao Yuran's intention, he handed the gun to him. Do you know how to use it? Zhao Yuran raised the gun and fired in one direction. Zhao Yuran's bullet missed, landing on the ground 5 meters away. The lucky survivors then fired in that direction. After a few shots, the sound of a body hitting the ground was heard. I only seen others use this, I don't know. Zhao Yuran clutched the gun, trembling all over, it hurts, my arm hurts, my shoulder hurts, my jaw hurts, everything hurts. Zhang De patted Zhao Yuran's shoulder, lifted him up, and shoved him into the car. Alright, practice properly next time. He looked quite professional, making one think the kid actually knew what he was doing, but it was only slightly better than a bullet hitting his foot. Zhang De, carrying his gun, watched the truck carrying the explosives and the sidecar motorcycle leave, then glanced up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, few places in the city were lit, and visibility was poor. I don't need to be the doctor today. Regret, oh regret. He regretted bringing too many first aid supplies and medicines, regretted only bringing basic weapons. He regretted not adding 200 more ropes before entering the death game, sitting in the tank. If only he had brought the tank with him. Zhang San asked, riding a sidecar motorcycle with a flat front tire, hurtling towards them with an extremely bumpy, serpentine gait. The vehicle broke down, we're too late. Zhang Sanwen slammed on the brakes, sparks flying from the wheels. Zhang Sanwen placed the two fallen survivors, one on top of the other, into the sidecar, then realized they were about to fall off. Zhang Sanwen scratched his head. Doctor, why don't you sit behind me and hold on? This vehicle is a bit unruly. And so, the heavily overloaded sidecar motorcycle set off, another rear tire bursting. Zhang De struggled to steady himself, supporting the bodies, clearly feeling every dent in the ground. He regretted it. He shouldn't have volunteered to stay behind and wait for other vehicles. Aren't there any other vehicles? No, the vehicles driven by the people of Xylia are of poor quality. When they patrol, we directly attack the fuel tanks and tires, blowing up quite a few. These are the only ones usable. Before Zhang Sanwen could finish speaking, a bullet struck his arm. Can't you be a little more considerate? Can't you see I'm driving? Reckless driving leads to tragedy, don't you understand? As he spoke, Zhang Sanwen pulled out a grenade and threw it. With a deafening explosion, Zhang Sanwen's car, its tires completely gone, sped over 100 meters. Doctor, just bandage it up a bit, just enough to stop the bleeding, I'm going to die anyway. This is so inconsiderate, it's right on my elbow, isn't this hindering my ability to shoot? Do these people have any sense of sportsmanship? Why can't I bring a bomber in? Zhang De took out gauze, and quickly treated the wound. After bandaging, Zhang Sanwen's injured right arm could only be straight, not bent. The bullet was stuck in the elbow joint. At this point, removing it or not made no difference. Not removing it would actually reduce blood loss. At this point, there's no need to worry about wound infection. Xiao Yubai, with a flashlight in his mouth for illumination, pulled the cart past. Seeing Zhang Sanwen with his arm raised in the distance, his eyes widened instantly. Thud, the flashlight fell to the ground. A zombie? Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Sanwen was exasperated. He jumped off the cart and rushed over, pulling and tugging at Xiao Yubai. You're transporting corpses, right? Hurry up. I can only pull one. Enough talk. Pull it even if you can't. The lucky ones had already gathered at the defensive fortifications outside the military camp, using the materials they could find to build makeshift catapults. However, they weren't going to throw stones, but explosives. Lu Huixian was still on the church roof. She climbed onto the cross, observing the situation through binoculars, occasionally firing a sniper shot. Xie Yulai sat nestled among a small mountain of explosive charges, carefully operating Zhang Sanwen's drone. The rain had stopped, and the wind speed was negligible, but the ripples from the continuous explosions below, along with the hot air currents, made operating the drone difficult. Did it have to be this tiny? If I were in charge of approving this, I definitely wouldn't give it funding. Xie Yulai grumbled, finally managing to position the drone in a suitable spot, finding a relatively calm airflow, and overlooking the entire military camp. Boss, the infrared image is out. Zhang Nian leaned over and pulled Wang Jiuzhao, who was examining the captured weapons, aside. Zhang Nian asked Wang Jiuzhao, the red parts, some represent the high temperatures of the recent explosions, some are human bodies. Can you tell the difference? Do we need to look further down? Of everyone, Wang Jiuzhao was arguably the most accurate and theoretically sound. Humans rely on intuition, Wang Jiuzhao on calculation. Zhang Nian decided to use a two-pronged approach. She wanted both intuition and precise calculation. We really can't go any lower, the airflow is unstable. This thing is unsuitable for the battlefield, its stability is too poor. Xie Yulai was almost in tears. This thing should have been left to Zhang San to handle, he really couldn't manage it. What a suicide reconnaissance miniature drone, a gust of wind, and it'd be slammed against the wall. The image displayed on the instrument was a bird's-eye view from 100 meters above. The humanoid shape was completely indistinguishable. Wang Jiuzhao leaned closer for a closer look, then suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? How is it connected? There's no wire." Bluetooth. Xie Yulai didn't want to admit it, but Zhang San had asked about it, and it really was connected via Bluetooth. Anyone could easily crack it. It lacked both stealth and encryption. It was a product of extreme pursuit of lightness. Wang Jiuzhao, holding the half-disassembled gun, tilted his head. Blue teeth. A small-range wireless connection technology, it's called. What's it called again? Xie Yulai scratched his head. Frequency hopping spread spectrum technology. Zhang Nian quickly recited the technical specifications. Wang Jiuzhao nodded. Although I don't understand every word, I think I get it. This board in Xie Yulai's hand connects to that little thing on top. That little thing sends a signal, the board receives it, and then we see this image? So what were you doing, sweating profusely just now? Xie Yulai was confused. I was adjusting the drone's position. I see, I understand. Let me do it, that little thing seems to listen to me. Xie Yulai stared at the drone that had begun to move overhead, falling silent. What had he been doing all that time? Was it all for nothing? Song Tianzhu hadn't given Wang Jiuzhao the instruction manual. Xie Yulai reminded her with a mournful face, the battery can last for another 15 minutes. Wang Jiuzhao had studied physics at Xianlu Middle School. She already understood this basic concept. Electricity is also energy, I think I can recharge. But I'm so hungry. Xie Yulai had given up thinking and simply pulled out some food, shoving it into Wang Jiuzhao's hand. Eat. There's more if you're still hungry. Still, couldn't she at least give her an instruction manual? Wang Jiuzhao, a chicken leg dangling from her mouth, controlled the drone, adjusting its position. The world in her eyes had changed, becoming countless lines and outlines. Wang Jiuzhao said, "Target, blow them up." Wang Jiuzhao began throwing explosives, while Xie Yulai and Zhang Nian were responsible for cutting the fuses and igniting them. The battle between the two armies had reached a fever pitch. Just as the enemy began to doubt their numbers, they were struck with precision. Explosions echoed incessantly. The enemy began to doubt the size of their forces again. Soon, they realized, it must be a legion. They're pretending to be few in number. They're luring us into a direct attack. Tian, hiding in the tunnel, was counting. The shockwaves from the explosions had already covered the food in front of her with a layer of dust. 5958, 5959, 5960. The little girl was still faithfully counting. 10,000 was still a long way off. Tian clutched the grape-shaped bomb, huddled in a corner, quietly waiting for the possible appearance of enemies, or perhaps comrades. Baozhu was in the church basement, using a piece of chalk he found to mark the path to the correct route in this maze-like place. The arrows pointed to a large number of poison gas bombs. The leak portion appeared to have been sealed off in an emergency, and a large lead bucket lay in the open space. Near the bucket, Two half-dead figures were huddled together. Judging from their clothing and build, Bao Zhu determined they were from Riyadh. They seemed to have inhaled too much poison gas. They were barely recognizable. Bao Zhu felt the poison gas still lingering in the air, and he began to feel extremely unwell. He struggled to draw lines on the wall to indicate his direction, pacing back and forth many times. Finally, Bao Zhu stepped outside, clutching his peeling skin, and looked up at Lu Huixiong, asking, "Grandma Lu, how much longer?" He felt he couldn't hold on much longer. Every breath felt like a step towards death. Two shells were right at Bao Zhu's feet. According to the plan, the shells were to be transported to the basement. The cannon barrels were already waiting in the basement. Lu Huixiong, busy sniping, replied, "Before dawn." Bao Zhu looked up and saw only darkness. He didn't know how long until dawn, only that he was starting to lose his vision. "I carry the shells in first. The basement is very deep, very deep." So far, only Bao Zhu has ventured deep into the basement. Bao Zhu said there were poison gas shells inside, and no one doubted him. Bao Zhu believed this was a sign of trust. Someone actually trusted him like that. Bao Zhu tried to lift the shells, but he found he had no strength left and could only grit his teeth and drag them away. Before, Bao Zhu could have gritted his teeth and carried two shells together, but now he could only drag one at a time. Bao Zhu didn't know how long he walked through the winding underground passages. After dragging the last shell in, he could barely keep his eyes open. "So this is what it feels like?" Bao Lu traced the marks he had made with his fingers. The uneven, unreinforced wall, repeatedly marked with chalk, had formed shallow grooves. He staggered out, closed the door, and walked to the open space of the church. He sat down beneath the cross, waiting quietly. He didn't know if he was waiting for the end Lu Huixiong had mentioned, or for death. Afraid others wouldn't know the situation in the basement, Bao Zhu closed his eyes and drew a map with chalk, writing down the following: "It needs to be blown up. These poison gas bombs need to be blown up. After eliminating all enemy forces, they need to be blown up. They must kill all the enemies, none can escape. Only then can the poison gas bombs be destroyed. To pass the level, one must die." Bao Zhu knew he was going to die. He didn't know if he would come back to life after this intermission. He remembered the manner blueprints Zhang Sen had shown him. He hadn't yet chosen a blueprint he liked. He wanted to plant lots of grapes, to emulate the old aristocrats, standing by the French windows, swirling a glass of red wine, overlooking his land. Song Tianjiao, carrying a gun and dragging a knife, came over to get bullets. Her bullets, and those from the weapons she confiscated from the enemy, were all used up. "Bao Zhu, what the hell are you drawing? Is this some kind of summoning array?" Song Tianjiao shone her flashlight on the ground. The lines were a jumbled mess, incomprehensible. Bao Zhu's ears were ringing. He heard Song Tianjia's voice, but couldn't make out what she said. "Boss, the cannon's in the basement. There's leaking poison gas in the basement. Boss, don't go in, it hurt." Song Tianjia picked up a large piece of human skin from the ground and compared it to the back of Bao Zhu's hand. Bao Zhu's hand was already red, swollen, and purple, but judging from the extent of the skin damage, it was still certain that the piece of skin belonged to Bao Zhu. Song Tianjiao took out a dagger, bent down, and held Bao Zhu's head in one hand. "My knife is fast, it won't hurt." The dagger pierced directly into Bao Zhu's ear, angled upwards, stirring up his brains. Bao Zhu twitched a few times, then remained still. After doing this, Song Tianjiao laid Bao Zhu flat and looked up at Lu Huixiong, saying, "Bullets." 2 packs of bullets were thrown down. Song Tianjiao pointed her flashlight at Bao Zhu lying on the ground. Lu Huixiong didn't even glance at it. "Leave it here. I guard this place. No one from Xylia can get in. Even the corpse, they won't be able to touch it. Give me the things in the basement." Those little brats at the military camp did a good job. Song Tianjiao turned and walked out. There were still enemies outside. She didn't know how many were left, but she knew they weren't all gone yet. 8021, 8022. Tian was still counting. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The little girl tightened her fingers, her eyes widening as she stared in the direction the footsteps came from. "It's me." Song Tianjiao stood in the darkness, tossing her a lollipop. "Start counting from the beginning. This time, count from 0 to 20,000. "Sister Tianjiao, how many enemies are still outside?" Song Tianji said, "They be gone when you count to 20,000. Song Tianji returned to the street, riding her horse through the alleys. Soon, she spotted Xia Qingshan leaning against a wall, his leg half blown off. Song Tianji jumped off her horse, picked up the almost mangled leg, and said, "Your leg seems to want to run away from home?" Xia Qingshan, who had been on guard, relaxed upon hearing her words, rolled his eyes, and said indignantly, "A child's body can't even handle a gun. A pistol is too much of a disadvantage." Song Tianjiao leaned closer and reached out to Xie Qishan. "Come on, you may have lost your leg, but not your eyes or your hands. You can still throw bombs." Xie Qishan had just reached out when Song Tianjiao withdrew his hand, cut the webbing from his backpack, and used it to tie his still intact thigh. "Ouch!" Xie Qishan howled, then bit his own arm. Chapter 120. Pain? That's good, it proves you're still alive. Song Tianjiao tightly bound Xie Qishan's mid-thigh. Xie Qishan had treated it himself before, but at only 9 years old, he wasn't strong enough to effectively stop the bleeding. After a quick treatment, Song Tianjiao simply carried him on his back. "I think you're lighter than Tian now." Xie Qishan, due to excessive blood loss, had already begun to lose body temperature and was pale. Hearing this, he forced a smile. "I'm missing a calf, a real calf." The blood loss was heavy too. "I lost at least 800 milliliters. Song Tianjiao mounted his horse and suddenly said, "Do you want to speedrun now? My blade is fast." "My blade is fast too." Xie Qishan rolled his eyes so hard they almost popped out of his head. He couldn't even tell if Song Tianjiao was joking. Attacking an enemy, as long as there's enough hatred and conviction, even an untrained person can do it. Attacking a comrade often requires a very strong driving force. Afterwards, he would be shrouded in emotional gloom for a long time. Xie Qishan thought Song Tianjiao was joking, but then he thought she might be telling the truth. "I feel like you're about to die. Do you really not need me to do it? I do it myself." Xie Qishan grabbed Song Tianjiao's collar and looked up at the sky. "When will it be dawn? When the last person breathes their last." Xie Qishan thought Song Tianjiao was joking. The horses galloped through the streets and soon arrived outside the military camp. Song Tianjiao directly handed Xie Qishan to Zhang Sanwen. "Goodness, buddy, your leg? It's quite unique. Does your leg have a bad relationship with you? Does it like to run away from home?" Xie Qishan wanted to retort, but then he saw Zhang Sanwen's bandaged right arm. Neither of them could argue. Their situations were pretty much the same. Zhang Sanwen shook his unable to bend right arm and said, "Perfect, I help you control the recoil you aim. Without my right hand, I feel like I'm useless." Two people with 3/4 of their limbs formed a complete combat unit. Zhang Wenwei, carrying explosives, passed by and was stunned by the scene. "Brother, you two look quite unique." Before she finished speaking, a bomb flew by, and Zhang Wenwei kicked it away, then dragged the two half-crippled individuals to the outer edge. "You two hide here and shoot." If they were still on Earth, Zhang Wenwei would definitely take a picture and post it on social media if she saw Zhang Sanwen like this. After all, Zhang Sanwen had almost had his head blown off by a propeller before. Injuries were commonplace. In the dungeon, Zhang Wenwei couldn't laugh. Zhang Wenwei turned around and found that Song Tianjiao was gone. The enemy fodder, who had patrolled earlier, hadn't been completely eliminated. Those hiding in the shadows posed a significant risk. The lucky ones dared not gamble on the nightmare's quality. All the lucky ones were part of the entire team, and everyone in the instance was also part of the entire team. While they were busy attacking the enemy's main force, Song Tianjiao was tackling the tough scraps. Being in the shadows was far more dangerous than being in the light. Zhao Yuran sat on the ground, staring blankly at the artillery fire. Zhao Yubai unloaded the people from the cart and, with all his might, arranged them neatly. 5 now, we have 56 people left. The enemy doesn't have 5,600 anymore. Percentage-wise, the advantage is on our side. Zhao Yubai had managed to pull back 5 people. He hadn't thought he could do it. Zhao Yubai was unaware that Bao Zhu was already dead. Zhao Yuran remained silent, hugging his knees, his eyes reflecting the gunfire. He saw the future of this battle. There was no suspense. Time passed slowly, and this battle became the focus of attention across the entire planet. The lucky ones in other districts faced a nightmare. The lucky ones in Yin Kingdom faced a war. A war that transcended eras, a war with a vast disparity in numbers. 61:5861. 17135, 17136, 17137. Tian continued counting, meticulously, ensuring each number was precise. Tian was eager to reach 20,000, yet also afraid of reaching 20,000. The military camp had fallen, at the cost of 31 lucky ones' deaths. 36. Zhao Yubai was also counting. Zhao Yuran said 37. Zhao Yubai pointed to Xie Qishan on the cart and said, "Not 37 yet, he's not dead." Xie Qishan rolled his eyes. "Xiao Bai, you're really rude." Xie Qishan didn't want to see Zhao Yubai, so he stabbed himself in the heart. He lost too much blood, and his other leg was broken. He couldn't hold on any longer. Rather than wait for his life to slip away, he chose to end it all. Zhao Yubai was numb. He checked Xie Qishan's breath, now 38. 39. Zhao Yuren. Do you even know how to count? Don't count your teammates, count the enemies. Can't you see how many enemies are left? As soon as Zhao Yubai finished speaking, a stray bullet pierced his temple. Zhao Yuren looked at the fallen Zhao Yubai and said expressionlessly, 40, 21 more are at their last gasp. The enemies are also at their last gasp. And Zhao Yuren looked up at the sky, a hint of pain on his face. 367 enemies. 365. 360. 351. He could see it. He saw the present. He saw death unfolding. Zhao Yuren told himself, this was a game called death. Both sides were exhausted. The final moments had arrived. Wang Jiuzhao raised her hand, then could no longer lower it. This was the first time she had felt utterly exhausted since becoming Wang Jiuzhao. She clearly felt her lack of energy. A bullet struck her shoulder. Wang Jiuzhao looked down at the bullet embedded in her shoulder, flat, brass-colored, smelling of gunpowder. Wang Jiuzhao knew she should fight back now, but she could no longer lift her arm. This body had consumed too much energy. 299. Zhao Yuren sat in the crater created by the explosion, his fallen teammates lying beside him. He sat amidst the corpses, hugging his knees, gazing up at the sky. 260. He had stopped counting the lucky ones. Time ticked by. 100. Zhang Wenwei stared at Zhang Sanwen's head on the ground, puzzled. How had her brother managed to lose his head? Zhang Wenwei picked up Zhang Sanwen's head and threw it directly into the crater where Zhao Yuren was. Zhao Yuren stared blankly at the head. 85. Song Tianju was out of bullets. She flicked her dull blade, about to throw it, when suddenly an arrow pierced an enemy's eye. Song Tianju turned and saw the man carrying the compound bow collapse to the ground. At this point, everyone was clinging to life. Even a knife dulls after too many kills. Song Tianju placed the man on a horse and led it forward. 66. Zhang De pulled out his last grenade and threw it into the small hut where the enemy was hiding. The grenade exploded and roof tiles fell, hitting his bloody shoulder. Good grief, back to hand-to-hand combat. Too bad I didn't bring the carefully selected tank. 41. Searching for the enemy now was like finding a needle in a haystack. That's when Zhao Yuren came in handy. Zhao Yuren closed his eyes and pressed the intercom button. Zhang De, there's a broken window on the second floor behind you. There's someone on the roof beam in the house opposite. Clang, clang, there's a crooked tree nearby. The crooked tree is pointing to someone. He has. Before Zhao Yuren could finish, a loud explosion rang out. Bomb. Zhao Yuren's voice was drowned out by the explosion. He opened his eyes, his lifeless eyes reflecting the distant flames. Chapter 121. 9. Lu Huixiang, there are still 2 people alive in the church basement. Soon, an unprecedented explosion rang out, and flames erupted in the direction of the church, turning the sky crimson. This was the planned method of disposing of the poison gas bomb. 7. Zhao Yuren, gripping the walkie-talkie, continued reporting the number of people. 6. 5. Song Tianju placed the lucky person he had brought back into the pit where Zhao Yuren was. Over there. 3 people. Zhao Yuren pointed in a direction, silently watching Song Tianju. Song Tianju had no weapons or bullets left, only a knife on his person. Zhao Yuren handed him a pistol. Xie Qishan said there's still 1 bullet inside. Perhaps, this was the only bullet left in the entire instance. Song Tianju tucked the pistol into his lower back, tore off a sleeve with his teeth, and tied the knife to his hand. Her blood-stained, dust-covered hands brushed against the scarred blade, this time failing to completely smooth it away. Zhao Yuren climbed out of the pit urgently, saying, Song Tianjiao, I can't see your future. Even in this instance, I can't see it. I only see your past. Song Tianju asked, Are there 5 enemies left? Zhao Yuren shook his head. There are 4 now. How many of us are left? 4. 50-50, the advantage is mine. The horse was dead, so Song Tianjiao had to proceed on foot. After dealing with the 3 enemies feigning death among the corpses, she found Wang Jiuzhao lying on the ground as well. Out of power? Wang Jiuzhao blinked, trying to respond, but couldn't speak. Song Tianju hadn't expected Wang Jiuzhao to have drained his own power. Just as she was about to shut him down, she suddenly heard a whooshing sound. A bullet grazed her ear, and Song Tianjiao looked at the enemy. The person seemed smug. Song Tianjiao twisted off Wang Jiuzhao's wrist, activating the weapon system she had previously considered useless. Wang Jiozha's body wasn't a weapon. If used as a weapon, its attack method was very limited and energy-intensive. But it was enough to take down one enemy. After activating the backup energy, a beam of light shot out from the severed wrist, piercing the enemy's chest. Wang Jiozha was completely out of energy and forced to shut down. 0. Zhao Yuan looked up at the sky. He took out the dagger Xie Qishan had used and gestured at his chest. The game rule is everyone dies. Zhao Yuan gestured several times. The deepest cut only grazed the skin. I'm such a coward. He didn't have the courage to fight. 20,000. Finished counting. Tian crawled out, the harsh air making her sneeze. The little girl stood on tiptoe, peering inside. I understand. The most damaged area is the center of the battlefield. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, burnt protein, and a strange odor. Tian covered her nose, jogging along, occasionally looking up. Her eyes hurt, but that didn't matter. She needed to find her teammates. Song Tianjiao dragged the completely drained Wang Jiozha back and put her in the pit. Are there a few lucky ones left? Is she considered dead? Zhao Yuan was uncertain for the first time. Song Tianjiao twisted off Wang Jiozha's head and tossed it to Zhao Yuan. Now? How many are left? Zhao Yuan held up his head with both hands, his face pale. 3 you, me, and... Sister Tianjiao, I finished counting. Tian rushed over, hugging Song Tianjia's leg, wiping her face covered in dust and blood. The little girl asked expectantly, is it going to get light? Zhao Yuan said, it will. Zhao Yuan put down Wang Jiozha's head, picked up the dagger again, and tried to plunge it into his heart. Song Tianjiao couldn't bear to watch any longer and jumped down, saying, do you think meat dumplings are tastier, or sweet dumplings? Of course meat. Heh. Zhao Yuan looked down at the dagger already embedded in his chest, making a hoarse sound in his throat. Song Tianjiao suspected his heart was on the other side, so, full of remorse, she directly twisted his neck. Snap. Instant effect. Dead. Song Tianjiao said, too. I choose the sweet rice dumpling. Tian scrambled down, shouting, my turn. My turn. Sister Tianjiao, my turn. Song Tianjiao's expression froze, looking at Tian's smiling face. She realized she had overestimated herself, and was actually finding it hard to bring herself to do it. Song Tianjiao found the first aid kit on Zhangda's body, rummaged through the medicines, and carefully examined them, discovering there was no medicine that could quickly kill someone. Sister Tianjiao. Tian squatted to the side, looking up expectantly. Song Tianjiao, Song Tianjiao diligently sharpened the knife, trying to make it as sharp as possible. Good night, Tian. Song Tianjiao placed Tian in the pit, and went to find the others. Finally, except for Lu Huaixiang and Bao Zhu, whose bodies were destroyed by the powerful shells they carried, everyone was present. 58, that's it. Song Tianjiao leaned against a wall, facing the direction where the sun was about to rise. The last bullet, save for himself. Mid-game dungeon, a ball of fire. Complete the dungeon if all members die. After a brief gunshot, a crimson flower bloomed on the wall, centered on the back of Song Tianjia's head. The bullet spun rapidly in the wound, almost instantly creating a visual effect of turning the brain into a strawberry milkshake. Skull fragments flew high, rolled a few times after landing, and finally fell into the pit where the lucky ones were. The live stream was silent, the chat was completely still. The morning mist condensed into water droplets, clinging to the surviving withered grass in the corner. The dust in the water droplets looked particularly lovely under the first rays of sunlight. The sun rose, dispelling the gloom, illuminating the earth. The smell of gunpowder still lingered on the battlefield. The enemy's corpses lay scattered haphazardly. Lying in the pit were the corpses of the lucky ones. War may have many injustices, but death is the only justice. The viewers in the live stream watched silently. The sun rose, and after a night of fierce fighting, no one survived this dungeon. Was this Lu Huaixiang's nightmare? How could Lu Huaixiang, at 88 years old, have experienced such a thing? If this wasn't Lu Huaixiang's nightmare, then whose nightmare was it? And who had experienced this? These questions echoed in the viewers' minds, and they found the answer. Unbeknownst to them, tears streamed down their faces. Born in peacetime, they faced the cruelty of war for the first time, the naked slaughter and despair. No one on this battlefield saw the sun rise, the dawn arrive. They fell before dawn. War has no victors. The nightmare's voice echoed. Mid-game dungeon, a ball of fire, all members dead, completion condition met. You will all fall before dawn, death is your destiny. In the restaurant, the lucky ones opened their eyes. Looking at their intact bodies and undamaged weapons, the previous experience seemed like nothing more than a dream. Wang Jiuzhou buried his head in his food. So hungry. So hungry. So hungry. Bao Zhu looked at Song Tianju with teary eyes. Boss, your knife is really fast. Song Tianju was peeling a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling, and upon opening it, found it was a meat zongzi. He rushed straight to Zhao Yuran. Zhao Yuran's pupils dilated in shock, and he trembled. Don't come any closer. Chapter 122. Zhao Yuran turned and ran, but he was no match for Song Tianju. He was grabbed by the collar and dragged back, his mouth stuffed with a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling, the outer leaves still wrapped around it. What? What? Zhao Yuran tried to struggle, but failed. Didn't you say you like meat zongzi? Eat it. Song Tianju smiled kindly. With the zongzi still in his mouth, Zhao Yuran practically shed his outer shell, running behind Lu Huaixiang, trembling. He would never dare eat zongzi again. Neither meat nor sweet zongzi. He was traumatized. He couldn't forget the moment Song Tianju changed the subject, asking him if he wanted a sweet or meat zongzi. The feeling of being stabbed through the heart was incredibly real. Zhao Yuran clung to Lu Huaixiang's neck, trembling. Get out of here, you strangled me. Lu Huaixiang rolled her eyes. What had scared this kid so much? It was just a rice dumpling. Don't spit it out. Eat it, don't waste food. Zhao Yuran looked around, finally squatting down next to Bao Zhu, hugging Bao Zhu's chair leg tightly. He felt that he and Bao Zhu were the same kind of people. Neither of them should look down on the other. Bao Zhu, when Song Tianju killed you, did it hurt? Zhao Yuran desperately needed someone to sympathize with. Bao Zhu touched his ear and shook his head. I didn't feel anything, it was actually quite good. Bao Zhu had been dealt with quickly and decisively at the most painful moment, which was indeed quite good. Thinking back now, Bao Zhu still felt lingering fear of that pain. I didn't expect the poison gas bomb to be so powerful, just a leak had such a big effect. Bao Zhu looked at his intact hands, the mottled lines on his palms foreshadowing the hardships of his fate. His fingertips were calloused from countless hours of keyboard practice, proof of his relentless battles. Not long ago, these hands were mangled and ulcerated from poison gas. Bao Zhu was far from being a low-level online troll who merely copied and pasted. Bao Zhu would take any job, his forte being manipulating public opinion. Today he praised Ganji's weapons. Tomorrow he criticized their poor military management. The day after, he praised the US air. The day after that he criticized their tap water. As long as there was money, Bao Zhu would do anything. But there were jobs he wouldn't take. Bao Zhu's expression suddenly turned serious. He covered Zhao Yuran's mouth as he continued his incessant rant, trying to find someone to join him in condemning Song Tianju. I'm an ordinary person, I never experienced real war. I used to be able to speak from any side, but now I only want to speak from my own. What I want to say is, those poison gas bombs hurt so much. Every part of my body hurt. I can't accurately describe the feeling, I only know it's a despair of being unable to live and unable to die. The other lucky ones, who had been slumped in their chairs trying to calm themselves, all looked at Bao Zhu upon hearing this. Even though it was just a nightmare scenario, they had truly died once. The shock of waking from a nightmare was immense. The emotions were still swirling in their minds. They were angry, resentful that it was all just a dream. Zhang De's head was throbbing from soaring blood pressure. He asked Nan Data to check the lucky one's basic physical conditions. The results were all above normal. High blood pressure. High heart rate. High blood pressure. The beeping of several instruments rose and fell. Amidst the instrument beeping, Bao Zhu stared into the void, his eyes focused, as if conversing with someone. It hurts, it really hurts. Who has experienced the same pain as me? So many poison gas bombs, dropped on the battlefield, what would that look like? Would they feel pain? Would their skin peel off? Would their eyes be unable to see the road ahead? Would their breathing feel like burning coals in their hearts and lungs? Would their bodies spasm? The viewers outside the live stream realized that Bao Zhu was talking to himself. Everyone's last impression of Bao Zhu was still from the dungeon. Sitting in the church courtyard, curled up under the cross. The scribbles on the ground were all Bao Zhu's efforts. Before this, no one expected Bao Zhu could do this. He was clearly the one who added items to his cart to reach the minimum order amount. I and he. Even items added to a minimum order for discounts have their uses. Looking at the trash bag I used to add items to my cart. Bao Zhu was much more useful than that. Jiang Huanghao. It sounds so painful, Bao Zhu's previous performance was unexpected. I thought he would just lie there and wait to die. I didn't expect him to work so hard in his corner. Xiao Wan, unaware of the meaning, my PR troll, Dududu, from now on I won't allow anyone else to call you a traitor, only I can call you a traitor. AAA Hunan Egg Wholesale Factory. Spineless, not spineless. At least this time, Baozhu did a good job. Baozhu was unaware of the live stream comments. He placed his left hand on top of his right, his nails digging deeply into the back of his hand, leaving crescent-shaped scarlet wounds. Does it hurt? It's nothing. This was the first time he had truly faced death in a death game, but fortunately, his boss's knife was fast enough that there was no pain. Baozhu continued, I want to ask. What caused the root of my pain? Where did the poison gas come from? Who manufactured it? Who transported it? Who gave the order? Who supervised the work? Where were they originally going to drop these poison gas bombs? Had these bombs already been dropped in the past? How many people, like me, died from poison gas? Xie Yulai rubbed his eyes, sensing that Baozhu was acting differently than usual. Was this still the same opportunist? My profession tells me that the internet has no memory. All images, texts, and videos published online can be deleted. But people have memories. Camera film can be preserved, pen and paper can remain, and traces on objects can also remain. These can be preserved for a very long time. Nothing in this world is truly without a trace. If it is, then someone is deliberately covering up the truth. How many truths are buried in the dust of history? The past is never truly the past. I want to know the answers to these questions. Zhao Yuan looked up, staring in shock at Baozhu's chin. So many words, so many questions. Lu Huixiang, with her empty pipe, sighed. After feeding Wang Jiuzhao 3 meat-filled rice dumplings, Song Tianjiu finally found a white one and started munching on it, dipping it in honey. She placed a peeled rice dumpling in front of Baozhu. It was a meat dumpling. Song Tianjiu was very dissatisfied. Why weren't the rice dumplings distinguished by the color of the cotton thread? Zhang Sanwen covered the screen of the blood pressure monitor, preventing Nandatu from seeing the data, and was immediately slapped by Nandatu. Don't interfere with my data recording. Nandata held a small notebook in his hand, which recorded the basic physical data of the lucky ones. Tian was sipping her hot milk. She didn't quite understand, but she noticed that Uncle Baozhu seemed to be talking about something very impressive. Xie Qingshan hugged his legs tightly, kissing his knees repeatedly. The past is not the past. I don't know how much evidence there is now, I only know that my experience can be one piece of evidence. I died, but because of the game's mechanics, I can still live. What about others? What about others who experienced this? My survival doesn't mean I haven't died. I'm a good for nothing, but my ancestors were soldiers. Although my ancestors followed bald head, their enemies were the same. Now I'm dying the same way. I know what it felt like when my second grandfather died. I suggest the relevant departments investigate thoroughly. Baozhu was a troll, adept at playing both sides and stirring up emotions. This time, he didn't use those tried and true tactics to incite conflict. He just wanted to ask how much truth was still hidden. Silence fell. Gray Mouse was also watching the live stream, a chicken leg dangling from his mouth, pulling up all of Baozhu's order-taking chat logs. He discovered that Baozhu hadn't taken any orders from the foot bath. This kid's always jumping around, bragging about the Ganges motorcycle team, but never about Japan. Looks like this kid doesn't just take any money. A cafeteria lady pushing her cart passed by. Big bad wolf, we still have braised pork with potatoes, want some? Yes, yes, yes. The gray rat, heartbroken at losing his real name, closed the page and pulled out his large stainless steel bowl. Fill it up. I can eat a lot. While the viewers in the Yen Kingdom's live stream were still discussing, the Tianmu team had already sounded the alarm when they discovered poison gas during telegram decoding, and multiple departments were working together. Tianji's loyal fan. Speaking of which, I saw some old photos when I traveled. Back then, I didn't understand Leah's language, and I didn't have enough cash, so I didn't buy anything. Thinking back now, the bomb in the photo and the pillar I saw in the basement seem similar. Nightmare dog, upstairs, tell me the location. I just got off the plane. Moon barks. In my area, several households have been experiencing strange illnesses in their people and livestock. After it was reported, a lot of people came, saying something had leaked. They dug up a large area of land and relocated the entire village. Thinking about it now, could it be this thing? No one expected that a nightmare game would involve all this. Some people in Japan are already considering how to phrase their apology. Should they bow and shout Red Bean Mud Secret Messiah? Or should they kneel and shout Red Bean Mud Secret Messiah? That is the question. Or should they continue saying yesterday was yesterday, and now is now? This trick has been used too many times. it's completely useless. If apologies were effective, what would be the point of having a knife? Faced with the nightmare game, Yin Kingdom felt no fear, only anger. This was destined not to be a nightmare for any lucky person in Yin Kingdom. It would become a true nightmare for some. The entire planet Earth was focused on Yin country, and Baoju's words were heard by many. War is an eternal theme in human history. Aside from a few relatively stable countries, many parts of Earth were either not far from war or were currently experiencing it. Under the watchful eyes of the entire planet Earth, countless documents and evidence flowed to Yin country, directly or indirectly proving Japan's numerous past crimes. Nightmare Gua Air could not reap the fear of any lucky individual or any Yin country citizen in the 8-ball of fire mid-game instance. All it received was anger. Just like the name of this instance. But it did reap the fear of Japan. Song Tianju covered her ears. She heard many people talking. Many people were angry. These emotions were affecting her own. Nandata came over with a blood pressure monitor. Baby, your systolic pressure is 178, diastolic pressure is 99, and your heart rate is 163. Hi. Nandata faithfully recorded the data, not forgetting to remove the bamboo leaves and cotton thread from the table and pour Song Tianju a glass of warm water. Drink more hot water. When it was Baoju's turn, Nandata carefully observed him, then bypassed him. You seem fine. Baoju lowered his head and ate a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. He felt bullied by Nandatu, but he had no proof. Next were Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran. Nandata noticed that these two had the most normal blood pressure and heart rate. The two were eating chicken feet, playing rock paper scissors. Whoever lost had to eat. Unable to determine a winner, they got 2 frogs to help. One person and one frog formed a team. The frog played rock paper scissors, and the person ate. Looking at the data recorded in the notebook, Nandatu exclaimed, your heart rates and blood pressure are both normal. Are you too sick? Zhao Yuran rolled his eyes in a poorly executed manner. I've seen countless deaths, and they only experienced this one. Nandata nodded, seemingly understanding, and looked at Zhao Yubai. What about you, Xiaobai? First of all, don't call me Xiaobai. Secondly, Zhao Yubai didn't continue. Looking into Nandata's enormous eyes, fear began to grow in his heart. The monitor on Zhao Yubai's wrist lit up red. High blood pressure 203, low blood pressure 156, heart rate 200. Warning! Abnormally high blood pressure. Zhang De quickly got up from his chair and gave Zhao Yubai an injection. What's gotten into this kid? Nandata shrugged, his pumpkin-shaped head looking completely innocent. I don't know. A small red flower bloomed on Nandata's head, its red roots swimming to the table and carrying away a sesame ball. Zhao Yubai kept staring at Nandatu, even as the medicine began to take effect. Zhao Yuran clicked his tongue, mimicking Zhang Sanwen's gesture, and slapped Zhao Yubai on the head. A piece of trash, can't even handle the slightest stimulation. In the real world, the Tianmu Group's main office. Under Zhao Hui's piercing gaze, Zhao Jiancheng signed his name and stamped it with the official seal. Thump! This was the first time the Tianmu Group, in the name of the organization, had imposed restrictions on non-human beings. These are also rules, Yin Kingdom rules. Rule 1. No killing of Yin Kingdom citizens. Rule 2. Deities within the territory of Yin Kingdom shall not cause disasters including, but not limited to thunderstorms, earthquakes, floods, landslides, avalanches, torrential rains, windstorms, fires, insect infestations, plagues, or abnormal temperatures. Rule 3. All deities awakened within the territory of Yin Kingdom shall abide by relevant laws. Violations will be punished according to the specific circumstances. Serious offenses will result in the desecration of graves and temples, public announcement to the entire society, and the destruction of both physical and religious faith. Rule 4. Deities within the territory of Yin Kingdom will temporarily be managed by the Tianmu Group in conjunction with the Religious Affairs Bureau. See the appendix for specific regulations. Rule 5. Deities awakened within the territory of Yin Kingdom, including but not limited to intelligent entities born from religious, folk, or other sacrificial rites, see the appendix for details, shall enjoy all the basic rights of citizens of Yin Kingdom. Zhao Hui peeked around, then said seriously, is my master also subject to this rule? Let's set a rule. Give it 3 seconds, if it doesn't come, blast it away, how about that? There's no monster that can't be killed by blasting, if there is, it's just that the explosive charge wasn't enough. Zhao Jiancheng said solemnly, the one you're talking about, did it awaken in Yin country? Was it born based on the faith of Yin country? No. Then what are you talking about? I didn't set this rule, someone above said it. It's not from Yin country, so we can't control it. Tell your master to get lost. Zhao Jiancheng closed his folder and walked out, pushing open the door to the office next door. Inside, dozens of monkeys were chattering and eating and drinking heartily, while a white snake with a long tail was doing yoga, twisting itself into a figure-8 shape. Zhao Jiancheng, did he open the door wrong? Chapter 123. Zhao Jiancheng took a deep breath and slowly closed the door. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt it was absurd. Characters from comic books he read as a child were appearing before him, giving him a sense of temporal dislocation. If he were a child, he would find it novel. But he was old, and he was only worried about communication issues later. Zhao Jiancheng opened the door again. This time, dozens of monkeys sat in neat rows, and a woman in white stood ramrod straight. The woman in white stepped forward first, extending her right hand to Zhao Jiancheng. Hello, are you Mr. Zhao Jiancheng? It's a pleasure to meet you. They all call me Lady White. The woman in white was slender and tall, wearing white shoes and a white, mid-length, A-line dress with rounded cuffs, trimmed with emerald green piping, and decorated with double-ring buttons made of jade. A jade bracelet, its color gradient, was wrapped around her left wrist, its material unknown. The dress fabric subtly displayed a bamboo leaf pattern, its sheen subtly shifting and shimmering as the drifting white clouds obscured the sun. The large skirt reached just above the ankles, revealing a generously draped cotton lace undergarment, extending 2 fingers beyond the skirt's length. The two fabrics were almost identical in color, appearing at first glance as if the skirt itself was part of the dress. Her long hair was secured in a single bamboo joint hairpin in a snake-like bun. Her face was largely unadorned, her eyebrows thin and long like 2 dried bamboo leaves, reaching straight to her temples. The white lady had single eyelids, and at this moment, only half of her pupils were visible. The edges of her pupils faintly glowed with gold, and her pupils were not round, but rather oval-shaped. Zhao Jiancheng and his family, young and old, were known for their frugality, wearing whatever they had, so he couldn't see anything amiss. Little did he know that Bai Nyang's future clothing expenses would be a considerable sum. Zhao Jiancheng's palms were sweating. Bai Nyang's eyes reminded him of the sweet potatoes his mother roasted last year. His mother had grown them herself. They grew to the length of a finger, thick in the middle and thin at both ends. His mother insisted they were a new variety, and that's how they grew. Zhao Jiancheng felt that Bai Nyang's pupils were roughly the same shape as that sweet potato. Zhao Jiancheng scratched his hem, wiping the sweat from his palms, and extended his hand to lightly grasp Bai Nyang's fingertips as a sign of politeness. Hello, Bai Nyang, I am Zhao Jiancheng. Currently the main person in charge of the Tianmu group. He represented the Yin kingdom, and absolutely could not allow himself to be afraid because of childhood trauma. Few people knew that Zhao Jiancheng was afraid of snakes. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy, the sight of a snake made his hair stand on end. After the polite exchange, Zhao Jiancheng quickly withdrew his hand and handed over the documents. This is a document that's already in effect. From now on, all awakened non-humans in Yin Kingdom will be managed according to this regulation. Bai Nyang opened the document, flipped through it carefully for several seconds, and said, they said it would include food and lodging for life, so I came. How's the food? Is there milk tea? I want to stay in a damp, cool place. It's too dry and hot here, it's uncomfortable. Zhao Jiancheng forced a smile and said, everything is provided. As long as Bai Nyang joins the stability maintenance team, you be treated like a frontline worker. Food and lodging are included, there are mission subsidies, and you have all the rights and obligations that citizens of Yin Kingdom enjoy. Bai Nyang nodded, flicked her finger, and a small white snake with pale gold edges appeared on the signature page. This was unexpectedly smooth sailing, and Zhao Jiancheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the dozens of monkeys gathered around, scratching their ears and cheeks, chattering amongst themselves. Old man. They said there are peaches to eat, all you can eat? Seasonal fresh fruits, everything you could want? Prayers from all directions, incense offered to you? Is it true or false? Zhao Jiancheng didn't know exactly what those rascals were trying to fool, but judging from their tone, getting what they wanted wasn't difficult at all. Yes, everything. As many fruits as you want. As much incense as you want. Fruit was a given. If they wanted, they could bring hundreds of thousands of kilograms within an hour, enough for these monkeys to eat until they were sick. As for incense, that was even more plentiful, processed, handmade, all kinds. As long as they worked hard, everything was negotiable. If mass production wasn't enough, they assigned tasks to burn incense door to door. Whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, as long as it solved the problem, nothing was a problem. They weren't some evil god, the people were happy to burn incense for the monkeys. Zhao Jiancheng said, "Tell me first, where is your king?" Some monkeys had already clung to Zhao Jiancheng's arm, swinging in midair, their eyes darting around at the question. "What king?" I don't know. What king?" I don't know. What king?" There isn't one. Zhao Jiancheng was both amused and exasperated, and simply showed the monkeys the documents. "We don't understand." The king said all the court documents are lies. They had just said there was no king, but in the blink of an eye, they changed their tune. Zhao Jiancheng knew these monkeys were trying to fool him, so he simply ordered them to be sent to the fruit warehouse, where they would be treated to good food and drink. If the king these monkeys were talking about was the real one, he would definitely be a treasure. He could ride him to work every day. "Lady Bai, I had someone take you through the onboarding process. The stability maintenance team is very busy lately, and hopes to have more talented, celestial beings join us. Recommendations are welcome." Lady Bai didn't say whether it was good or bad, but her eyes lit up when the guard passed by with the milk tea. Zhao Jiancheng instantly understood. That was the look in his mother's eyes when she wanted something but wouldn't say. His mother needed to control her sugar intake, but the snake demon didn't. Zhao Jiancheng made a quick decision. Give the milk tea to Lady Bai. "Chief, this is what Zhao Hui wanted. If you don't give him some, he'd fall out of favor. Quickly take Lady Bai through the onboarding process. Get ready for a mission." Finally tricked. No, finally recruited a non-human intelligent being, of course, he should make the most of her. Zhao Jiancheng hummed a little tune as he returned to his office, his gaze towards Zhao Hui filled with affection, and he ruffled Zhao Hui's hair. "Kid, look at the future again." "What about the future?" Zhao Hui grumbled and remained silent, still angry about losing his milk tea. Zhao Jiancheng used his personal phone to call an old classmate who worked in the tourism department of a certain place. "Old Sue, I know your finances are tight, that's why I'm shamelessly spouting nonsense. I advise you to quickly take down that advertisement, lest the great sage wields his mighty cudgel." The person on the other end of the phone looked puzzled and wanted to ask more questions, but Zhao Jiancheng had already hung up. Zhao Jiancheng banged on the table and sang, "Exactly. When will the struggle for fame and fortune end? Early to rise and late to bed, no freedom." Zhao Hui hugged his knees and protested, "I want milk tea. I don't want freedom, I just want milk tea." Seeing that Zhao Jiancheng was unmoved, Zhao Hui started rolling around on the table. "I want milk tea." The audience in Yin country engaged in a high-intensity team-building exercise, strongly demanding that relevant departments work overtime to process the evidence obtained, like finding a needle in a haystack. They demand an explanation. If there isn't one, they find a way to get one. Meanwhile, a monkey that had just gotten off a train got lost. Its phone was dead, and after finally finding a place to charge it, it didn't know how to unlock it. Face recognition showed a monkey's face, but it couldn't unlock it no matter what it tried. The monkey scratched its head in frustration, then saw an old man strolling in the park and immediately rushed up to him. "Old man, do you know where Flower Fruit Mountain is?" The old man hadn't worn his glasses today, so everything was blurry. Hearing this, he leaned in and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, old man, where is Flower Fruit Mountain?" "You mean Flower Fruit Mountain? It's an ally country of Dongsheng Xinzhou. Naturally it's to the east." "East?" The monkey jumped onto the horizontal bar, stood on tiptoe, and looked eastward, only to see a sea. The old man looked up, chuckling, "You really are like a monkey, except you're missing your golden cudgel. You even know about the golden cudgel?" The old man straightened his back. "Of course. I know everything." The monkey scratched his ears and cheeks, convinced he hadn't come to the wrong place or the wrong person. He must have encountered a hidden, unassuming old immortal. "Old man, I need to go to Flower Fruit Mountain." "Which way should I go?" "First, go get the golden cudgel. The EC is over there. After getting the golden cudgel, continue east. If you encounter anyone speaking gibberish that you can't understand blocking your way, just fight them. My grandson said there's monkey liquor over there. I don't know what it is, but it might be delicious. Go try it. Then come back to see your monkey grandchildren, and feast your brothers from all over the world. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" All right. Monkey liquor." The monkey bowed and hurried eastward. The old man continued his stroll, only to be taken home by his family, who rushed over. "Dad, what are you doing out here? You're still sick." "Who are you?" Get out of the way, I don't know you. The old man's son looked helpless. Ever since his father developed Alzheimer's, he seemed like a completely different person. It was exhausting. Fine, fine, you're not my dad, you're my brother. Brother, let's go home for dinner. That's more like it. Oh, by the way, buy a golden cudgel. There was a little kid who wanted one. He looked so pitiful. What kid? The man was completely baffled. Passing a shop, he bought a golden cudgel over a meter long, filled with hawthorn slices. The old man was getting on in years. You couldn't help but go along with him. Let's go, buddy. Let's go home for dinner. The monkey knew nothing. It just kept heading east, sailing across the sea. Magical wine? Wine made by a giant monkey. Brewed from peaches? I definitely have to try it. The leaders of other countries in the various regions of Blue Star were somewhat unsure of Yin Country's strength. They suspected that Wang Jiuzhou was actually Yin Country's latest mass-produced robot. A feint was just to fool them. They suspected that all 60 lucky winners from Yin Country were pre-selected. The international server was exceptionally lively. 0 yuan purchase every day. Yin Country still refuses to admit that their 12 groups of lucky winners are a fully fledged army. 61 to 58-61, they didn't lose. Kangaroo athlete critical hit. I want to move. My passport number is XXXX. When can I board the ship? Potato destroyer. I want to return to my homeland, Yin Country. Although I wasn't born in Yin Country, and although I don't have Yin Country blood, I believe that Yin Country is my true homeland. Yinguan netizens had no time to pay attention to these people. They were busy intensely tracking the efficiency of the relevant departments. Forget about fear, they were angry. Song Tianjiu had a headache. It felt like thousands of people were talking in her head. She clutched her head and banged it on the table. Wang Jiuzhou dropped the pudding spoon in fright. Tianjiao, are you trying to commit suicide? Xie Qingshan had just explained post-traumatic stress disorder. After a debriefing of 60 people, it was found that others at most committed self-harm, but Song Tianjiu had stabbed 5 people, including herself. Everyone thought that Song Tianjiu was prone to psychological trauma. Song Tianjiu looked up and found everyone staring at her, their eyes overflowing with concern. Ah! Song Tianjiu rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. I'm fine. Why are you all looking at me? Zhao Yubai said seriously. People who are sick usually say they're not sick. Dr. Zhang, what do you think? Zhang De came over with iodine, preparing to disinfect the small wound on Song Tianjiu's forehead. I have nothing to say. I'm just a field medic. I just want to say, next time, clean up the walnut shells on the table first before banging your head. Zhang De used tweezers to remove the walnut shell fragments stuck in Song Tianjiu's forehead, skillfully disinfecting and applying medicine, then putting on a bandage. Actually, this injury was nothing to him. But Zhang De urgently needed to do something to calm down. The impact was too great. He hadn't recovered yet. Before, when he went to the battlefield, it was always to support other countries. It didn't affect him much. This time, it really shocked him. The mid-game dungeons in all regions of Blue Star have ended, with 131 deaths. A new lottery is being held to select lucky winners. The lucky draw is over. Please introduce yourselves as soon as possible and get to know each other. So fast? Song Tianjiu took a sip of the Waha Tian handed him and muttered, so fast. Is Nightmare trying to get himself killed by carrying a lantern to the outhouse? Nightmare and Pan are completely different styles. Pan at least gives time to rest and sleep. Nightmare is completely at maximum intensity, not wanting anyone to live. The lucky winners from Yin Country clenched their fists, quietly waiting for Nightmare's performance. They didn't have much to get to know each other. There's nothing more effective than sharing guns, fighting enemies, and risking one's life together. Yishan took a sip of Waha tea. This kid's drink is actually quite good. Baozhu smiled arrogantly. He had just asked Nightmare for a bunch of snacks to comfort his boss. That wretched Nightmare actually caused his boss to kill 5 people. His boss will definitely be traumatized. Baozhu placed the prepared spicy chicken noodles in front of Song Tianjiu, and then went to peel pistachios. He was determined to serve his boss well. His obsequious manner infuriated Lu Huixiang, who rolled her eyes several times. What's wrong with this kid? In the old days, he'd be perfect as an imperial eunuch. Bowing and scraping, serving him. Lu Huixiang, a self-reliant woman her whole life, found Baozhu utterly repulsive. The Qing dynasty is long gone. This kid always manages to revert to his servile state the instant others look at him with respect. Lu Huixiang shook her head and sighed. Just then, the Nightmare's voice rang out again. Dungeon selection. Yin Kingdom has selected masked. A false mask? A hypocritical surface? There are liars among you, Liars who have deceived everyone. Fake, all fake. Welcome to this grand masquerade ball. Here, you can control their lives and deaths. Nandatu and the others immediately rushed to Song Tianji's side and clung to her. Song Tianji was still holding her bowl of spicy chicken noodles when she quickly stuffed several mouthfuls into her mouth. As soon as Nightmare finished speaking, everyone noticed a change in their surroundings. The chessboard pattern reappeared beneath their feet. Chapter 124. This time, the wait wasn't long. In the time it took Song Tianji to swallow her spicy noodles, a banquet unfolded before them. It was probably a medieval noble banquet. Everyone was dressed extravagantly, wearing half-face masks, and amidst the clinking of glasses, a kind of pleasure that Song Tianji couldn't understand emanated from them. Song Tianji tugged at her dress, finding it extremely cumbersome. Fighting was inconvenient, and running away was even more so. This place set off alarm bells in her head. She felt that snipers could be lurking in any corner. The chandelier overhead could fall at any moment. The tall lampstands on the table could easily topple and cause a fire. So much fabric, even a tiny spark could ignite it. Imagining herself as a human torch, Song Tianji felt it was inappropriate. She didn't want to be a human torch. Having just finished a battle, she hadn't yet let down her guard. Most importantly, a surge of anger gnawed at her heart. Some of it belonged to her, and some belonged to others entrusted to her. So frustrating, Song Tianji tried to bend down and pick up the trailing hem of her skirt, but found it impossible. The fishbone corset and the skirt's petticoat made it difficult for her to move, even breathing. What the hell? Song Tianji simply broke the whalebone bones in the corset, finally letting out a sigh of relief. There were many people around her at the banquet, far exceeding the number of the lucky ones from Yin country. Everyone wore a half-face mask, a mask that seemed to have the ability to disguise themselves. At least, Song Tianji noticed that her reflection in the wine glass, in terms of both height and build, was completely unrecognizable as her. In the reflection, she had a mole on the corner of her mouth. This wasn't her face. Welcome to Masquerade, a grand ball, and also an anonymous voting area. Do you have someone you hate? Someone who deceived you, made things difficult for you, ignored you, beat you, or insulted you? Here, they will be judged. Vote freely and decide their fate. Masquerade Ball Rules. Rule 1. Do not remove your mask. Anyone without a mask will be eliminated. Rule 2. Do not whisper or exchange information. Otherwise, your mask will disappear. Rule 3. 3 people will be randomly selected to reveal their past, and the jury will vote to decide their fate. Rule 4. You have 1 vote per round. Anonymous voting. The lucky person with the most votes is eliminated. Rule 5. Abstention is allowed. Each person has only 1 opportunity to abstain. Abstaining twice results in elimination. This rule made the viewers in the live stream gasp. Chang Fenki, is this an attempt to sow discord and incite infighting? What a wolf in sheep's clothing. 61 people, not 1 less. I said it, Zixing. We have 60 lucky ones, plus Wang Jiuzhao, making 61 people. We don't know how many rounds of voting there will be yet. If things aren't handled properly, there could be casualties. Washabin to Sixen, where's my actuary? Where's my supercomputer? Max it out, max it out. Max out the computing power. Yilin Ninja Yuguazitu. Currently, there are 2 loopholes. One is a tie, which could be interpreted as 3 people having a large number of players, or 3 people having a small number of players. This is questionable. Also, Nightmare didn't indicate how many rounds the game would have. We have 61 people. No, we don't know how many people we have. I took the king oyster mushroom. What does that mean? Aren't there 61 of us? 12 districts, 5 people per district, that's 60 in total, plus Wang Jiuzhao, 61. A bright moon hangs on a branch. The rules don't say that the weird can't enter. When Pan is the home team, the rules don't treat the weird as players. The weird's role is that of an NPC. Wang Jiuzhao was considered a non-NPC because of the bug involving the substitute dead. Therefore, Wang Jiuzhao can enter the 2-player dungeon Xianlu Middle School, enter the amusement park, which requires a ticket, and also enter the mid-game dungeon of Ball of Fire. In the Ball of Fire dungeon, Nightmare explicitly states that the weird refuses entry, which we can interpret as refusing entry to NPCs. Wang Jiuzhao isn't an NPC, so she can enter the dungeon. In reality, if the weird could enter the Ball of Fire dungeon, it would be a devastating blow. Feng Dahua, with just 1 weird, could probably wipe out all those Rya people. Feng Dahua's group attack ability has been underestimated. Eggplant loves me once. Upstairs, he wrote more, I listened to you. So? A bright moon hangs on a branch. Mask didn't impose any restrictions on the supernatural. It didn't explicitly state that only the lucky ones could vote. I guess Feng Dahua and Nan Dada can also vote. Jiangjika. So this instance also has supernatural elements? There are probably over 200 people at the banquet. Wouldn't the extras all be supernatural elements? What if the supernatural elements vote maliciously? At this moment, all the audience members felt the difficulty of this instance. Nightmare and Pan are completely different. Pan is good at setting rules according to the situation, making the lucky ones feel fear during the process, escalating the challenges layer by layer. Pan's rules often seem lenient, even detailed. Pan cares about appearances, and will conceal some aspects. Nightmare is different. Nightmare's style is just like its name. Nightmare's moves are always deadly. The live stream viewers watched everyone at the banquet, trying to identify the lucky winner. The first to be recognized was Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiao not only broke the whalebone of her corset, but also grabbed her skirt and counted how many layers she was wearing. Although judging from her figure and lower face, this person dressed in a black dress, a black veil, and dressed like a noblewoman didn't resemble Song Tianjiu at all. But the viewers firmly believed that among all the lucky winners in Yin country, only Song Tianjiu could do something so abstract. 21 layers. Song Tianjiu understood why she felt tired. Despite the seemingly large skirt, she couldn't take a step. It was because of the many layers. Song Tianjiu looked around, holding a glass of wine, forced to take small, hesitant steps, cosplaying an elegant noblewoman. She went to a corner of the banquet hall and hid, trying to undress. Her clothes were layered, making it impossible to quickly put them on or take them off. Song Tianjiu poured wine directly into a crystal vase of white roses on the windowsill. The white roses instantly turned blood red upon contact with the wine. The crystal goblet transformed into a dagger in Song Tianjiu's hand. She lifted her skirt and began to work. Sweating profusely, Song Tianjiu stuffed a huge wad of fabric under the table, feeling a sense of relief. Even her breathing became easier. Just as she straightened up, someone reached out and beckoned to her. Song Tianjiu handed over the crystal dagger, and the woman in the purple dress, hiding in the corner, also began to work. Suddenly, Song Tianjiu was enveloped in a beam of light. The first batch of 3 people has been selected. Guests illuminated by the beam of light, please come to the stage. Song Tianjiu ran ahead, and was the first to step onto the platform. Song Tianjiu believed the nightmare was targeting her. The nightmare wanted her dead. Because she was in the nightmare's way. Chapter 125. The nightmare's malice was felt by all the lucky winners present, and the viewers outside the live stream. The nightmare seemed very anxious, much more so than Pan's rhythm. In the corner, a purple-clad noblewoman, using a crystal dagger to cut off excess fabric from her cumbersome dress, muttered, "Chase like a dog. If you can't do it, get out." Apart from this noblewoman, everyone stared at the first lucky winner to run onto the stage. Song Tianjiu's appearance was completely different from before. However, on the Yin Kingdom side, both the lucky winners and the viewers recognized her at a glance. The reason was simple. Song Tianjiu's unsteady, bouncy running style was unique. Few people present could bring themselves to run like that. Tian, being young, might have the childlike inclination, but the young girl wasn't in good health and couldn't maintain that rhythm. The others could do it, but they were concerned about their image and couldn't pull it off. A large, fat man, carrying a tray, dressed in a tuxedo like a waiter, and wearing a black half-face mask, said, "My boss's figure is as agile as ever." The viewers in the live stream didn't need to think, they immediately recognized him as Bao Zhu. Only Bao Zhu could utter such flattery. Song Tianjiu stood on the stage. From her angle, she could see a person wearing a pink dress, about 1.6 meters tall, and wearing a pink mask walking towards her. Another person, wearing a tuxedo, about 1.9 meters tall, with long arms and legs, walked slowly towards her. These 2 people didn't resemble any of the lucky ones from Yin country. Song Tianjiao, with her hands behind her back, heard various voices again. "Who is it?" The one in the black dress running with her arms and legs moving in unison is Song Tianjiu. "Who are the other 2? Who is it? Who is it?" 1,000 words converged into one question. Song Tianjiu clutched her head, questioning her very existence. She felt like she was truly ill. Was this delusional disorder? Or a split personality? No wonder she could have so many personalities. Song Tianjiu was exceptionally proud, straightening her back. Then, the lucky winners in the tuxedo and pink dress came up on stage one after the other, standing on either side of her. This round will reveal the masks according to the order of appearance. Please take your seats. The truth is about to be revealed. Nightmare's voice was excited. As her words fell, ornate white high-backed chairs appeared behind everyone. Behind the 3 lucky winners, black chairs also appeared. The black chairs were 2 meters high, resembling upright coffins. The seat was also very high, about 1.2 meters off the ground. The lucky winner in the pink dress tried to sit on the chair, but failed several times. Song Tianjia simply picked her up and placed her on the seat. The heavy, pink skirt made her look like a strawberry cake on a black plate. Song Tianjia tried to sit down, but found the chair's height inconvenient. At 1.2 meters high, in her current state, she either had to climb up facing the chair, or turn her back to the chair, brace herself with her hands on the seat, and raise herself to a suitable height. Either way, it would be awkward. Under everyone's watchful eyes, just as the lucky person in the tuxedo stepped towards Song Tianjia walked directly to the edge of the stage, turned, took a running start, leaped, spun once in midair, and landed steadily on the chair. The long, trailing black skirt arced through the air, twirling before gently falling like a bird's tail feathers, carpeting the chair back. Song Tianjia sat on the chair back, giving the middle finger upwards. An 80-centimeter height difference was barely enough to make it a chair. Song Tianjia wasn't quite steady, but she couldn't lose face. The tuxedo-clad figure hesitated for a moment, then scrambled onto the chair, settling in somewhat clumsily. Clearly, the tuxedo-clad figure wasn't used to the height of this body. The tuxedo-clad figure's wrists reached past its crotch. Its height was 1.9 meters. With a short torso and long arms and legs, at its height, it didn't need to climb up at all. It could just sit down. It didn't realize this. The viewers in the live stream were simultaneously summoning the official computing power, counting the number of people attending the banquet, and guessing the identities of the 3 chosen individuals. They were incredibly busy. Guzi, you believe in science. Do you have any clues? If not, please think carefully. Can anyone tell me how to deal with the fallen angel? A fugitive who doesn't eat cilantro. I believe in science. Tell me, have any gods appeared in Yin country? Greek mythology, and that guy, Abraham, angels, fallen angels have all appeared. Tell me quickly, what do we have? Otherwise, the little Japanese guy in the next dorm, who's living a good life, will laugh at me. I want to retaliate. Plane tickets are so hard to buy. I want to go home. Bing Tong Huluming Nu. I seen the look in his eyes. The one in the middle is definitely Song Tianjia. With the other people's mental state, they couldn't pull this off. I guess the tuxedo guy is originally quite short, and his body isn't used to it. Maybe it's Tian or Xia Qishan. Busy and having a great time. You overlooked 1 point above. Brother Rooster's height is actually quite good, not 1.9 meters, but around 1.8 meters. Upon entering, he wore a pickled green t-shirt, had dark skin, and a buzz cut, the kind of look that could knock me into the hospital with one punch. I'm so hungry. Is that tuxedo suit probably Tian's? Who's that strawberry cake? Eat 3 bowls in one meal. I don't know, but I know, baby, you're so cute, like a strawberry cake. Starry night, I believe in science. Can you find some people? I feel a bit outnumbered. Bring out the investiture of the gods and journey to the west. If that doesn't work, the romance of the 3 kingdoms will do. Or if we have to suffer a loss, bring out the bamboo annals and the classic of mountains and seas. Can we just turn to whichever page we want? Likes Black Dawn's clouds, I believe in science. I think the suggestion above is great. I second that. Turn to whichever page we want, even if it's Phoenix, by Zhe, Zhulong, Taotai, Yi the Great, Yin Emperor, Neza, Erlangshan, Wukong, Haoyan, Guan Yu. I accept it. Moon barks. How can they eat and take things at the same time? I second that. I second that. The staff member operating the Believe in Science account is a bit flustered. She does know a little bit, but she can't just say it. The confidentiality period hasn't expired, and without notification from above, how dare she speak? So, she types a line. Believe in science. Please believe in science. Qi Yin. And then you just ride away on your flying sword without looking back? I'm getting angry. I only breathe when I get an answer. Holding my breath emoji. Believe in science. Please believe that we never lost. Qi Yin. So, can I turn to a book now? I got a copy of Journey to the West, and I just turned to the Jade Emperor. Can this one summon heavenly soldiers and generals? Breathing emoji. The viewers in the live stream are still discussing how to manifest divine intervention, when suddenly the live stream screen goes dark. A gloomy sky appears before them. First to appear is a fraudster, a fake age, a fake identity, a fake personality. Everything about her is fake. She's fooled you all. Chapter 126. Inside the live stream, Song Tianjiu tapped her head, slumped down, and leaned back in her chair, falling asleep. She was truly exhausted and sleepy. She wanted to rest. The lucky viewers watched the giant screen in midair, resembling a movie screen, and waited quietly. As the camera angle shifted, they saw white clouds, black mountains, and arid grasslands. A few white sheep grazed in the distance, looking remarkably relaxed. A woman rode by on horseback, dressed in heavy clothing, appearing to be around 30 years old, with 2 patches of red on her face from the high altitude. This woman was named Dunju. Dunju means complete, perfect, or everything goes smoothly. Dunju reined in her horse, stood up on the saddle, and looked around. She didn't see anyone else nearby. Of course, it was unlikely that there would be any strangers here. Dunju exhaled a large puff of white mist and muttered to himself, "Whose baby is this? Why is he all alone here? It's going to snow, he freeze to death." This was translated into language that both the lucky winner and the viewers in the live stream could understand. Everyone realized that this was a matter of starting from the beginning. Dunju dismounted, picked up the baby lying in the basket on the ground, tucked it into his clothes, and took out a bone whistle, blowing it forcefully. Soon, a nimble black dog darted out and began herding the sheep together. Dunju carried the basket and the baby back home. They had barely reached their small house when a heavy snow began to fall. The snow cut off all contact with the outside world, and the woman had no choice but to raise the child. The baby was too young to eat adult food. Dunju heated sheep's milk in a silver pot. She had no cow's milk, as she didn't raise any cows, and sheep's milk was plentiful. After feeding the baby, she draped the softest sheepskin over the infant, added dried cow dung to the fire, and began to search the basket. A small swaddled blanket, a begged amulet for protection, a smoky purple jade pendant with inscription, and a string of 18 solid gold safety buckles. There was also a letter, which she couldn't understand. Dunju didn't recognize the characters. Dunju knew only a few characters, learned through trading. She recognized cows, sheep, dogs, people, tea, and salt, but these weren't in the letter. She couldn't understand it. The heavy snow blocked the roads, so she had to raise the baby for now. The scene shifted to the time when everything was melting. Dunju, carrying the child, rode her horse around asking around. There weren't many people around, and no one had reported a lost child. All the people in the area combined knew fewer than 50 characters, so they couldn't understand the letter. However, the string of gold safety buckles had been bitten several times. Everyone believed the gold was real. Someone suggested, "Dunju, you have no children, and your husband is dead. This child is unwanted. It would be good for you to raise him. 18 gold pieces should be enough to raise the child. 1 gold piece a year, and he can be raised until he's 18. Dunju thought about it, and agreed, so she took the child home to raise. The following year, during a trade, the caravan told Dunju that 2 characters were engraved on the jade pendant. One side read Song, and the other Chiao. These were Han Chinese surnames. Dunju held her babbling child in one arm. The child, fed with goat's milk and the cow's milk she traded, grew plump and heavy. Dunju found it inconvenient to hold the child with one hand, so she simply handed him over to the other party and focused on finding the letter. "This baby is quite heavy." Unable to explain the letter in detail due to the language barrier, the man roughly translated its meaning. This letter says that due to a very serious matter, they are unable to care for the child and hope someone can adopt them. The gold is the reward. If the child can be sent to a place called Shencheng later, there will be even more gold. Shencheng? Where is that? A very prosperous place, with many people, a lot of money, all kinds of people, and all kinds of money. Dunju didn't understand the explanation. The man drew a simple map on a palm-sized piece of sheepskin. A long line stretched from one end to the other very, very far. "This is Shencheng." The man pointed to a small dot on the map. "Keep going, keep going, keep going, go very, very far, and you reach the Pamir Mountains. This place is the Pamir Mountains. This distance is farther than the distance I traveled here with the tea." Dunju was stunned. She looked down at the child in the other person's arms. The child was eating candy the person had given them, drooling all over. Dunju wiped the drool from the child's face, realizing that this child might never reach that place in their lifetime. The letter said this child's name is Song Chiao, nicknamed Inen. Dunju nodded, took the child back, and pressed her head against the tiny forehead, Song Chiao-inen. The viewers in the live stream were filled with questions. "Shi Jin, isn't it Song Tianjiao? Song Chiao-inen? Why is she drooling so much while eating candy? Quick, take a screenshot. This is high-definition childhood embarrassment. Ling Yixia, I roughly confirmed the location. It's very, very far. So, isn't it going to Xinjiang in the future? That's so far, spanning the entire Yin Kingdom. Phoenix Flower Crossroads. If I remember correctly, there was still some controversy surrounding the Pamir Mountains at this time. Life must be tough in such a harsh place. Song Tianjiu seemed to have a tough childhood. Pen Go is dead. Upstairs, I feel like I skipped something. Nightmare dead. Go look at the analysis. A ball of fire isn't Lu Huixiang's nightmare. I found a knife, but I won't say anything to avoid hurting you. Pen Go is dead. What can't you say? You can't hurt me. Song Tianjiu is already asleep, his brow slightly furrowed in his sleep, as if he heard something. The lucky ones watched the scene on the screen, each with their own feelings, but due to the rules, they couldn't whisper or discuss. Rule 2. Do not whisper or exchange information. Otherwise, the masks will disappear. But this doesn't prevent them from talking to the air. I've been to the Pamir Mountains. Judging from the situation here, based on the timeline, this location isn't in Yin Kingdom at present. A crucial point on the ancient Silk Road. High altitude, low life expectancy. Dunju looks quite old. Looking at the redness on Dunju's face, it's not from sunburn, it's butterfly-shaped, very likely lupus. This is an autoimmune disease, hailed by the medical community as the cancer of immortality. Without treatment, the life expectancy is no more than 10 years. The woman in the purple dress slapped the other woman on the head. You talk too much. So what if you know this? What's the use of saying it? Showing off how much you know. The woman in the purple dress remained silent, only continuing to beat her. The viewers in the live stream couldn't see the situation of the lucky ones. They could only see the truth behind the mask. Song Tianjiao, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them and looked at the woman being beaten. On the screen, time changed rapidly. The caravan came and went. Song Qiao has grown up, keeping company with lambs and her long-haired sheepdogs. She's a strong child, unbeatable among the sheep. The viewers in the live stream watched the broadcast, offering various opinions. Xiao Jiancheng, however, took a rare moment of relaxation and dozed off. For Zhao Jiancheng at this moment, Song Tianjia's background was no secret. He might not know the details, but it was specific enough. He needed a short nap. Afterwards, there was an unprecedented exchange meeting. The Master Zhao we had mentioned had sent an invitation. Chapter 127. The invitation from the evil god was delivered by a well-dressed office worker, who seemed to be in a hurry, his clothes still dusty. Upon arriving, he happened to come face to face with the white lady. The man, like a mouse seeing a cat, immediately jumped up and trembled behind the security guard at the door. The white lady glanced at him, then transformed into a giant white snake as thick as a bucket, using its tail to lift the man up, about to devour him. The security guard, terrified, quickly drew his gun. The guards tried to stop the security guard, while also stopping the white lady. White lady, this is dirty, you can't eat it, you can't eat it. We eat bullfrogs when we get back. The cafeteria specially purchased bullfrogs, prepared especially for you. This is dirty, and will make you sick, and if you get sick, you can't drink milk tea. The white snake flicked its tongue, sniffed the man, and indeed found him unpleasant to smell, then threw him out. The man slammed against the wall, becoming a human-shaped pancake. The white snake flicked its tail, a flash of white light appearing and then disappearing, returning to its previous state. It shuffled its feet on the ground, its mouth drooping. The guard broke out in a cold sweat, afraid of upsetting her. Lady White, shall we go buy shoes and clothes first? Field personnel have their own clothing, and there's a clothing allowance. Then we go on the mission. All right. What mission? A member of the public reported that there are water monkeys in the moat. The white snake's hand trembled, and a handkerchief embroidered with bamboo leaves appeared at her fingertips. Through the handkerchief, she poked the guard's forehead, saying indifferently, "There are no such things as water monkeys. Don't try to fool me." A pair of golden black eyes met the guard's gaze, and the guard felt his hair stand on end, as if he were being stared at by a predator. The water demon, they say, is looking for a substitute. All the field agents have been sent out, and we're short-handed, so we need you, Lady White Snake, to step in. Firstly, to test your abilities, and secondly, to observe your cooperation. The guard finished speaking, and immediately covered his mouth. Oops, how did he blurt out the truth? This is one of my abilities. I've given it a name, Eye of Truth. No one can lie under my Eye of Truth. What a cringeworthy name. I mean, let's hurry. The destination is 70 kilometers away. If we hurry, we can make it to our next meal. The guard realized he had to tell the truth, but he could change the subject, and the psychological pressure immediately lessened. Selective truth-telling isn't considered lying. This lady white snake is completely different from the white snake by Sujin in the TV series. She exudes both ethereal and demonic aura, a blend of two qualities that makes her seem inhuman at first glance. The guard felt he needed to brush up on the legends. There were multiple versions, and he wondered which one matched the white snake lady. White snake lady, this way please. Drive the car I just washed yesterday. The well-dressed outsider waited until the white snake lady was completely out of sight before slowly attempting to tear himself off the wall. Seeing this, the security guard immediately grabbed a shovel and came to help. Young man, what are you doing here? Seeing someone helping, the man stopped moving and uttered two words. Delivering a letter. The security guard noticed a corner of gold embossed paper peeking out from the man's pocket, and upon taking it out, discovered it was an invitation. An invitation to the head of the Tianmu Group to a dinner party. The location is the Tianmu Group's main office? Who invites someone to their own home for a dinner party? The security guard, looking at the thin humanoid figure he had just shoveled off, confirmed it wasn't a legitimate citizen, but a non-human. Only then did he use a walkie-talkie to notify the others. Soon, several people rushed out and handcuffed the intruder's wrists. These handcuffs were normally ineffective against non-humans. They could easily escape. Until the Tianmu Group and the Religious Affairs Bureau jointly issued a document. Within the territory of Yan Kingdom, rules concerning non-humans came into effect. Rule 4. Deities within the territory of Yan Kingdom are temporarily managed by the Tianmu Group in conjunction with the Religious Affairs Bureau. See attachment for specific regulations. Anyone who sets foot on Yan Kingdom territory, regardless of gender, will be subject to this rule. All beings within the territory of Yan Kingdom, whether human or non-human intelligent beings, will be governed by Yan Kingdom's laws. The Tianmu Group is mainly divided into two systems, a think tank and a stability maintenance team. The stability maintenance team is mostly composed of military personnel, with a small number of individuals, like the Grey Rat, who have sought reduced sentences after committing crimes, and a non-human squad currently being recruited. The full name is the Yan Kingdom Non-Human Intelligent Lifeform Special Task Force, or simply the non-human team. After internal purges, the think tank is currently operating at full capacity, with most of the replacement personnel being seconded from various departments. The people currently controlling the outsiders are the human members of the Stability Maintenance Team's non-human team. These are the people who were previously sent out to pick up the White Snake and find the Monkey King. Name? Sloth. Species? Original Sin Sloth. What are you here for? By order of my lord, to deliver a message. Sloth is indeed lazy. After handing the invitation to Zhao Jiancheng, he simply refused to leave. Sloth leaned back in his chair and said lazily, "Anyway, my lord will come tonight. I go with my lord to avoid making another trip." Zhao Jiancheng looked at the invitation and said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid we lock you up?" "I read your rules, I'm not afraid." Zhao Hui squatted on the table, baring his teeth at Lazy. Lazy ignored him, climbed onto the table, and closed his eyes to sleep. Zhao Jiancheng patted Zhao Hui's head. The two exchanged a glance, and Zhao Hui mouthed that Lazy was no threat. However, Zhao Jiancheng felt extremely tired. The fatigue from working non-stop for days overwhelmed him, and he was incredibly sleepy, wanting to lean back in his chair and take a nap. After a 3-minute nap, Zhao Jiancheng suddenly woke up and found that everyone in the room except Zhao Hui was yawning. Zhao Jiancheng immediately shouted outside, "Throw this lazy out! Go back to where he came from! Laziness is contagious." The languid Lazy was carried out, slumping down as if boneless, not forgetting to ask if food would be provided. "Human member of the non-human team, is it possible that we might be enemies?" "It doesn't matter, the master doesn't care." "So, is food provided?" "Who on earth is so unlucky to have such a group of brilliant minds under their command?" Zhao Jiancheng splashed cold water on his face, finally feeling a bit better. The fatigue triggered by laziness vanished instantly. He slept for 3 minutes, and it was actually more effective than sleeping for 3 hours. An idea gradually took shape in Zhao Jiancheng's mind. "Zhao Hui, tell me about this laziness. What are its abilities?" "Milk tea, fried chicken, and fries." "Deal." Song Tianju found it very noisy. Since entering the death game, she had often heard strange voices. She had figured out the methodology to block out most of the sounds. Since Pan's demise in the amusement park instance, she began to hear even more sounds. She tried to block out these sounds, but found it difficult to succeed. Milk tea, fried chicken, and fries? She wanted some too. Song Tianju vaguely recognized the previous comments as live stream chat messages. But recently, she heard many voices that weren't chat messages. She suspected she was developing a split personality. The images on the screen continued to change. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Song Qiao was 5 years old. Song Qiao rode a ponytail horse she traded for sheep, a wooden knife she gotten from a caravan in exchange for lambs, and galloped across the plateau with a pack of long-haired dogs. Charge. Chapter 128. The miniature horse wasn't even as fast as the long-haired sheepdogs, much to Song Qiao's dissatisfaction. He pulled the reins and slid off. Several dogs immediately surrounded him, wagging their tails. Song Qiao chose the largest one as his mount. It was a bit short, but at least it was fast. The man, the dogs, and the long-haired miniature horse rolled around in the still snowy grass. Soon, Song Qiao's attention was drawn to a sheep on the hillside. The sheep were wild, unlike the ones at home. Tall, large, with large, curled horns. They looked exceptionally majestic. Song Qiao took a liking to this sheep and wanted it as his mount. Song Qiao hugged the large dog's neck and whispered tactics, like adults discussing important matters, his voice low and extremely serious. We do this and that, and that and that. The large dog tilted its head, not understanding, but that didn't stop it from nodding. As a dog, obedience was paramount. Okay. High five. Song Qiao pulled the dog's paw up, mimicking the caravan members, and gave the large dog a high five as a pledge. Song Qiao quietly approached the mountainside. As she walked, she suddenly noticed the dogs had stopped moving. She ran back and tried to push them. According to the plan, they were a great asset. The battle hasn't even begun yet. Don't let your guard down. The 5 dogs whined, none of them willing to move forward. 5-year-old Song Qiao couldn't push the 5 dogs. She had to move forward on her own. A true warrior never looks back. She adjusted her fluffy hat and struggled forward. Suddenly, her eyes met a pair of small round eyes. They were pale blue eyes, with gray and white fur and a long fluffy tail. Song Qiao's eyes lit up. Cat! She turned to look at the large dog, who dared not approach, and snorted coldly. Sure enough, the adults were right. Dogs and cats are natural enemies. Cat, do you want to come home with me? I give you some jerky? Song Qiao rummaged through her pockets. All she had were goat milk sticks. These were made by her mother for her to eat when she was hungry. This was a snow leopard cub that hadn't eaten for many days. It was 8 months old now, and had been weaned 2 months ago. Its mother had fallen off a cliff while hunting a month ago, and was now lame. One of its weaker siblings had already starved to death, leaving only this one cub. The starving cub, smelling the milk, immediately came over and started eating. Song Qiao tried hard to get the goat milk sticks out. She didn't like them, and always secretly fed them to the dog. The dog didn't like them either. Her mother said they spoil easily in the summer, and told her to try to eat them. But she couldn't try at all. If she couldn't finish them, she simply couldn't. These goat milk sticks didn't have any sugar. They weren't tasty. Song Qiao felt she was a big kid and should eat meat. She didn't want to eat milk sticks. The little snow leopard wolfed it down, almost choking. So Song Qiao held its head and poured water into its mouth. The water had sugar added, her favorite. Since the snow melted in spring, the little snow leopard hadn't had free access to water. Before, it could eat snow when thirsty, but now it couldn't. It could only lick the dew on the grass. It hadn't drunk water for several days. Its mother, injured, hadn't dared take it to drink, fearing it would be attacked by wolves on the way. The little snow leopard, having barely managed to get a meal, was still a bit hungry, but at least it was more energetic, nuzzling Song Qiao with its head. Song Qiao patted the little snow leopard's belly, just like an old woman would check if she had eaten enough. Not full. Come on, let's go to my house for dinner. On the cliff, a lame snow leopard, attempting a hunt, saw a 2-legged cub feeding its own offspring, but pretended not to notice. These tiny 2-legged cubs were easy prey for 2-legged predators if eaten. Let the cub play by itself. As for the dogs, the lame snow leopard didn't care. Cowardly dogs. Song Qiao tried to take the snow leopard cub home. From now on, you be my cat. Yo-ho. No, I never seen a cat before, but I know how cats meow. Meow. Yo-ho. Song Qiao suspected this was a crippled cat. AMU had said that crippled animals are hard to raise. But this cat seems to eat a lot, so it should be easy to raise, right? AMU said that only people and animals who are about to die don't want to eat. If this cat wants to eat, then it can live. Song Qiao felt incredibly clever and grabbed the snow leopard cub's tail, running forward. The snow leopard's tail was almost as long as its body. Song Qiao pulled on its tail, forcing the leopard to move forward. However, the snow leopard's tail was used for balance, making their movement erratic and unsteady. Danju had gone out to trade with a caravan today, a plan he had discussed with Song Qiao. The dog was out herding sheep, while Song Qiao stayed home. She would give Song Qiao dried persimmons when she returned. Dried persimmons were a rare local delicacy, only available when a caravan passed by. This was very tempting for Song Qiao. When Danju returned home, Song Qiao wasn't there. He found the large sheepdog and followed the scent. He found Song Qiao and the snow leopard rolling around in a grassy hut, shoulder to shoulder. Danju's pupils dilated in shock. He nocked an arrow, ready to shoot, when suddenly he spotted a large snow leopard lying nearby. Dandrup wasn't confident he could escape unscathed with Song Qiao after attacking the snow leopard cub, nor did he dare gamble that attacking the adult snow leopard first would prevent Song Qiao from being harmed by the cub. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Dandrup maintained his bow-drawing stance and shouted, Song Qiao, come back here. AMU, I found a cat. It's a sick cat, it doesn't meow. That's a leopard. Come here. Dandrup couldn't understand how his cub had gotten along with a snow leopard. He completely couldn't understand it. Song Qiao reluctantly let go of the snow leopard and ran towards Dandrup's direction. Dandrup quickly threw the snow chicken he had shot along the way in front of the cub to attract its attention. Dandrup glanced at the adult snow leopard, then reluctantly threw the pork he had just traded for, hanging on his horse's back, to attract the adult snow leopard. Seeing Song Qiao had already run nearby, Danju immediately spurred her horse forward a short distance, scooped up the cub, turned the horse around, and galloped away. The 5 dogs, who had been trembling in the corner, immediately ran off after the lead dog barked. Back home, Danju was still shaken. She couldn't bring herself to hit her child, so she simply gave the 5 dogs a beating. Is this how you behave as dogs? With this kind of cowardice, if a wolf tries to steal a sheep, you just hide and tremble? The 5 dogs trembled, enduring the beating and scolding. Song Qiao, holding the lead dog and munching on a persimmon, still managed to ask, Mother, didn't you say there was pork? It was agreed upon with the caravan last year. You fed the pork to your cat. Danju was truly terrified. She couldn't bear to think about what would have happened if she had returned even a little later. But she couldn't bring herself to hit her 5-year-old child, so she gave the 5 dogs another beating. Since then, Danju frequently spotted snow leopard tracks in the vicinity. Song Qiao would often secretly leave unwanted food a few hundred meters from their home, which became the only place the snow leopard could find food after failing to hunt. Song Qiao would rub away its own footprints and the snow leopard's footprints with its tail. Danju never imagined her cub would hide the snow leopard's tracks, and firmly believed they were being targeted. Danju decided to move, believing snow leopards were vengeful animals. The snow leopard was scouting the area to lure Song Qiao away. Taking advantage of the warmer weather, Danju began packing and migrating with Song Qiao. On the day Song Qiao left, the snow leopard mother and cub sat on the hillside, their eyes filled with deep reluctance. Song Qiao turned and waved to the snow leopard. Kitty! I be back. Shut up. Danju turned back and saw the snow leopard, realizing it was time to discipline her cub. Disciplining a child should start early. Chapter 129. The viewers in the live stream were captivated by the snow leopard mother and cub, completely unaware that a certain 5-year-old was about to lose his right to avoid a beating. We see, the leopard is cute, but is it really not okay to keep it as a pet? The snow leopard's leg isn't healed yet, it's limping. Hunting is already difficult enough, it only get harder in the future, right? Player 1024. AMU's family is also having a hard time. Raising Song Qiao and the dogs, AMU is already exhausted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dogs, suitable as sled dogs. Feifiu, Song Qiao, HHH, I didn't laugh, I really didn't laugh, I just wanted my teeth to come out and cool off. Nightmare dog, it looks very heartwarming, but I have a vague bad feeling. Tianji Weifen, upstairs, shut up, don't say anything. The borrowed oxcart, carrying Duanju's entire fortune, gradually disappeared into the distance. Sheepdogs herded the sheep closely behind. The sky was a clear blue, the clouds were white, the grass was green, and in the distance rose a towering black mountain, its peaks capped with unmelting snow. A west wind blew across the meadow, and occasionally, a few small, furry creatures would peek out from among the grasses and bushes where pretty wildflowers bloomed. Song Qiao lay on a small mound of miscellaneous items, her body cushioned by fur, a persimmon dangling from her mouth. She was contemplating her grand plan for a mount. As a warrior, One must have one's own steed. Like AMU's horses, like the yaks of the caravan, like the goddesses in AMU stories. Goddesses ride leopards. Song Qiao believed she should have a leopard too. Snow leopards are leopards too. She believed she should have a leopard. She tucked the persimmon back into her pocket, rolled over, nuzzled forward, and rubbed her head against the charioteer Dunju, shouting at the top of her lungs, AMU, AMU, where are we going? I need a leopard. I'm not going to be a warrior anymore, I want to be a goddess. Dunju was annoyed, and didn't want to talk to the little brat. The brat, barely taller than a horse, had strange and wonderful ideas in his head. Dunju felt that this child was different from this land. This child was inherently different from the children here. Song Qiao wouldn't be afraid of thunder, nor would he cry at the sound of the thawing rivers in spring. He mingled with the lambs, calling himself the Sheep King. Dunju thought Song Qiao was too arrogant. He needed to let Song Qiao know how high the sky was, and how thick the earth was. So Dunju started telling a story her mother had told her when she was little. A long, long time ago, two kings fought. The loser was very angry, and broke the pillar supporting the sky. The sky began to tilt westward, and the water flowed eastward. Song Qiao rested his chin on his hand, looking expectantly at Dunju, and then? Dunju thought he could scare the little brat, but it didn't work at all. He could only continue. Then it collapsed. Look, that river flows eastward. Look, that mountain is close to the sky. From now on, you must go east, to the place where the heavenly pillar hasn't collapsed yet. Tangwen said, Nuwa. Cut off the legs of a giant tortoise to establish the 4 poles. Gongdong fought with Xuanxu for the throne, and in anger struck Mount Buzhou. Hence the sky tilted to the northwest. This is the Pamir Mountains, named for their resemblance to onions rising from the ground. In the classic of mountains and seas, this place also has another name. Mount Buzhou. Young Song Qiao didn't understand the meaning in his mother's words, a meaning even she herself didn't know. The stories passed down through generations were merely topics of conversation for Dunju and Song Qiao at this moment. Dunju sang a long-standing folk song, though the song had changed from its original form. My hometown, so far away. Flowers bloom, rain falls, clouds disperse. I lift the hem of my skirt and the hem of my dress, barefoot, climbing the distant mountain. The mountain spirits, adorned with woven grass flowers, ride red leopards, singing songs from bygone years. Song Qiao doesn't understand, only repeating fragments of words. She's tone-deaf, can't remember the melody, only shouting flowers, rain, and clouds. The dogs stretch their necks, barking and whining, trying to provide accompaniment. The copper bells hanging from the yak's horns jingle with every movement. The sheep bleat. This story is ancient, this song is ancient, and the sound of the bells is no different from 1,000 years ago. Amidst the sound of the copper bells, travelers cross Mount Buzhou, venturing into another continent, to trade and assimilate. Alma! I want a leopard. Just like the goddess you spoke of. Riding a red leopard, followed by a civet cat. Dondrup couldn't utter the words, but her language contained other descriptions passed down through generations. A goddess riding a black leopard in the jungle, the leopard's fur, like precious silk, glowing red in the sunlight. Rabbits and sheep followed behind the goddess, even the grass and trees bowed to her. That was the mountain god. A lucky person watching the screen suddenly said, could Dondrup be a descendant of those marriage alliances from the past? Although the details of the story are different, the basic logic remains the same. The speaker was a gentleman wearing a tall hat and a black bat mask. The noblewoman beside him immediately said, it's Lizi Tangwen and Chu Yuan's mountain spirit. Ordinary herders wouldn't know these things, and according to the timeline, Tibet at this time was still a serf society. Dondrup's ancestors likely escaped the temples and the exploitation of slave owners, settling here. In the known legends and epics of the Tibetan peoples who reside there. The noblewoman was interrupted by several slaps on the head from the woman in purple. You talk too much. What's the use of saying so much? Hurry up and see how to find loopholes in the rules. On stage, Song Tianju sat back in his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Most of the lucky ones were relatively quiet. Some had been to the Pamir Mountains, others had served there, and even those who hadn't knew something about the area. The lucky ones were aware of the living conditions in the Pamir Mountains. Fortunately, Duinju's location was in the relatively habitable western part of the region, with a more pleasant climate. Otherwise, this family would have had a very difficult time surviving. Unlike the silence of the lucky ones, the viewers in the live stream were engaged in lively discussion, creating a cyberpunk spectacle. Paper with 10,000 ink. The Songling Mountains are Buzhou Mountain, and Buzhou Mountain is the Songling Mountains. It's known that the water god Gonggong angrily rammed Buzhou Mountain. So can Gonggong come and offer sacrifices? I'm offering sacrifices now, begging Gonggong to show his divine power. Bebe Tongi, those above, if Gonggong comes, will he not be on our side? Or should we ask Niwa? Buzhou Mountain has a connection with Niwa. Bao Si De Si Gui, you guys have no imagination. I already offered sacrifices to all the ancient gods. Niwa, Shi Wangmu, Hungi Jade Rabbit, Nine-tailed Fox. Whatever, they're already here, fill them all up. Pingguaji, heading to the temple of heaven now to worship our ancestors. Ancestors, 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 frantically calling for people. Those mere Pango, those mere Guyer, we must crush them. Kotai Yinjuzi, ask Niwa if she accepts character creation orders, urgent, waiting online. Chapter 130. Yao Xian, kneeling endlessly at the God of Wealth temple, gouging out his eyes. Bao Mor at the Niwa temple. Yao Xian, at the Mazu temple, I'm casting divination sticks for a miracle. I won't leave until I get the Holy Grail. I've been casting for 3 hours. Finally, the Holy Grail appeared. A fugitive who doesn't eat cilantro. Mazu, look at me. Why, I want to go home. No plane tickets? A boat ticket would be fine too. I got a boat ticket. The live stream shifts to Duinju's efforts. Finally, before winter arrives, the house and livestock shed are completed. Although it's only one house, and although Dunju gave away many sheep for it, Dunju is still very happy. Without a house to shelter him from the wind and snow, he would freeze to death in winter. Most importantly, there are no wild yaks here, and no cow dung to collect. Fortunately, there are shrubs to gather. Dunju believes he can accumulate enough firewood for the winter. Song Qiao is completely unaware of this. She's still missing her cat. She used to own 2 cats and 6 dogs, until she moved. Song Qiao whimpered, clutching a dog's head. She had lost all hope of obtaining a leopard and becoming a goddess. Dunju was utterly annoyed, and gave Song Qiao a 3-month-old puppy. Raise this as a cat, raise it as a leopard, raise it however you like. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and deep winter arrived. Song Qiao had grown another year older. She was no longer satisfied with the ponies, and had her eye on the donkeys, but she couldn't catch the wild donkeys, so she set her sights on the largest sheep in the household. That day, Dunju returned from fetching water, and saw Song Qiao sitting on the sheep's neck, attempting to charge. The sheep was unruly, and was about to leap directly off a high rock. Song Qiao, be good! Dunju shouted and grabbed his whip, ready to beat the child. Dunju had spent months reflecting on his actions, and finally realized he had to discipline the child. He had to. Song Qiao rolled off the sheep, landing as a ball and plunging into the snowdrift. She was bundled up in thick clothes, making her a sturdy ball, and thus unharmed. After regaining her balance, she took off running. Hee hee, you can't catch me, can't catch me. You stop right there. Dunju had never been willing to discipline her child before, until 5-year-old Song Qiao was seen with her arm around a snow leopard cub, and Dunju had an epiphany. From that moment on, Dunju resolved to be a strict mother. You can't catch me. Song Qiao jogged along, and Dunju tried to chase her, but couldn't. Song Qiao thought it was a game, but when she turned around, she saw Amu panting heavily. Song Qiao ran back, and just as she was about to ask what was wrong, she was grabbed, pinned to the ground, and lashed several times. Winter in the Pamir Mountains is cold, and children wear several layers. The lashes didn't break Song Qiao's wolfskin coat. Song Qiao lay on the ground, feigning tears. Dunju, her anger subsiding, hardened her heart and sent Song Qiao to fetch water. The Pamir Mountains have a unique topography. Their area is located on the western side, receiving more rainfall and abundant vegetation, but with significant elevation differences. Even the locals have to be extra careful when walking. Dunju was truly angry. Rather than letting her little brat cause trouble every day, she'd rather have her do more work. Song Qiao took the dog to fetch water. Recently, the mother and daughter's drinking water came from a deep pool formed by snowmelt from the mountains during warmer weather, eroded over the years. The weather was cold, and the surface of the pool had frozen over. Every day, Dunju would break the ice with stones to avoid the hassle of fetching water next time. Mountain snowmelt was different from roadside snow. In Duinju's eyes, the snowmelt from the mountains was clean and clear. Roadside snow was dirty. Dunju wouldn't use snow from the ground to make milk tea unless absolutely necessary. Song Qiao dragged her long, thin bucket, actually a large bamboo tube tied with a rope, across the ice, pattering as she walked. Reaching the spot Amu had marked with bushes, she aimed and kicked it down. The dog, which she had only raised for about half a year, immediately grabbed her little master's wolfskin coat, afraid she would fall. Song Qiao didn't care about anything else, throwing the small bucket in. Hearing the splash, she shook the rope a few times, then started pulling it out, baring her teeth. Dunju watched from a higher vantage point. Dunju was confident in the ice's thickness and the extent to which the cub could break it. At most, one of the cub's legs would sink in, its boot falling into the water, and it would drink boot-flavored water all winter. Dunju stayed here, worried the cub might cause some trouble again. Dunju suspected the cub was her nemesis, always finding various ways to be mischievous. Song Qiao pulled out the bucket. It was only a third full, but she was proud, carrying it back like a small animal that had successfully hunted for the first time, beaming with pride. The puppy followed behind, biting the rope, mirroring her triumphant expression. Dunju shook her head and sighed. Is this child stupid? Song Qiao always found a way to test the limits of life. On the way back, she saw a wild Argali sheep on a distant cliff, her eyes lighting up. She waved and shouted, trying to call it over to be her mount. Bighorn sheep, come here! Come here! Startled, the bighorn sheep spotted the snow wolves preparing to hunt nearby and immediately ran away. Then, the wolf pack set their sights on Song Qiao. Even from hundreds of meters away, Dunju felt a chill. She blew a bone whistle, and several dogs immediately rushed out, charging towards Song Qiao. The appearance of 5 large dogs finally stopped the wolves from attacking Song Qiao. Song Qiao was completely unaware of this. Amu's whistle sounded like the eagle circling overhead, something she was already used to. Song Qiao thought the dogs had come to pick her up, and patted the lead dog's head with satisfaction. Climbing onto the largest dog, Song Qiao hugged the bucket tightly. The little water inside had frozen, and dog hair clung to it. She felt very proud. I want the most powerful mount. Like the ones in Amu's stories, riding high on a horse, charging into battle. Like a goddess riding a leopard, standing atop a mountain, watching over all living beings. The rope of the water bucket dragged behind him. As the lead dog, acting as his mount, turned, the icy, stiff rope, hidden in a snowdrift, tripped several innocent large dogs. The rope got caught, pulling Song Qiao, who was holding the water bucket, down with it. Dunju stood on higher ground, drawing his bow, wary of the wolves. Seeing the scene of people and dogs tumbling over, he sighed again. That night, Dunju heated a brazier, stripped Song Qiao of his fur layer by layer, pinned him down in the dog kennel, and gave him a thorough beating. The viewers in the live stream found it hilarious. Who would have thought Song Tianju was like this as a child? That reckless spirit, however, had never changed. Tianjia's loyal fan. To be fair, Song Qiao just wanted a mount. What did she do wrong? Why didn't the sheep cooperate? If it had cooperated, none of this would have happened. She's just a child. What's wrong with wanting a mount? Chapter 131. After moving, the family only had time to build one room and erect a windproof shed before winter arrived. This room served as the mother and daughter's living quarters, a food storage area, and, most importantly, a doghouse. One of their dogs shed in the winter, and would freeze to death outside. Dunju let the dog in, and a whole pack of dogs shamelessly squeezed in as well. Winters in this area are very cold, and the dogs could save on firewood inside, using them as cushions provided warmth. Dunju tolerated their behavior. So, except for the dogs that took turns guarding the livestock shed each night, the other dogs slept inside. Song Qiao was responsible for making sure the dogs went outside to relieve themselves. If they did so inside, Song Qiao and the dogs would all be punished. Beating children once led to a repeat offense. Dunju still shudders at the memory. She beat Song Qiao, but still wasn't satisfied, so she started beating the dogs. Every single one of them was punished. Even the dog that stayed home to guard the house during the cold weather because it would freeze to death if it went outside, while molting was given a beating for no reason. After beating all 7 puppies, including one small one, Dunju felt refreshed. Sleep. Song Qiao hugged her personal warmer dog, lay down in the doghouse, and reached out to grab Dunju's clothes. Mom, there's no bedtime story today. No story today. So, Song Qiao started rolling around in the doghouse. Dunju was completely exasperated and simply ignored it. Let the puppies sleep in the doghouse. Anyway, the doghouse is warmer than a human bed. To me, a lazy bum mom beats the kids so easily, even a passing dog gets a beating. How to begin a love poem. A frenzy of screenshots, high-definition childhood embarrassing moments. I won't delete them, I won't delete them. Absolutely not. I won't delete them no matter what the price. Song Yu. At 5, he caught a snow leopard cub. At 6, he tried to catch a wild Argali sheep and was brutally beaten by its mother. This resume would be phenomenal in any era. San. Now I understand why Song Tianju can abduct so many NPCs. Even as a cub, she could abduct a snow leopard cub. What can't she abduct? I'm so hungry. Exceptionally gifted. Song Tianjiao's recklessness is innate. Shensen and Miao, Genghis Khan, the great conqueror, only knew how to bend his bow and shoot eagles. The word Tianjia signifies an extraordinary person. It also refers to barbarians, and is to some extent a derogatory term. I understand where this name comes from now. Perhaps someone tricked Song Qiaonan after she went to the Central Plains. Tianjia's die-hard fan. I don't believe it. Don't talk nonsense. The viewers in the live stream found it amusing. Although the mother and child were going through a difficult time, the scene was also interesting. For a moment, because of the arrival of the heavenly eye, some of the dark clouds hanging over their hearts dissipated. From the viewer's perspective, Song Qiao grew almost instantly. She quickly transformed from a little cub rolling in the snow into a young girl, who could ride a pony across the grasslands, and try to shoot hares with a bow. The puppy they adopted later had become their alpha dog. The previous sheepdog had grown old and secretly left home, dying in some unknown corner. Song Qiao was now 12 years old. With each year she grew older, she grew taller and thinner, while her mother aged a year, becoming more hunched over. Her mother was 42 years old. The snow leopard cub that Song Qiao met when she was young had now become a part of this land. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, life cycles endlessly, and the eternal heaven cannot protect any living being. As dark clouds pressed down, Song Qiao pulled out a bone whistle made of quail bone and blew it forcefully. The sharp sound immediately alerted the lead dog, who began to bustle about. The sheep and yaks were quickly herded together. Yes, there were cattle. 3 years ago, Song Qiao had found a calf, and somehow, 1 calf became 2, 2 calf became 4. By the time Dunju truly realized this, the herd already numbered several dozen cattle. Song Qiao had a good reason. These are my mounts. Even a goddess can ride cattle. These were cattle. How could Dunju possibly dislike them? She only disliked the snow leopard and wolf cubs Song Qiao had tried to take home. Cattle, sheep, donkeys, horses, as long as they weren't sick, she wanted as many as she could. In 3 years, the herd had stabilized at 100. Dunju no longer worried about insufficient fuel for the winter, nor about a lack of salt and tea. They could even trade for rare items they used to be reluctant to eat or use. Song Qiao brought the cattle and sheep home. Dunju told her to go and trade with the caravan the next day. The caravan had arrived and was resting. Upon hearing this, Song Qiao grabbed her newly filled water bag and other items and ran out. Slow down. Slow down. Do you know what to say to the caravan? Dunju chased after her, but after saying only a few words, he hunched over and coughed. Dunju's face was covered in ominous red spots, like a butterfly. Acquaintances told Song Qiao that she had been bitten by a wolf. Because of this, Song Qiao raided a wolf den a month ago, something Dunju was unaware of. Song Qiao skinned the wolf and hid it in a burrow. This year, Song Qiao planned to trade those wolf pelts with the caravan for goods. Mother, watch the house. I go ask if they have any medicine. Their caravan travels to many places and has plenty of supplies. They definitely find a way. The clouds grew thicker, and the wind carried a damp scent. Dunju knew she couldn't stop Song Qiao, so she let her go. Watching the young girl gallop away, Dunju's eyes welled up with tears. Dunju's mother had died at 39, and she had similar red spots on her face. Dunju had no children of her own, because her mother's mother had also had these red spots when she died. She believed it was a curse. She didn't know what they had done wrong, but she wanted to end the curse. Dunju's husband had died 12 years ago. The year he died, she had found a baby. Dunju felt that she had found some joy in her wait for death. The baby cried, laughed, and made a ruckus. In the blink of an eye, she was 12 years old. The little child, who used to stumble and fall while walking, could now draw a custom-made bow and arrow, climb onto a horse's back, and stand on horseback gazing into the distance. Dundrup watched the departing man and horse, clutching his aching heart, and collapsed to the ground. Lightning flashed and lashed through the clouds. Song Qiao rushed to the caravan's post station before the rain started. It was a very old post station, said to have existed long before, even before, many times before. Song Qiao tossed the wolf pelt to the middle-aged man, who was inventorying supplies. The man remembered Song Qiao. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled immediately. "Anan? You grown so much. It's going to rain. Why didn't you come tomorrow? This time we're staying for 3 days." Song Qiao shook her head. She was in a hurry. She had finally waited for this year's caravan. "I have cattle, 100 head. I also have many hides, lots and lots. If it's not enough, I can hunt more. I need medicine to cure my mother." Chapter 132. The man looked down at the wolf pelt and found that the arrows had all entered through the eyes. The skinning technique was also good. An incision was made in the abdomen, and the entire pelt was peeled off intact. Except for the head, which wasn't handled properly, the rest of the pelt was well preserved. The last time the man passed through this area, he heard that the child from Duanju's family had fallen from his horse. Years had passed, and the child from Duanju's family was now capable of hunting. The man knew Dunju. Dunju was good at riding and archery, but he couldn't hit the eye with every arrow. The bow and quiver that Song Qiao carried were worn. The quiver was one Dunju had asked him to exchange during his last visit. The man repeatedly examined the wolf pelt, trying to think of words to comfort the child. But as time passed, his expression grew increasingly distressed. Finally, in despair, he said, "Anan, your mother is 40 years old this year, right? I'm 35. This might be my last long journey. My father died at 52, and my grandfather at 49. I know my life isn't long either." A person's lifespan is greatly influenced by their ancestors. It started to rain. Song Qiao remained seated on her horse, her head bowed. She saw the relief and pity in the man's eyes. Song Qiao couldn't quite understand that look. She had grown up on this land, seeing countless animals with their bewildered or fierce gazes, countless mothers with their various emotions, anger, happiness, boredom, curiosity. Song Qiao had never seen such a complex look in the man's eyes. "There's no medicine that can make someone live longer. Your mother will die, and so will I. A long, long time from now, you will die too." After speaking, the man stared at Song Qiao, trying to comfort the crying child immediately. He was even mentally prepared for Dunju to come back with a knife tomorrow to confront him. After all, death was a terrifying prospect. Song Qiao didn't cry and rattled off a list of things her mother wanted. Tea leaves, sugar, salt, dried persimmons, a fine knife supposedly crafted by a famous artisan, and a piece of fine cotton cloth. The man packed Song Qiao's items in tarpaulin, hung it on his horse, and suggested, "Want to go back after the rain stops?" Song Qiao shook her head. The man said, "You still owe me 5 sheep. Bring them tomorrow. Remember to bring the tarpaulin back." Song Qiao found this man nagging. Were all dying people this nagging? She turned her horse around abruptly, and the man's voice came from behind her. "May the eternal heaven protect you." The man felt it was too cruel to discuss death with a child. Trying to say a few more words, he watched as Song Qiao rode away. Song Qiao didn't believe in any eternal heaven. More than that, she longed for the goddesses of AMU stories. Goddesses who roam the mountains and forests. Such goddesses were the ones willing to descend to the mortal realm, weren't they? The caravan arrived late this year. It was July now. Winter in the Pamir Mountains was long, spring short. It was summer now. According to the caravan, it was the rainy season. Lightning flashed overhead, startling the little horse into not daring to move forward. Even though it was afternoon and the sun was high in the sky, dark clouds pressed down, plunging the surroundings into darkness like the dead of night. The towering black mountains and white snow clashed sharply with the rare flat grasslands of this plateau. Those abruptly rising peaks, like cliffs, overlooked the world. Is this what it means to be a god high above, looking down upon humanity? Song Qiao thought, if there truly is an eternal heaven, this is probably it. The dust of the mortal world cannot reach the highest mountain peaks, and the grass and trees on the ground cannot touch the snow atop the mountains. Thunder roared overhead, lightning flashed, and icy rain lashed against Song Qiao's face, soaking her clothes. In the sudden storm, the horse refused to move forward, so Song Qiao dismounted and trudged through the downpour. The rain in this land was unpredictable. When Song Qiao, drenched to the bone, returned home, the rain had stopped. Her mother sat in the livestock shed, sorting through medicinal herbs she had recently dug. Song Qiao tiptoed into the house to change, so her mother wouldn't notice her soaking wet state. The lead dog wagged its tail and approached. Song Qiao anticipated the dog's move and immediately put her hand into its open mouth. The lead dog, with its little master's finger in its mouth, wagged its tail even more enthusiastically. Song Qiao pulled her finger out, stuffed the dog's tongue back into its mouth, and tied its muzzle with a hair tie. Then she quickly changed her clothes, casually wiped the water off her head, and immediately ran out to work. Dunju saw the water on Song Qiao's face, but said nothing. The rain had just stopped, and she was back, needless to say, soaked. The lead dog wagged its tail and came closer. Dunju casually pulled the hair tie off its muzzle, and tied it to a nearby post. The red hair tie swayed in the wind, occasionally brushing against Dunju's shoulder. Dunju lowered her head, carefully arranging the herbs. Song Qiao, impatient with this meticulous work, was expanding the livestock shed nearby. The herbs were requested by AMU, they needed to be boiled for consumption, and the resulting liquid didn't taste very good. This was a traditional remedy passed down through generations, but Song Qiao felt it was utterly useless. Even after taking it, AMU's condition continued to deteriorate day by day. AMU wanted it, so she dug up a lot. That was all. Song Qiao vaguely felt that she was draining AMU's life force, otherwise, why was she growing taller while AMU was getting shorter? Song Qiao's strength had increased. AMU could no longer even draw a bow and arrow, let alone fight her. AMU was old. It seemed this land was like this, no one lived long. Even though in AMU stories, some people could live to be 108,000 years old. Song Qiao knew that the eternal heaven couldn't protect anyone. The sky gradually darkened, and AMU brewed milk tea, this time adding fresh tea leaves. The tea leaves from the distant mountains had a mellow aroma. The black tea leaves unfurled and swirled in the water, and the aroma of fermented tea gradually filled the air. The old man said this time it's Hui tea. He asked someone to buy it, saying it's better than the previous ones. He said this is his last trip out, and he wants to bring back good things. Song Qiao chatted with Dunju, then suddenly sneezed. She covered her face, dodging a small stone Dunju threw. That night before bed, Dunju cut fabric, preparing to make clothes for the next day. Song Qiao grew rapidly, needing new clothes almost every 6 months. I make you new clothes tomorrow. The fabric was indigo, a color not commonly used here. This fabric was something Dunju had specifically asked someone to get. It was for Song Qiao. He heard that people on the western plains loved wearing this. Dunju spoke of what he knew. The buttons must be on the right, not the left. The left side is unlucky. People over there believe that buttons on the left are for the dead. I sew you a few buttons using the small jade stones you picked up on the riverbank. The fabric isn't wide enough to make a long robe. Chapter 133. Dunju racked her brains to recall some stories told to her by others, some by her mother. Dunju talked until she fell asleep. Song Qiao lay beside her, tossing a small pebble to extinguish the oil lamp. She lay there for an unknown amount of time, unable to sleep. Perhaps it was because the tea she drank for dinner was different from usual, or perhaps she felt unwell from being caught in the rain. Song Qiao made many excuses, unwilling to admit that she was saddened by what the caravan members had said during the day. People will die. Dogs will die. Everything will die. It's just a matter of time. Insects live short lives, dogs live a little longer, and people live even longer. And the burrowing rabbits, the eagles in the sky, the fish in the water, all will die. Just as Song Qiao could never catch the strange fish in the saltwater lake, she could never catch the dog that insisted on running away from home. Life slipped through her fingers, like her standing in the river, reaching out to touch the snowmelt rushing down the mountain. It couldn't be held on to. AMU said that everything in this world eventually flies away like a bird. Once it flies away, it never returns. The next day, the sky was clear, and the clouds were high and far. AMU was making clothes at home. After Song Qiao took the cattle and sheep out to graze, she went to find the caravan. She took 6 sheep with her and brought back some linoleum. 1 sheep too many. Not much. I used this sheep to trade for something. Song Qiao picked and chose from the caravan's goods, selecting a palm-sized mirror and a comb. The mirror was beautiful, sparkling like the moon in the sky. The caravan member said it was a Western-style magic mirror that had traveled across the ocean, and there was only one left. Elsewhere, these are very expensive. The comb was made of peach wood, inlaid with several shimmering seashells forming the shape of a peach blossom. The caravan member said it was a good thing, capable of warding off evil spirits. The mother-of-pearl inlay on it was also very, very expensive. Song Qiao traded a sheep for these 2 items. The peephole was inlaid with inferior gemstones, not even as good as the small stones Song Qiao had picked up on the riverbank. At least those stones were prettier. AMU said that the stones on the riverbank were the corpses of the mountains. The corpses of the mountains, over time, would turn into small stones. The prettiest small stones were the essence of the dead mountains. Before winter came, AMU finished making clothes, sewing on the small stones that Song Qiao had punched holes for buttons. The clothes were quite large when she put them on. Larger is good, bigger is good. Amu seemed very happy. Amu looked at her reflection in the mirror. The high-altitude winds raged day and night, and the intense sunlight made her look more like she was 60 than 40. For the first time, Dunju saw her face clearly, the crisscrossing wrinkles, the red marks, the visible blood vessels. Song Chiao combed Dunju's hair with a peachwood comb, braided it again, and tied it with a hair tie. Dunju said, "When I was your age, I loved swimming in the river. One time, it was just getting cold, before the water froze, and I went swimming in the lake. The water started to freeze, and I was so scared. I thought I was trapped in the lake. I was often beaten when I was little." Winter came, and Dunju became increasingly talkative. Her condition was worsening. Every day, Song Chiao would first start a fire to make milk tea, then tend the livestock, and then fetch water. She would return to do odd jobs until the sun was about to set, then rush out, sit on the back of a yak, and blow a bone whistle into the sky. Startling a few birds, several large dogs would rush out from all directions, gathering the cattle and sheep together. At this time, Song Chiao would always stand on the back of the yak, watching the cattle and sheep on the hillside, gazing at the distant mountains. When a blizzard came, the world lost its color, leaving only a vast expanse of white. At this time, there was no need for grazing. The hay stored up in spring and summer needed to be consumed. Song Chiao would choose a sheep that looked pleasing, pull it out of the shed, and with a swift stroke, cut it. Song Chiao's knife was swift. She was taught by her mother. Her mother's knife skills were taught by her mother's great mother. Her mother's great mother's knife skills were taught by her mother's great mother's great mother. And so on, going back countless mothers. Song Chiao knew that her knife was the fastest. Slitting throats to bleed, skinning and gutting, cutting and chopping. When everything was ready, Song Chiao started grilling the meat. It was still hot, and you could even see the pieces twitching slightly. Amu said that meant the sheep's soul hadn't completely left. Song Chiao didn't care about that. Sheep were meant to be eaten. The sheep's purpose was to be eaten by her. The sizzling, oily roasting lamb made several large dogs drool. Song Chiao cut off a piece of meat she didn't like, and tossed it into the air. Immediately, a dog jumped up and snatched it. The dog howled from the heat, yet refused to let go. Amu said, "If it's hot, you have to let go. Dogs are dogs, and people are people. The biggest difference between people and dogs is that people can learn from their ancestors." Song Chiao handed the grilled meat to Amu, along with some milk tea she had brewed. Song Chiao wasn't very good at milking cows and sheep, so her milk tea always had more tea than milk. Song Chiao was only skilled at slaughtering sheep and cattle. Dunju wasn't used to the thin milk tea at first, but he got used to it after a while. "How many sheep did you kill?" "1. Kill a few more. The weather is getting colder. Killing more means you won't have to go out." Song Chiao had always killed them one by one before. She didn't know why this time was different, but her knife was very fast. Song Chiao spent a day slaughtering 12 sheep and 1 yak. That night, she was too exhausted to even take off her clothes. Slaughtering sheep and cattle, skinning, butchering. It was physically demanding, but also required skill. Unlike killing wolves, which wasn't for meat and didn't involve bleeding, slaughtering sheep and cattle always required more effort. Seeing that her mother was already asleep, Song Chiao simply laid down in the doghouse to sleep. She had grown up. The doghouse was a bit too short for her. Her feet would stick out. So she kicked one of the dogs out and put her feet on its belly. Warm. So warm. The dog whimpered, not daring to eject. Song Chiao didn't realize that these dogs now feared her far more than they feared Amu. Every time she killed, these dogs were there. In their eyes, Song Chiao was the boss, Amu was second, and the alpha dog was only third. The boss would lead them hunting and share the meat. In the canine hierarchy, the strong are respected. Time passed slowly, and Song Chiao had killed many cattle and sheep during the long winter. She felt a pang of regret. Amu urged her to continue, to kill more, and even more. She fed the dogs until they were full, and she herself ate her fill. Later, Dunju died as the snow melted. Before he died, Dunju refused the local custom of sky burial and water burial. "Creep me, I can't return to the Central Plains. My bones can go back." Dunju asked Song Chiao to rummage through a box containing many small jars. "These are the ashes of my mother's mother, and many mothers' mothers. The earliest mother came from the Central Plains. You must take these ashes to the Central Plains. The road is long, but as long as you keep walking, you will get there." These were her mother's last words. So Song Chiao sold her cattle and sheep to a passing caravan. The previous caravan had come only once a year, and Song Qiao had no chance to see that caravan again. Song Qiao rode her now-grown horse, accompanied by 7 large, fat dogs, carrying her pack and a letter she couldn't understand. She set off. This journey was long and arduous. This was the goal her mother had given her. She could fulfill whatever her mother asked of her. Chapter 134. Song Qiao set off. From then on, no one would call her Song Qiaoan anymore. That year, she was 13 years old. Riding a horse, carrying ashes, and with several large dogs, she descended the mountain. The Pamir Mountains were high. Song Qiao, holding the map her mother had treasured for 13 years, was determined to travel from one end of Yan Kingdom to the other. Crossing mountains and rivers, her provisions and supplies consisted of dried meat and barley flour, wild fruits from the roadside, the rivers along the way, and any animals she could hunt. Song Qiao followed the river, just as in her mother's story. Gong Gong angrily struck Buzhou Mountain. The sky tilted to the northwest, and the sun, moon, and stars shifted. The earth was incomplete in the southeast, hence the floods and dust gathered there. Descending Buzhou Mountain, leaving Kunlun, the distant Tianshan Mountains, and the Qilian Mountains, she headed east. Song Qiao's destination was the Central Plains. The melting snow from the Pamir Mountains rushed eastward, traversing the entire Yan Kingdom. The path these waters must take is the path Song Qiao must take. In the scene, a girl with skin tanned a wheatish hue rides a horse, traversing mountains and rivers, leaving the mountains before winter and heading towards the Central Plains. The lucky ones all look at Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu's eyes are closed, she sees nothing, and no one even knows if she's asleep. Only Song Tianjiu knows that all she hears is wailing. What is she crying for? Amu said that everything will die. Even the mountain beneath her feet will die. Song Tianjiu knows that even Blue Star, even the universe, has a lifespan. Everything, from the moment of its birth, is destined to die, an unstoppable force. Pan Go is dead. The eternal heaven will not protect anyone. Amu is dead. Who will still call her Song Qiaoan? Nightmare dog. Amu's clothes were made so big. Was it so Song Qiao could wear them for a few more years? San. Was Amu already at her breaking point? Yet, she insisted on waiting for spring? Because she knew the winter was bitterly cold, and the journey to the mountain peaks was difficult. Sima, you whole family. Upstairs. We're just ordinary online friends. Why are you attacking me? Dried up you. In the annals of the Han dynasty, the clumsy plan was the marriage alliance. The nation relied on a wise ruler, its safety entrusted to a woman. How could one use a beautiful face to quell the barbarian dust? Thousands of years of bones lie buried underground. Who will be the minister to assist them? The Pamir Mountains are within the territory of Tibet, and since ancient times, the Pamir Mountains have been the land of our Yan Kingdom. Is Amu a descendant of those who went to Tibet for the marriage alliance? That's why she's called Amu. The locals call her Ana Appa. It's Momo, not Momo. Are you all here to attack people? Stop attacking, stop attacking. Uyyyy. Actually, given Amu's condition, she really persevered for a long time. Even now, some lupus patients die within 5 years of onset. Of course, some live for over 20 years. But don't forget the geographical location of the Pamir Mountains, the roof of the world. Am is working hard to wait for Song Qiao to grow up. Momo, not Momo. You're all bad people. The worst is Nightmare. I'm so angry, I'm really angry. Muli. So Song Tianjiu really has to travel from the Pamir Mountains to Shenzhen, traversing the entire Yan Kingdom, right? The Yellow River isn't even that long. She's still a child. Does it have to be like this? Clearly, just reaching the Central Plains would be enough. 9 generations of origin. So angry. So, after traveling thousands of miles to Shenzhen, all she faces is a ball of fire? A ball of fire is Song Tianjiu's nightmare. That's Song Tianjiu's nightmare. Inside the live stream, a chorus of exclamations filled the air. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiancheng was waiting for nightfall. Someone was going to host a banquet for him, the head of the Tianmu group. In this very Tianmu group's main conference room. The entire conference room had been cleared out and equipped with the most advanced surveillance equipment currently available in Yan country. Zhao Jiancheng had already learned from Lazy that this so-called master was Tian's father. The massacre of Deng Liang's entire family was its doing. Zhao Jiancheng was extremely excited. Zhao Hui and Lazy were shamelessly huddled in a corner of the room, eating barbecue and sobbing while looking at the tablet. The two of them, while sobbing, were also fighting over the tablet and sending comments. Why is this barbecue so salty? Lazy, you ate my squid skewers. You even ate my octopus. Zhao Jiancheng really wanted to throw these two out. These two were really ruining his image. Wait. Zhao Jiancheng suddenly realized these two were both followers of Tian's father. It was embarrassing, but not for him personally. Just then, a cloud of black mist appeared out of nowhere, and a tentacle emerged from it, whipping out forcefully. Slap! Slap! Two shots rang out, hitting Zhao Hui and Lazy in the face. The two immediately knelt down and performed a deep bow, still with skewers of barbecue in their mouths. Zhao Jiancheng, Greed, Lazy, get out. Upon receiving the order, Zhao Hui and Lazy immediately scurried away, not forgetting to take their barbecue with them. Zhao Jiancheng watched the door Zhao Hui carefully closed, his feelings complicated. Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins? Zhao Hui is greedy. Then are there 5 other deadly sins? Or, is this naming logic based on 10 deadly sins? 8 more original sins? A thought flashed through Zhao Jiancheng's mind. The black mist before him had already materialized into a human form, sitting across the table. It was a man in a suit and tie, with well-developed muscles. Human, my name has vanished into the river of time. You can call me Tian K. In your language, K seems to mean watchful waiting and regret. And Tian is Tian's surname. Zhao Jiancheng's team had prepared many contingency plans, even placing highly concentrated explosives under the table, enough to raise the building to the ground. If necessary, Zhao Jiancheng would sacrifice himself to destroy this person. He just hadn't expected the other party to be so kind and easy to communicate with. Zhao Jiancheng composed himself in a second, extending his hand and saying, "Hello, partner Tian K, I am Zhao Jiancheng, head of the Tianmu group." Tian K didn't extend his hand, but merely tapped his fingers on the table. "There's no need to call me partner, according to your customs and the current context. A partner you speak of is someone who travels alongside you, someone with the same aspirations. I have nothing to do with the future you envision. Besides, as an ordinary human, touching me will result in death." Zhao Jiancheng decisively withdrew his hand, and out of habit, asked Tian K, "Would you like something to eat?" On the table were various seafood items that Zhao Hui had insisted on. Mainly squid and octopus, with other mollusks as supplements. Zhao Hui said that his deity loved this. If there were blue-ringed octopuses, that would be even better. For safety reasons, the team hadn't prepared any blue-ringed octopuses. Thinking of the enormous octopus tentacles from earlier, Zhao Jiancheng somewhat suspected that Zhao Hui was trying to kill him. Feeding a giant octopus is no different from feeding a dog meat or a human flesh. Tian K picked up his chopsticks, took a small octopus in gravy, and slowly ate it. Afterward, he pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth clean. The taste is good, but the ingredients are contaminated. I don't recommend eating it. Lazybones, get in here. Chapter 135. Lazy, who was guarding the door, entered with a skewer of squid in his hand. A huge octopus tentacle landed at Lazy's feet. Tian K pointed to the plate in front of him and ordered, "Take it and cook it this way." Lazy ran over, took the plate, and picked up the giant octopus tentacle as he went out, carrying it on his shoulder. Zhao Jiancheng almost stopped thinking. He looked at Tian K's index finger, which had been severed at the root and then quickly regrown, took a deep breath, and calmed himself. Then, Zhao Jiancheng took out his phone and started making calls. Have the kitchen prepare the sauce for the seafood. When any ingredients are brought down, don't touch them. Have Lazy and Zhao Hui gone not touch the ingredients. Absolutely do not touch them. Zhao Jiancheng believed that the entire cafeteria needed to be demolished tomorrow, thoroughly cleaned, and rebuilt. Even this building needed to be demolished. Thinking about this budget, Zhao Jiancheng's heart bled. Sensing Zhao Jiancheng's emotions, Tian K immediately said, "Mr. Zhao, please don't be agitated. It's just a severed limb, I tested it, and it won't have much of an impact." Tian K's behavior was very friendly, even overly so. "I'm here for 2 things. First, thank you for your family's help to Tian. Tian is a young child. She's in poor health and has been sick for a long time. She rarely interacts with people, and no one plays with her. Tian seems very happy lately, and I'm very pleased with the care you've given her." Knowing this was an emotional appeal, Zhao Jiancheng replied, "Mr. Tian K, Tian is a citizen of Yin country and a child. She deserves care in a dangerous environment. This is her basic right. Pan chose Tian, which displeased me greatly. So it died. Unfortunately, Nightmare took advantage of the situation." Tian K said sincerely, "As you can see, I am very weak." Weak? Zhao Jiancheng suspected this evil god was joking. "I need your help." Tian K appeared exceptionally sincere. He seemed to lack human tact and negotiation skills. He laid his needs bare. There's a first and a second time, but not a third or fourth. That's your Yen Kingdom saying. This is the third time now. The first time, Tian was dragged into the death game. The second time, Tian had to die to pass. The third time, my child has been sent to the judgment seat. I'm furious. Black mist swirled around Tian Quebec. From the moment they met until now, this was the first time Zhao Jiancheng had felt such an unbearable power emanating from Tian Ke. 2 streams of bloody tears flowed from Zhao Jiancheng's eyes. Tian Ke said, I'm losing control of my power. If I die here, it will pollute a vast area, roughly 1/10 the size of Blue Star. So, please consider this carefully. Alright. Deal. Zhao Jiancheng declared immediately. As long as it doesn't violate basic civil rights and is harmless to society, I provide whatever help you need. 1/10 of Blue Star? Wouldn't that mean that, centered on City A, most of Yin country would fall? Zhao Jiancheng considered this a threat, a blatant threat. Sure enough, none of the evil gods are good. Then, let's discuss the details. Tian Ke smiled brightly, with an almost inhuman beauty. But Zhao Jiancheng wouldn't appreciate it. He only look at freshly steamed buns and exclaim, so white. He only look at freshly baked fighter jets and say, so beautiful. He only praised new weapons with a single awesome. Zhao Jiancheng thought Tian Ke was incredibly annoying. He had the same expression when Zhang San tried to bargain. Zhao Jiancheng felt a bit itchy. He was used to beating his son, and seeing the same smile made him want to put an end to this arrogance. Unfortunately, he couldn't. The indescribable must not be touched. Zhao Jiancheng instinctively felt that if he touched Tian Ke, he might die on the spot. Meanwhile, in the canteen, Bai Nyang was holding a bowl, waiting for the bullfrogs to be cooked. I'm not full, not full, not full. My body is so big, so long and thick, 1 bowl isn't enough. Listen to that. What kind of vulgar language is that? What kind of verbal tick is that? You wouldn't say something like that without years of immersion in the Yin country's internet. The cook could only turn on the stove and prepare to stir-fry the bullfrogs. The guard was in charge of killing the bullfrogs. He looked at the bullfrogs lounging in the pool, legs crossed, somewhat dazed. He couldn't kill them all. He really couldn't kill them all. This was an emergency purchase of bullfrogs. The last batch wasn't enough for Bai Nyang. This batch was exceptionally fresh. They were still hopping around in the pool half an hour ago. Soon, the first pot of stir-fried bullfrogs was ready. Bai Nyang skillfully grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks, used both hands to scrub them a few times, pulled them out, made sure there were no splinters, and started eating. The guard continued killing bullfrogs, while the cook prepared the ingredients for the dry pot bullfrog. As mentioned above, this new member must be provided with the best food and drink, and the chef is determined to showcase his family's culinary skills. Just as the chef was getting ready, the door opened, and several people rushed in, taking control of the scene. Make way! Make way! Everyone make way! Suspected S-level contaminant. The chef was thus removed from his beloved stove, and even the guards were taken away, along with a large amount of seasonings. Lazybones, holding a rice bowl, looked at the bullfrogs that hadn't yet been cooked, her eyes turning into vertical pupils. Lazybones, carrying octopus tentacles, entered, glanced around, and upon seeing Lazybones, immediately hid behind Xiao Hui. You? Lazybones pointed at Xiao Hui and said, you, stir-fry the bullfrogs. Add more numbing and spicy flavors, and plenty of vinegar. Hurry up. Xiao Hui pointed to the octopus tentacles hanging from Lazybones, tempting him, want some octopus? We could also make a dry pot. Yes. Outside, the people helping the chef put on protective suits, watching the footage on the monitor and listening to the sounds inside, were dumbfounded. Can the white snake lady eat that stuff? By the way, what level is the white snake lady? Just determined, near A level. The monkeys are hovering between C and B. As for the great sage, he's gone east. The Coast Guard sent word that they encountered a monkey crossing the ocean, its physical body withstanding a man-eating shark. The shark's carcass has been recovered. That monkey is at least SS level. The chef, wearing protective gear and stirring the sauce, interjected, I have a question. Why not follow our cultivation levels? The monkey is at least a Mahayana stage cultivator? Or even a terrestrial immortal, right? In Journey to the West, the monkey himself said he was a Tai Lus immortal. If we start from the stone, that means from Yuwa patching up the sky, a very high status. If we follow the primordial era, is it really impossible for us to bring the 3 pure ones? Everyone busy at work looked at the chef. Old son, read less web novels. Isn't the primordial era a relatively recent concept? As for the ranking system, we have to see what the Religious Affairs Bureau says. They're arguing. No, they're having a meeting to discuss it. Anyway, let's just do it this way for now, and once they figured it out, we apply it directly. They're the ones doing the work on the front lines. The clearer and more straightforward the ranking system, the better. By the way, can the white snake lady eat that stuff? The chef, surnamed Sun, posed the crucial question. Just then, an exclamation came from inside the door. Delicious. Chapter 136. They can really eat? As long as they don't die. These mortals couldn't comprehend the physical strength of these gods, ghosts, demons, and immortals. Just then, the secretary's phone rang. As soon as he answered, a roar came from the other end. You sent that monkey to attack Amaterasu? Why didn't you notify us beforehand? At least let our fishing boats and the Yen tourists evacuate first. You're really something, managing to send the great sage equal to heaven. Also, let Zhao Jiancheng answer the phone. Even the secretary, with his professional training, couldn't help but exclaim, huh? What, huh? Tell the monkey to stop. Evacuate everyone first. There are still Yen tourists. There are still fishermen. And don't actually kill her. That's Amaterasu, the supreme god in the eyes of the Japanese. If we kill her with one blow, how will we maintain our mystery? How will we hide our strength? The secretary scratched his head. Zhao Jiancheng was clearly talking on the monitor, and it wasn't good to disturb him at this time. On a whim, she rushed to the bike shed, pulled out her little motorcycle, and floored the accelerator. Behind her, a colleague shouted, "Your license plate is restricted today. So what if it gets impounded?" "I'm in a hurry." 10 minutes later, the secretary swerved and parked her motorcycle outside the fruit warehouse. Several traffic police motorcycles followed behind, whizzing past. Surrounded by the police, the secretary removed her helmet and pulled out her work ID. Official business. 3 minutes later, a line of motorcycles sped through the outskirts of City A, each carrying at least 2 monkeys. Passers-by raised their phones to take pictures and videos. Look, monkeys riding motorcycles, with durian shells on their heads as helmets. 8 minutes later, the secretary rushed back to base and contacted the Coast Guard. The patrol boat quickly circled the outer perimeter of the battlefield between the two sea gods, broadcasting audio at high power. The deafening monkey cries completely bewildered Amaterasu. The monkey, holding a stick, hesitated, scratching its ears and cheeks, then kicked Amaterasu, who was trying to ambush it, onto Mount Fuji. The monkey somersaulted and jumped onto the patrol boat. Why can't I fight that thing? It's babbling incomprehensible gibberish. We haven't even reached the island yet, and it won't let me move forward. I told it I was just going to drink magical girl sake, and it immediately started attacking. What, is there anywhere in this world I can't go? The monkey was full of complaints, already annoyed, and now even its fight had to be stopped. If it weren't for its monkey offspring stopping it, it wouldn't have cared. It would have just smashed the thing open and thrown it into the sea. The captain immediately offered a box of apples and juice. Great sage, it's not a matter of fighting or not, the main thing is to wait for people to evacuate. There are still fishermen fishing nearby, and tourists and international students on the island. It doesn't matter if Amaterasu gets hurt, but it's bad if our own people get hurt. Great sage, want a banana? Want some cola? Are you a purely vegetarian monkey, or do you eat everything? And some braised pork hock, want some? Bananas are fine, but what's with that cola stuff? Have some. No pork hock. The monkey waved his hands, one hand holding a banana, the other an apple, munching back and forth, while chattering away with his monkey offspring on the satellite phone. The captain couldn't understand monkey language, so he simply started scavenging the fruit the crew had brought. Hand it all over, for the monkey to eat. After communicating with his monkey offspring, the monkey was very satisfied, and said he wanted to eat durian too. There were no durians on the ship, but there were durian candies, brought aboard by a new recruit. The captain quickly gave one to the monkey. This stuff is weird, but it tastes pretty good. Can't we beat up that now? Then get some magical girl liquor. The captain broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly pulled over a soldier who was an expert in anime and manga. After the soldier's explanation, the monkey slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Old son has been tricked. Magical girls? I don't care. I only want liquor." The captain wanted to laugh but dared not, so he covered his face and gritted his teeth. "Great sage, we prepared liquor for you. Apple wine, persimmon wine, orange wine, plum wine, osmanthus wine, you name it. Or shall we go back first? Go back? We have durian all kinds. After much coaxing, the captain, forgetting his patrol duties, immediately reported to his superiors and requested to return to port. The monkey's mission was far more important than regular patrols. Patrols could be delegated to comrades, but there was only one monkey. As for the rough seas? That was just a new recruit unfamiliar with the controls, accidentally dropping a torpedo. Only one shark was damaged. Great sage, where's your magic staff? Why don't you go look for it in the sea? The monkey's staff looked like it had been broken off someone's mop, with a blue mop cloth still hanging from it. It really didn't suit the monkey at all. I didn't find it. There's no dragon palace or dragons in the sea. This place is different from the places I, old son, have been before. By the way, do you know Flower Fruit Mountain? The words Flower Fruit Mountain sent a chill down the captain's spine. Great sage, you don't know this, but the people of my hometown admire your virtue and character. To commemorate you, they built Flower Fruit Mountain. That Flower Fruit Mountain is for worshipping you. This isn't counterfeit or substandard. Please don't be angry. After much persuasion, the captain managed to smooth things over by discussing fruit varieties with the monkey, trying to change the subject. The monkey, seeing the captain's tense expression, scratched its face and laughed. Hey, this guy's got a knack for it, but he's not a bad person. The ship was indeed a bit slow, and soon the helicopter took off. Looking at the scenery outside the window, the monkey exclaimed, "Everyone has a somersault cloud now." The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was busy, responding to questions from reporters from various countries with smiles. Question what? There's someone in the sky? And the satellites saw them? That's because your satellites aren't accurate enough. It certainly wasn't a person. You must have misunderstood. Our satellites didn't see anyone. Because it was a monkey. But naturally, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wouldn't tell the reporters about this. Question a man-made storm. I'm sorry, according to the Coast Guard, it was because our equipment wasn't good enough. There was a minor problem. The relevant personnel have already dealt with it. Question several natural disasters caused by the resurgence of deities have occurred around the world, such as the geological activity at Mount Fuji in Japan, which is suspected of erupting. Has a similar problem occurred in Yin Country? First, Yin Country will not allow potential dangerous elements to go unpunished. Second, within Yin Country, everything is fine. Other countries on Earth know that Yin Country is deceiving people, but they have no evidence. After all, Yin Country hasn't experienced any unusual natural disasters or major accidents. After the helicopter landed on the helipad of a building, Monkey rushed out and vomited violently. This thing is no good, unreliable. It's not good. A group of people surrounded him, offering towels and water. No one expected that Monkey would get airsick. After finally recovering, Monkey looked up and saw the live broadcast on the screen on the building next door. Old Son has been wanting to ask for a long time, what exactly is this? Monkey pointed to the white heavenly eye above his head and asked. Old Son doesn't like it. Chapter 137. Faced with the monkey's question, all the staff members became agitated, immediately forming a circle around him and trapping him in the middle, beginning their explanation from the beginning. The monkey, a water bottle dangling from its mouth, tilted its head back and gulped down the water. After finishing the bottle, it maintained its tilted back posture, staring intently at the third eye. A fierce glint gradually appeared in the monkey's eyes. The monkey took a banana from a staff member, ate 3 in one go, and said, "This thing can't be allowed to live. It's devouring the life force of this land. If this land dies, everyone will perish. Great sage, what can you do?" What can I do? I just woke up, and I even lost my somersault cloud and my golden cudgel. I can't use much of my abilities. And I'm being chased by you all. In the end, I won't even be allowed to fight a monster. The monkey spoke indirectly. Anyone could tell it was mocking them. What could they do? Of course, they just went along with it. The staff member shoved a peach into the monkey's hand. Great sage, you don't know, but since the heavenly eye descended, many strange things have appeared. It's not that we're chasing after you, great sage, but we really want your help. This peach is good? The monkey took a bite, its eyes lighting up. We also have yellow peaches, flat peaches, and nectarines. Great sage, would you like to try some? There's a hotel downstairs. Why don't you bathe and change first? Since you're here, consider it home. We have everything you could want. The monkey's eyes shone even brighter. I want lotus silk cloud walking shoes, golden chainmail armor, phoenix wing purple gold crown, and the Rui Jin Gubang. And the somersault cloud? My somersault cloud is stuck. These things, they really didn't have. However, other clothing and equipment could be arranged. They had to politely ask the great sage to bathe, find some five-fingered shoes, a bulletproof vest that wasn't yet in mass production, and then go to a jewelry store to choose the crown that was on display. They couldn't find the Rui Jing Gubang, the magic staff, but the jewelry store did have a pure gold Rui Jing Gubang, so they bought that. The somersault cloud, of course, was out of the question. They got a few drones for the monkey to play with. After the great sage finished his bath, he stood in the makeshift, oversized pet dryer, the hot air making the monkey yawn. Finally, the monkey stroked his groomed fur with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. After drying his fur, the monkey transformed into a tall, thin man, put on a bathrobe. He squatted to the side, holding the dryer, lest the staff member whose hastily assembled dryer malfunctioned see him, a vein throbbing on his forehead. If you can turn into a human, you should have said so earlier. What's the point of a dryer? Just use a hairdryer. The great sage took the pure gold cudgel, fiddled with it in his hands for a few moments, and shook his head repeatedly. Too light, too light. The thick-walled, hollow cudgel, due to cost considerations, naturally wouldn't be heavy. From a dozen pairs of five-clawed shoes, he chose a size that fit well and looked good. The great sage, with his feet crossed, looked at his 5 separated toes and slapped his thigh with delight. Fun, fun! He put on the golden crown, then put it down. The bulletproof vest didn't look good, no thanks. In the end, he could only go shopping for clothes. Monkeys love new clothes too. Entering the clothing store, without waiting for introductions, he had already chosen several outfits. Browsing through one floor, he had already chosen dozens of outfits. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiancheng finally finalized the cooperation details with Tian Quebec. Seeing the bill sent to him, his scalp tingled. Good heavens, are these guys all four-legged money-devouring beasts? But with the monkey around, at least I can get a good night's sleep. Whether the monkey is willing to sign the contract or not, at least it won't indiscriminately kill innocents. Its bottom line is sound. With the monkey around, the deal with Tian K is basically half done. Zhao Jiancheng felt extremely tired and drowsy. He suddenly sat up with a start, opened the door, and found Zhao Hui and Lazy lying outside. Lazy, why didn't you go with Tian K? Lazy lazily replied, anyway my master will come again in the future, so it doesn't matter whether I go back or not. Can it really be the same? Zhao Jiancheng immediately called Tian K. On the other end of the phone, Tian K said he didn't care. Anyway, he's a useless piece of trash. Keeping him around will affect work efficiency. Zhao Jiancheng, Is it possible that keeping this thing here will also affect their work efficiency? Laziness is truly useless. Wait! Someone! Send Laziness to a sanatorium. Aren't those old guys always complaining about not being able to sleep, and wanting me to explain things to them? Send Laziness there, and give him a proper explanation. Arrange a speech for Laziness to give. He didn't believe that with Laziness around, those people wouldn't be able to sleep. Zhao Hui clapped his hands. Little Zhao, you're a genius. Zhao Jiancheng slapped Zhao Hui on the forehead. Shut up. You're a problem element too. Why did you feed by Nyang Nyang octopus? It's delicious. Zhao Hui finished speaking and burped. It's really delicious. It's a pity you can't eat it, little Zhao, you die if you do. Zhao Jiancheng was truly impressed. Having settled his laziness, Zhao Jiancheng asked, Zhao Hui, is Tian K trustworthy? Naturally, Zhao Jiancheng preferred to believe Zhao Hui over Tian K. Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Zhao Hui was at least human, Tian K was not. My lord can hear my voice if he so desires. Of course, my lord doesn't particularly like listening to my prayers. Zhao Hui smiled brightly. Do you know why I am greedy? This was precisely the question Zhao Jiancheng was about to ask. Because of my thirst for knowledge. I'm willing to die to find an answer. Zhao Jiancheng recalled the mountain of books in Zhao Yubai's house, the densely packed historical figures in Zhao Yuren's interrogation records. He thought of Zhao Yuren's behavior in the A Ball of Fire dungeon. Looking at Zhao Hui, Zhao Jiancheng recalled the countless futures Zhao Hui had handwritten, vague yet earnest. Greed. This greed wasn't for gold and silver, nor for any worldly fame or fortune. This greedy man thirsted for knowledge. I said it before, my lord is a rat in the gutter. How could a rat shake humanity? By biting off a human's toes while they sleep? Of course not. A rat's greatest aggression is spreading the plague. Zhao Hui stared intently at Zhao Jiancheng. Like the Black Death, it spreads so rapidly that it destroys itself. Hush, its life is about to end. Zhao Hui's smile grew increasingly arrogant, The gods feed on emotions, and cannot live without human offerings. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, worry, fear. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and so do the gods. Zhao Jiancheng finally couldn't resist the urge to hit him, grabbing Zhao Hui's collar and kicking him in the backside. The ultimate technique for disciplining a child. Hit where there's more flesh. It's satisfying, it hurts, and it doesn't damage the foundation. You hit me? Zhao Hui clutched his backside, looking shocked. Zhao Jiancheng ignored him, walked away, and rode his bicycle out. This was Zhao Jiancheng's first time home, since the second batch of lucky winners entered the death game. Back home, lying in bed, Zhao Jiancheng fell asleep almost instantly. He felt at peace. Although the live stream was still ongoing, Zhao Jiancheng at least saw hope. He wanted to bring the lucky winners home. Home. Chapter 138. According to Tian Kei's plan, they would soon gain control of the death game. Although they would still be subject to constraints, the situation would be much better than it is now. Zhao Jiancheng was exhausted. Since the second batch of lucky individuals entered the death game, he had devoted himself entirely to his work. Meanwhile, Wei Bei, the head of the Tianmu team in S-City, was watching a video of a diplomatic spokesperson. A bird was perched on Wei Bei's head, its gaze fixed intently on the water glass beside him. Stop looking, it's finished, there's no water left, not a drop. Jingwei, the Jingwei that fills the sea. Wei Bei had discovered this at noon. At first, he thought he had picked up a half-dead bird, which looked quite pitiful. He had his colleagues at the Forestry Bureau look at it, and they said they had never seen this species of bird before. Then, the bird spoke. Idiot! I'm Jingwei. Wei Bei, eh? At that moment, Jingwei flapped its wings, its beady eyes fixed on the water glass in the diplomatic spokesperson's hand, glaring menacingly. The next second, Jingwei swooped down, and the screen shattered. Wei Bei grabbed Jingwei's wing with one hand, and sighed deeply. This is the third device. My salary this month isn't even enough for what you squandered. When will you be able to tell the difference between the water on the screen and real water? Wei Bei even considered sending the bird to the seaside to try and fill the sea. Go ahead and fill it. Even if you threw all the stones in the world into the sea, it still wouldn't be full. In the real world, people finally sorted things out and gained some leverage. In the live stream, Song Tianju still had her eyes closed, making it impossible for the lucky viewers to tell if she was asleep or not. On the screen, Song Qiao had already trekked from spring to autumn. The journey of 10,000 miles was already more than halfway complete. Song Qiao led her horse and her dog. The journey had been arduous, and the unfamiliar climate had taken its toll. The sheepdogs of the Pamir Mountains had all collapsed along the way, leaving only the lead dog. This lead dog was 8 years old. If born in the Central Plains, it would still be considered a young adult. It was born and raised in the Pamir Mountains. For a dog from the Pamir Mountains, 8 years old was already quite old. The horse was also exhausted. They had endured wind and rain, sleeping in the open, suffering from the arduous journey. Climbing those towering peaks, my horse is weary and worn. Climbing those high ridges, my horse is black and yellow. Along the way, Song Qiao had given up much. She finished her provisions, exchanged her gold amulet for copper and silver coins, and learned to use currency. She tried the food of various places along the way, learned to buy herself clothes, learned to distinguish between legitimate and shady inns, and learned some basic phrases. She even traded an amulet for a gun. The feel was different from a bow and arrow, but the shooting principle seemed similar to Song Qiao. Having emptied the magazine, Song Qiao looked at the prey her dog had brought back and realized how useful this weapon was. So, she exchanged a safety charm for more bullets. Song Qiao had 18 safety charms, and had already used 6. That day, as Song Qiao was climbing a hillside, her horse twisted its ankle. This horse, which had followed her for so long, was finally unable to travel. Both legs were broken. Song Qiao gripped her knife, contemplating how to give the horse a quick death. After all, a horse without legs was doomed. Just then, she heard a commotion in the distance, and Song Qiao immediately hid with her dog. Soon, a group of people on horseback emerged from the woods. It was autumn, and Song Qiao was already wearing a light coat, but they were dressed in thin clothing. They carried various weapons, and guns were at their waists. Before Song Qiao went up the mountain, she had heard that bandits roamed the area, but this was her only route, and she didn't want to take a detour. Unexpectedly, she was so unlucky as to run into the bandits head-on. As she was thinking this, a bullet suddenly struck a tree trunk beside her, shards of bark hitting her face. Song Qiao immediately drew her gun, but the lead dog had already charged out. After several gunshots, Song Qiao's last dog was dead. The men discussed eating dog meat hot pot, their conversation exceptionally arrogant. They spoke quickly, mixed with dialect, which Song Qiao couldn't understand, but she sensed the malice in their words. These bandits probably knew there were others lurking in the shadows, but they didn't care. This was their territory. They were used to being arrogant, fearless, and believed no one could do anything to them. Song Qiao silently counted her bullets, 12 men, and she had 10 bullets left. The rest were used up practicing shooting on the way. The old-fashioned homemade guns weren't particularly good, nor were they particularly bad. Song Qiao chose to use arrows. The moment she drew her bow, the viewers in the live stream were extremely tense. Little trash lying flat. If this were now, Song Tianju could easily take down these 12 people. Now, at 13 years old, Song Qiao is facing 12 bandits. I'm a little scared. Jizhou Cabbage Wholesale Center. If the enemy doesn't have guns, it's not a big problem. Song Qiao's mounted archery is absolutely no problem. They have guns. I dare not look. I'm afraid of ghosts. Ah, how awful. This is the last dog. The dog was so well behaved, and they actually want to eat it. If the dog's spirit is watching from heaven, it won't let them get away with it. Lin Qing A. Without the head dog, it's getting cold. What will Song Qiao use to warm her feet? Wah, the dog was so well behaved. She was just carrying a rabbit. On the high platform, Song Tianjiao, sitting in a chair, opened her eyes, looked at Song Qiao on the screen, and slowly shook her head. So much time had passed that she had almost forgotten her experiences on the road back then. Looking at her now, her performance was incredibly immature. At this point, running away was the only option. Retreating to advance was the best strategy. Tracking the bandits, sneaking into the mountain stronghold at midnight, slitting throats, burning houses, and finally hanging the bandits' heads on the city wall, that was the safest course of action. In the scene, Song Qiao didn't choose to retreat. She drew her bow to its fullest extent and shot an arrow, hitting the leader of the bandits in the throat. Then 3 more arrows followed. Song Qiao's archery was taught to her by her mother, emphasizing speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. By the time the bandits realized what was happening, 4 of them were already lying on the ground. They fired at Song Qiao, who drew her sword and charged forward. A bullet grazed Song Qiao's arm, but that didn't stop her from charging forward. A curved blade slit one man's throat, blood splattering down. Song Qiao twisted her waist, the blood-stained blade arcing through the air before piercing another man's chest. In close combat, the bandits couldn't fire unless they wanted to accidentally injure their comrades. Song Qiao honed her fighting skills among sheep. She had no playmates. The sheep covering the mountains were her companions. She had no enemies. All the carnivores on the plateau were her enemies. Song Qiao fought purely on instinct, the instincts of a wild beast. This was the most decisive attack she had honed among wild animals, a reaction infused with instinctive resistance. There were no set patterns, only life and death. These bandits were used to traveling in packs, rarely fighting alone. When they came down the mountain in groups, guns drawn, few dared to engage them. For a moment, they were terrified by the beast like Song Qiao. Song Qiao was covered in blood, both her own and the bandits'. She couldn't see anything else. Her eyes were fixed only on the throats and eyes of these people. The throat is a vulnerable spot. Wolves and dogs alike will attack an enemy's throat. Song Qiao killed sheep and cattle to attack their throats. Killing wolves was an attack on their eyes. It was her instinct. Monster! Monster! Aya! In the bandit's eyes, this girl, whose eyes held no fear, was a monster. Chapter 139. Song Qiao had 2 knives, one straight and one curved. The straight one was arranged by AMU. The caravan members said it was an excellent knife. The curved one was passed down from AMU's ancestors. It was said to have been used for a very long time, inlaid with agate and gold, looking very valuable. It was rumored that this knife had killed countless people, and now it was in Song Qiao's hands. Song Qiao had used this knife to kill countless sheep. A monster? The people were afraid, terrified by Song Qiao's blood-soaked appearance, revealing their vulnerability and fear. They couldn't believe that a seemingly unremarkable little girl could dare to kill. When they occasionally met Song Qiao's gaze, they felt that in this blood-soaked little girl's eyes, they weren't human, but prey. That cold gaze was like a carnivore looking at a herbivore. This made them feel scrutinized, just as they usually scrutinized unarmed victims. They had used similar gazes, sitting on horseback, watching others. Only, their gazes were filled with greed. Song Qiao's gaze held only indifference. It was the gaze of a superior looking at an inferior, Song Qiao used this gaze to look at flocks of sheep, herds of cattle, and other hunters on the plateau. Now, she used this gaze to look at a completely new prey. Her enemies. These people killed her dog. That was the dog AMU had given her. That was AMU's gift. Song Qiao stared at their throats, brandishing her butcher's knife. Monster! This is a monster! She's not human, not human. The bandits screamed, throwing themselves into disarray. 3 men remained. 2 mounted their horses and tried to escape, while the third attempted to kill Song Qiao. Song Qiao slit the throat of the enemy she had chosen to spare, stepped on his head, and watched the 2 men, trembling, untie their horses and try to ride away. She drew the gun from her waistband. Bang! 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 5 shots. The 2 men fell to the ground. I have more than just a knife. Song Qiao also had a gun, her own gun. She wasn't only skilled with a knife, she chose to wield it simply because she was more accustomed to it. Song Qiao stood in the setting sun, the afterglow like blood. The viewers in the live stream couldn't see her expression due to the lighting, only the outline of her face. Girls raised on the plateau are not as slender as girls from water towns. Girls who feed on cattle and sheep and drink their milk are tall and slender. Due to the high-altitude climate, her nose is high and her eyes are deep-set. This is the sculpting effect of her environment during her upbringing. Song Qiao isn't AMU's biological child, yet she looks more and more like AMU. 12 people, 15 minutes. This was Song Qiao's first murder, without the slightest hesitation. Killing truly requires talent. I finally understand why Song Tianju acted without hesitation, killing instantly. Tianjia's only fan, baby, you really are like a ferocious beast, hug. Why is it 7? If this is what madness is, I hope I can be this crazy when I'm in danger. Better to be in the defendant's dock than lying in the morgue. Ayuzi, is it too late for me to learn self-defense now? I finally understand the ultimate meaning of what my PE teacher said when teaching Taekwondo. Practicing martial arts isn't for fighting, it's for being able to react quickly when in danger. Zhou Ri, Song Qiao has lost everything. Her dog, her horse. All gone. What a massive decluttering scene. She used to have everything, now she has nothing. Idiot plots away from me. Although those bad guys are dead, Song Qiao and Anan are also injured. This place is remote. Will they be able to find medicine? Will she get sick? There's no one to treat her anymore. I'm not at noon. Upstairs, why did you stab me? We're just ordinary netizens. Song Tianju looked at Song Qiao's injuries on the screen and closed her eyes. Too weak, still too weak. She didn't dodge the attack she could have avoided. Her knife wasn't fast enough, and her strike wasn't ruthless enough. Was she really this weak before? She thought that once she could kill a sheep independently, her knife skills were already top-notch. Time really is the strongest filter. The wailing hadn't stopped, even interspersed with various menus. Takoyaki, takoyaki slices, takoyaki dumplings, takoyaki buns. Song Tianjiao? Question mark. What kind of octopus feast is this? Song Tianjiao looked at the food on the table below and began to consider the possibility of sneaking down to grab something to eat when no one was looking. She was hungry. Just as the thought crossed her mind, several red roots slid down the ground, passing the table and picking up a few pieces of pastry. They even picked up a glass of red wine. The red roots came to Song Tianjiao, curling themselves up into the shape of a coffee table, holding the pastries and red wine. They didn't forget to explore around, retrieving more food. The woman in the pink tutu and tuxedo stared in disbelief at this scene. You can play like this? The woman in the tuxedo raised her hand, as if to match her outfit, and spoke in a clear, boyish voice. Me too. I'm hungry. A red-rooted girl rolled up a piece of bread and handed it over. The girl in the pink tutu also said, me too. The lucky ones below, Are you all really this relaxed? Those sitting below were incredibly tense. Soon they would be voting, and the person with the most votes among the 3 would die. Rule 4. You have 1 vote to cast each round. It's a secret ballot. The lucky one with the most votes is eliminated. What if all 3 have the same number of votes? Will they all be considered to have the highest votes and die together? Or will they all be considered to have the lowest votes and live together? Everyone had this dilemma, weighing whether to gamble. And there were rules regarding abstaining from voting. Rule 5. Abstaining is allowed, but each person only has 1 chance to abstain. A person who abstains twice is eliminated. This nightmare is truly awful. Thankfully, they still had time. They still had time to figure out a solution. Nightmare's methods were drastically different from Pan's. At this moment, the lucky winners actually missed Pan somewhat. After all, Pan wasn't so ruthless. Fear? No, no, no. At this moment, the lucky winners felt no fear, only anger. For them, voting to kill their teammates was more infuriating than dying themselves. If they died in the death game, it was due to their own incompetence. They were simply dead. Once a move was made, there was no going back. Having come, they were prepared to die. Nightmare, however, wanted them to decide which teammate should die. This touched a raw nerve with the lucky winners. Here, Nightmare was destined not to get what it wanted. All it could get was anger. Meanwhile, black mist rose from the ground, swirling under the table, waiting for its chance. The viewers in the live stream were equally angry. Fear? It didn't exist. So what if it's a mask? So what if it's deception? What can the lucky ones possibly fool them about? Song Tianjiao didn't tell them that his childhood name was Song Xiao, and his nickname was Anin. Is that deception? What kind of deception is this? They're happy to be deceived. Is that wrong? If someone absolutely has to die, they vote for Nightmare. Chapter 140. The monkey ate potato chips while watching a live stream and scrolling comments on its tablet. The monkey nudged the staff member eating barbecue next to it with its tail. That death game looks pretty fun. Can you send me old son in too? Bullying little kids isn't right. Old son should go bully that Nightmare thing too. What are you eating? It looks delicious. The staff member replied, grilled pork belly, small yellow croaker, grilled steamed buns, vermicelli with scallops, and eggplant. The monkey leaned over and grabbed a skewer of grilled pork belly. Great sage, didn't you say you were a vegetarian? The monkey's eyes darted around. After eating the grilled pork belly, it took a swig of cola, let out a long burp, and then said, when did I say that? You must have misheard. The staff member looked at the monkey, who was wearing a red two-piece pajama set, had a human-like form, but whose tail was sticking out, silently swallowed the words on the tip of its tongue, and pushed the salt and pepper crispy pork closer to the monkey. Great sage, eat and take a nap. When you wake up, there be a durian feast. The monkey picked up a small piece of crispy pork and popped it into his mouth, his eyes immediately lighting up. Of course, of course. Since you asked me for a favor, I arranged the best food and drink. What I can do, I do. What I can't do, well, there's nothing I can do. Great sage, is there anything in this world you can't do? The golden monkey wields his mighty cudgel, clearing the jade sky of 10,000 miles of dust. That's exactly who you are? The monkey took a swig of cola, his eyes fixed on the staff, reciting these words. The golden monkey wields his mighty cudgel, clearing the jade sky of 10,000 miles of dust. Wields his mighty cudgel, clears the jade sky of 10,000 miles of dust. What a magnificent! The golden monkey wields his mighty cudgel, clearing the jade sky of 10,000 miles of dust. As they spoke, the monkey leaped up, hooking its foot onto the 999 pure gold version of the golden cudgel standing nearby, and began to swing it. In moments, the hotel room was as if a whirlwind had swept through. All the soft and hard furnishings collapsed, revealing the concrete walls. The staff member lay on the floor, turning on their phone flashlight for illumination, secretly relieved. Luckily, this hotel was state-owned. If it had been privately owned, it would have been much harder to explain. Kid, tell me what else? Even though I haven't read many books, I can tell there's more to this than meets the eye. The worker removed the plaster from the wall above, brought out the barbecue he'd been protecting, and said with great enthusiasm, from the earth rises wind and thunder, spirits spring from piles of white bones. Monks, though foolish, can be taught. Demons, though wicked, will surely bring disaster. The golden monkey wields his mighty cudgel, clearing the jade sky of 10,000 miles of dust. Today we cheer for the great sage sun, for the demonic fog has returned. The monkey, hearing this, stood frozen in place for a long time, finally letting out a long howl to the sky and somersaulting several times. How delightful! How delightful! What a foolish monk! How wonderful to cheer for the great sage Sun Wukong today! Why are there so many demons and monsters? Child, who wrote this poem? Tell me quickly. The monkey felt a surge of emotion. All the grievances he had suffered over the years were actually seen by someone who praised him so highly. The staff explained the origin of the poem, and the monkey, upon hearing it, was filled with emotion, even refusing to eat his roasted pork belly. If I, old son, had had such a master back then, why would I have needed to obtain these scriptures? Whether they were Buddhist or Taoist, there were plenty of bad things. Good, good. As he spoke, the monkey scratched his head and kicked his legs, restless for a moment. The judgment of the restless monkey was no exaggeration. He was truly restless, scratching his head and even contemplating a trip to the underworld. Now it was the staff's turn to light up. "Great sage, can you take me with you?" The monkey kept his eyes closed and remained silent, but after a few breaths, he opened them and sighed deeply. The underworld doesn't respond, the local deity doesn't answer. According to you, the spiritual energy revival hasn't arrived yet. Well, tomorrow's durian feast is sure to be anything but pleasant. There's definitely something fishy going on. His monkey followers are all in their hands, and they've been very polite all this way, so naturally he should give them a good look. After a moment's thought, the monkey put aside this thought for the time being and focused on eating his pork belly. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to be grateful. Even if the great sage equaling heaven came, having been treated to food and drink all this way, he wouldn't dare to turn his back. The monkey savored the line, "Today we cheer for the great sage son," only because the demonic mist has returned, and felt elated. Yes, only the great sage equaling heaven deserves such treatment. Since his name has been called, a response is expected. The staff cut off the power to the room, arranged for someone to clean up the mess, and took the monkey to rest next door. The room was a standard room. It wasn't that they couldn't get a double room, but they were afraid the monkey would run away. This was a top-tier S-rank deity. The gods of Yen Kingdom treated the monkey with kindness and courtesy, making communication easier. If a god from another realm came and broke the rules, he would be given a stern warning. The monkey's appearance was a reassurance to the entire Tianmu team. Meanwhile, near Leifeng Pagoda, under a street lamp, a monk with a head full of bumps was sitting on a park bench, eating a cold, dry steamed bun. The monk ate while flipping through a book. He was reading the Dream Flower Pavilion Master's version of the Legend of the White Snake. So that's how it is, this humble monk understands. No wonder that demon attacked me upon seeing me, she mistook me for Fahai. Amitabha, as the saying goes, better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage. Human or demon, if two people are in love, how can they be separated? After finishing his steamed bun, the monk lay down on a park bench, using the book he had found as a pillow under his head, and closed his eyes to sleep. A security guard patrolled on a balanced scooter, his flashlight beam sweeping across the roadside bushes. He spotted someone lying on the park bench, and immediately rushed over. "What are you doing sleeping here? You're not allowed to sleep here." The monk woke with a start, got up, bowed, and said gently, "This humble monk was unaware that this place was unsuitable for sleeping. I will leave now." Another cosplayer? The security guard worked here, and was quite knowledgeable. He saw quite a few cosplayers every day, dressed as Fahai, Shaoqing, the White Snake, and Su Xian. However, this guy was a bit unprofessional. Cosplaying as Fahai, but without even a golden alms bowl, it doesn't quite look right. The monk, still half asleep, stared at the security guard, not understanding. "All right, I take you to the security room. You must have lost your wallet again while out having fun, and you're short on cash." The security guard, a seasoned veteran, simply pulled the monk up and made him stand behind him. "Get on, while this thing still has power, hurry up." The monk looked at the balance bike under the guard's feet with great curiosity, and carefully stepped onto it. "Hold on tight, let's go. I'm telling you, you young people, you're all so careless when you're out and about, you end up sleeping in the park. Your outfit clearly shows you don't have much money. Your family probably doesn't support you doing this, right? You should go make bubble tea instead, earn some money, and buy a better set of gear." The security guard rambled on, leaving the monk completely bewildered. Once they reached the security room, the monk ate instant noodles, and began to explain his background. The security guard listened attentively, nodding repeatedly, then clasped his hands together, and said "Greetings, master," before making an excuse to urinate and leaving. 110? This is the XX Scenic Area, XX Gate. There's a child here claiming to be Qin Xuanzong from the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 141. This guy doesn't seem right. No ID, no phone, ate 5 packets of my braised beef noodles, and even asked if I had butter in the seasoning packet. Okay, I keep an eye on him until you get here. After making the call, the security guard returned to the guardhouse, and pulled out several packets of spicy strips. "Master, would you like some? They're delicious." "Thank you so much, benefactor. You're such a kind person." The monk accepted the packets with both hands, his eyes filled with gratitude. The security guard was also very happy. He couldn't bear to throw away these insanely spicy strips, but he couldn't handle the hemorrhoids. He felt he had helped a wayward youth. These young people are the best at handling spicy food. A truly meritorious deed. A truly meritorious deed. 10 minutes later, the monk, his nose and eyes stinging from the spiciness, was put into a police car. The security guard felt he had done a good deed. He stood by the roadside, waving his arms, watching the police car drive away. "I'm such a good person, I saved another clueless idiot." In the security guard's eyes, he helped a guy who gone insane from cosplay and was sleeping on a park bench at night. He looks like a kid who's only 10 or so. How can he claim to be Tang Sanzang? Is he delirious? At least say he's Fahai. The West Lake is beautiful, April is lovely. The security guard shook his head and strolled back to his room to sleep. "I'm a security guard, my paycheck is 3,000, I love eating bear-shaped cookies, and today I saved a wayward youth." What a poem! A monk was taken to the police station, claiming to be from the Dongdu Pure Land Buddhist Temple. The police checked online and found out he was referring to the Pure Land Temple. Really a monk? Recite a sutra. The simplest way to identify someone using religion as a pretext for begging is to have them chant a sutra. A conman would never memorize scriptures before committing fraud. The monk genuinely recited a passage of scripture. The police officer wanted to stop him, but seeing the monk reciting intently with his eyes closed, he didn't intervene. After a moment, the monk opened his eyes. His lips, red from eating too many spicy snacks, trembled slightly, and his face was deathly pale. The police officer asked, "Master, what were you reciting?" "A scripture for deliverance." "The eye in the sky has a lot of resentment." "Excuse me, where is the outhouse?" The monk's voice trembled as he spoke, clearly struggling to cope. The police officer pointed out the way, and the monk immediately hunched over and left. Having been revived for some time, the monk had learned to use the toilet, otherwise, he would have soiled his pants. This humble monk is a vegetarian from birth, never eating meat or fish. It must be that braised beef noodles that were the problem. The monk vomited and had diarrhea, and was taken to the emergency room. Acute gastroenteritis. He ate several packets of super spicy snacks, and 5 packs of braised beef noodles? Be careful next time. This time it's serious, the patient is dehydrated. He needs to be hospitalized for 4 fluids. Then eat a bland diet for the next 3 days. He's somewhat malnourished, that needs attention too. After the on-duty doctor finished prescribing the medication and the monk was taken away by the nurse, he said to the serious-faced police officer, "Is this a rescued cult member? His anemia is quite severe, was he abused?" The police officer simply shook his head. On the way here, he had already communicated with his superiors. The stability maintenance team was on their way. All signs indicated that the half-dead man on the 4 drip was very likely the real Tang Sanzang. The police officer couldn't suppress a smile. Hey, he's seen all sorts of big scenes, but this was truly unprecedented. The stability maintenance team arrived quickly, consisting of 2 people who showed their identification. One was named Liu Yu, a woman. The other was named Liu Yu, a man. They were twins, a boy and a girl, dressed almost identically, even their hair was the same length. If it weren't for their different heights and builds, it would be difficult to tell them apart. The police suspected their parents had named them intentionally, who could tell them apart by their names alone. After meeting the monk and exchanging a few words, Liu Yu went to find a doctor, while Liu Yu found a corner and started making a phone call. Liu Yu said, "Doctor, prescribe some medicine." "Prescribe anything that's useful for that monk's health. Anything, Chinese medicine or Western medicine, whatever you can arrange, as long as it doesn't kill him." "Do you think we should arrange a full physical examination?" "A detailed one. Detailed down to the last hair. No medical insurance? Just pay directly, prescribe whatever you want." The doctor thought for a moment and reminded her, "This is a family member of the patient. The patient doesn't have hair to begin with, so a detailed examination isn't possible. I arrange a full physical exam first, see if it's suitable." In years of practice, this was the first time the doctor had heard such a request. What did they mean by prescribing any medication, as long as it didn't kill him? Faced with such a family member, she felt a surge of urgency, wanting to explain the necessity of every single test in detail. On the other end, Liu Yu, on the phone in the stairwell, spoke rapidly. "Preliminary diagnosis, D-lowering, a real pain. He has acute gastroenteritis from eating braised beef noodles and spicy snacks, looks half dead. Is it the real deal? I can't say for sure. How about drawing some blood to feed the bacteria? They say eating Tang Sanzang's flesh grants immortality, but those bacteria can only live for a few hours. If they survive for even a day after being soaked in blood, then their blood might actually be useful. Speaking of which, shouldn't Tang Sanzang be under tight protection? Are the 2 of us enough? What if some demons kidnap him? Then I just say, Big brother, master's been kidnapped again. Don't hang up. Another 5 yuan's worth. You guys really caught a monkey? What happens when a monkey and a monk meet? This monk doesn't look very old. He doesn't even know he's on a pilgrimage to the west yet. He's just a little Kalami at the Pure Land Temple. Hey, don't hang up. Another 5 yuan's worth. The monk's on an 4 drip and needs to be hospitalized for observation. A real D-type stunner. I never seen anything like it. A D-type stunner. If it really came down to it, he probably couldn't even beat a middle schooler. The call was abruptly ended. Liu looked at the busy signal in the call log and sighed deeply. Night shifts are the most boring. He sighed, returned to the ward, squatted on the floor, and stared at the monk. The monk felt a chill run down his spine from his stare. What do you mean by this, benefactor? Liu replied solemnly, I'm thinking. Thinking about what? Liu became even more serious, looking at the monk with an eager, inquisitive gaze, and earnestly asked, assuming eating your flesh grants immortality, would gnawing on my toes be of any use? The monk was horrified, quickly curling his legs up, and said with difficulty, Buddha is merciful, cultivation is for the next life. This humble monk himself has not achieved immortality. How could eating my flesh grant immortality? Even if eating my flesh did grant immortality, why would one need to gnaw on my toes? The monk felt helpless. He felt he had encountered a pervert. The monk wanted to go home. He couldn't understand how, after simply staying up all night reading scriptures, he had woken up to a world transformed, with a menacing heavenly eye above his head, snake demons on the ground ready to attack him, and now someone even trying to gnaw on his toes? The pitiful, weak, and helpless Qin Jianglu hugged himself tightly. Was he a heinous sinner in his past life? And is he suffering this retribution in this life? Chapter 142. While the older monk trembled, another monk, noticeably older, was absent-mindedly gnawing on bamboo shoots in the bamboo grove. Where did that beast go? Could it be that Tianji is covering for her? If so, the older monk looked up at Tianmu, a fierce glint in his eyes. Hey! Demon! The next second, for drones flew overhead, their loudspeakers blaring simultaneously. Fahai, you don't understand love, Leifeng Pagoda, you fall down. Fahai stared blankly at the flying objects above him. No demonic aura, what is this? Fahai, stop gnawing, you're gnawing on protected plants, you be fined and detained. A person walked over and ruffled Fahai's bald head. Let me introduce myself, I am Li Qingyu, one of the stability maintenance members of Yin State. I hereby announce your arrest. The charges are inhuman self-destruction, constituting assault, and theft of state-owned assets. Well, this bamboo forest belongs to the Research Institute, and the Research Institute belongs to the state. Li Qingyu spoke while his hand was still on Fahai's forehead. Fahai glared angrily. Hey! You monster? Who are you calling a monster? Look closely, I have credentials. A legitimate civil servant. Li Qingyu exploded, pulling out his ID card, driver's license, and work permit, one hand on his hip, saying, mortgage, car loan, consumer loan, all three are covered. I am a native-born citizen of Yin State. I contribute to society, and I am proud. Fahai felt that Li Qingyu was surrounded by golden light. No matter how you looked at him, he was a monster, yet he possessed extraordinary virtues. Fahai looked at the ID card and read, Li Qingyu, species, Qiantang River bluefish, gender unknown. The address is the 3rd well in the 5th alley of the 3rd lane in Linen. Fahai remained silent. The ID card gleamed gold. It was indeed issued by the government and recognized by the authorities. But, in this day and age, can demons walk legitimately among humans? I hereby declare you under arrest. Li Qingyu took out rose gold handcuffs and slipped them onto Fahai's wrists. Fahai remained silent. The entire ordeal had been too much for him. When he first awoke, he saw a snake beating a young monk and immediately rushed to attack it. At first, everything seemed so normal. At first, he thought it was just a routine demon-slaying mission. Until he lost the white snake, Fahai wandered aimlessly among the skyscrapers, finally reaching a temple, only to find he needed an entrance fee. Fahai could only find shelter in a bamboo grove. Absurd, utterly absurd. Fahai closed his eyes, wishing it were all a dream. This was unbelievable. The government had actually acknowledged the demons? Don't resist. Judging from your expression, I know what you're thinking, you bald monk. So what if I'm a demon? This is a national certificate. I'm a retired Special Forces soldier. All species are equal, understand? If you don't like it, bite me. Li Qingyu was exceptionally arrogant. Anyone who didn't know him would think he had some deep-seated grudge against Fahai. Esteemed benefactor, we are complete strangers. Why are you so hostile? Because I read the complete story of the white snake. I'm a local demon, I took human form 20 years ago. It's stamped, registered with the Religious Affairs Bureau. I'm not some nobody demon without backing. Li Qingyu held his chin high, extremely proud. At this moment, the drone was still playing audio, the melodious sound penetrating the brain. Fahai, why won't you agree to our love? Don't you want us to be happy? Free and unrestrained. Fahai, you don't understand love, Leifeng Pagoda will fall. Fahai, you don't understand love, Leifeng Pagoda will fall. Fahai, you really don't understand love. Fahai's expression was blank. What kind of magical artifact is this? Why is it calling out to him? What love? A monk is detached from worldly desires. How can he indulge in romantic love? Li Qingyu raised his chin, smugly pleased for only a dozen seconds, when someone shouted over a megaphone, "Hey over there! This is a no-fly zone. Did you register your drone flight? What are you howling about in the middle of the night?" Li Qingyu immediately began frantically retrieving the drone, then grabbed Fahai and ran. Shoving Fahai into the car, Li Qingyu floored the gas pedal and sped off, tossing his phone to Fahai in the back seat. Fahai caught the phone, looking at the small black panel with a puzzled expression. Benefactor, what is this? He was different from Qin Jianglu. The little monk liked to run into crowds. Although he slept on a park bench, the young monk received food from passers-by and learned some things about modern society. For example, he learned how to use a flush toilet. Fahai was different. Unable to catch the white snake or enter the temple, he simply found a bamboo forest and secluded himself for cultivation. Li Qingyu ignored him, calling out to herself, "Waiter, waiter." Waiter? Fahai looked around, there was no one else there. Who is this waiter? The next second, Fahai's phone rang. "I'm here. Call the invincible Chibapi." "Okay." Calling the invincible Chibapi. Fahai was shocked. Li Qingyu. You skipped work again. Weren't you assigned to answer the phone today? If the people have a need, you have to go, whether you can or not. Shut up, boss. I found something good. Fahai, Fahai. As he spoke, Li Qingyu turned on the car stereo, the same song was playing again. Fahai, you don't understand love. After exchanging a few words with the person on the other end, Li Qingyu turned to Fahai and said, "Over there, this is my boss, the ultimate workaholic. He asks questions, you answer. If you answer incorrectly, you're annihilated." Fahai, Hello, Mr. Fahai, I am Chi Minong, currently the head of the Linen Stability Maintenance Team. We are now questioning you according to law. This is a recorded phone call. Every word you say will be submitted to the Central Committee in written form. Please be aware. The first question, after you awakened, did you cause any loss of life to any living beings around you, including but not limited to people, rare animals, rare plants, pets, etc.? A threat? Please answer yes or no. Fahai thought carefully and said seriously no. When I woke up, I saw a snake bullying a child. I chased after it, but the white snake wasn't injured. She ran away too fast. Li Qingyu immediately complained, "Boss." He dug up the bamboo shoots of the Qiong bamboo. Mr. Fahai, is what Li Qingyu said true? Qiong bamboo isn't native to Linen. Currently, there's only one Qiong bamboo forest in Linen, which was painstakingly planted a few years ago as part of a city-level research project. In other words, you're in trouble. Fahai was completely unaware that a bamboo forest could have so many twists and turns, and was momentarily confused. Well then, Mr. Fahai, I try my best to be lenient with you, but this is a big project, and it's difficult to explain to the higher-ups. Besides, you don't have legal status right now. How about this, you register your identity information first and sign an agreement. Regarding the issue of damaging protected plants, I try my best to resolve it. Chi Minong's tone was serious. Although Fahai had seen a lot in life, he was completely unaware of the treacherous nature of people, and was immediately fooled. It's my fault, I cooperate with you. Chapter 143. Alright, since Mr. Fahai has no objections, let's continue. The second question, as a Buddhist, we need to clarify a concept. Buddhism developed rapidly after entering Yin state, clearly distinguishing itself from fundamentalist doctrines, and forming its own school. Mr. Fahai, as a figure in Yin state folk legends, do you follow Yin state Buddhism or fundamentalist doctrines? This will affect your identity verification, so please answer carefully. Fahai pondered carefully, recalling his past, and earnestly replied, it should be Yin state Buddhism. The third question, why did you eat bamboo shoots? I was hungry. Why were you hungry? Was it because the food was bad? Faced with this question, Fahai was stunned. He doubted the person opposite him. Was he perhaps a little off? He was so hungry he ate raw bamboo shoots, and you're asking him if it was because the food was bad? Is that right? Because there was no food, I went to a temple to stay, and they made me buy a ticket. Meanwhile, Chi Minong, while on the phone, checked the temple near the bamboo grove and discovered it was a privately owned, counterfeit business. He immediately forwarded the information to his colleagues at the Religious Affairs Bureau. Okay, I finished asking my questions. Mr. Fahai, do you have any dietary restrictions? I will prepare some basic meals for you. Ever since Fahai went to the temple to stay, he had been holding his breath, avoiding crowds and eating bamboo shoots. Hearing about food, he couldn't help but swallow. Anything but bamboo shoots is fine. Thank you for your trouble, benefactor. No problem. Chi Minong hung up and began contacting his superiors. There's a Fahai here, preliminary review passed. He's not very aggressive, relatively easy to fool. Well, he's someone important. I check him out and arrange for someone to send him over. Leeching you? Whatever you ask him to do, he just eat. Okay, I have Leeching you send him over then. Good night? Good night, my foot. It's 4:30 a.m. Don't sleep. Get to work. Let's have some fun. In the real world, the Tianmu team members were busy. In the live stream, the story of Song Qiao's life continued. After that encounter with the bandits, Song Qiao was left with only the enemy's horse, cold luggage, and several guns. She buried the dog on the mountain and planted a sapling. There aren't any trees this tall back home. You grow under this tree from now on. The fruit that grows from you will definitely be the best. The sapling swayed its branches in the wind. Song Qiao continued her journey, healing her wounds, changing her bandages, eating alone, and traveling alone. No more dogs brought back her prey. No more dogs begged for food while she ate. No more dogs wagged their tails and rubbed against her legs. Time passed, and soon it was spring again. Song Qiao, leading her horse and carrying a large bundle, arrived in Shanghai. It was a big city, one Song Qiao couldn't understand, but she had gold. This was the place her mother had sent her. Along the way, Song Qiao had learned many local dialects, but listening to the locals of Shanghai, she was completely bewildered. She simply couldn't understand. But this was the place her mother had sent her. Her mother wanted her here. She wanted her ashes buried in the Central Plains. But this place seemed to be some distance from the Central Plains, not strictly speaking. The people here called it the concession. Song Qiao didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from asking around. After much wandering, Song Qiao bought a small plot of land, 1.5 acres, in the far suburbs of Shanghai. Song Qiao finally brought her arduous journey to a close. She buried her ashes. Song Qiao invited monks, Taoist priests, and missionaries from the church. Her mother didn't want a sky burial. She wanted to be buried in the ground. Her mother didn't believe in the eternal heaven. Song Qiao didn't know what faith she should have, so she simply invited all the religious figures she knew recently. On this day, the head monk, the old Taoist priest, and the bearded missionary looked at each other, almost pointing at Song Qiao's head and cursing her. Song Qiao took out gold amulets, each weighing 3 ounces. Originally, she had 18, now she had 9 left. One for each of the 3 religious figures. Thus, there was her mother's funeral, her mother's mother's funeral, her mother's 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 funeral, many mothers' funerals in total. It was quite a spectacle. Song Qiao sat on a rock, listening to people from 3 different religions speak in languages she couldn't understand and recite scriptures she couldn't comprehend. Even in Shanghai, spring in March brought Song Qiao a beautiful scene. It had rained the day before, and today the spring sun shone brightly. Nearby, the grass stretched out, and dandelions bloomed with small yellow flowers. In the distance, weeping willows sprouted branches, lush and verdant like smoke and mist. The air was filled with the scent of fresh earth. The 3 religions seemed to be exerting all their efforts to overpower each other. The scriptures went in one ear and out the other. She simply couldn't understand them. Not only could she not understand them, but Song Qiao barely knew any characters. She couldn't even read or explain the inscriptions on tombstones. She didn't know how to explain her mother's name, how to explain her mother's mother's name, or how to name so many mothers. Those names lingered on her tongue, echoed in her mind, but when spoken, no one here understood. Song Qiao didn't know how to express what they could understand. In the end, only her name was written on the tombstone. The tomb of Song Qiao's late mother. Song Qiao realized she had forgotten her mother's name. Her mother's name was Dunju Zhuoma. But Song Qiao didn't know how to tell the person who made the tombstone. Even the name Song Chiao was something she had learned along the way. She needed the jade pendant to know how to write it. Song Chiao sat on the stone, the sounds of chanting sutras filling her ears. Monks spoke of the Western paradise, Taoists of reincarnation, missionaries of heaven. Song Chiao didn't know what happened after death. Her mother said, when a person dies, they're dead, like soap bubbles in laundry, the wind blows them away. Gone, gone. Longing is a solace for the living, not a final resting place for the dead. Song Chiao fell asleep. In her dream, one moment there was a sea of clouds above a mountain peak. Perhaps that was heaven. Song Chiao didn't understand. The next, there were countless gods and Buddhas whose faces she couldn't see. Was this the Western paradise? Song Chiao still didn't understand. Song Chiao also heard the sound of a newborn crying. Was this reincarnation? Song Chiao thought, reincarnation seemed like a good thing. In the live stream, the viewers watched Song Chiao sleeping on a rock, their feelings complex. Feng Li Xianyi. What is Song Chiaoyan thinking about again? What could she possibly be thinking about? Song Chiaoyan has lost everything. She only has herself left. Nen Chao playing ball. Song Chiaoyan still has a gun. She still has gold. She still has this small piece of land beneath her feet. She isn't completely without anything. She can start over. Gunyan Hua Luo Jin Fu Xian. The situation is constantly changing. At this time, the Pamir Mountains are actually safe. Such a remote place, sparsely populated, is the safest. Song Chiao has come from a forbidden zone to another hell on earth. A fire is about to ignite. Let's eat first. I eat 3 bowls. Song Chiao is 14 years old now. In the previous time travel game, her initial age was 18. Does this mean she has 4 more years? Tianjia's diehard fans. Are you guys knives turned into spirits? Every strike is deadly. Unsubscribe. Unsubscribe. Switch to human assistance. No more knife spirits. Chapter 144. The viewers in the live stream watched Song Chiao, sitting listlessly on the rock, their feelings complex. From the Pamir Mountains to Shanghai, Song Chiao had traveled for a year. Spring descended the Pamir Plateau, summer reached the grasslands, autumn arrived at the Hanzhong Plain, winter reached Linan, and now, in March of the following year, she arrived in Shanghai. From west to east, a full cycle of the 4 seasons, a distance of 10,000 miles. Song Chiao had experienced spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and now sat in the spring sunshine of Shanghai. The spring sun was warm and gentle, the grass grew tall and the birds sang, a scene of vibrant life. But Shanghai today was not as peaceful as it appeared. This was a concession, a marketplace of desire and fame, a place where another form of war existed, a place of turbulent undercurrents and lurking dangers. Song Chiao, this snowflake that drifted down from the plateau, was destined to melt into the rolling torrent of history. How could one not feel complex? Song Chiao buried her mother's mother, and many, many mothers. She suddenly lost her direction, not knowing what she should do. After more than a year of hard work, she lost her purpose and fell seriously ill. Song Chiao collapsed on her way to see a doctor. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in a small, dilapidated but tidy house. An elderly woman with gray hair lifted the curtain and, seeing Song Chiao sitting up in bed, hurriedly said, "Awake?" The doctor said, "You need to rest well. Drink your medicine first." A bowl of thick medicine was placed in front of her. Even just smelling it, she could tell how bitter it was. Song Chiao didn't want to drink it, but she was past the age of refusing to take medicine. She took the bowl, thanked the doctor, and then drank it all in one gulp. The old woman exclaimed, "Hey, slow down. Drink it from the side. It's still hot. Why didn't she say so sooner?" Song Chiao opened her mouth, stuck out her tongue, and hissed as she breathed heavily. Seeing Song Chiao's mouth full of blisters, the old woman felt both pitiful and amused, and brought over a pot of chilled tea. Song Chiao held the pot and drank the tea, while the old woman sat by the bed watching, her eyes gleaming, as if she were looking through Song Chiao at someone else. Song Chiao had seen this expression on her mother's face before. Her mother said it was called longing. Her mother was longing for her own mother. Was the old woman also longing for her own mother? "Open your mouth, let me see." Poor thing, a mouth full of blisters. "You can't eat spicy food, eat something light." The old woman's eyes were full of laughter. Song Chiao's mouth hurt, and she couldn't say much. The old woman didn't say much either. The two just sat there, Song Chiao trying to drink the tea, and the old woman doing needlework. After some time, the old woman slapped her thigh. "It's almost dinner time, go cook some sweet potatoes." Dinner was cooked and cooled sweet potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tuned sprouts. Song Qiao had eaten sweet potatoes before, but never seasonal tune sprouts. The first bite was a little overwhelming, the second was alright, and the third was fantastic. Her mouth hurt, but it didn't affect her eating. Hee. Song Qiao ate, sticking her tongue out to cool it down. The old woman's face lit up with joy. She almost fell off her small stool laughing. Slow down, eat slowly. Drink your medicine after you finish. The happy Song Qiao instantly became unhappy. If she had a tail, it would probably be drooping down right now. The medicine was completely cold that evening. Song Qiao felt the bowl for a long time, repeatedly checking, before finally picking it up and gulping it down. The old woman laughed heartily again. The old woman asked, "Are you from out of town? I saw you leading your horse into town earlier, looking travel-worn." Song Qiao nodded, and pulled out an old sheepskin map. The map, originally a simple line, had been expanded over the past year by the addition of numerous scenic views. The old woman studied it for a long time in the dim light, finally saying, "This is Shanghai, and here, many mountains, very high mountains. Is this the Pamir Mountains?" Song Qiao nodded. Her tongue was incredibly sore. She drooled constantly. She felt like a dog, constantly sticking out her tongue, and the blisters on her tongue were painful if she didn't. Sticking out her tongue, like a dog. Song Qiao covered her mouth and nodded, trying hard not to drool. From the Pamir Mountains to Shanghai, such a long way. I see you're Han Chinese. How did you come from the Pamir Mountains? Song Qiao pulled a frayed letter from her bosom. The old woman opened it and examined it closely. Finally, the old woman slapped her thigh. "I can't read. I can't understand." Song Qiao, The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Su Qingjiu, ha, after reading for so long, I thought Grandma could read. I was thinking, maybe Grandma used to be from a wealthy family. Turns out she can't read. C.I. Wuxing, Grandma can't read, but she's kind-hearted. Grandma took Song Qiao in home and even fed her delicious food. Just asking, is stir-fried eggs with tune sprouts delicious? I love you. If it's tune sprouts, it's delicious. If you accidentally bought stinky tune, just throw the pot away. Do you know what stinky tune smells like? Tune sprouts are fragrant. Stinky tune smells like stinky tune. Xing. Grandma can't read, but she knows about the Pamir Mountains. This grandma seems quite sophisticated. She's worldly wise. 360 degrees of creative world. Song Tianju wonders what Song Qiao thinks seeing her sticking out her tongue and drooling. She really wants to ask her. Song Tianju sighs, realizing she was too honest as a child. If it were now, even if she gulped down a mouthful of hot tea, she wouldn't stick her tongue out. One must have an image to maintain. In the scene, time flies by. Grandma Huang's surname is Huang, and she's known as Granny Huang. Granny Huang rents a small house in Shanghai, making a living by mending clothes. She goes to church every week and seems to be a devout believer. Since Song Qiao has nowhere to go, Granny Huang lets her stay at her home. Granny Huang arranges for Song Qiao to grow seasonal vegetables on a small plot of land in the suburbs. Song Qiao's daily routine consists of taking walks, returning the clothes Granny Huang mended in the morning with a bamboo basket, and buying some things as requested by Granny Huang. She goes home for lunch, takes a nap, and then goes out of town to tend the fields. Song Qiao used to be a true herdsman. His mother didn't grow barley, so Song Qiao naturally didn't know how to farm either. Every afternoon, Song Qiao went to the fields, his main tasks being weeding, daydreaming, and adding another mound of soil to the graves. The sprouting seedlings were a motley crew, and Song Qiao couldn't distinguish between vegetables and weeds, pulling the wrong ones several times, secretly throwing them away, and pretending nothing had happened. On the way back to the city, Song Qiao led his horse through the woods, gathering firewood and occasionally shooting pheasants or rabbits. In Shanghai, riding horses was prohibited, and keeping horses was inconvenient. Grandma Huang knew a fellow villager who lived outside the city. The villager's surname was Lu. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s, but looked like he was 40. Old Lu farmed alone outside the city, and would go into the city in the mornings to sell vegetables. Every afternoon, Song Qiao would take his horse from Old Lu's house, and bring it back in the evening. He would share some of the firewood he gathered, and the game he hunted with Old Lu. Grandma Huang's ancestral home was in Sichuan, and Old Lu was naturally from Sichuan too. Old Lu often gave Song Qiao a small jar filled with Sichuan-style pickled vegetables. That day, Song Qiao was lucky. She caught a wild duck and a nest of duck eggs. She shared the eggs with Old Lu, who cheerfully pulled out a rat snake. Take this back. Song Qiao jumped for joy. I don't want it. I don't want it. Chapter 145. Old Lu chuckled when he saw Song Qiao jump for joy. I was thinking of trading this for your duck. If you don't want it, then don't. Take the jar of pickled vegetables back with you, and tell Granny Huang that it was brought back from home by a fellow villager, and it wasn't easy for him to get it. Eat it quickly and return the jar. Old Lu often asked Song Qiao to bring him pickled vegetables, sometimes saying to eat them quickly and return the jar urgently. Sometimes he said to eat slowly, that the jar wasn't urgent. Song Qiao felt there was something fishy going on, like the secret signals used in military campaigns in her mother's stories. However, Song Qiao felt it had nothing to do with her. But the pickled vegetables were quite delicious. A bowl of plain noodles with some pickled vegetables, as Granny Huang would say, perfect. Song Qiao picked up the jar, grabbed the duck, and ran, afraid old Lu would try to shove a snake into her arms. Song Qiao was a little afraid of snakes, and would never provoke them unless they were in a close encounter. When faced with a life or death situation, there's no fear. In ordinary times, it's best to avoid conflict. The viewers in the live stream, having witnessed everything, generally understood the background of Granny Huang and old Lu. Feng Shi Ling Hua, judging by appearances, Granny Huang is one of us, old Lu is one of us, and the shop where Song Qiao and often buys cloud cakes is also one of us. The church Granny Huang goes to also has our people. Among the people who ask Granny Huang to mend their clothes, there are also our people. Yi Rua Yuan, now playing for you, is the large-scale spy drama lurking Song Qiao and in Love's Kimchi version. Who will send me titanium white? Song Qiao and is being manipulated like this. No, being kept in the dark like this. It looks rather pitiful. But this way it's safe, but I think I smell a knife. I have never left. To this day, we still don't know how many people are lurking underground. How many people close their eyes before sunrise? If heaven hadn't gave birth to little Zhuge Liang, Song Qiaonan, it seems she has never truly been safe. After the calm, there will surely be a great knife. Tianji's only fan, you're cutting me again? I'm about to be chopped into dumpling filling. The viewers in the Yin Kingdom's live stream have already seen the ending. If a ball of fire is a stage ending, and the Songling Mountains are the prologue, then the present moment is the most dramatic and turbulent moment of the story. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? In this chaotic world, undercurrents surge in Shanghai. When Song Qiao delivers clothes, she often sees the newspaper boy shouting, "Extra! Extra!" The international situation has changed drastically. Song Qiao is confused, and occasionally the boy will force a newspaper into her hand. When she gets home, Grandma Huang sits in front of the stove, and when she tries to start a fire with newspaper, it always takes longer than usual. Days passed in this way, filled with an atmosphere of constant anxiety. One rainy night, someone knocked on the door. 3 long knocks followed by 3 short ones. Song Qiao, carrying a kitchen knife, went to open the door, but was stopped by Granny Huang. Granny Huang told Song Qiao to pack her things, while she herself dug open the mud wall and pulled out an oiled paper package. Inside the oiled paper package was a pistol. Granny Huang's hands trembled as she clumsily loaded the bullets. Turning her head, she saw Song Qiao standing not far away, carrying a small bundle. Song Qiao tilted her head to look at the gun in Granny Huang's hand. Granny Huang was about to explain when Song Qiao simply pulled open a cabinet, revealing a large hole, and took out 7 guns. "Granny, your gun isn't as good as mine. Your gun isn't powerful enough, and its accuracy is poor. Mine is better." Granny Huang's voice trembled. "Where did these come from?" Song Qiao replied, "The enemy gave them to me." These guns were all given to Song Qiao by bandits along his journey. The bad ones were sold, leaving 7, supposedly all good stuff, made abroad. Song Qiao didn't know anything about foreign-made guns, but these 7 were indeed easy to use. Afraid of frightening Granny Huang, Song Qiao always carried a small bow and arrows he had made himself when he went out. Granny Huang was stunned, then her eyes lit up like never before, and she grabbed Song Qiao's hand. "Little friend, why didn't you say so sooner? You lied to me, saying you were from the Pamir Mountains. Come on, let's get out of the city." Now it was Song Qiao's turn to be speechless. She really was from the Pamir Mountains. Song Qiao carried 5 long guns on his back, 2 pistols tucked into his waistband, and a small bundle. He followed Granny Huang, who was holding a small pistol. The rain was pouring down, visibility was very low, and after only a few steps, Song Qiao was soaked to the bone. The rain is so heavy. Grandma Huang led Song Qiao through a maze of turns, finally encountering the enemy. Grandma Huang shouted, "You go first." Accompanying Grandma Huang's voice was the sound of enemy gunfire. Song Qiao immediately drew her gun and fired. Song Qiao's survival rule: kill the enemy. Anyone who attacks her is an enemy. After a brief burst of gunfire, the enemy fell into a pool of blood. Grandma Huang turned her head, looking at Song Qiao in shock. You can shoot? Why didn't you say so? I should have asked you to teach me. Song Qiao innocently replied, Grandma, you didn't ask? Grandma Huang hurriedly asked, what else can you do? I can cook, and I can kill. Her mother had said that people live to eat, those who don't eat die. No matter what happens, as long as you're alive, there's hope. As long as you eat, you won't die. And you also said that you can't be afraid of wild animals. If you are, they will treat you as prey. So Song Qiao grew up wildly, eating whenever she was hungry, no matter what happened. When she encountered enemies, she went for it. Grandma Huang was extremely conflicted, not understanding why such a person had been assigned to deliver messages for her. She was just a messenger. The messages were all encrypted. In short, she was just a messenger. She never expected the organization to assign someone like this to protect her. They were taking her job far too seriously. Grandma Huang completely misunderstood and immediately pulled Song Qiao away, trembling. I never killed anyone before. This old woman has never seen anything like this. My legs are shaking. Let's go, let's go. The enemy will come when they hear the gunfire. Song Qiao turned her head and looked at the car parked nearby. Grandma, do you know how to drive that thing? That thing is fast. Grandma Huang didn't, and neither did Song Qiao, but Song Qiao was reckless enough. With Song Qiao's efforts, the car sped off a minute later, running over the enemy corpses and crashing into a wall. Song Qiao climbed out of the car, feeling completely dizzy. It's not like riding a horse, it's completely different. Song Qiao pulled Granny Huang out of the back seat, hoisted her onto his back, and ran. After running a few steps, Song Qiao realized his gun was cumbersome, so he disassembled a few parts and stuffed them into his pocket, discarding the rest. Made in the US, made in Russia, made in Germany, discarded, all of it. He kept only his pistol and his most proficient weapon, the bow and arrow. Song Qiao jogged along, stopping at a fork in the road. Grandma, which way do I go? Granny Huang quickly pointed the way. For Granny Huang, the journey had been a roller coaster of emotions, filled with both excitement and fear. Finally out of the city, Song Qiao collapsed into a clump of grass. So tired. Song Qiao rolled over, pulled a dried sweet potato from his pocket, and took a big bite. Grandma, what are we having for breakfast? Grandma Huang, Chapter 146. Grandma Huang had imagined countless scenarios of her sacrifice, but she never imagined she could leave Shencheng alive. The rain stopped, and the moon came out. Grandma Huang looked at Song Qiao, who was still munching on dried sweet potatoes, her feelings growing increasingly complicated. You threw away all the guns. They become bullets the enemy fires at us. Song Qiao pulled out a handful of spare parts. A jackal without sharp teeth and claws is no better than a dog. Those guns without spare parts are just firewood. Grandma Huang fell silent again. Frankly, Grandma Huang felt that assigning Song Qiao to Shencheng was a huge waste of her talents. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Spring Breeze is not idle. So Grandma Huang thought Song Qiao was a bodyguard assigned to her by the organization? That's a huge misunderstanding. Just spitting grapes. According to current terminology, Song Qiao is non-partisan, a member of an ethnic minority, and female. If she had read more books, she would truly be an ignorant young girl, recklessly killing everything. Yao Xian, if Song Qiao's fighting prowess were around today, we'd probably see her on the evening news. She'd definitely be on the new recruit introduction segment. Zheng Shang, after leaving Shanghai, it'd be a fiery ordeal, right? Given Song Tianjia's familiarity with the church and tunnels, it'd be another hard-fought battle. Dan Qisen Wan. So Song Qiao has been through this, right? Song Tianjia knows those streets like the back of her hand, and can find all the secret passages. I eat this knife. You can do whatever you want with it. Tianjia's loyal fan. One person is begging for the bullet screen function to be turned off. I'm really becoming dumpling filling. I've been chopped to pieces by your knives. After leaving Shanghai, Granny Huang fell ill. Song Qiao and Granny Huang settled in a small county town near Shanghai, where Granny Huang remained bedridden. Song Qiao searched everywhere for doctors and medicine, and the small house was filled with the smell of medicine all day long. Suddenly one day, Granny Huang was unusually energetic. She took Song Qiao to the only church in the county town. Father, this child is entrusted to you. The priest was an old man with a white beard. Song Qiao recognized him. This was the one who had said her mother would go to heaven. At this moment, the priest was completely different from when he saw the gold. He adopted a compassionate air and said, "God loves the world." Song Qiao didn't know anything about gods or anything like that. She didn't believe in such things. The priest said that people are born with original sin, but her mother said she was a treasure. The priest said that people must atone for their sins. Song Qiao didn't care. The priest said that Granny Huang would go to heaven. Song Qiao put her hands in her pockets and cursed, "You're the one who's going to die. You idiot! Who are you cursing?" "Oh, it's you." The priest finally recognized Song Qiao, his blue eyes staring at her in shock. Grandma Huang immediately pulled the priest aside to talk. After a while, the priest returned, his face now filled with kindness. "God loves the world, child. From now on, you will live in the church." Song Qiao didn't like churches, but it was Grandma Huang's last wish. Grandma Huang died in autumn, on the first autumn day, when Song Qiao saw the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. Before she died, Grandma Huang asked Song Qiao to buy mooncakes. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions. Everyone eats mooncakes. Grandma Huang is going down to reunite with her family. Grandma Huang died, and on the day of her funeral, many people came, dressed in all sorts of costumes. Song Qiao saw another person off. The next day, Song Qiao, hiding under the covers and eating mooncakes, didn't want to get out of bed when a nun burst into the house and pulled off the covers. "The priest wants me to take you to church." Song Qiao hated church. Because every morning, the nuns would wake her up to sing. She couldn't understand it, and she couldn't remember it, so she simply stood in the crowd, head tilted back, mouth agape, staring blankly. Song Qiao hated church. Because the priest actually wanted her to go to school. "Your Chinese is worse than mine. That's not good." The priest shook his head and sighed, then after a long pause, uttered an idiom, "unlearned and incompetent." Song Qiao understood, he was indirectly insulting her. Soon, the priest shoved Song Qiao into the only school in the city, run by a scholar from the previous dynasty. The teacher's lectures were boring, and Song Qiao slept in class. "Song Qiao, why haven't you done your homework?" "Hello, sir, if I said my homework was eaten by a horse, would you believe me?" The teacher didn't believe her, so Song Qiao dragged the over 60-year-old teacher along a wild run, showing him the horse's excrement. "This is the horse. It ate my homework and has now defecated. Please, sir, take a look." The teacher, panting after being dragged halfway across town by Song Qiao, looked at the pile of excrement on the ground and turned green with rage. "Song Qiao, you're punished by copying the Analects 10 times. Hand it in tomorrow." The teacher was furious. So Song Qiao took the teacher to drink, trying to appease him. "Sir, didn't you say everyone has their strengths? Is it possible that my strength isn't in studying? People say that those who are good at studying are like the god of literature. I'm nothing special, I really can't learn it. Look, in this day and age you still have so many students, especially students like me who remember to treat you to drinks. You should be content. I didn't even say your teaching was bad, so please don't criticize me for not handing in my homework." The teacher loved to drink, but he had no money. The school fees were low, the teacher's teaching wasn't good, and there were only a few students, barely enough to make ends meet. "Where did you get the money?" the teacher asked suspiciously, staring intently at his student as he drank. Song Qiao pulled out 3 gold amulets and slammed them on the table to show off. She only had 3 left. The teacher's eyes widened immediately, and he pulled out a ruler from his waist. "Song Qiao, put your hand out. What have I taught you? A gentleman loves money, but he earns it honestly." Song Qiao wasn't stupid, she wasn't about to be beaten. She put away the amulets, turned, and ran. The teacher was furious, but unwilling to part with his drink, he could only angrily slurp down a small jar of osmanthus wine with peanuts before staggering off to the church to confront him. "You unlucky bastard. You can run away, but you can't hide. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." The viewers in the live stream hadn't yet recovered from the grief of Granny Huang's passing, and seeing this scene made them want to both cry and laugh. Starry Night, what a stubborn teacher. If he knew Song Qiao and had exchanged her lucky charm for money to buy him wine, he'd probably slap himself in the middle of the night. Island Bamboo, this teacher is actually quite nice, just a little dim-witted. Scholar, if it weren't for the dramatic changes in the country, he could have been a minor official, but now, he can only barely make ends meet. Inseparable, good job, Song Qiaonan. Now I understand why Song Tianjiu was so successful at Xianlu Middle School. She's always had a knack for manipulating teachers. Aphrodite, Song Qiao is still too young. She's a bit too naive. If she said she hunted to earn money to buy the teacher wine, the teacher would definitely be moved to tears. Song Qiao had already ridden out of the city. Outside the city lived an old man, with a sandy patch of land where he grew exceptional sweet potatoes. Song Qiao bought a sack of sweet potatoes, loaded it onto her horse, and then went to the river to catch a fish and a pheasant. When it came to hunting, she was a natural. As long as she wasn't allowed to study, Song Qiao felt she could do anything. I'm a genius. Chapter 147. Considering herself a genius, Song Qiao led her horse, carrying her spoils, and circled the city twice, making sure everyone she knew saw her trophies before reluctantly heading towards the church. Song Qiao felt incredibly proud of herself. At this moment, Song Tianji wanted to die on the spot. Oh, her embarrassing past. Was she really like this before? What was there to show off? It was just a few fish, a few prey. If the chair hadn't been so high that her feet couldn't touch the ground, Song Tianji would have awkwardly dug a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. The lucky ones, on the other hand, watched with great interest. Having just experienced a fiery dungeon, they had a deep impression of the city's layout. Every path Song Qiao walked was etched in their memories. At this moment, the city hadn't been completely conquered. It was still early, but the future was already decided. Everyone felt conflicted. On one hand, they were immersed in the peaceful and orderly production and life environment of the city. On the other hand, they felt regret for what was about to happen. Song Qiao entered the church through the back door, and was caught red-handed by the priest. Song Qiao. Song Qiao froze. It was almost dinner time. Why was the priest still here? Did he want to eat dinner? She turned her head and saw the priest, then smiled again. Sir, your eyes are so red. Did you get them from the smoke? Sir, you shouldn't be looking at homework like this. How about a holiday? I think it's going to snow soon, sir. Do you know how to build a snowman? Doing homework in this cold weather will freeze your hands. You can do it when it's warmer. The priest gritted his teeth and pulled out a ruler. Give me your hand. Song Qiao tried to run away, but the priest suddenly appeared and grabbed her shoulder. The priest grabbed her hand and brought the ruler down directly. Don't flaunt your wealth. Remember that. Another stroke of the ruler. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. It's chaotic outside, yet you've gone out of the city. Another stroke of the ruler. This time, the teacher said nothing, turned and left. Song Qiao looked at her unharmed hand, wondering if the teacher's eyesight was failing her. How could he miss 3 times in a row? The teacher really knows nothing but studying. Teacher, your eyesight is terrible. You even stick your chopsticks into the table when you eat. Want some sweet potatoes? They're long and thin. Roasted sweet potatoes are delicious. And fish and pheasant. The teacher's steps quickened, his steps hurried. Mei Yun, does the teacher now know how Song Qiao and Anan came to be? The teacher is crying. Sheep eating melon. Look, he can't even bear to hit her with the ruler. Sumo, the teacher slaps himself in the middle of the night, scolding himself for not teaching according to aptitude. Song Qiao and Anan had just started school, and she was already working very hard by attending class every day. Shu Shu Xiao Qi, it turns out everyone has their strengths, and Song Qiao and Anan's brain isn't really in studying. Give Song Qiao and Anan a gun, and she could wipe out a whole mountain of rabbits. Making her study? That's going to be tough. Song Tianjiao covered her ears. It was a negative comment, but she wouldn't listen. How could she not know her teacher could cry? If she had known, she should have climbed onto the roof at night to see if her teacher would slap her or cry under the covers. Song Tianjiao closed her eyes, not wanting to read any further. Unlike other bystanders, as someone who experienced it firsthand, even though that period of time was long gone, treasured like a gem, Song Tianjiao still remembered how she felt then. Song Tianjiao knew exactly what was going to happen next. If she could, she didn't want anyone to see her later experiences. Yes, the ball of fire that Lu Huaixiang drew in the gacha was her nightmare. And this nightmare wasn't fear. It was the repeated replays of what could have been, what should have been, what could have been. Each conscious or unconscious replay was a slow, agonizing torture of the soul. Faced with what had already happened, those what could have been, what should have been, and what could have been seemed like a joke. What's past is past. The past cannot be retrieved. Regret is useless. As AMU said, people must move forward, just as water flows downhill. The scene flashed by. Song Qiao spent her days darting around the city, buying honey on East Street, searching for fruit on West Street, looking for pastries on South Street, and searching for persimmons on North Street. Every day was spent either battling wits with the priest or arguing with her husband. She goes to school every day, What difference does it make whether she skips class or hands in her homework? What's wrong with going out of town? If she doesn't go hunting, her bow will gather dust, her horse will slack off, and she become clumsy. The city walls can't confine an eagle in the sky, but they can keep a gerfalcon. The teacher and priest only see Song Qiao as a child. In their eyes, Song Qiao had little contact with others when she was young, and even though she's almost 15, she's still a child at heart. Song Qiao, you need to read more. Only by reading more will you understand principles, and know how to judge situations. The teacher tries to persuade her. Humans are born with original sin, only by doing good can one atone for it. The priest tries to preach to Song Qiao. Song Qiao thought these two were idiots. A teenage girl climbed onto the rooftop cross, ripped off a bedsheet blown up by the wind, and scoffed at everything the two men said. The world is big, but might makes right. You say Jehovah is so powerful, but he still has 2 holes in his hands, doesn't he? God is powerful, so why don't you take the bedsheet down yourself? Song Qiao stood with one hand on her hip, one foot on the cross, the other on the roof, dark clouds overhead, making the priests and nuns below tremble with fear. The strong wind blew the bedsheet out of Song Qiao's hand, the indigo sheet billowing like a cloak behind the girl. Song Qiao stood high above, almost overlooking the entire city. She pointed at the priest and said, with guns, guns or justice. Without guns, bows and arrows or justice. Without even bows and arrows, fists or justice. Then she said to the priest, what atonement? If I'm guilty, then judge me now. Crack! A clap of thunder boomed overhead. Song Qiao jumped in fright, immediately wrapped herself in a sheet, and scrambled off the bed. Song Qiao was scolded for a long time by the nun, and punished by the priest by having to copy the 3-character classic 10 times. Gradually, changes occurred in the city. The honey shop that Song Qiao loved closed down, the fruit vendor stopped coming, the variety of pastries in the pastry shops dwindled, and even persimmon cakes were no longer available. Even the osmanthus wine that the priest loved became a tribute to the military officials due to the army's presence. These changes, for the viewers in the live stream, happened in just 3 to 5 minutes. In that short time, the once peaceful and tranquil town, where people lived in contentment, was occupied by enemy troops and became lifeless and filled with fear. Song Qiao could no longer leave the town at will, riding her horse freely. Everything was different. The priest no longer had the heart to properly educate Song Qiao, no longer trying to make her a true member of the church. The teacher's students dwindled, and gradually only Song Qiao remained, attending class every day. Song Qiao took out a flask of osmanthus wine, trying to bargain, teacher, how about we skip class? Anyway, I don't understand what you're saying. The teacher was surprised. Where did you get the wine? Those bastards took the wine from the tavern without paying. I got it back the same way they took it. Chapter 148. The old man pointed at Song Qiao's nose, unable to utter a coherent sentence for a long time. The old man, half buried in the ground, had an extremely complex expression on his face, looking at Song Qiao with unfamiliar eyes, as if he were seeing her for the first time. Finally, the old man sighed heavily. Song Qiao, do you know what those people do? Do you know how dangerous they are? If they discover you, you will die. Song Qiao knew. Her mother had said that her great-great-great-great-grandmother, and many mothers before her, had left their homeland because their rulers didn't want to fight. Her mother said that those rulers thought that sending a few women would avoid war. The destination was far from the Central Plains, and many people died along the way. Song Qiao might not know what war was, but she knew what death was. For Song Qiao, war was many deaths piled up together. Danger? For Song Qiao, danger was commonplace. She had probably killed more people on her journey than her husband had ever cursed in his entire life. Song Qiao had slaughtered more cattle and sheep since childhood than her husband had ever seen in his entire life. Song Qiao thought a lot, but remained silent. Invaders, they are invaders. They are beasts. Her husband's face flushed red, and the curses he managed to utter were utterly devoid of any power. They all deserve to die. Her husband's chest heaved, his eyes fixed intently on Song Qiao. Your biggest problem is that you don't value your own life. Song Qiao pulled a knife from her boot and placed it on the table, saying helplessly, Sir, you talk too much. This little bit of time is enough for me to kill a sheep. Perhaps. Song Qiao scratched her head, then suddenly a brilliant idea struck her. Sir, who do you want to kill? I'd bring you my head tomorrow morning. The man was completely stunned. The girl before him had an extremely indifferent look in her eyes, as if she could kill whoever he wanted. It was like the king of hell himself had called. The man wasn't the king of hell, and he was certain that Song Qiao wasn't a soul reaper. The man sighed, he realized he ultimately couldn't teach Song Qiao. Song Qiao possessed a wild, beast-like quality, usually only revealing a hint of arrogance, but now, faced with this situation, her indifference to life was revealed to the extreme. Song Qiao, a person cannot, at least shouldn't, lack humanity. Killing someone is different from killing a sheep. Killing, no matter who you kill, good person, bad person, enemy, no matter who you kill, will leave an indelible shadow in your heart. This shadow will accompany you for the rest of your life. The man spoke earnestly. Song Qiao let it go in one ear and out the other. Wolves eat sheep because they're hungry. Wolves don't suffer psychological trauma from the death of a sheep. Wolf packs fight for dominance, and wolves die sometimes, but no wolf is traumatized by it. I kill people because they wanted to kill me. They wanted to kill me, so I killed them. Song Qiao wasn't bound by worldly conventions. Her logic was simple and straightforward, boiled down to 4 words: survival of the fittest. Nothing else mattered. Only the actions of a wild beast. The gentleman fell silent. He found Song Qiao's motives remarkably self-consistent, and indeed, she showed no psychological trauma. Song Qiao's composure was something many lacked. The gentleman sighed, Song Qiao, the world is a difficult place, you must protect yourself. From that day on, the gentleman gave up drinking. Even the homemade rice wine was sent to the church and made into steamed buns by the nuns. After what the priest discussed, Song Qiao was forbidden from leaving the church. The priest knew Song Qiao couldn't be kept indefinitely, so he gave her a task, expanding the basement. Song Qiao held a hoe in one hand and a shovel in the other. How big should I dig? Dig as big as you can. Once it's done, it be your sweet potato cellar. You can store as many sweet potatoes as you want. Song Qiao's eyes lit up. She loved sweet potatoes, but she especially loved soft, chewy persimmon cakes. What if it collapses? Song Qiao had seen rabbits dig holes that hollowed out large areas. She felt this was a serious problem. If it collapsed, the church would collapse. Where would she live? The priest was speechless. He waved his hand dismissively. Dig. I don't believe you can collapse it. Song Qiao finally had a serious goal, and immediately went into the basement to begin expanding. As a child, Song Qiao dreamed of digging a tunnel, but the terrain prevented it. Now, with the priest's request, she was full of enthusiasm. Song Qiao piled all the excavated soil behind the church, spreading it out to mix with horse manure. Grandma Huang said that farming is a skilled job. You have to take good care of the land. Watering, fertilizing, and weeding are all essential. The land is the most loyal. It rewards you according to the effort you put in. Song Qiao wanted to grow sweet potatoes herself, completely unaware that sweet potatoes thrive in poor soil. Every day, she diligently mixed the soil with horse manure. Song Qiao's days passed by in the act of digging. At first, she would climb up to sleep, but later she simply opened a small skylight in the basement and lived underground. They only came out at night, when carrying soil uphill. The nuns would lower them by rope and stuff their food in through the skylight. Song Qiao became a complete groundhog. As a child, she often observed those little creatures digging in the soil and found it incredibly fun. Now her wish had finally come true. As long as she didn't have to study, she could do anything. Song Qiao dug diligently, continuing until spring. The priest entered the basement Song Qiao had dug for the first time, holding a candle and searching for someone. He wandered around for half an hour without finding his way out. Finally, Song Qiao went to eat and picked up the priest. You dug out the foundation. It's so big, bigger than the church, and it's a maze. I can't find my way out. Song Qiao hadn't noticed this. She went out and measured carefully, and it was true. She had dug into the next room. The first guest to Song Qiao's basement was a gentleman. The gentleman was injured and looked half dead. He was being hunted by the people of Riyadh, and it seemed he was about to die. The priest had arranged for the gentleman to stay in the basement. Song Qiao gave him a large handful of peanuts, asking him to peel them for her. The gentleman looked at his sling arm, then at Song Qiao carrying a shovel, and his lips twitched. How are you going to peel them? You can peel them with one hand. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to get to work. There are still many holes to dig today. Song Qiao was very busy. Her digging skills were the best in the whole city. Fast and steady, long and thin, without the top collapsing, she was incredibly skilled. The gentleman called after her, stammering, aren't you going to ask why the people from Riyadh are chasing me? It's not because you stole wine, sir. Song Qiao wouldn't ask. If they wouldn't tell, she wouldn't. Curiosity killed the rabbit. Song Qiao shouldered her shovel and left. The gentleman watched Song Qiao's departing figure and shook his head. Gradually more and more people appeared in Song Qiao's tunnel, mostly wounded soldiers, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Every day when Song Qiao woke up, she would see 1 or 2 more people emerging from the tunnel. Song Qiao had no choice but to keep digging. Chapter 149. Song Qiao felt like a groundhog whose nest had been taken over. She not only had to dig a burrow, but also make it level, ensuring air circulation and separating the toilet area from the sleeping area. She also had to ensure that if the enemy broke in, they wouldn't immediately discover the wounded. The master gave her advice, devising several strange plans. After analyzing them for a long time, he chose one and had Song Qiao dig accordingly. Some of the wounded, whose condition was better, also helped dig, and the underground castle grew larger and larger. It began to spread in the 4 directions: east, west, north, and south. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Song Qiao had more than 13. The tunnel excavation was almost complete, and the master began lecturing again. A group of wounded listened attentively, while Song Qiao, alone, sat in the crowd, her eyes darting around. The master's lectures were becoming increasingly incomprehensible, much more complex than before. Occasionally, the master would discuss military strategy, which Song Qiao loved, always squeezing into the front row. Despite his seemingly fragile appearance, the teacher was quite knowledgeable. However, his knowledge was like a dumpling wrapped in water, hidden away in a kettle, difficult to pour out. Days passed like this, mornings for lectures, evenings for digging tunnels. Wounded soldiers came and went, people left every day. Some died, some simply passed away. Song Qiao dug a long, narrow tunnel leading to a supposedly haunted abandoned house in the west of the city. This road was specifically used for transporting corpses. Over time, some wounded soldiers who felt they were about to die would head towards the abandoned house. Medicine was scarce, so many died. The teacher said, "If only we had penicillin, that's a miracle drug." Unfortunately, they didn't have it. So, taking advantage of the priest's inattention, Song Qiao ran back to Shanghai to buy medicine on the black market. She had long heard of a black market in Shanghai where anything could be bought for the right amount of money. Song Qiao was short of money, but she had a piece of jade. This jade was said to be made of a very, very expensive material called smoky purple jadeite. She wanted penicillin, only penicillin. She would exchange as much as she could. The priest said penicillin could save lives. The nuns in the church left, leaving only the priest and Song Qiao in the church. That day, the priest suddenly had a thought. According to your custom, scholars should have a nickname. Song Qiao, you should also have a nickname, shouldn't you? Song Qiao was roasting sweet potatoes, and didn't bother to pay attention to the priest. The old man had caught a cold recently, and was now bedridden, needing to lean on the wall to get out of bed. After a few seconds, Song Qiao noticed the priest was still staring at her. She snorted and said, "You better think about how to pray to get your Lord to heal you. Get out of here, you're stepping on my fire poker." The priest lifted his foot, shook his head with a smile, and said smugly, "I'm going to heaven. Child, I bless you from heaven." Song Qiao rolled her eyes. She finally understood. This old man wasn't just cursing others, he was cursing himself too. The priest said, "Your name is Tianjiao, how about that? A prodigy, a genius of his generation." The priest didn't know that prodigy could also be a derogatory term for barbarians. The term genius of his generation had a different meaning in the mouths of scholars and poets. He only knew that prodigy could also be called a hero. In his native language environment, it was a good word. The priest's blue eyes stared at Song Qiao, looking unusually expectant. Song Qiao pouted. Although she didn't like reading, her teacher had at least forced her to read quite a few books. Tianjiu was a derogatory term for barbarians. It had always been so. Song Qiao stared down at the flames, pondering how to explain the meaning to the old man. Maybe she should just have her teacher explain it to him. Just then, a large group of people rushed in, heavily armed and extremely arrogant. "Search! Someone reported that you are hiding communists here. The intruders wanted to search. This is God's place. You are not allowed to bring guns in. Get out." The priest tried to stop them, but was pushed to the ground. The intruders wanted to fire, but hesitated when they saw the priest's blue eyes. Killing foreigners would be difficult to explain. Song Qiao drew her with chopping knife and stood up, but the priest glared at her and told her to stay put. In the end, the group of Ryatians searching found nothing. The tunnel Song Qiao dug had been redesigned by her teacher, who called it a formation, an illusion that the Japanese pirates couldn't decipher. The group discovered the tunnel, but only found a few baskets of sweet potatoes. The priest, however, was pushed. Already diagnosed as terminally ill, and with only a few days left to live, the old man grew increasingly pale, his breaths becoming more labored than his last. Song Qiao stood before the sickbed, momentarily lost in thought. She had witnessed much death. The cattle and sheep on the grasslands, afflicted with disease, died wave after wave. Even while herding sheep, she had seen small, furry animals have their throats bitten off by small hunters on the grasslands. Song Qiao had killed many animals. She could prepare a sheep by herself, cleaning it thoroughly, skinning it beautifully and intact, waiting for her mother to make her new clothes. She had killed before, encountered bandits on her way here. Those people weren't as swift and skillful as her, so they called her a monster. She slaughtered sheep to fill her stomach. She killed wolves to avenge the sheep. She killed bandits to survive. Song Qiao's world was simple. Rain falls, people eat, that's the way of nature. This was also the principle her mother taught her. Song Qiao had seen an old shepherd sitting in the sun, suddenly swaying. She leaned over to check his breath. Nothing. She had seen her mother curled up in a ball, gradually losing her breath. She had seen Granny Huang die in her sleep. Song Qiao had witnessed many kinds of death, but the priest was different. The foreign, chubby man lay on the bed, unwilling to lie down properly, his head hunched, shoulders drooping, spine twisted, his whole being in an extremely contorted state, staring intently at Song Qiao. His eyes held neither fear nor relief in the face of death. Instead, they shone with an astonishing light, like a black flame burning within. Song Qiao, listen to me. It's safe here. They already searched once. They won't search again anytime soon. Go tell them we can evacuate. It will be very dangerous here afterward. Extremely dangerous. We must leave. Song Qiao went into the tunnel, where she was met with pairs of bright, expectant eyes. The master's injuries were already very serious. The medicine was insufficient. The medicine Song Qiao had secretly bought in Shanghai hadn't arrived yet. She only had 1 vial of penicillin, which she gave to a critically wounded soldier on the verge of death. Song Qiao recognized that critically wounded soldier. She had eaten many of his pickled vegetables. It was Old Lu, the vegetable farmer on the outskirts of Shanghai. Old Lu was severely injured. He had lost an arm, the wound constantly oozing blood. His face was always ashen, and no matter how much water he drank, his lips were always dry. At this moment, Old Lu was also looking at her with bright, expectant eyes. How's it going up there? Song Qiao suddenly realized that since arriving in Shanghai, she had frequently seen similar looks. Many of them bore the shadows of Old Lu and Granny Huang. Almost instantly, Song Qiao had a plan. Chapter 150. Song Qiao relayed the priest's words to the group, distributing the steamed buns, vegetarian dumplings, and roasted sweet potatoes she had brought with her. The wounded ate and discussed. We can't go out right now. Someone's definitely watching us. The enemy's patrol this time was targeted. They only haven't spotted us temporarily. We definitely can't stay here long. We won't go through the church's main entrance. We go to the haunted house in the west of the city. We set off after we eaten. Tonight, we try to break out. They ate their steamed buns and sweet potatoes, talking and drawing a map on the ground, pondering the city's defenses. Song Qiao squatted to the side, staring intently at the map. She knew this city well. Although she had only been here for a little over a year, she had walked it time and again, able to walk to the pastry shop at the east end of the market with her eyes closed. She knew every blade of grass and every tree, knew whose fruit trees had the best fruit, and knew who had dogs so she couldn't secretly pick the fruit. The man said, we leave during their shift change tomorrow morning. According to their rotation schedule, we have 3 minutes. Old Lu, biting into his steamed bun, stared intently at the map, as if trying to bore a hole through the ground. Old Lu swallowed the bun in a few bites and said, don't take me. I'm a burden. His injuries were already severe. Even if he left, he wouldn't live much longer. Old Lu knew his presence was nothing but a hindrance. His wounds were beginning to worsen, and he hadn't told anyone that he had started to have a fever. Old Lu knew he didn't have long to live. Old Lu's words silenced everyone. They were all wounded, differing only in the severity of their injuries. The enemy's offensive was fierce, far exceeding expectations. At this moment, they were stranded on an isolated island. And they had crucial intelligence to send out, very, very important intelligence. It was intelligence they would deliver even at the cost of their lives. Song Qiao picked up a peanut shell and placed it on the city wall, saying, there's a hole here. Move the stones, go down 1.5 feet, and you can crawl out. The other end is hidden by weeds. At night, you can't see anyone crawling out from above. Everyone looked at Song Qiao, wondering how she knew so much. Song Qiao chuckled. 10 miles outside the city, There's a farmer who grows delicious sweet potatoes. Recently, they can't get in, and with the city under lockdown, I can't leave either. When I was digging the tunnel, I casually dug a hole to go buy sweet potatoes. That spot on the city wall was built later, not as sturdy as the old one. It was easy to dig. Song Qiao's eyes gleamed. If her mother were here, she would know this child was up to something again. This is how Song Qiao looked when she prepared to kill the wolf. This is also how she looked when she went to steal calves from the wild buffalo herd. There were no strangely extra cattle. Song Qiao's cattle were all stolen through her own abilities. Just like AMU's horses, which were actually the lead horse from the tamed wild herd. They were all obtained through skill. Old Lu exclaimed happily, "Song Qiao, you're truly a genius." Song Qiao didn't speak, only smiled. Her smile was radiant, as innocent and harmless as a pika carrying grass on the prairie, seemingly without any threat. After delivering the message, Song Qiao went to prepare her things. The priest was still bothered by Song Qiao's courtesy name, saying, "Scholars should have courtesy names. Song Qiao's courtesy name is Tianjiu. Song Tianjiao, what a beautiful name." The old man, barely breathing, was unusually persistent. The priest asked again, "Why don't you go find your family?" I inquired, "There are no wealthy families with the surname Song in Shanghai now, nor are there any with the surname Qiao." "There used to be." The priest spoke at length, his voice gradually fading. Song Qiao didn't want to find her so-called family. She had long since exchanged the jade pendant for money. The money was used to buy medicine. The medicine hadn't arrived yet. She had arranged for the medicine to be placed in a pit in the grove north of the city. The medicine hadn't arrived yet. Song Qiao realized she seemed to be constantly worried about medicine. Her mother's medicine, medicine she needed when she was sick, medicine for Granny Huang. She felt this was wrong, very wrong. But she couldn't explain what was wrong. The priest breathed his last, still trying to preach to Song Qiao before he died, trying to make her understand the greatness of God. Big. Song Qiao raised her hand and closed his blue eyes. Actually, Song Qiao didn't understand why this man was so persistent in spreading his doctrines in a foreign land. Song Qiao didn't believe in God. If there really was a God in this world, who could truly bless humanity, why did Granny Huang die of illness? And why did the priest also die of illness? Granny Huang was one thing, but the priest was a very devout believer. But the priest also died. Song Qiao didn't believe in an eternal heaven either. If there really was an eternal heaven, why did her mother's mother, and so many other mothers die of illness? Gods were the most useless things. If praying to gods were useful, what would be the point of having a knife in your hand? If worshipping Buddha were useful, why would enemies raise their butcher knives? Song Qiao only believed in the knife in her hand. The people in the basement had already begun to move. Song Qiao didn't go with them. She had her own plan. Her plan was known only to herself. Song Qiao told the gentleman she would meet them at the city wall. Song Qiao began sharpening her axe, polishing it until it gleamed. The straight knife given to her by her mother was also polished until it gleamed. A curved knife, perhaps passed down from her mother's great-great-great-grandmother, was also polished until it gleamed. The pistol was disassembled and reassembled, each bullet meticulously cleaned. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the woodcutting. Her mother said Song Qiao was a wild dog of the grasslands, fierce and solitary. Why not a wolf? Because wolves travel in packs. A lone wolf is treated like a dog on the grasslands. Therefore, her mother said Song Qiao was a wild dog. Ruthless and fierce, reckless. Song Qiao blamed the priest's death, Granny Huang's death, the gentleman's injury, and old Lu's injury on the invaders. Her thoughts were simple and straightforward. Repay grievances, avenge wrongs, and repay kindness. The next morning at dawn, a group of people staggered out of the tunnel and headed towards the location Song Qiao had indicated. Old Lu chose to stay, guarding the grave mound in the abandoned house west of the city, quietly awaiting death. The gentleman realized he was very lucky. There was no movement on the city wall, and the surroundings were exceptionally quiet. A bright moon hung in the sky, and the wind carried a faint scent of rust. The gentleman, with one arm in a sling, crawled into the tunnel, still looking around, trying to find Song Qiao. Song Qiao said she would meet them at the city wall. Song Qiao didn't come, and the gentleman wouldn't leave. The gentleman urged his colleagues to leave, to take the message with them. The news about the poison gas must get out. The sooner it gets out, the less passive we be. These Ryadians are inhuman, they're capable of anything. They already done this before. The gentleman added, Song Qiao isn't here. I go find her. The girl who could swiftly butcher a sheep was now slitting the throat of an enemy. Granny Huang had said that using a gun would easily alert the enemy. Therefore, Song Qiao chose to use a knife. She had 3 knives. Chapter 151. Song Qiao knew how to lasso horses. She could tame wild horses. She learned the skill of horse taming from her mother. Lassoing a horse required skill, accurate eyes, steady hands, and perfect timing. Lassoing a horse was the same as lassoing a person. Lasso the head, pull hard, and while the enemy lost their balance, slit their throat. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Song Qiao always did this. Her mother said, as long as a person lives, there is hope. With hope, one can live. Therefore, hope is more important than anything else. Song Qiao felt she should give those people some hope of leaving alive. Their plan was too risky. She kept her promise, except those people were below the city wall, while she was on the city wall. Song Qiao wiped the blood from her face and looked up at the moon. The moonlight was multicolored, the thin clouds like gauze. In her mother's stories, fairies lived on the moon. At this moment, she bathed in the moonlight, humming the lullaby her mother had sung, brandishing her blade. The lucky winners watched Song Qiao's skillful movements on the screen, their hearts pounding. Song Qiao's knife was fast, always fast, but this was the fastest it had ever been. The lucky winners were silent, most looking at Song Tianjiao, who sat on the high platform with her eyes closed. Nightmare's voice rang out. She would deceive everyone, deceive her teachers, deceive her companions. She had never been sincere. This is a liar who wears a false mask to interact with you. Would you choose to vote for her? A liar? What kind of deception is this? Nightmare's words caused the lucky winner in the tuxedo on the platform to throw her hat down. Shut up. Sister Tianjiu didn't lie. Sister Tianjiu has never lied. She kept her promise. Then black mist swirled around the lucky winner in the tuxedo, but unfortunately, due to the viewing angle, the viewers in the live stream couldn't see the scene. Clarity and purity. If this is deception, then what is sincerity? I can't even categorize this as a white-hearted deception. Song Qiao didn't lie, she really went. Tianji's loyal fan. Glory to my protege, ha ha, rampage. Amidst the ruins. Things have escalated this much, it'd be hard to handle. Unless reinforcements arrive immediately, the consequences are unimaginable. Cat under the stars. Song Qiao could have left, she always could have. She had left this city before, going to Shanghai. Imprisonment on all sides can't hold back an eagle from the plateau. She can go anywhere she wants. Wan Xian, but she didn't leave. She kept her promise, only separated by a wall. Below the wall is hope, on the wall is slaughter. A bright moon hangs on a branch. Hope is the most important thing. Heavenly Pride's loyal fans. Are you all craving dumplings again? I've been chopped into mincemeat by you all. Song Qiao dragged her dulled knife down the steps, humming a song. Then, she saw her teacher. The teacher's voice trembled as he asked, "How did I teach you?" Song Qiao looked at her teacher, dropped her knife, and picked up the longbow hanging at her waist. An arrow grazed past her teacher's ear, striking a man 100 meters away in the throat. My teacher said, "Don't stand against a dangerous wall." Song Qiao drew 3 more arrows, and fired them directly. The arrows grazed her teacher's clothes before piercing the enemy's body. My teacher also said, "The country is in danger." If the country is in danger, where isn't a dangerous wall? Song Qiao discarded the bow, drew her scimitar, and brushed past her teacher. The teacher turned around stiffly. The bright moon hung high, and the scimitar gleamed in the moonlight. The teacher had never seen Song Qiao kill anyone. He had only heard some of Song Qiao's past. Watching Song Qiao decapitate the enemy, his blood ran cold. Song Qiao stood in the pool of blood, turning to look at the gentleman. Why aren't you leaving? If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. Take my things. Song Qiao's things included a bow and arrows, a knife, and a gun. But the gun couldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Not only could she not use it herself, but she also had to guard against the enemy using it. Song Qiao had heard of silenced guns, but she had never seen or used one. She had also heard of sniper rifles, capable of shooting very, very far. She looked up at the church, wondering if she had such a gun, she could lie prone at the highest point, resting the barrel on the cross and fire. God could do nothing. It didn't matter if she could. The gentleman followed behind Song Qiao, stepping over the blood and the enemy's corpses. He watched Song Qiao disassemble the enemy's gun, take the parts, and reassemble it. Song Qiao said, "I don't want anyone to pick up these guns and use them immediately. These are my spoils of war. I can't take them with me, and I can't let anyone else use them." A bright moon hung high in the sky, and under its light, The gentleman gazed at the knife strapped to Song Qiao's hand, his feelings incredibly complex. The enemy quickly reacted and began searching the city. Song Qiao could even evade a pack of wolves tracking her on the grasslands, let alone humans. She led the gentleman through a maze of twists and turns, finally entering a tunnel. The gentleman immediately began exploring. This tunnel only has one exit? It's not finished digging yet. Song Qiao picked up a jar in the corner, opened it, and took a swig of water. Then she found a box and began bandaging the wound on her hand. She wasn't seriously injured. She avoided getting hurt in fights, otherwise, if AMU found out, she'd get a beating. The wound on her hand was from gripping the knife too tightly, splitting her thumb and forefinger, and from drawing the bow without a finger guard, which cut her fingertip. The gentleman, holding an oil lamp, squatted beside her, watching Song Qiao skillfully bandage her wound, his feelings growing increasingly complicated. "Why don't you come with us? There's still time. If I go with you, we won't have enough time." Before the gentleman could think, Song Qiao continued, "There's medicine tomorrow. I can't leave." "What medicine?" "Penicillin." The gentleman exclaimed, "Where did you get that medicine? This is very dangerous. You be discovered by the enemy, targeted, and you die." Song Qiao rolled her eyes. She thought the gentleman was alright reading, storytelling, and even discussing military strategy, but he was a coward. Everyone dies. Enough nonsense, let's rest. Song Qiao found the gentleman very noisy, like one of her dogs, always barking at the slightest sound. Song Qiao had planted a bomb at the tunnel entrance, 3 wires, triggering any one of them would cause an explosion. You? The teacher stammered for a long time, unable to utter another word. "You ask who taught me? Do I need someone else to teach me? Of course, I saw someone else use it." Song Qiao finished setting the trap and went to sleep. The teacher dared not sleep, keeping watch by the flickering light of a lamp. He looked at the bomb Song Qiao had somehow acquired. He knew very well that once the bombs detonated, everyone in the tunnel would die. It would be 100 wounds for the enemy, 100 wounds for himself. The teacher trembled with fear, unable to sleep. He considered himself to have excellent mental fortitude, able to maintain a good mindset even in enemy-occupied territory. Until Song Qiao set up a suicide trap. The teacher was afraid a mouse might trigger the mechanism, and dared not sleep all night. If he died, he would die. His student was still young. His student had countless possibilities. Chapter 152. Song Qiao woke up to find her husband staring intently at the bomb, looking like a silly rabbit about to run into a tree. She pulled out a sweet potato and asked, "Want some?" Her husband turned his head, his eyes dark and swollen. "A rat almost triggered the mechanism." "You mean that?" "It's alright, the rope is thick, the rat won't be able to trigger it." Her husband, He'd been terrified all night, and this was what he got in return? Her husband was furious. He quickly ate the sweet potato, and went to sleep. Seeing her husband asleep, Song Qiao silently put down the brick she was holding. She was thinking of giving him some, but he'd fallen asleep. Good. Song Qiao found some clothes and changed, using the remaining water to wash away the bloodstains. She left the tunnel, turned down a street, climbed a tree, picked a lot of tune leaves, and rubbed them on herself. Then she stole a handful of dates, and swaggered into the street. The priest was dead, and hadn't been buried yet. She went shopping. Song Qiao bought quite a few things, wrapped them in black cloth, carried them on her back, and swaggered towards the church. The church was quiet. The priest had already closed his eyes forever. Song Qiao dressed the priest in his burial clothes, and the coffin she had ordered yesterday arrived. The 2 laborers who delivered the coffin helped her lift the body into it. Song Qiao gave them some money, and asked them to help her find a cart. Soon, Song Qiao hitched up the cart, pulled the priest's coffin, and headed towards the enemy camp. "Who goes there? What do you want? You killed the priest. I demand an explanation." Song Qiao stood on the coffin, holding a stick in her hand, a white silk ribbon tied around her arm. Her appearance immediately attracted many eyes. In the crowd, someone held a camera. Song Qiao had seen newspapers and reporters rushing around with cameras in Shanghai. She didn't know what use these people were, but she knew the enemy feared them. "Yesterday it was you who broke into the church and knocked down the priest. After you left, the priest died. You killed the priest." The commotion outside the military camp alerted a 3-story building not far away. A window opened, and a person stood by, looking down at the farce. Song Qiao met the person's gaze, immediately pinched her thigh, and began to wail. Auntie said that crying was the most useless thing, especially crying in front of the enemy. Crying was a sign of weakness. Song Qiao wanted to show weakness to the enemy. While crying, Song Qiao lifted the coffin lid, letting people see the priest lying in eternal rest. Reporters swarmed forward to take pictures, the flashes of their cameras hurting Song Qiao's eyes. She knew these reporters were her shield. At this moment, she had to play the role of the victim, a weak, weeping victim. The commotion lasted for several hours. The soldiers in the camp, guns drawn, were about to fire several times, but were forced to hold back because of the reporter's presence. The priest was a foreigner, and the higher-ups in Riyadh didn't want to escalate the matter. At least for now, they still had some dignity on the international stage. Finally, someone came forward to negotiate with Song Qiao. Before he died, the priest wanted to be buried outside the city, facing north, because his home was in the north. This request wasn't unreasonable, and after the officer had it translated, he agreed to Song Qiao's request. He didn't even send anyone to accompany her. In his eyes, Song Qiao was nothing more than a crying girl. Song Qiao had always had a tan complexion, much darker than her peers. By the standards of beauty in the kingdom of Riyadh, which favored fair skin, Song Qiao wasn't considered pretty. An unattractive girl, always weeping, couldn't even be considered a flower girl. Song Qiao left the city, heading north. She dug a pit to bury the priest, tied the penicillin she dug up to the bottom of the cart, and gathered a lot of firewood. Only when dusk fell did she drive the fully loaded cart back. She first hid the penicillin in a hole under another wall, then entered the city through the north gate. Upon entering the city, she was subjected to strict inspection. But the cart only had firewood. Song Qiao, her eyes red, pinched her thigh hard and cried, "You won't even let me gather firewood?" The people of Riyadh couldn't understand her, but the translator from earlier in the day passed by and quickly stepped forward to explain. Song Qiao entered the city. The translator walked alongside Song Qiao, who was driving the cart, with his hands behind his back. Song Qiao turned to look at him, finding him strangely familiar. Until the translator handed her a mooncake. "This will be your dinner." Song Qiao remembered, this man looked somewhat like Granny Huang. The translator took out a tray of ointment, placed it on the cart, and said, "This was too risky. Don't confront the Riyadh people directly in the future." Song Qiao watched the translator's departing figure, loosening her grip on the wood-chopping knife. Granny Huang's group was so large, they always seemed to appear out of nowhere. Song Qiao returned to the church to start a fire and cook. Late at night, she slipped into the tunnel to the abandoned house in the west of the city. Old Lu was lying on the ground, waiting to die. Hearing the noise, he immediately gripped his gun and said in a low voice, "Who's there?" "Song Qiao." Song Qiao poked her head out and placed the lunchbox on the ground. "I thought you were dead. Turns out you're still alive. Wait here, I go get the medicine." "Medicine?" Old Lu was about to ask when Song Qiao had already pulled her head back and left through another tunnel. Like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, Song Qiao had dug her pits according to this standard. She had pointed out one burrow to the gentleman and the others, but she hid the medicine in another. Besides these 2 burrows, there were 3 more. An hour later, Old Lu saw the box of medicine Song Qiao had brought back and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "You're a genius." Song Qiao raised her chin, extremely proud. Of course she was a genius. She knew she was a genius long ago, without anyone telling her. Song Qiao fumbled to administer the medicine to Old Lu. She was skilled with a knife, but clumsy with needles. Old Lu endured several needle pricks before Song Qiao finally managed to give him a penicillin injection. "It's so hot. You have a fever. Are you going to die?" Old Lu didn't want to talk, but he had to. "Song Qiao, listen, we also have explosives. They're at the old scholar's house. I hid it, nobody knows except me. That old scholar is incredibly lazy, he never cleans the rooms outside his study. If I die, when the main force comes, you tell them where the explosives are." Song Qiao munched on a pancake, patting Old Lu's shoulder. "Is this your last words?" "Yes." "All right, I remember." Song Qiao went to deliver food to the teacher that night, and he was furious when he saw her. "Where did you go?" "To bury someone." "What are you carrying?" "Penicillin." The teacher was almost going crazy. He had only taken a nap. How did this unlucky thing manage to get penicillin back? "I gave Old Lu an injection, but he looks like he's going to die. He said he hid explosives." Song Qiao's eyes shone as she spoke. "I found out where that big Riyadh official lies. Let's blow it up." The teacher was numb, but the viewers in the live stream understood. Nancheng Yameng. No wonder Song Tianju wanted to blow up that 3-story building. She had already scouted the location. Gui Yuxing. The explosives old Lu mentioned, were they the ones Song Tianjiu found in the fire? There was also a box of penicillin there. Song Tianjiu must have planted it. Chansheng Jiuan, old Lu finally got the main force, and the people who used those explosives. Chapter 153. Song Qiao failed to blow up the 3-story building. The master wouldn't allow it, threatening suicide. Master, you're putting me in a difficult position, Song Qiao said, heartbroken. The master was such a coward. The master said, the most important thing now is to wait for the main force. We've done enough. Song Qiao, you don't need to do anything more. Was it enough? Song Qiao felt it wasn't. Those enemies stationed in the city, in Song Qiao's eyes, were like hyenas on the savannah. She wanted to wipe them out. Song Qiao was very territorial. She didn't like other predators in her territory. The master tried to scare Song Qiao. If you anger them, they massacre the city. Little did the master know that his words to restrain Song Qiao would soon become a reality. A few days later, when Song Qiao brought old Lu his food, she found him dead. Penicillin, hailed as a miracle drug by the master, ultimately couldn't save old Lu. Song Qiao buried old Lu and his amputated hand together. Grandma Huang said, a person should die whole. Many mounds of earth appeared in the abandoned house in the west of the city. Song Qiao sat on old Lu's grave, lost in thought, for an entire afternoon. Afterwards, Song Qiao began blocking the tunnels leading to the abandoned house in the west of the city, and many other tunnels leading in other directions. Only the maze beneath the church remained. The viewers in the live stream had extremely complex feelings. Facing a ball of fire's farewell, they knew in their hearts that it was a nightmare, and nightmares eventually end. But here all those who fell, once fallen, are simply fallen. They vanished forever into the river of time, without even a ripple. At least before this, no one knew what had happened here. The truth is buried deep. Now, these past events are unfolding before the world from a first-person perspective. Straightforwardly far from home, how many struggles are we unaware of? History always presents the main points, rarely detailing the lives of ordinary people. Apple Branch, have you collected enough information? At Believe in Science, can't you guys just throw in a thunderbolt? Something like a sudden, deafening clap of lightning? Just strike. Helena also wants to grow up. Speaking of which, there was volcanic activity at Mount Fuji yesterday, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs urgently issued a notice for tourists and students to evacuate. At Believe in Science, do you have any leads? Chosen worker, I come up with a script called The Sinking of Riyadh. At Believe in Science, do you want to participate? Sure, Isaiah Believe in Science, is what the morning news said true? A spiritual revival? I don't feel like I awakened. Honest Hall Group is the best at Believe in Science. I want superpowers too. Hurry, send me superpowers. I want to fly. Who loves to eat? At Believe in Science, send me superpowers. I want to fly too. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Guziyu. I want both ice and fire. One hand ice, one hand fire. It's super cool together. At Believe in Science. Not only in the Yen Kingdom live stream, but all platforms official at Believe in Science accounts were flooded with comments from netizens. The netizens all had one request. Are you there? Draw a superpower. The young woman in charge of account operations wiped the sweat from her brow, and quickly replied to the netizens as instructed by her superiors. Believe in Science. Please believe in science, as my director said. The director of the Religious Affairs Bureau, who was in an emergency meeting, was stunned when he saw this screenshot of the reply trending on social media. Meanwhile, the monkeys and Zhao Jiancheng began their first meeting. 8 o'clock in the morning, at a secret base in City A that was not open to the public. Zhao Jiancheng sat at the negotiating table, several monkeys hanging from his body. Various washed fruits were laid out on the table. Fruits from all over the world that could be named were here. One monkey sat on Zhao Jiancheng's shoulder, picked up a bunch of grapes, ate one, and then started stuffing them into Zhao Jiancheng's mouth. Zhao Jiancheng was initially flattered, until he tasted them. Sour. So sour it could make your head spin. Who bought these? Didn't they test the sugar content? Zhao Jiancheng questioned his existence. Just then, the monkeys entered. Not wanting to show it, he stood up, bracing himself on the table, took a few quick steps, and with 3 monkeys still hanging from his body, reached out to them. Great Sage, hello. I'm Zhao Jiancheng, currently the head of the Tianmu Group. It's a pleasure to meet you. The monkey mimicked his gesture, extending its hand and saying hello. Zhao Jiancheng immediately grasped the monkey's hand, swallowing back the saliva that had welled up in his mouth. Great Sage, let's eat and talk. Besides the Muzang King, Golden Pillow, Golden Phoenix, Blackthorn, Sultan King, and Ganyao durian varieties. We also have other fruits here. All the fruits available globally are here. Zhao Jiancheng was extremely enthusiastic. If he called it a durian feast, he meant it. The Tianmu group was well prepared. As a deity at least S level, and a native deity of Yan Kingdom, although the monkey hadn't yet unleashed its full power, everyone in the Tianmu group knew that the monkey's abilities were the highest among all awakened deities globally, bar none. As soon as the monkey sat down, a bunch of grapes was immediately offered by its monkey offspring. The monkey was delighted and popped several grapes into its mouth. Then its expression changed drastically. The monkey glanced at Zhao Jiancheng, who was smiling at it, and forced itself to chew and swallow the sour grapes. It had its pride. While Zhao Jiancheng was observing the monkey was also observing it. In the monkey's eyes, Zhao Jiancheng was an old man with bright black eyes, clearly a cunning schemer. In Zhao Jiancheng's eyes, the monkey in human form looked to be in its early 20s, light and agile, unlike any ordinary person. You old man, just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush. I hate dealing with people like you who exchange flirtatious glances. Zhao Jiancheng's lips twitched. Why were there so many ambiguities in his words? Great sage, Zhao Jiancheng pulled a stack of documents from under the table, saying, these are the non-human related issues that Yan Kingdom has recently encountered. We hope to receive some assistance. In return, Yan Kingdom will meet your needs to the greatest extent possible. The monkey's eyes darted around, then suddenly smiled. In short, you want something from me. You old man, you're not direct at all. Zhao Jiancheng pushed the documents to the monkey, who didn't even look at them, grabbing a peach and taking a bite. He jumped onto the chair, sat directly on the back, crossed his legs, and said, speak, what do you want? Don't show me that stuff, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Zhao Jiancheng coaxed, great sage, do you know the origin of the heavenly eye above your head, and what its purpose is? The monkey wasn't buying it, waving his hand and saying, get to the point. The monkey beckoned with his finger, and immediately a monkey came over and poured him a glass of cola. The monkey took a swig of cola and let out a long burp. Zhao Jiancheng abandoned his prepared speech and said directly, according to reliable intelligence, the heavenly eye is an arena of gods. Chapter 154. The gods who have been resurrected are not in their complete form. Only those who successfully obtain sufficient power of rules within the heavenly eye can become complete. Pan from Greek mythology has perished. Now, it is Gil, the angel of dreams in Christianity, who takes the stage. Zhao Jiancheng turned on the projector, pointing to the live stream screen, and said, the gods feed on fear, and this nightmare Gil is destined not to get what it wants. Soon, it will perish. I want to invite the great sage to join this game. The monkey downed his cola in one gulp, watched the live stream, smacked his lips, and let out a burp. That's potent. This stuff tastes pretty good. More. Zhao Jiancheng, unsure of the monkey's attitude, continued, what does the great sage think? Old man, tell me, out of all the gods in mythology, why is it me, old son, who's here? The gods need time to revive? The great sage is renowned, so he came first? Stop trying to fool me. The monkey stared intently at Zhao Jiancheng, his eyes turning into beastly pupils. You keep calling me great sage, but you seem to have forgotten to ask who I am. I'm not just the Chitian you all talk about. Zhao Jiancheng, who had been somewhat tense, immediately relaxed upon hearing this and asked, should I address you as Waziki? All myths undergo changes, and all the mythical figures of the Yan Kingdom have changed throughout history, their appearances altered through oral tradition. Even Journey to the West has many versions. And Waziki is one of the prototypes of the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Legend has it that when Yu the Great was controlling the floods, Waziki, who is actually a water monster in the Huai River, obstructed the flood control efforts, causing the Huai and Wu rivers to overflow. He was later suppressed at Turtle Mountain. Ha, you old man, you're quite interesting. The monkey rushed up to Zhao Jiancheng, squatted on the table, and pressed its sharp nails against Zhao Jiancheng's brow. Now that you know who I am, aren't you afraid? Zhao Jiancheng said, great sage, you don't understand. I'm not speaking to you on my own behalf. At this moment, I am not myself. Whether you're a water god, a water monster, the great sage equaling heaven, the victorious fighting Buddha, the barbarian Sherpantua, or the divine monkey Hanuman, since you manifested your divine power in the Yan Kingdom, you receive the Yan Kingdom's offerings. Zhao Jiancheng smiled and said, great sage, do I need to explain further? Offerings are something that can be given or not given. Life and death are at stake. Those who hold the power of life and death are not only these awakened deities. The monkey laughed loudly, a wild laugh. Old man, you're quite interesting. This game, I, old son, will play. What do I care about heavenly eyes or earthly eyes? What can they do to me? Interesting, very interesting. The monkey squatted on the table, opening a durian with his bare hands, eating it with the same gusto as if he were gnawing on a steamed bun. Tui tui, this stuff is actually quite delicious. When you made up stories for me before, why didn't you include this? Zhao Jiancheng poured a cup of bamboo leaf tea and placed it beside the monkey. Durian is heaty, drink more tea. Now that you're full, let's talk about the contract. I won't sign. I won't sign. The monkey waved his hands repeatedly, jumping back to his chair. I, old son, won't sign. Great sage, without signing this, you won't have an ID card, and without an ID card, there are many things you can't do. For example, this durian, to clear customs for import, you need real name registration, which means you need an ID card. Without an ID card, you won't even be able to eat the best durian in the future. You can only eat the ordinary durians from the market. The monkey immediately cursed, you old bastard, you're so wicked. You're just trying to fool me. I just go and eat them. Zhao Jiancheng immediately switched to his deceptive mode. If Great Sage had an ID card, he could have a SIM card. With a SIM card, he could connect to the internet, and once connected, he could see everything happening in the world, far more useful than clairvoyance and clairaudience. Great Sage, whatever you want to eat, whatever you want, you can just move your finger. You are the Monkey King. How can you go through all that trouble just for a bite to eat? It's so embarrassing. The monkey's eyes darted around. Of course, to order online, you need more than just an ID card and a SIM card. You also need a bank card linked to online banking. Blue-green payment works too. But all of this requires you to have money. Zhao Jiancheng pulled out a banknote and showed it to the monkey. This is it. If Great Sage signs a contract, he only needs a small amount of work each month to earn a lot of money. With money, he can buy all kinds of food. From all over the world, you can get anything. Zhao Jiancheng pointed to the golden crown on the monkey's head and continued, it's not just food, but also clothes and other necessities. With money, you can exchange for anything. There's one more thing. This outfit you're wearing, Great Sage, is a welcome gift from the organization. However, you need to take care of these monkeys' food, drink, and other expenses these next few days. Zhao Jiancheng clapped his hands, and Lazy immediately pushed open the door and handed a list to the monkey. The monkey suddenly felt sleepy, yawned, and leaned closer to look at the words on the list. When he saw the last 5 digits, he immediately threw the list away. I can't read, I, old son, can't read. Great Sage, you may not want a proper identity, but these monkeys need one too. If you really don't want to, then forget it. However, these monkeys seem quite interested in these things. They're ready to sign for their ID cards. Later, when they cultivated to a certain level and transformed into human form, they can offer sacrifices to you, their king. Zhao Jiancheng feigned reluctance, then continued, I've been saving the position of captain of the non-human squad for you. If you don't join, then let Jingwei, who's on her way, take it. She's also a heavyweight, although her combat power isn't high, her seniority is. Since we can't invite you, currently the strongest fighter, to be the captain of the non-human squad, then let Jingwei take it. Even if Hao Tian were to resurrect later, within the Tianmu group, he would be subordinate to Jingwei. Even if Tathagata were to resurrect in Yan Kingdom, within the Tianmu group's hierarchy, he would still be after Jingwei. Even if the Yan Emperor were to arrive, he would still be ranked lower. The monkey's eyes widened upon hearing this, and it began scratching its ears and cheeks, yet couldn't help but yawn. The little monkey on the table was already yawning incessantly, having fallen asleep while clutching its fruit. Zhao Jiancheng pinched his thigh, trying to stay awake. His laziness was far beyond expectations. It could not only keep the old guys in the sanatorium quiet, but even control the monkey. Was this the power of the concept God Zhao spoke of? Terrifying indeed. By the way, Chen Jianlu is on his way. He also has another title, Great Tang Xuanzong. According to the Tianmu group's hierarchy, he will be ranked. Stop! Old son is going to do it. I, old son, want to be the captain. The title Great Tang Xuanzong immediately triggered the monkey's reaction. Old man, if I become the captain, can I really surpass Hao Tian and Tathagata? Zhao Jiancheng calmly replied, in the Tianmu group's non-human squad hierarchy, the Great Sage is number 1. If they revive, you will naturally be of a higher rank than them in the non-human squad hierarchy. The monkey thought about it carefully and realized that this old man was indeed a bit suspicious. However, being able to surpass them in name, even if it was just an empty title, was exactly what he wanted. Give me the contract. Chapter 155. The monkey had barely finished speaking when he yawned again. He didn't immediately realize anything was wrong, assuming it was just exhaustion. Zhao Hui entered with the document, handing it to the monkey with both hands. The monkey read it through from beginning to end, asking about any words he didn't understand. Once he fully understood it, he pressed his fingerprint on the document. A small golden monkey appeared on the document, flashing a golden light that added a layer of fine, dense golden ripples to the entire document. The monkey felt a warmth spread through his body, a connection to this land. Like water flowing back into a dried-up riverbed, he felt completely refreshed. I actually feel the Huai and Wu rivers resonating with me. And two other great rivers, faintly connected to me, are they the source of my destiny, the dragon veins? Wonderful. Exhilarating. Old man, let me ask you, what would happen if you the great came? The monkey still holds a grudge. Zhao Jiancheng smiled without speaking. Xiao Hui said, Great sage, if you the great came, perhaps he could find the sea-stabilizing needle. As long as you don't cause a flood, what does it matter if you the great comes? In the non-human team, you are number one. According to the current rules of Yin Kingdom, as long as you don't break the rules, no one, no god, can punish you. The Huai and Wu river god, Wuziki, reappeared in the world. He is Wuziki, and also Sun Wukong. Whatever the name, it is him. The monkey laughed heartily, patted Zhao Hui's head, and then kicked Lazy away. I knew something was wrong, so it was you pretending to be a demon, making me sleepy. The monkey yawned and picked up the little monkeys that were already fast asleep on the table. Old man, find us a place to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Zhao Jiancheng pointed at Zhao Hui, who immediately scurried away with the monkey. Great sage, you sleep, I handle the paperwork. What name do you want on your ID card? Call me. The monkey hesitated. Zhao Hui suggested Water God Wuziki? Great sage equaling Heaven's Son Wukong? Handsome Monkey King? Victorious Fighting Buddha? Divine Monkey? The monkey waved his hand modestly. Just call me Qitian. Zhao Hui took Qitian to the Tianmu Group staff dormitory to rest, asked for a monkey hair, and then went to handle the paperwork. He made Qitian an ID card, activated his bank card and SIM card, and made an identity tag. Meanwhile, Lazy was packed up and taken back to the sanatorium. Lazy is very useful, but should be used sparingly. Even the vehicle transporting Lazy needs to be on autopilot, otherwise, accidents are likely to happen. Zhao Jiancheng completely let go of his burden. With Qitian, the other troublesome demons and monsters dared not act rashly. More importantly, after signing the contract, Qitian can be said to have returned to his rightful place as a god. The water god is more than just work. Along the Huai River, there is still a tradition of worshipping the water god Wuziki. Only at this moment can Yin Kingdom truly be considered to have experienced a spiritual revival. But Zhao Jiancheng's mood was not good. He looked at the projection wall, his feelings complicated. He already knew the result, but he didn't even dare to watch. In the live broadcast room, Song Tianju still had his eyes closed. It was spring again, everything was renewed, and the grass on Old Lu's grave was lush and green. The reinforcements the master mentioned hadn't arrived. Now the city was completely cut off from the outside world. The master considered many possibilities, but he didn't want to think that those who had gone out had been captured by the people of Leah. That day, the translator's head was hung on the flagpole. The gentleman had been living in the tunnel for months. Song Qiao sat on the church roof, looking towards the military camp's flagpole in the distance. It was too far to see clearly, it looked like a ball suspended in midair. That was the translator's head. To this day, Song Qiao still didn't know the relationship between the translator and Granny Huang. The Ryadians came to search again. They ransacked the church, finding nothing, but took some trinkets that the priest had treasured. Song Qiao had hidden the explosives and penicillin in the tunnel, which was now sealed off, only she knew its location. The gentleman said to wait. Wait patiently. Haste makes waste, everything will work out. Song Qiao didn't know if the gentleman was deceiving her, but she had no choice. The gentleman emerged from the tunnel, and even made contact with the organization. He told Song Qiao to retrieve the explosives and penicillin, saying they would be needed later. The gentleman was overjoyed. Until he arrived at the rendezvous point, and was captured by the Ryadians. The information the gentleman had received was false. Song Qiao sat in a tree, munching on a mooncake, watching this scene from afar. The gentleman was shoved away, raising his arm to gesture to her. Don't move. This was the prearranged signal with the gentleman. The gentleman had been arrested. Song Qiao sat in a tree, munching on a mooncake. She hadn't had a chance to tell the gentleman where the explosives and medicine were hidden. She had hidden them in the storefront of an abandoned house in the west of the city, facing the street. She had dug a tunnel there. The gentleman had said, the darkest place is under the lamp. So, Song Qiao placed the things in the storefront facing the street. That place was haunted. Many people were said to have died there. The earliest record dates back to when the gentleman was taking the imperial examinations, a time when the court executed many reformists, including this one. From then on, the houses in the west of the city began to be haunted. What ghost in this world can last that long? It's just a matter of passing the torch from generation to generation. As Song Qiao was thinking this, a bullet pierced her abdomen. The half-eaten mooncake in Song Qiao's hand fell to the ground. She looked down at the hole in her clothes, watching the blood spread, and froze. She didn't hear the gunshot. Was it too far away? Song Qiao looked in the direction the bullet came from. Roofs all roofs. She couldn't even see who fired the shot. Is this the legendary sniper rifle with a silencer? It's really that powerful. Unfortunately, she didn't have one. Another bullet grazed Song Qiao's shoulder. This time, the bullet didn't penetrate her flesh but struck the roof tiles behind her. This gun is amazing, but this person's marksmanship isn't very good. Song Qiao thought, if only she had this gun. Song Qiao was surrounded by enemies. She covered her wound with one hand and drew the knife from her waist with the other. A dozen guns were pointed at her from under the tree. She couldn't win, she really couldn't. Too many people, in broad daylight, and snipers too, she had no chance. Song Qiao closed her eyes, letting herself fall from the tree. She mimicked the rabbits playing dead on the grasslands, lying stiffly on the ground. The survival secret of small herbivores on the grasslands, playing dead. As it turned out, playing dead was useless. Song Qiao was immediately thrown onto a stretcher and taken away. Xian Shang Ci Tang. She suffered because she didn't have a bulletproof vest. She suffered because she didn't have a good gun. If Song Qiao had a grenade launcher at this moment, Song Qiao could have blown up the enemy command post. It's Momo, not Momo. I can't bear to look. I can't bear to look. Xiaoxing Mengku. Can the military budget be increased? I feel it's not enough. Add another 20%. Who agrees? Who disagrees? AAA flammable material. I disagree. 20% isn't enough. 80%. Aggressive militarism is a skill in itself. Believe in science. I suffer from severe military inadequacy anxiety. Listen to me. Max it out, max it out. Red Team's armaments are maxed out. If heaven hadn't given me, little Zhuge Liang, upstairs, you didn't switch accounts. Chapter 156. The calls for increased military spending from the Yan Kingdom audience had reached unprecedented heights. Across the ocean, the Ugly Kingdom, which had been closely monitoring Yan Kingdom's public opinion, watched as Yan Kingdom netizens went viral, even tagging passing civil affairs bureaus, demanding increased military spending. Tears of envy streamed down their faces. Is this some kind of mythical story? Being chased and pressured to increase military spending? Does such a thing really exist? Japan, keenly sensing this shift in public opinion, and seeing the evacuation of students and tourists, and the commotion at Mount Fuji, broke out in a cold sweat and immediately knelt down. I already knelt, please don't bombard me. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was very busy, often forced to respond due to the rhetoric of domestic conservatives. Conservatives, I think you radicals are still too conservative. Faced with a reporter's question, the spokesperson pursed his lips. Reporter, does Yan Kingdom have any plans to increase military spending? Is this related to public opinion? Answer, Yan Kingdom's military spending has remained stable in recent years. There are no plans to significantly increase military spending. According to the latest assessment, Yan will cut 10% of its military expenditure, earmarking the funds specifically for subsidizing the stability maintenance teams under the Tianmu Group. This has always been Yan's national character. We have always been peace-loving. What the spokesperson didn't mention is that 5% of Yan's military personnel have already been incorporated into the stability maintenance teams. In addition to the 10% reduction in military spending, a special fund has been allocated to the non-human team to recruit deities and suppress evil spirits. Reporter asked, will Yan take measures against Japan? Answer, Yan has a saying, without rules, there can be no order. Yan will not proactively attack any country or organization. Everything is understood without words. Unless they strike first. Reporter, regarding Tianmu, Yan Kingdom has established the Tianmu Group. What actions will it take next? Will it affect the overall situation on Blue Star? Answer. Citizens of Yen Kingdom possess the fundamental right to life, and Tianmu has violated this fundamental right. All actions of the Tianmu group are conducted on the basis of equal dialogue. Equal dialogue? The reporter from Moonless Night was stunned. He considered his Chinese quite good, he could understand every single word. Why did the words sound so strange when put together? Equal dialogue with the heavenly eye overhead? What method? How would they engage in dialogue? Was Yen country using this to appease its people, or had they already gained the power to engage in equal dialogue with the heavenly eye? How much was still unknown to them? They were all on Earth, so why was Yen country's approach so different? Yen country netizens frantically tagged the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, demanding not only no increase, but also a reduction in military spending. What was the meaning of this? Where was the rationale? Where was the State Council? If they dared to cut military spending today, would they dare to reduce the military tomorrow? And the day after, would they dare to surrender their sovereignty and humiliate the nation? The nation would cease to exist. Faced with this barrage of comments, the relevant authorities released several documents. Heavenly Eye Group's procurement plan for the XXTH quarter of XX year. Regarding the composition of the non-human squad of the Stability Maintenance Group, tentative. 100 questions about the non-human squad. Yen country netizens opened the documents with a string of curses, then immediately fell silent. Shallow stain. I believe that as a peace-loving nation, reducing military spending is essential. At the same time, due to the dual pressures of the external environment and internal problems, I suggest increasing the budget for the Tianmu Group. In particular, I suggest increasing the budget for the Stability Maintenance Group by 200%. Tired Siba. The 50-meter-long sword couldn't be sheathed in time, a proper burial for our comrades. Next time, make the wind-up shorter. Min is not a leaf. To be honest, is Chi Tian, the captain of the non-human squad, the one I thought he was? Chi Tian. Chi Tian. Today, I shout Sun Wukong. Envious of every rich person. God of wealth. God of wealth. When will we have a God of wealth? I kneel in the God of wealth temple forever. Luo Qin. Is the Tianmu group open for donations? Don't misunderstand. I just want to give the non-human squad members a little extra food. One person's blood petition. Please open the donation channel. Both the male and female leads are WA data. 3 people's blood petition. Please open the donation channel. I want to make a targeted donation. Jingwei, Jingwei. I want to donate a swimming pool to Jingwei. First button, upstairs, be a human being. Count me in. I want a big one, a standard swimming pool. Eat fish, 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 fish. Stop. So the spiritual energy revival didn't include me? I also want superpowers. I want magical abilities. At Believe in Science. Amidst widespread online discussion, the Tianmu Group issued 2 announcements. Provisional Code of Conduct for Inhuman Behavior within the Yen Kingdom, abbreviated as Yen Kingdom Rules. The simplified version is as follows. Rule 1. Killing citizens of the Yen Kingdom is prohibited. Rule 2. Causing disasters within the Yen Kingdom, including but not limited to thunderstorms, earthquakes, floods, landslides, avalanches, torrential rains, windstorms, fires, insect plagues, epidemics, and abnormal temperatures, is prohibited. Rule 3. All deities awakened within the Yen Kingdom must abide by relevant laws. Violations will be punished according to the actual circumstances. Serious offenses will result in the desecration of graves and temples, public announcement to the entire society, and the destruction of both physical and religious faith. Rule 4. Deities within the Yen Kingdom will temporarily be managed by the Tianmu Group in conjunction with the Religious Affairs Bureau. See attachment for specific regulations. Rule 5. Awaken deities within the territory of Yen Kingdom, including but not limited to intelligent entities born from religious, folk, and other sacrificial rites. See appendix for details, shall enjoy all basic rights of Yen Kingdom citizens. Proposal for incense offering by the Yen Kingdom's non-human team, provisional, abbreviated as Yen Kingdom Incense Offering. Simplified version as follows. 1. Prohibition of unethical worship. 2. Prohibition of incense offerings exceeding one's own capabilities. Appendix. List of awakened deities, including those with dark histories, Tianmu Group. The document's Provisional Code of Conduct for Non-Humans within the Yen Kingdom and Proposal for Incense Offering by the Yen Kingdom's non-human team, provisional, have been reviewed and confirmed by the Religious Affairs Bureau and are effective immediately. At Believe in Science. Believe in science. Please believe in science. Forwarded at Tianmu Group. Yen Kingdom netizens are numb. Even at this point, they're still believing in science? Qianqiu Bailey, I believe in science. I think you owe me a superpower, so tell me if you're right. A higher dimensional being unfolding in a lower dimension that believe in science. You previously said you had anxiety about insufficient martial arts skills. Are you cured yet? Don't you think that's not enough? Quickly hand over the basic cultivation techniques for everyone. Believe in science. File links. 8 pieces of brocade. 5 animal frolics. Tao Te Ching. I Ching. Luo Jihai. Very bad. Very bad. Very bad. This is not what we want. Is this what netizens want? They want cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, the live stream continues. By this point, everyone knows how it will end. The Yin Kingdom viewers frantically harass at Believe in Science, trying to divert their attention. The lucky ones continue watching the screen, even though they already know the answer, even though they are filled with anger, without a trace of fear. They want to keep watching. If the nightmare wanted anger, then it has succeeded. Unfortunately, what it wants is fear. Chapter 157. The nightmare was destined to gain neither fear nor fear from Yin country. All it could gain was anger. This anger not only made Japan tremble, but also made the ugly country across the ocean hesitant to act, demanding in-depth exchanges with the Yin country's high-level officials. The ugly country was convinced that Yin country was bluffing, but they dared not gamble. Why did they think Yin country was bluffing? Because it was something they often did. Don't panic when faced with a problem. First, make grand promises. When it comes to making grand promises, the ugly country has never lost. They naturally assumed that Yin country was making grand promises. In the live broadcast, Song Qiao opened her eyes, observing her surroundings impassively, her entire body except for her darting eyes. A dozen minutes later, Song Qiao finally raised her hand, bit open the rope binding her wrist with her teeth, pulled a wire from the sole of her shoe, rushed to the iron gate, and began trying to unlock it. Yi Shaochen, a single 6. Song Tianjia's door-opening skill. So he already had it back then. Fu Lu, good heavens, when did he hide the wire? A genius among geniuses. Shi Xiao, the wound is still bleeding. Judging by appearances, no major organs are damaged, but if the intestines are ruptured, abdominal infection could be very dangerous. Song Qiao needs treatment. Li Di, can he escape? If he escapes, he can find a place to treat his wounds. Can he escape? The viewers in the live stream watched Song Qiao stagger, their hearts pounding. Song Qiao always walked with a brisk pace, almost skipping, but now, he was staggering. The blood from the wound almost completely stained his clothes. At first, Song Qiao covered the wound, but after walking a while, he ignored it. Song Qiao suddenly stopped and turned to look at the cell not far away. Several people were huddled there, their hair disheveled, clothes filthy, and expressions numb. Were these people captured by the people of Riyadh? Song Qiao used a wire to pry open the lock and continued walking. She had only taken a few steps when someone tugged at her sleeve. It was someone who had come out of that cell. Sister, are you hurt? My mother said that injuries need to be treated promptly. Song Qiao turned around and saw a child with a pigtail, who looked about 3 or 5 years old. She couldn't tell exactly how old the child was. In those days, many children didn't have enough to eat, and they didn't grow tall. She couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl either. The child wore dusty clothes, and its hands and face were covered in dust. Its pigtail was tied with hemp rope, indicating it wasn't well cared for. When Song Qiao was little, her mother always tied her hair with red ribbons. Only living people need treatment. Kid, get out of the way. Song Qiao poked the child's pigtail, and continued walking. She'd only taken a few steps, when her clothes were tugged at again. My name is Xiang. What's your name, sister? Sister is so amazing. She can pick locks? The child's eyes gleamed, her face was thin, making her eyes appear large, staring intently at her. Song Qiao rummaged around for a while, then pulled a dried persimmon from her pocket, and stuffed it into the child's open mouth. Shut up, don't follow me. She pointed to the people in the cell. You all go. The child wolfed down the persimmon, her eyes shining even brighter. Sister, aren't you leaving? My mother is amazing. My mother can heal people. Sister, come home with me. My mother is so amazing. She can heal so many wounded soldiers. Song Qiao yanked her clothes back, scooped up the child, and tossed him back into the crowd of people in the cell. After taking a couple of steps, anticipating the child's next words, she said directly, shut up, or I twist your head off. The child hiccuped, covered his mouth, and remained silent, looking at Song Qiao curiously. Song Qiao continued forward until she heard a familiar cry of pain. She followed the sound, and saw the man chained to the wall. Song Qiao? The man's eyes widened suddenly when he saw her. Why are you here? Why are you covered in blood? Hurry up, the people from Riyadh just left, they be back soon. Song Chiao lifted the hem of her clothes and shook it, nonchalantly saying, It's not my blood. Sir, you have more blood on you than I do. The man's body was covered in wounds, almost unrecognizable. The man knew how fast Song Chiao could act, and believing her lies, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying, It's good that you're not hurt. Hurry, get out of here before they find you. Beasts, they're all beasts. They already started their experiments. Song Chiao didn't understand. She pried open the lock and went inside to examine the chains binding the man. Song Chiao, listen to me, I'm not going to survive. You have to leave quickly, get out before they find you. Hurry, don't look back. Song Chiao noticed that the lock on the man's chains was different from the locks on the doors. The wire was twisted beyond recognition, yet it didn't budge the lock at all. Song Chiao looked around and saw the blood-stained torture instruments on the wall. She chose an iron bar and tried to pull open the lock directly. She stood on tiptoe and chose the iron ring with the largest gap, trying to pry it open. As she moved, her unhealed wound reopened, and blood dripped from the hem of her clothes. The man looked down and saw a small pool of blood on the ground, then forced a very ugly smile. Song Chiao, you must go. I'm not going to live. They injected me with poison. I die anyway if I go out. Go quickly, don't look back, go quickly. The teacher's eyes were bloodshot, and bloody foam spilled from his mouth as he spoke. He stared intently at Song Chiao. Go! Song Chiao stopped what she was doing, gripped the iron rod, stared at the teacher for a moment, grabbed the knife hanging on the wall, and turned to leave. The teacher couldn't utter the pleading words he was about to say. Watching Song Chiao's retreating figure, he smiled brightly. Truly a student he had taught. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness. He's destined for greatness. Song Chiao took a few steps, then turned back and asked the teacher, What drug did they give you? Why did they say you'd definitely die? It's an experiment by the people of Riyadh. They're using us for experiments. I'm already failing. I won't be long before I die. The teacher forced a smile, unaware that his expression, forced by pain, was exceptionally sinister and terrifying. The teacher, however, still thought himself very kind and, as a teacher, naturally had to maintain a proper demeanor. Song Chiao asked, Will you die? Yes. I die. I'm dying. As he spoke, the teacher coughed up blood. I feel like there's a fire burning in my chest, even breathing hurts. Song Chiao asked, Really? Really? The teacher knew how stubborn his student was, so he could only swear on his ancestors. I'm dying of pain. If I'm lying to you, may my ancestors be struck by lightning for 18 generations. Song Chiao, I really won't live. Don't worry about me. I'm done. Before the teacher could finish speaking, Song Chiao's knife was already plunged into his chest. The teacher looked down at the knife in his chest, then looked up at Song Chiao, and immediately laughed loudly. Good. He spat out a large amount of blood, his eyes fixed on Song Chiao. Go quickly. Song Chiao pulled out the knife, turned, and left. This is a fraud, a treacherous fraud who betrays her teacher and ancestors. She killed her own teacher. She killed many people, taking many precious lives. Listen. The cries of the dead? They were all taken by this fraudster. The nightmare's voice rang out at the opportune moment, provoking the lucky winner and the viewers in the live stream to unleash a torrent of curses. Gold medal tomato, treacherous my foot. Even now, I'm begging someone to give me a quick death. Chapter 158. Yu Shengyan. The master was smiling until his death, he was truly happy. The master died without knowing that Song Chiao had actually been captured. Ma Xiong had bowed, the master must have been very pleased. Perhaps in the master's eyes, Song Chiao's ability to wield a knife meant she could escape. After all, the master had witnessed Song Chiao's skills. Tianji Weifan, I knew it was a knife, but I still couldn't help watching. Stop talking, I'm really getting dumpling filling. Yun Shinchu Urania, is that Xiangxiang the Thunder Granny? Lu Huaixiang, formerly known as Lu Xiang, is a sniper. Xiangxiang survived, will Song Chiao survive too? However, Song Chiao was still discovered. She was locked back in her cell, this time in the cell where the children were. The people of Riyadh were speaking in their own language. Song Chiao couldn't understand what they were saying, and just huddled in a corner, thinking of a solution. After the Riyadhians left, the child approached, grinning, Sister, I locked the door before they came. They didn't notice. The child's bright smile, his emaciated body from hunger, pressed against Song Chiao. Sister, let me bandage your wound. I'm really good at it. I can even wash gauze. Song Qiao had no food to feed the child. Excessive blood loss had left her mind hazy, and her limbs were cold. She had never suffered such a severe injury before, and she was considering ending her own life. Although she didn't understand what her teacher meant by the experiment, she knew that anything beneficial to the enemy was harmful to herself. Since she was going to die anyway, dying now was the best option. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her wound. Song Qiao looked down and saw the child, holding a long strip of cloth from who knows where, trying to bandage her gunshot wound in the waist and abdomen. Song Qiao knew she was near death, yet the child was unusually persistent, kneeling on the ground, straining to bandage the wound. There's no medicine here, but I can tie the wound tight first. My mother said that if the wound is tied tight, the bleeding will slow down. If it slows down, I can live. Song Qiao reached out and pulled at the child's pigtail. The dry, yellow hair was haphazardly tied up, with only one strand braided into a very short plait, barely reaching the length of her little finger, pointing upwards. It looked like the tassel hanging from a peanut. In the end, the child still hadn't managed to bandage it properly. A person sitting in the corner came over and helped tighten the cloth strip. This person was wearing a skirt, which was originally ankle length, but now only reached mid-thigh, revealing the empty legs of her underpants. This woman was as thin as a stick, but surprisingly strong. Song Qiao winced in pain. The woman stared at the strip of cloth instantly stained crimson with blood and said, "It's hopeless. Just wait to die." Song Qiao, The child protested, pressing his hand against the blood-soaked cloth. My mother said anyone can be saved. Your mother couldn't even save herself. The woman returned to her spot, curling up and feigning sleep. The child, his eyes red, remained silent. Song Qiao felt sleepy, but she didn't want to close her eyes. A small window, about the size of 2 mooncakes, was located on the upper part of the back wall of the cell. Through the window, Song Qiao saw a patch of green. Within the green, there was a hint of white. It was spring. Everything was green, vibrant with life. Song Qiao felt her body growing hotter and hotter. She knew she had a fever. Old Lu was like that, with recurring fevers. Even the miracle medicine the doctor had mentioned hadn't worked. Song Qiao knew she was going to die. Sister, do you want to eat locust flowers too? The child followed Song Qiao's gaze, drooling slightly. There are locust trees outside. Smell it. You can still smell the locust flowers. Mix the locust flowers with mixed flour, sprinkle with a little salt, and steam it. After steaming, mix it with garlic sauce. It's delicious. That's what my mother said. Song Qiao didn't want to speak. She was waiting for death. Sister, what's your name? In case you die, I want to make a tombstone for you. My mother said that those without graves are all wandering ghosts. Song Qiao thought of her mother again. Her mother's tombstone didn't have her name on it, because she didn't know how to write Dun Zhuama's name in Han characters. Even the doctor didn't know. My name is Song Qiao, my nickname is Anin. Grandma called her Song Qiao Anin. Grandma Huang said that death would allow her to reunite with her family. If she died, would she see Grandma again? Would she see her grandma's grandma? Would she see many grandmas? Night fell, and the locust blossoms were no longer visible through the small window. Even the fragrance the children had described was gone. Song Qiao only smelled blood. Sister Song Qiao, I'm so hungry I can't sleep. Can't sleep? Bang your head against the wall. My mother will tell me stories. I'm not your mother, shut up, go to sleep. But Xiang is going to die tomorrow too. The girl in the corner can understand the language of the Rya people. She said the Rya people are going to send us into the gas chamber tomorrow. Song Qiao, Song Qiao, who knew nothing of bedtime stories, racked her brains and sang the lullaby her mother used to coax her to sleep. It was said that this song was left behind by a princess sent to a foreign land for a political marriage, but it changed when it reached her mother. Song Qiao struggled to translate her mother's lullaby into language a little child could understand. My hometown, so far away. Flowers bloom, rain falls, clouds disperse. I lift the hem of my skirt and the hem of my dress. Barefoot, I climb the distant mountain. The mountain spirits, adorned with woven grass flowers, ride red leopards, singing songs of bygone years. Song Qiao's translation was halting and stumbling. She wasn't good with words to begin with, and in the end, she was left with only one repetitive sentence. I climbed the mountain barefoot, gazing at my hometown, singing songs of bygone years. The child fell asleep, but Song Qiao couldn't sleep. She felt light and warm. Even her wounds didn't hurt as much. In her hazy state, she seemed to see her mother again. The next day, Song Qiao was awakened by a cold hand. She instinctively reached for her knife, but the movement aggravated her wound, causing her to curl up like a shrimp in pain. She had no knife. And she was going to die. "Sister, it's dawn." A child's voice rang out above Song Qiao's head. Song Qiao turned to look out the window. Outside the small window, no bigger than a palm, everything was lush and green. A few locust blossoms had opened, but only a few in a cluster were open, the rest were still buds, swaying precariously in the morning breeze. Song Qiao smelled the scent of locust blossoms again. Outside was freedom. Song Qiao grabbed the child's hand and said, "Listen, if anything happens, run outside, run as fast as you can." Song Qiao, her hand stained with blood, drew a map on the ground. She had already scouted the area. Anything she hadn't seen, she had scouted outside and could guess. She knew the city inside and out. She measured the ground with her footsteps, and the ground with her hands gripping the shovel. "You crawl out from here. You're such a tiny little thing. You can definitely make it. Once you're out, head east. There's a water vat lid with a rock shaped like a steamed bun on it. The vat has no bottom. Once you're inside, climb up. Keep climbing, climb as far away as possible." The child asked, "And then?" "Then you crawl out. There will be hope, the hope of living." My mother said hope is the most important thing. Song Qiao knew she wouldn't survive. But there was still hope. The girl in the half-skirt from yesterday leaned closer and asked, "What plan?" Chapter 159. Song Qiao's plan was simple. So simple, it was entirely without room for error. "Either way, I'm going to die, might as well finish it quickly." A glint of light shone in Song Qiao's eyes. "Even wolves on the plateau will fight to the death, let alone humans." Song Qiao's escape plan was incredibly detailed, down to every blade of grass and every tree. "I had 2 pieces of gold. When you're crawling along, you find a wooden box blocking your way, that's where the gold is. A rope is threaded through the gold, so you can hang it around your neck." My mother said that what's more despairing than death is the loss of hope. Those 2 pieces of gold are hope, the hope of living. The blood-stained map gradually dried, its edges scabbed over, as if scorched by flames. Song Qiao's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the child. "Got it?" The child nodded. "Got it. This plan is perfectly balanced. The sparse parts will be filled with human lives. Pan Go is already dead. Hope. This is hope. Qi Youguang. The result is that Xiangxiang is out. Xiangxiang escaped. Xiangxiang, you're such a chocolate-coated heart-filled dumpling. Ji Gu Ji, will Song Qiao survive? Probably not. Song Tianjiu's knife has always been sharp since childhood. She doesn't hesitate when stabbing an enemy's heart. She doesn't hesitate when stabbing a teammate's heart. What was she thinking when she did it? Jing Lu, I believe it now. She really is a mad woman. To be precise, it's a separation disorder caused by a stressful event. War, severe natural disasters, and childhood abuse can all lead to separation disorder. The causes of Song Qiao's illness can first be ruled out as childhood abuse and natural disasters. The tortured idol fish. I don't believe it. I think Song Qiao is a normal person. Song Tianjiu said so. Tianjia's die-hard fans. Knives, all knives, dumpling filling, bun filling, pie filling. I become the meat filling. You all knive me. Song Tianjia noticed that all the lucky ones were looking at her. Those burning gazes forced her to open her eyes. She touched her nose and forced a smile, saying, "Why are you looking at me? Just tell me if I'm a genius or not." "A genius with 3 burrows." Song Tianjiu confidently stated, "I believe I'm a genius." The lady in the purple dress rolled her eyes, and slapped the other lady trying to analyze the illness on the head. "Shut your mouth." The scene continued. Song Qiao's plan wasn't perfect, but she had teammates with exceptional execution skills. The child got the chance, turned around and ran, without looking back. She was hope. Because she was that hope. So, if she hesitated for even a second, hope could turn into despair. She wouldn't turn back, she couldn't turn back. Song Qiao had a knife again, a bayonet from an enemy rifle torn from that thin, bony half-skirt. That person couldn't fight, but could grip the bayonet plunged into their chest tightly. So Song Qiao had a knife again. Song Qiao always held back in fights, never fighting to the death. Because if AMU found out she was injured, she would be scolded. This time, Song Qiao didn't need to hold back, she was going to see AMU. No gun, she had a knife. No knife, she had her fists. The scene froze on the moment the triangular military knife in Song Qiao's hand fell to the ground. Then the screen went black. The entire room was silent, except for one person who tried to speak, but was silenced by a slap from the woman in the purple dress. The outcome was already predetermined. The noblewoman wanted to ask why Song Tianjiao had survived until now. She had barely opened her mouth when the woman in the purple dress slapped her across the face again. The viewers in the live stream were also seeing a black screen. Black mist swirled around the high platform, deliberately avoiding Song Tianjiao. Within the black mist, one could vaguely see menacing tentacles, but whenever they approached Song Tianjiao, they would always curl up. The scene didn't show anything further. But Song Tianjiao knew what would happen next. She knew this Easter egg. Song Qiaoan ultimately didn't get to see her mother after death. Song Qiao felt incredibly cold. Every part of her body screamed with deprivation. Excessive blood loss rendered her unable to think clearly, making her body sluggish. Song Qiao had only one goal: to eliminate all the enemies she saw. Even if it was just to gain a second. A second was enough for a gun, a bow, to take a life from 100 meters away. If she could hold on longer, it meant more lives. Song Qiao was driven only by instinct. She seemed to have returned to her childhood, to the days when she fought with the sheep, only this time a few large dogs would stand guard. Time had changed. Now she was the one guarding them. AMU said hope was the most important thing. The gentleman said she was young and should live. Now, she had discovered people even younger than herself. Song Qiao picked up the bayonet and slashed the enemy's throat again. She staggered and sat down, looking up at the enemy pointing a gun at her. She was too weak. She couldn't even see where the gun barrel was aimed. She was exhausted. Before the enemy fired, Song Qiao lay on the ground, among her fallen comrades, and closed her eyes. Grandma Huang said that even in the underworld, one can be reunited. Song Qiao was looking forward to it. The quest taker has been captured. Basic information loading. Song Tianjiao, host's current estimated level is a-. System binding in progress. Newbie quest being issued. Your quest is between the stars. Gain the target's favorability. Favorability 100%. You can be reborn. May the eternal heaven bless you. The eternal heaven can't bless anyone. Song Qiao didn't want any favorability. After entering the newbie quest, she went straight to the target's doorstep, and without thinking twice, tore off her coat, put it over the person's head, and gave them a good beating. She didn't want to be reborn. She wanted to go to the underworld. She wanted to see her mother's mother, many mothers. She also wanted to see Grandma Huang, Old Lu, and many, many people. She probably wouldn't see the priest. The priest confidently said he would go to heaven. Heaven can't bless anyone either. Ouch. 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 Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'm going to die. At least don't hit my face. I have a meeting. I have that idiot's meeting later. System. Explain yourself. Who is this thing? Are you all just focusing on me getting achievements? Let me tell you, no way. Not even a window. Song Qiao stopped and ripped the jacket off the target's head. She asked, "What's a system?" Huh? You don't know? Why are you hitting me if you don't know? That thing makes me gain your favor, saying it can resurrect me. I don't want your favor, I want to die. I don't want to live. The target froze, sat cross-legged on the ground, and pulled out something Song Qiao didn't recognize and started tapping on it. Theoretically, due to system limitations, there are many things you can't say. Now I ask you answer. Be tactful in your answers. First question, how did you die? Worked to death? The target rummaged through his bag and pulled out a packet of food, handing it to him. Hearing this, he continued, don't be so abstract, be more specific. Bloody too much, no strength left, and then I died. Second question, Imperial Jade Liquor? Song Qiao took a big bite of bread, his expression blank. The target sighed and handed him a bottle of beverage. Then I ask another question, a gathering of heroes? Chapter 160. Odd changes, even remains the same? Which excavator technology is the best? Seriously, you don't even know that? No gift this holiday season? Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron? Song Qiao was completely bewildered, chugging down her drink. She was increasingly unable to understand what the other person was saying. However, this stuff of yours, chew it, it's actually quite delicious, chew it. The target gave up struggling, sighed, and said, fine, that's it. Tell me, how exactly did you die? Don't try to be clever. No process, no result, just the cause. Song Qiao scratched her head. No process? No result? The process was a fight? The result was her death? The cause? What did the master say again? Song Qiao tried hard to recall, finally remembering what the master had said. The Japanese invaders knocked on the national gate, and we sacrificed our lives for them. Thud, the bag in the target's hand fell to the ground. The target spoke rapidly. Tell me more, the details. Wait, come home with me first. Song Qiao felt this person talk more nonsense than her teacher, and look even more frail. She could knock him down with one punch, leaving him lying on the ground for a long time. Song Qiao followed behind, a piece of candy given to her by the target dangling from her mouth, and said, "People from Riyadh killed people, I killed people from Riyadh, and then I died." Song Qiao felt there was nothing much to say about the details. The result was that she lost. She lost? If AMU knew, would she think she was a disgrace? She was truly ashamed to face AMU, but she really wanted to see her. The target turned around, looking at her in shock. Ding! Current favorability 100%, 200%, favorability target reached. Your initial body has been retrieved, and you can be resurrected at any time. Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner's mission. Please select whether to proceed to the next mission. This. Song Qiao realized she couldn't die anymore. What the hell is this favorability rating? It's rising so fast. Something's wrong, isn't it? Song Qiao grew angrier the more she thought about it. She stomped on the mission target's foot, grabbed their collar, and roared, "Take back the favorability rating." Take it back? Don't hit me in the face. Don't hit me in the face. You're my ancestor, okay? I kneel before you, but don't hit me in the face. The mission target was very frustrated. The good news was that finally, one of the players was one of their own, and even a pioneering figure of ancestor level. The bad news was that the ancestor was beating him up. Fine, let him hit me then. Just don't kill him. He gave up struggling. Song Qiao was frustrated. All she wanted was to go to the Yellow Springs. Why was it so difficult? The other person, after being beaten up and exchanging information, lay on the ground sighing, "Ancestor, you're my true ancestor." Anyway, that's how it is. Who doesn't want to die peacefully? But this thing has kidnapped us. It doesn't want us to die peacefully. By the way, ancestor, what's your name? You're still unregistered, aren't you? I used some of my money to get you a registered residence. Song Qiao, courtesy name Tianjiao, nickname Anin? No wonder you're our ancestor. You have such a perfect set of nicknames. Song Tianjiao, perfect. I happen to have a friend with the same surname. I put you in their house. I secretly record your information in a couple of days. I guarantee no one will notice. Me? My name is Qin Ji Feng. Alright, I'm going to a meeting. Ancestor, don't wander off. Eat this box of snacks as you please. What meeting? The Anti-Transmigrator Alliance meeting. Here I call you ancestor, but outside, you have to call me chief engineer. Song Qiao found this person strange, erratic. She couldn't understand a word he said, but he didn't seem like a bad guy. She'd been a bit too impulsive, rushing in to beat him up. Song Qiao, carrying a box of snacks, went to chat with the robot dog in the corner, trying to get it to kill her. The person said the robot dog could do anything she asked. If it was suicide, AMU would be unhappy. Then let the robot dog do it. Hello, visitor. Life is priceless, please cherish it. What happened to being able to do anything she asked? Liar. After staying with Qin Ji Feng for a few days, Song Qiao realized this person had mental issues. His behavior and logic were bizarre. Even with 3 packs of cookies, he rearranged them. Song Qiao objected. The best ones first, then second and third. I think that's fine. Different colors, different sizes, you can arrange them by hue, or by height. The only thing you can't arrange them by taste is that. That's a vague and subjective way of judging them. Song Qiao was completely confused. Turning her head, she noticed all the snacks were arranged in a strange way. Song Qiao packed her bag and went to her new brother's house. That was the brother on her new identity card. Her brother was very easy to talk to, and her sister-in-law was also very easy to talk to. They gave her lots of snacks to eat, and didn't ask her to arrange them by packaging color. Song Qiao got a new job. She joined the patrol fleet. It's fun, just like playing a shooting game at home, but with even better handling. Later, that unlucky Qin Ji Feng went off to carry out his anti-time travel plan and left. Her cheap brother and sister-in-law had a little brat, mischievous and utterly wicked. When Song Qiao was on vacation, she was forced to take care of the little brat for a few days. This walking 2-legged beast was harder to deal with than an enemy. Later, her cheap brother and sister-in-law died in an accident caused by space pirates. Her cheap little niece, seeking revenge, was crippled. After Song Qiao dealt with a small group of roaming space pirates, her grown-up cheap little niece also joined the plan. Just me left? Song Qiao was speechless. Her whole family was gone in the blink of an eye. Song Qiao obtained 3 strings of numbers from the relevant department. They were the numbers of the unlucky guy and her little niece. There was also a string of numbers belonging to the unlucky guy's colleague, who often fed her. Although the unlucky fellow wasn't exactly a good-for-nothing, the cookies his colleague made were really delicious. Are you going too? The registration staff member asked nervously. You know, we're shorthanded right now. The survival rate for this plan is very low, you die. In principle, we don't want too many military personnel involved. Song Qiao had one hand in her pocket, and a long candy cane dangling from her mouth. So what if I die? The staff member continued to persuade her. It's very dangerous. Oh! Song Qiao knew about Qin Jinfeng's plan. Qin Jinfeng's plan was to infiltrate the enemy, and find an opportunity to dismantle them. Pioneering through hardships to open up the mountains and forests. This plan was officially named the Land Reclamation Plan. The staff member continued to persuade her, you know, this requires an application, and even then, approval isn't guaranteed. Given the current situation, even if you apply, you have to wait in line. Song Qiao turned and left. She didn't need anyone's approval. She didn't need to wait in line. She was always part of the plan. She was always a time traveler. AMU said, hope is the most important thing. The master said, though there be thousands, I will go. System, next mission. In the boundless starry sea, is there any hope for her to return to the very beginning?